which is about 7,000 miles away. So to visualize what is happening, I created this page, and this line represents the extension of that teeny tiny angle from our eye level when it finally reaches the celestial plane. So what happens when the sun comes into or goes out of this limit? This is how you get the sunrise and sunset. Now in your eye, perspective makes it seem like it is at your eye level. That is because for all intents and purposes, it is at your eye level. And that is why the sun appears to rise and set at the horizon in your eye. What is happening is that it is simply coming into the angular resolution limit of your eyesight. You see the sun at the sharpest angle possible from eye level. When the sun gets within a certain distance to your position, the light waves can finally make it into your eye at an angle that can be resolved. Before that time, the angles are just too small. The light will diffract or not be visible at all. And again, it is simply a function of perspective and angular resolution with the additional factor of diffraction or atmospheric lensing. However, the fixed physical limit is what will always determine when sunsets and sunrises occur. And so check this out. Look how the sun comes into and goes out of the angular resolution limit of our eyes. And then this is what it looks like from our perspective when we are actually viewing it in real life. Pretty cool how it works, at least in my opinion. So, hopefully this was helpful to better understand how perspective and angular resolution determine our vision. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Adios.
You see, there's a thin line between genius and insanity down on Earth. And they think what we're doing is madness. We would like to show you and show the world that there is a method.
Painted face, dressed up like something from outer space. Elton John, David Bowie, Alice Cooper, Lord have mercy, they're all super. Trying to tell y'all.
Hey guys, how's it going? So I wanted to do a quick follow-up on my videos about angular resolution and perspective to first demonstrate that there is no observable curvature. We are still waiting for someone to discover this elusive curvature. And then I would like to show why buildings are seemingly cut off at the horizon, bottom first, which the cult of scientism storytellers claim is due to the edge of a spinning ball, in complete ignorance of the fact that there are other possibilities that actually make more sense. So, first off, these shots here are taken in Ormond Beach and show a lighthouse that is 16 miles away. This lighthouse is 175 feet tall, and notice that the focal plane of the light is only 168 feet above sea level. Now, when we do the math, there should be 117 feet hidden behind the curve with a camera height of 5 feet. I was standing on the beach with the water hitting my feet, resting the camera on a 4-foot sign. The gross curvature is actually 170 feet. So when you look at the shot, you can see that practically the entire lighthouse is visible behind the pier. I'm sorry, but there's a problem with what the so-called scientists claim, yet most people continue to have faith in them, which is understandable because they either don't even look into the topic or they could never entertain the fact that they could be misled. So, next we have the hotel at 17.6 miles away, and 147 feet should be hidden behind the curve. The hotel itself has 18 floors and is about 180 feet tall. And just to be conservative, we could add 20 feet above sea level, and still it is obvious that 147 feet are not missing from this 200-foot structure. Anyone who's being intellectually honest must admit that there is a problem with the story we have been sold. The numbers just don't add up. The curvature is just not there. And this brings me to my next point, which I think is the most important to understand, and that is the reason why buildings appear to be cut off at the horizon bottom first. If we again consider that our vision is based on two very important and universally accepted concepts of angular resolution, which is the fixed limit of our eyesight, and perspective, which is the system of angles of light entering our eye to create the 3D image in our brain, then we can easily calculate that it is in fact necessary that the bottom of buildings be cut off first due to angular resolution and perspective. So I tried to show in my No Angles on the Flat Earth video how the angles of the light entering our eyes will create the perspective picture for us, that famous perspective drawing where everything gets smaller and disappears at the vanishing point. We know that the light enters the eye and creates the image upside down, which our brain then flips, but what is very important to notice about this process is the point of inflection, the midpoint in the eye where the slope of the light changes. I tried to show this with this crude illustration, and you will notice the horizontal midpoint in the eye where the light above reaches the inflection point. And this is in fact the horizon. This is what the horizon is. It is the vanishing point of things above meeting the vanishing point of things below. As you scan from top to bottom, the slope of the line will reach the inflection point and then change to render everything below this inflection point or horizon or vanishing point. I showed in my No Angles video how the angles get tinier and tinier as they approach this inflection point or horizon. Now, what we need to understand is how angular resolution dictates just how small of an angle we can have in order to resolve everything above and below this inflection point or horizon in our eye. This angular resolution limit dictates how far we can see below our eye level, which is basically how much water we can see standing on the seashore. And then here's the kicker: it also dictates how much of buildings will necessarily be cut off in the distance. This is the best case scenario, with perfect vision and perfect atmospheric conditions without any diffraction. In reality, it is usually much worse, but we will use the basic numbers to show that under perfect conditions, buildings must appear to be cut off bottom first. This is simply how our eyesight works. So, if we use an angle of 0.02 of a degree as our angular resolution limit, the limit of our eyesight or the visual acuity of the human eye, we can not only calculate the distance to the horizon below eye level, which is often just referred to as the distance to the horizon, or simply how much water we can see standing on the seashore, we can also calculate how much of an object in the distance will appear to be cut off. I am using the camera height of 5 feet and a declination angle of 0.02 of a degree to figure out that we can see 2.7 miles of water in this shot. This is done by making a triangle with height of 5 feet and angle of 0.02 to figure out the distance as 2.7 miles. And this is also conveniently what the cult storytellers use as their distance to the edge of the magic spinning ball. They have simply chosen dimensions of a spinning ball that just happen to line up perfectly with the limit of our eyesight. It is very tricky, and it's understandable how not many people would look into it. Now, what is happening is that anything smaller than this angle of 0.02 of a degree is beyond the ability of our eye to render. It is physically impossible to see any further. We cannot see Europe across the ocean because it is physically impossible for our little eyeballs to see that far. It is a fixed limit. Or, if you do not like having a limit on your eyesight, you can believe the storytellers and Santa Claus and the spinning ball stories. However, and what is conveniently never discussed, is that the same mechanics apply above eye level, above the point of inflection. Anything smaller than the angle of 0.02 of a degree above the eye level, above the point of inflection of light entering your eye, is also impossible to see. Not often discussed or even understood, but it is out there. Anything entering your eye at an angle smaller than 0.02 of a degree will not render. So if we take the inclination angle of 0.02 degree and the distance to the hotel of 17.6 miles, we can solve for the height of this hidden portion, or this portion that is seemingly cut off. We make a triangle with the distance of 17.6 as the base, 0.02 of a degree as angle A, and we end up with a height of 32 feet. Add 5 feet for camera height, and even Superman would not be able to see 37 feet of the bottom of this building. That is a best case scenario. In reality, we are probably losing 50 feet. And the point of all of this is to demonstrate that science, physics, angular resolution, perspective, they all clearly show that objects in the distance must disappear bottom first. This is simply how our eyes work. The angles get smaller and smaller as they approach the point of inflection, or the vanishing point, or the horizon. The mechanics of our eyes dictate that objects above eye level, or above the horizon, will disappear bottom first as they approach the vanishing point. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. It is known as vanishing point for a reason. Of course, objects are going to disappear first on the edge facing the vanishing point. This is also how the sun rises and sets seemingly behind the water, but it is simply going out of our ability to see it, or coming into our mechanical ability to see it. Otherwise, it is at an angle that is just too small to reach your eye. Or, if you do not like this, you can believe in Santa Claus and NASA and a spinning ball. So, I hope this makes sense. This is one of those things that is difficult to describe and conceptualize, especially due to the spinning ball programming. But once you get it, it makes perfect sense. It is logical. It explains why we see what we see and how we see what we see. Or, again, you can just believe the Church of Scientism and their magical claims of exploding nothingness into spinning nuclear dinosaur ovens with tractor beams and rocket ships. So sometimes that's more entertaining. But anyways, thank you so much for watching. I apologize, I do have a cold, but I had to get this video out there. I'm kind of pressed for time. But again, thank you so much for watching and all the good comments and support. So adios. Have a good week.
Freaky to you, take you to another place and time. Just sit back.
See that I didn't really look too bad, but that was only because I'm a very good actor. I think I should be nominated for an Academy Award.
I think there's one more episode going to play. Some of the music is cut out because it was copyrighted.
Is that guy telling us that lighthouses work or they don't work? Which is what is he saying? Does it conform to a globe or does it conform to flat?
How's it going?
Flat.
Now, regarding curvature, I don't think most people understand just how serious the problem of curvature is for the status quo. Instead of beating the dead horse of perspective to try to help people understand how and why we see what we see, I thought of a nice little way to visualize just how serious this lack of curvature is for the current spinning ball model. I did this simply by figuring out how big the Earth would need to be in order for there to be such a lack of curvature. The fact is, we can clearly see objects over distances that should not be visible. This is repeated over water or land. We find buildings, ships, mountains, all kinds of landmarks that we should not be able to see, but we do. The problem is that people are confusing the fact that buildings or ships get cut off due to the laws of light propagation and perspective with curvature. They are confusing this with curvature. People are confusing the vanishing point with curvature, and instead of arguing over exactly how many feet of the ship's hull are hidden or at what floor a building might be cut off, instead of looking at it from the same old vantage point, we need to put it into perspective, pardon the pun, to visualize just how much of a problem this lack of curvature is for the spinning ball. The story is that we live on a spinning ball of radius 3,959 miles. Okay, so if that's the case, then over a distance of 20 miles, there will be 266 feet of raw curvature. That's what science tells us. Now, clearly from my shots and the thousands of other tests and shots scattered all over the interweb, the curvature is just not there. You can deny this and claim that buildings and ships disappearing bottom first is due to the curvature, but that is nowhere near enough curvature for the ball Earth. And to prove this, we simply have to calculate how big the Earth would need to be in order for there to be such a lack of curvature. And if the curvature is not in these 20 miles, it will have to be made up exponentially down the line in order to complete the circle. So again, the magical curvature has never been found. I'm sorry if everyone is in denial, but it's just not enough. And I'm going to show you just how big the Earth would need to be in order to have such a lack of curvature. So let's see. Let's use the 20-mile distance to the New Smyrna hotels just to visualize this. Using the Earth curvature site, we get 266 feet of raw curvature. I'm not worrying about the height of the observer at this point. I'm just using raw numbers to give you an idea of the difference in curvature based on the size of the Earth. So we can use the 8 inches times distance squared. We also get 266 feet. But the calculator that I want to focus on uses the sagitta, or the height of the arc of a circle, to also get the same number, and you get 0.05052 miles. Multiply that by 5280 feet and you end up with 266 feet of curvature that should be there. And for the circle arc calculator, you have to double the distance in question because you are at the top of the arc. The hotel would be 20 miles one way, and to make the total arc length, you need to double that number, so you use 40 miles. This will then give you the height of the arc, or what we refer to as the drop in elevation or curvature over a given distance. So I wanted to focus on this calculator because it will allow us to change the radius of the Earth to see just how big the Earth would need to be in order to get the tiny amount of curvature that people think they are seeing, even though it is easily explained by perspective. If we do this size of Earth analogy, I think it might help everyone realize the seriousness of the lack of curvature. So let's just say that NASA is way off. Even though they have supposedly flown around the equator, let's just say that they are off big time, and that the radius of the Earth isn't 3,959 miles, but that it is double that. Let's assume the Earth is 8,000 miles in radius, a huge monster-sized planet. That is a big difference. So if it were 8,000 miles in radius, how much of a drop in curvature would there be over the same 20 miles? Well, we end up with 0.025 miles, and we multiply that by 5,280 feet, and we get 132 feet of curvature. So even if the Earth were twice as big as it supposedly is, there would still be a heck of a lot of curvature. 132 feet is significant. There's no way there's even that much curvature when I look at those hotels. I can be sitting on my surfboard in the water and still see that much of that hotel 20 miles away, so there's no way there's 132 feet. But what about if we triple the size? If we make the Earth triple its size, having a radius of 12,000 miles, we would still end up with 88 feet of curvature. So that puts it into perspective. In order to have such a lack of curvature, the Earth would need to be closer to triple its current size. That, my friends, is ridiculous, but it allows you to understand just how serious the lack of curvature is. It's not there. You can sit there and argue whether the building is cut off on the second or third floor, or how many feet of the ship's hull are cut off, but the fact of the matter is, there is nowhere near enough curvature in any of these shots that I make or that anyone makes on the internet to justify the dimensions given to us by the controllers, the space agency that claims to have a picture of the entire Earth from the magical land of outer space. In my opinion, the better option is to understand angular resolution and perspective. And not just the angular resolution limit of our eye, but also the limit of light propagation in the visual spectrum. Light travels at a certain wavelength in the visual spectrum, and our eyes are designed to detect that. But light cannot propagate beyond a certain angular limit. It's like a musical string on a guitar or a violin that vibrates. If you put it too close to something, it will hit that and it will not be able to vibrate. And light as well cannot propagate beyond a certain angular limit, just like a musical string. If the light is at too steep of an angle, it will not be able to vibrate as a wave, and it will simply diffract off the ground. So maybe I'll make another video on that topic, but again, I just wanted to quickly point out that the only way we could have such a lack of curvature would be if the Earth were triple its current size. I'm sorry folks, but there's a big problem when it comes to curvature. The Earth is big, but it's not that big. We should be able to see curvature, And not just the horizon, I mean our eyes are sensitive enough to detect whether the Earth is curving away from us in all directions, which it must do in order to be part of, if we are standing on a ball. It's clearly not curving away from us. It's even more obvious from a plane window. But again, you can believe that you live on a spinning ball, but you have to somehow compensate for the lack of curvature, because no one has been able to find it, and if it is not in any of the shots that we are taking, that means that it must be made up, it must be compensated for exponentially down the line in order to complete the circle. So I hope that little analogy is helpful. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good day, everyone. Adios. Hey guys, how's it going? So I figured I would do a quick video without any fancy bells or whistles, since I will be taking a break from YouTube shortly. And I wanted to discuss something I believe is very helpful in understanding this whole issue of the horizon and perspective and angular resolution, why things get cut off. And this time I would like to tackle it from another angle, and that is the angular limit of the propagation of light. And we never really discuss this, I never see videos on this, but this is a good example of why obviously you can't see to Europe, and why there's a limit to our eyesight, and what the horizon actually is. It's not necessarily a cliff, the edge of a ball that you're seeing. There's a very logical explanation for it, and that is simply due to the limit at which light can propagate. And I don't need to go into super detailed explanations to the 10th decimal point of exactly where light will be cut off and all these different variables. All that we have to do is understand some very basic points about light. The fact that light does travel like a wave. You can dispute whether light is a wave or a particle, but regardless, it still acts like a wave, and it is still measured in nanometers. We know that the red side of the spectrum is a longer wavelength than the blue side. So we can understand that there is a necessary limit of space through which light can propagate. If it doesn't have enough room, it will bounce off the floor, whatever is around it. If there's not enough room for light to propagate, it is not going to get to the observer. And because of this, the funny thing is, you could take the Hubble telescope, set it on the beach, and you're still not going to be able to see further than about what you could see with your own eye or with a good camera, because there's a limit not just to your eyesight, not just the angular resolution of your eye or the camera or the Hubble Space Telescope, but there's a limit at which light can no longer propagate. So it's not just the receiver, it's the sender, if you want to think of it that way. It's the other side of the connection, the electromagnetic connection. If that side's at too steep of an angle, it can't propagate anyway. So no matter how much angular resolution you have on your side, the viewer side, you're never going to see further than what light is able to propagate. So it's very interesting, and you can look at some crude examples. I have a couple of them here. Now, if we look at a rubber band, we can see that when the angle is great, the rubber band has no trouble resonating. But just like when you're looking out toward the horizon, the angles get tiny and you can no longer see any further because light doesn't propagate further than that. Just like a rubber band doesn't vibrate because it's too close to the table. It's hitting the table, it's diffracting, and there's not enough room for it to propagate, for it to vibrate, oscillate. So you can take the rubber band example. You can also look at a guitar string. And what I did here is lower the action, and this is kind of annoying, but it shows you that when you lower the action, the strings are too close to the frets. So you can maybe hear an open string, but when you start trying to play a note, it doesn't work until you get closer to the actual fretboard or the bridge, and then the angle's a little bit greater, so you can make some noise, but as you can see, when the angle is too tiny, it doesn't make any noise. The note will not play. It's not oscillating properly. And the last crude example I have here for this is a TV. Just check out a TV, go to the edge and try to view it from a sharp angle. It doesn't work. Obviously, the angle plays a big part in how light propagates, how much you can see, whether it's diffracting off itself, it's blurring if it's at too steep of an angle. So it's pretty easily understood that this is an important part of whether light will actually propagate. Now the cool thing is we can view this to scale on a graph. And I love this site because it allows us to put in huge numbers. I've put in Earth diameter and circumference numbers and worked out a bunch of different things. But for this example, and these are in feet. The unit here is feet. So we have 6 feet up here for the observer, the height of the observer. And I put 2 lines. I put a red line, which is the line of sight from the observer to the horizon, which is 15,840 feet, which is 3 miles. And I put another line here just at 6 foot, and that's just your eye level. And I also put a sine wave in here representing the size of the wavelengths of light, an average of, I think it was 600 nanometers, which is right about in the middle there. And that equals, 0.00002, which is, it's 2 times 10 to the negative 6th is what you'll see on here. So it's pretty cool. And if you zoom out to check this out to scale when you're actually seeing the horizon, I mean, it's ridiculous. Obviously, it just blurs into one line because when you put it to scale, you can see that, it's tiny. Let's look at 1580, which is right about there. Now we got to get back to 0. So it is tiny. So what we can do is we can zoom in and then we can check out how this relates to the wavelength of light. And I think that provides you with a good visual understanding of the fact that at too steep of an angle, light can no longer propagate. And that is why you can't see to Europe. You can only see so much of the ocean, because at too steep of an angle, there's just not enough room. So let me get to 1580 here. So as we zoom in to 15,840, which is where you are seeing the horizon, this is where the line of sight from your eye meets the ocean if you're standing on the shore. So we're zooming way in here. And now you can see we're getting subatomic here. There is the size of a wavelength of light. As you can see, it's 1, 2 up, 1, 2 over. There's the wavelength of light, 2 nanometers. So this is the angle. That's where you're seeing the ocean. Now check out the angle. You can't even see the angle, and we are at a tiny level here. We're zooming into the wavelength of light here. This is 2 nanometers right here, 1, 2. I mean, that's crazy. It's so small. And this just allows you to see that light could never propagate from beyond this point. There is not enough room. It's just ridiculous. So once you understand that, you understand, wow, there is a solid limit beyond which light cannot propagate. And it doesn't matter if it's your eye, the Hubble Space Telescope, the Nikon Coolpix 900, you're never going to see further of the ocean than what light can travel. So you can zoom out a little bit, and then you can see once you get down the line, it will start to fit in there. So, still be refracting off the bottom and the waves are moving, but, at a certain point, you will be able to make out the ocean. You might not be able to make out detail. And just compare this. If you're looking, say, directly in front of you at, say, 10 feet in front of you, you could make out a lot of detail at 10 feet. So if you check out the angle at 10 feet from your eye level, and then look at the wavelength of light, it's quite obvious that you can see a lot more detail because the angle at which the light would be propagating is quite suitable for the size of the wavelengths of light. So look at that detail, no problem. You tilt this up to your eye, you can see quite a bit of detail at the nanometer level. From here, it's going to have no trouble going up to your eye. But then, when you're looking at miles and miles, I mean, the angle is so tiny that it stays, there's not enough room forever. You're never going to see that far. It's just impossible. Number one, it's impossible for the light waves to travel to your eye or to make the connection between your eye. Number two, your eye can only resolve about 0.02 of a degree of an angle, which is about the size of a wavelength of light. Funny how they're, interrelated. So like I said, I just wanted to show that, and you can make this number here, gigantic. I don't know, make it 30,000 feet, just to show you that, when you get down to that level, you're never going to be able to see that far. That the light just stays tiny forever. The space that would be under that wavelength would be so tiny, you're never going to be able to. Obviously, light will not be able to travel to your eye, will not be able to make the connection. So yeah, like I said, I just wanted to really explain that there are limits to not only what you can see, but limits at which light can propagate. I mean, it just doesn't propagate beyond a certain limit. So another way to visualize this is that when you understand there is a vanishing point and how your eye perceives light, it flips the image, there's an inflection point, which is your eye level. This eye level is an inflection point. So everything that you can see below your eye level hits an inflection point, and guess what? That inflection point is the horizon. That's where everything that you can see above your eye level, when this angle here gets so tiny, that's where the vanishing point is, and this is what it's displaying in your eye. It's displaying the sky until the angles get so tiny, and all this stuff is going to blur. You're not going to see as much, obviously, toward the horizon because the distances are so great. And then below your eye level is the same thing. It renders everything below your eye level, and then it will eventually hit this inflection point, and that is the point at which the slope, or this light here, you see this line as you're scanning everything below. You're not really scanning, but these connections are being made to your eye of whatever light is, whatever you think the nature of light is. It's pretty obvious that this is how it comes into your eye, just the way it comes into a camera. Hits the horizontal inflection point, which is the horizon, and then starts to render everything above your eye at your angular resolution limit in your eye, obviously, which is why you have that 0.02 degree of a tick downward, which just so happens to equal about the area that light can get to your eye anyways. So this, I don't know how you can really argue with this information. Even if you think you live on a ball, the fact is this is how light comes into your eye. These angles play a part on how much you can see, what you can see, how much detail you can see, and also how far light can travel. And amplitude of light, I didn't even discuss that, but that also plays a part on how far light can travel, whether it can vibrate all the way to the source or from the source to the viewer. So we just need to know that there are fixed limits on these principles of light, these properties of light. So it's very interesting, I think. And like I said, it doesn't necessarily mean that you live on a ball just because there is a horizon. I mean, you have to admit, even if you live on a ball, the horizon is a product of your eyes. It has to be. And the other fact is that it's always level. It's always horizontal. You can argue, we live on a ball and there's curves somewhere. We go high and we see a curve. But the point is, it's always horizontal. It's always perfectly level. If you lived on a ball, there would have to be examples of horizons that were not perfectly level. You can say they're curved or straight or whatever, but there should be horizons where one half of the horizon slopes down, or say it's tilted. There should be horizons that are tilted like that. Check that out. Why are there no horizons like that? Like a golf ball. I mean, the Earth cannot be a perfect sphere. I mean, it would have to be so perfect for the horizon to always be perfectly horizontal. The only reason the horizon is horizontal all the time, it's level, is because that's your eye. That's how light enters your eye, and your eye is stabilized to gravity, or to whatever you think gravity is. It's a vertical force, and your eye stabilizes to that to make the perfectly horizontal horizon in your eye. That's why it never changes. You can tilt your head, the horizon doesn't change. And like I said, funny enough, you never find a horizon. If it's a physical horizon, if it's a cliff or a ball, whatever you think it is, there would have to be examples of horizons that are not perfectly level. There's no way the Earth, this gigantic Earth, is so perfectly level. Even a golf ball has dimples. You would have to have examples of horizons that are not perfectly level. They would be, curved or tilted, and there would be half level and half tilted horizons. So it just doesn't even make sense. I don't even know how you can believe you live on a ball I can understand the programming, but once you are presented with the information, you have to think about it and understand there's no way we're living on a perfect sphere that would never have any curved horizons or tilted horizons. And again, once you understand how eyesight works and how there is I call it the inflection point. There's a point at which the light waves travel into the eye, and then there will be a horizontal point, an inflection point. That slope of these light waves goes from negative to positive or positive to negative. And that inflection point is the horizon. And the vestibular ocular reflex in your eye maintains that perfectly horizontal in relation to gravity, that straight up and down force that we have, whether it's electromagnetic, electrostatic, whether it's some magical tractor beam. I just think it's interesting. I think it's fascinating. I'm amazed by it. So I just figured I would at least share some more logic and my understanding of it, and hopefully it at least helps one person. Yeah, so that's about it. Like I said, I will be taking a break from YouTube. I don't know if I will be back. Thank you so much for watching. I hope this wasn't too much rambling. I don't do too many videos like this just for that reason. But anyways, thank you so much, and peace out and adios.
Is this on YouTube that I can watch it again later? Is there a link we can get this, guys?
I stay up until the dawn. Bishop takes my pawn. Spinning around, kissing my tail. I can't seem to get my life in gear. Spinning around, kissing my tail. I can't seem to get my life in gear. Spinning around, kissing my tail. I can't seem to get my life in gear. Spinning around, kissing my tail. I can't seem to get my life in gear. Going nowhere, going nowhere, going nowhere, going nowhere.
Is this on YouTube I can go back to later somewhere? Someone put a link.
To the voice text, dude. So if any of those concepts you guys never heard of before, it'd be cool to talk about them, ask questions
Okay, thank
about
you.
them, research about them.
Mic check.
Michael.
Michael's in the
Loud and
house.
clear.
Nice one. Dog's barking, sorry. Can't mute.
Still dead in here or what?
What's up?
What's up, brother?
Rocky the Viking.
What you doing?
As I am watching Deadpool movie.
Yes, this is my favorite.
I like that movie. But nobody got any questions? Nobody got anything to talk about or what? What's up?
What shapes the Earth?
I think that's obvious, isn't it?
What shape is my girlfriend?
I hope she's bumpy.
Nope, she doesn't exist.
That can be a problem too.
You realise the Earth's flat yet, Cliff?
No, I'm still getting there. I'm still on my journey, and
You must have some questions then, yeah?
all right. Let's see. So, okay, this one's a doozy. Okay, but I heard someone say this, and I didn't hear a good response. All right. So, like, if you get like some graph paper, right, and you mark the distances between all the cities, like let's say like Madrid to England is like 300 kilometers, and you do that for every city, the numbers don't work out on a flat map. So the distances between the cities have to be wrong if the globe is wrong. What about that?
Someone checked that. I saw a long time ago a video. Some guy that knew an area and did go to the Google Earth and find out that the measurements at the Google Earth is less than in reality. In a plane
Okay,
of
so the distances between the cities are wrong.
a little bit.
Okay.
So the problem with this statement you read is where there is no flat Earth map, so we don't really, there's no way of measuring the distances to cities, city to city
What?
based on. There isn't a flat Earth model,
If you
flat Earth
start
map.
in one city and you walk to another and you count your paces or use a ruler, you can measure the distance.
Yeah, in reality, but there's no flat Earth map to put that to.
Why doesn't
if you know
someone
what I mean.
start flat Earth mapping then?
What do you mean there's no flat Earth map? All
Yeah.
maps are flat, dude.
Yeah, all the maps are flat. Fucker.
Not all maps wrong. I thought you said model at first, not map. Sorry, I got confused. So explain that to me, because I think I missed something. So if you measure the distances to cities on what first? On Google Earth?
Yeah, like Google Earth or something.
Okay.
Or like anything, like a world almanac, just anything that lists distances.
So then you took it to a flat map, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like a graph paper or something, and just assign each like graph unit, assign it like 10 kilometers or something, and then map the Earth on that graph paper. The distances will be wrong.
So that's just telling you that there's a difference between a Google Earth map and a flat map. Yeah? Doesn't mean that a flat Earth map is wrong. It just means there's a difference between Google Earth and flat maps.
Wait, what?
Also, the difference is only over water, not over land. It's the same on land. For instance, the entire United States was surveyed and is flatter than a pancake, so there's no curvature to that land.
Okay.
This is why we went out and measured large bodies of water, because the claim is that large bodies of water curve along the exterior of this sphere, and it's about 70% of the surface, they tell us, but we measure large bodies of water with lasers, and it's not curved.
Damn. So what you be saying is they be lying.
Yeah. It's I would say most of them are technically not lying. They believe it, and because they believe it, they fall for misconceptions that have already been propagated for them to believe in. Like, if you look at the curve calculators, for instance, the curve calculators are used in reference with real images or when you look at the horizon. But the curve calculator itself divorces reality, not having perspective accounted for, and then assuming that the effects of the diffraction limit or perspective are Earth curve. So they don't have any Earth curve. They just have these reifications of Earth curve where they assume something that is already known and verified and tested and used repeatedly is actually not that and is caused by Earth curve.
It's wild.
It's understandable. They got taught this stuff as children, and with confirmation bias, when you have a belief, you want to find something that seems to confirm it, and it's easier to just jump on something that seems to confirm it rather than account for everything.
How confident are you that the Earth is flat?
About 99%. I always leave 1% up for chance, but that would be, I don't know like how the Earth is beyond what we can measure and what we know for sure. We have not gone beyond the known surfaces of the Earth, so we haven't explored the full contents of the world. We've just been allocated to this little space, and we have not left it. Yeah, if you look into the history of this whole thing, in the beginning.
Yeah, when did flat Earth start?
Yeah, well, all the ancient religions are flat Earth based because that's how everybody experiences the world. That like you and me both only experience a flat, stationary world with a geocentric sky. That's how everybody experiences the world. That's how everybody saw the world, and that's how all the religions reflected. But there was this secret society based on Pythagoras. I always butcher the pronunciation because of my Icelandic accent, but he claimed that the gods were
you're
perfect.
from Iceland?
Yeah, Pythagoras, or in the Icelandic butchering, Pythagoras. He claimed that the gods are perfect, and therefore spheres are perfect. Therefore, the Earth must be a sphere created by the gods. That was Pythagoras' logic and reasoning for globe Earth. And he had this little cult of people who believed in him, and this was his secret doctrine. This secret doctrine then propagated throughout the years, and you got the unverified claim of Aristophanes, where he assumes the sun is really far away, and all the light from the sun is therefore parallel. And if the Earth is a globe, then we can imagine that the shadows would show difference because shadows reflect the surface they hit. So if they hit a spherical surface, they would look different than if they were on a flat surface, depending on how the light rays are working. So if the sun is close and local, then it works on a flat Earth. The results or the conclusions from his sticks and shadows. If the sun is really far away and really, really big, then the light will all be parallel, and it could be a curved surface. But he fails to account for refraction and other things within that assumption. But regardless, that's the second proof for the Greeks. Although it's not references in any of the old Greek material, it's just claimed to be from there. Because we don't have any of the source material.
So it didn't really,
Not talked about.
it didn't really happen for sure.
Well, we don't have the source material or the references citing that he actually existed and did this at the time. This could have been added later as an ad hoc explanation. So it's unknown and unverified. But regardless, it works either way, depending on how the sun is. And since we don't know how the sun is, it's mute.
Pizza's getting cold.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to go. Pizza is getting cold.
Bye. Your gross Icelandic pizza.
Don't forget to clock out for your 30-minute break. Otherwise, you're getting a union strike.
Damn, dude, you sound just like my manager. What the fuck?
Oh, I just pulled into the room and we have Cliff, the globe earther. How you doing, Cliff?
Hi, Cliff.
Huh?
What's up, Anthony Bourdain?
No, you're talking to God Rockin'. How are you doing? I just introducing myself, seeing how you doing. I don't know if I've ever talked to you.
You know how it is, man.
Just saying hi, that's all, bro. How's your day going? Doing all right?
I'm feeling pretty globular at the moment.
Oh shit.
Yeah, man, it's one of those days. You know how it is.
Yeah, I caught the you want to call that the hint of globular. Yes, I know you're a globe earther, which is all fine. I mean, all globe earthers are all welcome here.
You were right. The pizza was disgusting.
Yeah, man. The fucking it's got like corn and mayonnaise and shit, right?
No, it's just cheese pepperoni.
What's wrong with corn and mayonnaise?
It just wasn't very good. So the funny thing is, they keep telling us, we've known it was a globe since ancient Greece, but back in ancient Greece, there wasn't a consensus on it being a globe. There were highly specific ideas about it, and some of them believed it was a globe, others believed it was a triangle or a square. They had all sorts of beliefs. There were even one, Aristarchus, who imagined the heliocentric model, and everybody had a good laugh because it was so retarded.
Yeah. Imagine thinking the Earth is round. It's so dumb.
I can understand thinking the Earth is round, especially because back in the day, the Greeks believed in the emission theory of light, or that you didn't see by light propagating to your eyes, but rather from invisible light coming from your eyes. They thought they saw via invisible laser beams.
That's
so,
ridiculous.
yeah. But that's why they got to this conclusion that the Earth was a globe, because they looked at the horizon and saw, oh, it must be a globe, Because that's the leading edge of a sphere.
Because they thought their eyes were lasers.
Because they thought they had laser beam eyes. The other arguments they use is, look at the shadow on the moon. It must be Earth's shadow. And that doesn't work, especially if they knew about the Eratosthenes, which apparently they didn't if they made that argument, because that argument assumes that you don't understand the fact that shadows conform to the shape that they hit. So if you cast a straight shadow on a stairway, that straight shadow is going to get bent accordingly with the stairs. Or if you cast a circular shadow onto a sphere, it will deform along with the sphere. So it'll sometimes look like almost a sine wave. We don't see that on the moon. So that can't possibly be a projection of a shadow from the Earth on a rock floating around it.
Makes sense, I guess, but I don't know, man. I'm just not ready. I feel like people make fun of me if I believe in flat Earth.
Well, we don't ask you to believe. That's the beauty of it. We don't want you to believe. We want you to just educate yourself and learn these things and understand where the globe comes from, how they try to prove it, and how that proof doesn't actually prove anything. And then we want to show you the actual evidence that contradicts their claims and shows that they are lying. And then you can know for yourself by testing it.
Yeah, I feel like that takes a lot of time. I work a full-time job.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of time, but at the same time, it's kind of fun. You just listen to and educate yourself in your free time, learning fun things and knowing how the world works. And then you take a trip with your friend out to a body of water, like a lake, and you could even use just a mirror to reflect the sun's light across the water. If you can see it really close to the surface, there's no way that the Earth is curved.
What if I did that and like the measuring, it all said like, oh, the Earth's fucking round. Would you guys believe it?
No, we don't ask you to believe us. We're not gonna just believe random claims with no evidence. We would need to repeat your thing, and then we would see if your claim holds any water.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So in other words, if you could present something to us that showed there was curvature on the Earth, then showed us how you did it, how you, then so we could go do it ourselves. That's what we like to do. We like to actually take and go do it ourselves. Take a few friends out over the ocean. We'll find, we got certain landmarks that are being used over and over. And then there's, I live in a state where there's a salt flat and a salt lake. It's like miles and miles long.
Oh, wait, I know. It's Idaho.
No, Utah.
Fuck.
That's where the Great Salt Lake is.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah. So that's what we like to do. Is rather, if you got something that sounds reasonable, we could go out and test. If we're nearby it, or someone else here in the server was nearby where the observation was done and taken and whatnot, then we could maybe get together with them and they could go look at it and present. We like to double check everything. We like to do it ourselves. That's what we're saying. We don't want you to believe us. We got something that sounds reasonable to you. Maybe you take the time and go out and spend half an hour or an hour and do it yourself. And it's a lot better to do that rather than try to just, do I have to believe this guy or whatever? Just we don't like to go there either. We don't like to just believe somebody's, whatever falls out of their mouth.
Yeah, but here's the thing, dude. Like, everyone doesn't have time to do this.
No, you're right. Not everyone does have time to do that. So then it comes down to, I guess you could look critically at the observations. You could do the math. You could, because there's only one way you can come to the conclusion that the stuff that we present is incorrect, is if you actually think that we are sitting here trying to figure out any way we can trick you into thinking the earth is flat, like making shit up.
No, there's one more way.
You know what I mean?
What if you made a mistake?
Well, that's easily as possible as well. But when that's what repeatable and testable means, you repeat the test more over and over and over, so you haven't made a mistake.
Yeah, that's why we test each other's work. We criticize each other's work, and we work on bettering each other through working, like repeating everything. Like we can't just take it on first. For the first idea that comes around and just claim it's because of his authority. It doesn't work like that. We need to have experimental validation, verification to actually prove things.
And it's not always possible to do all that kind of stuff. So so you're absolutely, look, we did it, this and this. So you're right. Not everybody lives in a place where you can do it. Not everybody has time and money. Like you said, you got a family and a job and whatever. Of course, we understand all that stuff. I mean, and it just comes down to whether or not you really are that interested to know that where you're going to make a few sacrifices on your own to go and make some observations, take some time to do them. If you don't have time for it, or you don't have the interest in it where you would make time for it, well then, I mean, I guess that it is what it is. I mean, no one's going to criticize you for that. I mean, it's you don't have time to go, and you don't really want to make time to go, and you got a family to feed, and yeah, it's all good, bro.
I just wish we could have a dedicated team of like experts that can do the measurements, and then like we trust them. Like maybe some kind of flat Earth, I don't know, like surveying team.
They do have what's called the curve calculator that was made by Globers that figures out the drop rate. Very accurate. It's used by probably hundreds and hundreds of people every day. It's called the curve calculator, and you can Google it. It works off of observer height and feet. So wherever you from your eyes, if you're standing somewhere. So if you're a 6 foot tall man, it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height and feet. That means 1.22 times the square root of, say, you're a 6 foot man of 6. And so there's a math equation that's very similar to what I just quoted you. And then you can put that into the curve calculator, and it will tell you exactly how much drop, the curve rate would be, say, in 5 miles or whatever distance you're trying to test, 1 mile, 5 miles, 10 miles, whatever. And it's very accurate. The calculator is extremely accurate. I mean, when you're talking curve rate of 60 some feet, and it might be an inch or two off or something, then it really doesn't matter. You know what I mean? And I don't even think it could be that far off. Actually, it's really dead accurate in mathematics. But
yeah,
when you're looking at something that should be 66 foot of drop, and we find none, I mean, then you really aren't too concerned about being off a foot or 2 inches or whatever. I mean, it's just at that point that type of an discrepancy is pretty much a moot point. You know what I mean?
It's
yeah.
Anyway, yeah, it's just really, I mean, if all I can say is if you want to look into it and you want to hear some of the stuff observations we can show you and some information we can give you, It's not like arguments. It's like more like information that we went out, measured the Earth, tested the Earth, used citations from colleges, professors, in colleges citing citations about the second law of thermodynamics and the scientific method, how the scientific method is used properly. So you're actually doing real science. And it's not like you have to be a scientist to do this stuff either, because it's pretty simple, really. If you're going to do a test and you're going to use the scientific method to test something, it's usually a cause and effect relationship. So you observe a natural phenomenon, and then you want to figure out what's causing that. So it's a cause and effect relationship. You want to know what caused something to happen. And it's got variables, independent variables that you can manipulate and various different things. And it's very, very accurate. As long as you follow the scientific method to the T, and you can actually do all the steps in it. You can't just I can't do that step, so I'm just going to guess. Or you have to be able to do all the steps in the test, basically, or it makes it not valid. You can understand that, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So anyway, there's just stuff like that. We can show you various different things about the scientific method and how it's used, why it's used that way.
I also wanted to clarify the reason why the curve calculators are actually correct when you're looking with your eyes is because they were back engineered from the diffraction limit of the eyes. And same as the radius value of the Earth was derived from looking at the horizon with the eyes. So that's why, and that's why we easily break the horizon and the curve calculator using bigger apertures of P900s and zooming far beyond what we should be and seeing beyond what we should be able to see if the Earth was a curved surface.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to see 10 miles out over the water with the naked eye because there's so much, humidity and cloudiness and pollution and various different things in the air that makes it pretty hard to see. And then there's also the vanishing point perspective. Like when you look at something, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller until finally it just disappears. Now you can watch a car drive down the road, it just gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And then pretty soon, if it's a big, long, flat road, and down through a valley or something, it's like 10 miles through the valley. It's not very long. It's just a few miles, and the car's gotten so small you can't see it. And that's what he was just talking about. And then we get out the P900 camera and zoom it right back in. There's a video being shown right here on the text that you can watch. Exactly what I'm talking about. That boat goes off into the distance and it disappears. And then they zoom it in with the P900 camera, it comes right back in. Because your eye can't see that far. It's just, the human eye is only capable of seeing so far. That's why some people, when they say, the Earth was flat, you can see from New York to France or New York to England. That's just not true. You can't see that far for various different reasons. One thing, your eye can't resolve things that far away. I mean, especially something the size of a cruise ship or something very, even a big freight liner. Once they get out so far, they just get so tiny you can't see them anymore. So you can't see England from New York. It's too far for the eye to see. Even for a telescope, you can't see that. Guess maybe you could if you were way up high in the sky. Maybe you could. I don't know if that's true or not. If you could actually see the other continent, I think there might be too much atmospheric distortion, or too much pollution in the air.
There's also so much diffusion of the light. The further out you're looking, it gets more and more diffused until you just can't distinguish anything from it.
Anyway, I'll shut up for a minute. Just you have any questions, just shoot them out. We'd try to give you how we see it. tests we've done and various different things. Just have a conversation.
Okay. So how come, like, how's satellite internet work?
How what now?
So satellite internet, how's that work?
Well, do you know what a sataloon is?
It sounds familiar.
It's a satellite on a balloon. They get found all the time in people's backyards and various different things, various different places. There's been many found crashed onto the ground, satellites attached to a balloon. So that would be my explanation of how that's working. Satellite internet comes from satellites, but they're not orbiting the Earth. They're on a balloon, and you can actually find government paperwork about sataloons and how many there are. There's literally hundreds of them up there, and they got names like Hubble, and believe it or not, they name these sataloons the same as a satellite that's supposedly orbiting the Earth, but there it's named as the exact same thing. Connected to a balloon.
Yeah, I saw back in 2015 on the European Space Agency's own website, they would list all of their helium balloon launches and the names of the devices they're putting on the balloons. Those names coincided with all known supposed satellites that are supposed to be in outer space. So that there were also documentaries from the 1990s where they showed how they recover the balloons generally in air and then replace them from others they launched from Antarctica.
So there must be like a whole industry making sataloons.
No, there's a whole industry making satellites, which then get attached to a whole industry making weather balloons. The two are just connected at the hip.
In the information down below, we've even got quite a few images of sataloons being launched. And it appears to be Antarctica or some icy region where they show satellites hooked to balloons and then they let go of them. They kind of hang sort of low to the ground for a minute until they finally start heading up into the sky. But I know there's people on here that can find many images of satellites being launched into the sky with balloons.
There's also
if they have these satellites in space, then why would they have to put them on balloons, any of them, and why would they name them the same names? And it's just kind of, I don't know, kind of fishy. Not only that, NASA is, you can look this up too, is the number one user of helium in the world. They use more helium than anyone in the entire world. So what's that all about? Why would NASA be using so much helium?
They claim it's for cooling down the rocket fuel, but
okay, but still,
you would never need that much helium.
The number one user in the entire world, they don't launch that many rockets. I guess they do a few, but anyway, so that's how I would say satellite internet works, is off of satellites that are on balloons.
Yeah, most of it is just working on systems that are just here down on the ground.
Most of it's ground-based. Yeah.
Just like GPS, it's 99% towers. There's occasionally, very rarely, used anything other than that. balloon, and in those cases, it's balloons or military aircraft of some sorts.
Yeah, and this is information you can actually look up.
So what do you mean GPS is ground based? Because I thought they used satellites.
Yeah, that's what you think, but if you look into LORAN, the precursor to GPS, it was all tower based, and they don't need any satellites for it.
Yeah, believe me, trust me, we understand where you're coming from because we were all told the same stuff for all these years. I mean, I believe that I thought the same thing, bro. That all this stuff, satellites, and and then all of a sudden I see all these satellites with the same or balloons with the same names as satellites crashing in people's yards all over the world.
Yeah, why do they have thousands of satellites mounted on buoys all over the oceans? Why would
Yeah.
they need that? If there were something up above giving coverage, why would they need that?
Maybe they're for different purposes.
So for different purposes, like what purposes?
This is how I know that they're bullshitting you and us, because when you look at the recordings of where the planes are supposedly traveling, they don't record any in the southern hemisphere. Are you telling me the satellites don't go over the southern hemisphere?
No.
Yeah, they don't record them over the water there. Only over the land where the towers are. Where they actually record them over the water in the northern hemisphere, we have buoys that record and track the information. So we don't have any in the south because the south is way off because it's not a globe.
He just said no.
Yeah, believe me, I was right there with you, bro, for many, many years, and all of a sudden, I started looking at all this other information, and it's just like, wow, why would they need that if they have these satellites? Why would they be doing that, this, and that? They say they have satellites, but yet now they have all these satelloons and all this ground-based GPS off the towers. It's pretty. I mean, you gotta at least raise your eyebrows a little about that kind of stuff, because just to totally hand wave dismiss it. I mean, and the only evidence for satellites that you have is just that that's what you're being told. It's where it comes from. And it is coming from a satellite in some cases, but it's not orbiting in space. It's just on a balloon. Orbit is a very tricky thing to do. You might want to see people say, "Well, we've been doing it so long, we got to perfect it." This and that, blah blah blah. Did you know that the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles? So almost 4,000 miles. You could round it off. That's from the center to the edge, or to the edge of the equator. Supposedly, that's the measurement they've given us. Now, that number, 3,959 miles, is used in all the equations for rocket telemetry, to figure out the distance to the sun, the moon, planets. It's figured out to use gravity theory. It's used in all these things. And we went out and tested the radius, and we measured literally physically measured the distance of the long distance observations that show we can see something in the distance over water over 10 miles. And when you run that through the curve calculator and run it backwards to figure out how big the radius would have to be, instead of trying to using the radius to figure out the size, the distance to the sun, the moon, or whatever you're using the radius for, you use the distance that you're seeing and do the reverse engineer it and figure out how big the globe would have to be in order to see something that far in the distance. We've gotten many observations. This one right here that's on there is called the Black Swan. You see the horizon at over 10 miles and 1 foot observer height. And if you do the math on that, that means that the radius of the Earth, in order for that observation to be possible, the radius of the Earth, which is from the center to the equator, would have to be 230,000 miles. Now that's not just a little bit off.
Yeah, that's like really far off. Like, they shouldn't mess up the numbers.
It's been done over and over and over by many, many people. No, it's not messed up now.
Do you guys always get the same result?
Well, this is the thing. When you go out and make an observation, you have to use the numbers that you get for that specific observation. The problem with it is, no, we don't ever get the same exact results because they're not the same exact observation. And the horizon is what's called an apparent location. Because of atmospheric conditions, it moves around.
Yeah, but I mean, like the numbers are gonna be different, but like the radius calculation when you're all said and done, that should be the same every time, right?
Right. It should be. You're right. You're absolutely right. But it's not. That's the problem. It's, in most cases, it's way bigger than what they say it is. So either the Earth is this massive 100 times or 1,000 times bigger planet, whatever it is, wherever the math would indicate. I'm just guessing, but it's probably at least 1,000 times bigger, or 500. I don't know. You have to do the math, but massively bigger than what they're telling us. In order for you to see that far on a ball, because it drops off, it curves. You can't see that far on a ball. But if you do, then you have to increase the size of the ball to the size that matches the observation, matches the math.
But when you guys do the test, you should get the same result every time, right?
If you can find the geometric horizon, yes. Now the geometric horizon is a hard. Like if you have a basketball in your hand, and you're going to run your hand over the top of it until it disappears. That's the geometric horizon. Where as soon as it's blocking, and you can't see anything past that because it's too low. It's down over the curve. So, if this Earth is an actual geometric object the size they say it is, that geometric horizon should be there. I mean, it should be there, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem. We can't ever find it to be there anywhere close to where it's supposed to be. Never.
Yeah, there's never this physical limitation at 1.2 miles away from a 1 foot observer due to any Earth curves. It just doesn't exist. So the more oftentimes we do these observations and the further we can see, the worse it looks for the ball. So in the latest Black Swan from BLMS, the one who took the video of the original Black Swan, he is seeing something 31.82 miles away. So that's so far away that even Sirius A, which is far bigger than the claimed size of the sun, is not even half the size of the required size of the globe.
But Sirius A is like made up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you are right. You are definitely right. You should get the physical obstruction of the curvature of the Earth exists. If the physical obstruction exists, it should be able to be found. You should be able to measure it to it and find, okay, this is you can no longer see past this point because it's dropped down below the horizon, and it should be there. You're right, and yeah, it's a pretty big problem right now. It's because it's cannot be found. At least not anywhere near where it's supposed to be. And then once you get so far out, now we're looking at observations that are 10, 20, 30 miles away, like he just said, 31 miles. That's when the observation starts to become pretty fuzzy at that point. But if you're seeing that far, it's changed the size of the ball so drastically that it's just like, wait a minute, got to stop. We got to figure out something's going on here, and we shouldn't see that far, because if this is truly a ball, like they say, physical obstruction has got to be there, at least somewhere close to where they say. I mean, even 5 miles within the 5 mile, discrepancy, but it's not. It's never there, bro. Cannot be found.
Yeah, it's orders of magnitude away from where it should be.
Yeah. And yeah, and believe me, we were sort of in awe over the whole thing for quite a while. Trying to figure out what's going on, and there's really only one conclusion at this point. That is, there's just not a globe.
I don't know. I grew up my whole life believing the Earth's a globe, and if I'm between you guys made a mistake on the numbers or the Earth's flat, I gotta go. You made a mistake, unless I got like a really good reason not to.
Yeah, I agree with you, bro. But the thing of it is, we've done these things, these calculations with these measurements over and over and over, and people are always
maybe your methodology is
Cliff, you gotta understand that we also used to believe in the globe, and we wanted to prove the globe true, and so all of this has been tested 1,000 times by 1,000 different people who also used to believe in the globe. So it's a bad argument.
Yeah, we weren't out there at first trying to prove flat. That's not what we're trying to find, the globe, so we can go look here. This flat Earth's a joke. That was our initial intention, to put this stupid ass flat Earth thing to bed, get rid of it, show how stupid it is. But after all these years, we still haven't been able to do that. So, and all the math and all the observations suggest that it's flat, and they actually prove that it's flat. And so it's not something we set out to do. It's something we had no choice.
So you guys were trying to disprove that it was flat and prove it was spherical.
Yep, we couldn't find any proof of the globe itself over and over and over again. Every time the globe does not appear in any of the observations, so it doesn't match. So that's the problem. Like, you could say whatever you want to do about the process or whatever we're using. It doesn't matter. We're using their numbers. It's been done over and over again. I defy you to find one observation where you can actually say this is the geometric horizon and this is where it is. So please do try to show us that information of a measurement of curvature. Like, we got it wrong? I don't think so. We're looking at nature. We are finding in nature that curvature never appears in nature. What do you say about that?
Like a perfect curve?
No, bro, come on.
Any curve.
Don't red herring me, man. I won't put up with it. So no, the globe. That's the topic. You got that part, right? The globe that they told us that curves at a specific rate.
The one NASA told us about said this is the size of the Earth. This is the number we are using to send rockets in space.
You remember You remember the oblate spheroid that they showed you pictures of that looked like a perfect sphere that was created by Robert Simon in Photoshop? Because it has to be.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a lot of NASA has a lot of artists that it's like 1,200 or something artists that they are instructed by people that work from NASA to make the pictures look what people would expect them to look like. There's some videos we could show you. These artists that are working for NASA are sitting there working on a planet or something in the sky, and they're telling us, well, I've been working on this one for 6 months. And the scientists keep coming back, giving us ideas on how to make it look exactly like what the people expect it to look like. So they're not real pictures.
Have you heard this before from Robert Simmons, Cliff?
Robert Simmons is the guy that did that globe. They call it the blue marble.
Yeah, have you heard him saying this?
No, it's a little before my time.
Okay, what if I play it for the panel and for Cliff to hear? Would that
Yeah,
be all
please
right?
do.
One moment.
By the way, Cliff, thanks for being respectful, because a lot of the Globers come in here or not, they just want to call us names and shit.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to.
Thanks for being respectful.
I don't want to.
God bless.
Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Wow, I wonder why he's admitting all that. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's kind of the point we're trying to make to you here. And overall, is there's a lot of crazy stuff that we've been told about where we live, and as we all know, that the government's not the most honest entity to be listening to about anything, especially nowadays. I mean, good hell. They lie when the truth sounds better. And I don't, you know,
and
it's terrible.
And of course, people within the organization just think they're doing good work. I'm just helping make a good-looking globe here, and he gets told all sorts of stuff that you don't get told because you don't work there.
Yeah, like people for government, like all the employees for government agencies post everything they're working on, like on online publicly. No, that's what it seems like. A lot of Globers come in here assuming like, oh, everybody knows everything that everybody else is doing in all these organizations. You're right. No.
Compartmentalization. Do you know what that means, Cliff?
That's when you don't tell people things unless they have to know it.
Yeah. And that's kind of how the government works. You do your job, pass it on to the next guy. You're working on, say, a satellite or something, or you install your piece, send it down the assembly line, and it finally goes off the line out to a different building and supposedly onto a rocket and supposedly into space, and there could be a number of different possibilities that actually happened to that. It could have been sent to Antarctica and hooked to a balloon, is what I would say more happens way more often than being attached to a rocket. Because the rocket telemetry wouldn't work because the radius is wrong. I mean, the 39, 59 mile, this is something that's so critical. You have to have the correct number of the size of the globe to put it into orbit. And so do you know of any time in history, past, present, whatever, where the radius of the globe has ever been directly measured? I mean, actually measured so they know what it is. You have any inkling of an idea when that may have happened and who did it and what process they used? You have any idea of any of that stuff? Because we sure don't. We would love it.
Didn't the ancient Greeks measure it with shadows?
Yeah, but that's not the direct measurement of the globe. That's just looking at shadows. And that's why would they rely on something that's 2,000 years old when we have all this technology and 2,000? You know what I mean? What? They're going to go to sticks and shadows of a man that existed 2,000 years ago that suggested that we live on
allegedly existed.
Yeah, allegedly existed. And then here's another kicker to that whole observation is that you have to assume that the light source is infinitely far away in order for that result to be a globe. And if you make the light source close and local, like we believe it is, we don't believe the sun is 93 million miles away. We don't know exactly how far it is, but we think it's just right up there, not that far. And if you do the math and you do that exact same observation with a close, local, much smaller light source, it suggests that we live on a globe.
No, it suggests that the Earth is flat.
Flat. Excuse me.
I just showed you.
I'm sorry.
I just posted a few images here. One is of a curved surface with sticks out of it, and another is of a flat surface with sticks out of it. The only difference between the two pictures is how far away the light is.
Right.
So, if we take Aristophanes' assumptions at face value and we look at a table, we can assume that the table is spherical.
Anyway, this also seems a little strange to me that why would everybody tries to go back to this Aristophanes sticks and shadows things when we don't even know for sure if the guy even lived. And since when do we go when you're doing something as critical as trying to send a rocket into space, when do we go back and use some measurements from some sticks and shadows to figure out how to send the rocket into space? Does that make sense? Is that really truly
Yeah.
make sense at all?
I feel like it'd be better if you could measure it directly, but you don't have like a big enough ruler.
Oh, but we do. We do have a big enough ruler. It's called LIGO. LIGO is a laser inside a vacuum tube, and it's over a mile long. It should easily be able to show water curving, but we measure the water everywhere, and it doesn't curve. So
Yeah, but if you can't use shadows, how come you can use lasers? I mean, it's also like kind of indirect.
no, because lasers are straight. Light travels in straight lines, and it's used as a leveling tool. The same goes actually for liquids. The thing that we're looking at, according to fluid statics, when liquids are at rest, they are level as well. They don't form a curve. Otherwise, all flat surfaces, like the entirety of the United States, would not be free of water. They would be essentially be underwater. They would be a lake, because any flat surface on a ball that causes liquid to form mounds and conform to the exterior of this shape in a spherical shape would make any flat surface turn into a bowl, so it could contain the water. And so all of the United States would be underwater.
What if there were like some higher points in it, like mountains?
That's fine. They already took a survey of the entire United States. They started with Kansas and found out that Kansas was flatter than a pancake. And so they extrapolated that to the rest of the United States through all the geological surveys that have been done, and found out that they would need a mountain that is taller than the tallest mountain in the world, centered within America, to make America not flatter than a pancake by a tiny bit.
This evidence sounds overwhelming. Like, why haven't people started believing in it yet?
It is overwhelming, and we could go on for days. Every aspect of the globe belief is founded on pseudoscience, and it only survived because it was force-fed to the young people through education, and then the people who objected and knew better died out.
Yep. So your Rockefeller education, those are the ones that actually, you know where that family came from? They were actually for real on the outside of town with a little carriage, a little wagon selling snake oil. And they still are.
They still are. That's funny. But he's right. In a sense, they are still telling us snake oil lies and untruths. You're right, Sonny. It's really sad.
It's funny. That's one of the things how reality is truth is stranger than fiction. It truly is.
And Cliff, you're right. This information is overwhelming.
So why don't people believe in it then?
Well, because they are indoctrinated and they just will not listen to it, and they will not observe. They will not take the time to make the observations themselves and critically think, and even leave the possibility open that it might not be a globe. I don't know why they can't do that, because all you got to do is just look at it critically, look at the evidence presented.
I know why.
Okay.
They got conditioned since they were children to believe this through all of media and education. So it becomes a very strong belief. They're borderline hypnotized to believe this, as evidenced by people who think they can see Earth curve at sea level.
Yes.
That is a literal hallucination proving wishful thinking.
Yeah. That's a known fact too.
Yeah, I knew that before I said, yeah, please tell me. But the thing that I still don't get is why do so many people just they refuse? I mean, I know they're indoctrinated and have been brainwashed since they were before they could walk, literally. I mean, you know, when you first thing you see when you walk into a classroom in kindergarten is a globe, and the first thing they tell you is you live here. And I remember when they showed me that, I'm like, wouldn't I just fall off? It's like I had questions way back then, but oh no, you're held on because of gravity. Something that's never been proven, something that, you know, you can ask any scientist in the world, what is gravity? And they'll say the same thing Neil deGrasse Tyson is. I don't know. Next question. He said something like that when he was doing an interview. It's like, okay. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, it's an indoctrination since the day we were born, basically. And still, I mean, I personally thought, well, wait a minute, I'm going to look at this. I'm going to take a serious look at this and not just hand wave dismiss it. Like, oh no, it can't be that. We live on a ball. No, I was taught since I was 2 years old. No, we live on a ball. I mean, so at some point I stopped doing that and started looking at it. But there's just why so few people can do that. Why? I don't get it personally. It's not that hard to actually look at something for what it is and come to your own conclusion rather than just be.
Yeah. Hey, God Rockin', you know what? Yeah. You and I, like people like you and I, are perfect examples, a testament that you can look at things like look at all the life we lived before flat Earth, a whole entire lifetime.
Yeah.
We decided to take a second look and turned over everything after, I don't know about you, more than 50 years of life.
Yeah.
When I was on a globe. Think about that.
Yeah. It was definitely more than 50 years of life for me too, because I've only been a flat earther for like 4 years. And I'm 66 years old. So yeah, 62 years, brother, of living on a globe and not questioning any of it.
Yep. So if two old fogies, well, there's a few of us, but if two old fogies like us can like take a second look at what we've been taught and decide to counter that information or at least challenge it, then I don't know what the problem is with the younger people. Like they've given up their soul, their ability to think for themselves. What do you just turn that over to the authorities? It makes no sense to me at all.
Yeah, me neither, bro.
I just got other things to think about, you know.
Well, that's fine too. I mean, that's absolutely fine too. If you don't, like I said earlier when talking to you, if you don't feel like you have time to do this, and you don't want to, and this and that, then you don't. Then you know, I mean, how much you're here? Why are you here? And how much time do you have? And are you just here for a joke or what?
I'm here to relax.
I mean, you know, what's really going on here then? I mean, you don't
going out there with lasers sounds fucking horrible. I'm just here to relax and listen.
Okay. Well,
I don't know. I have too much stress in my life. I can't do more stressful shit like trying to measure shit.
Well, maybe someday you will. Doesn't really matter to us. Like, we hope you take the information and you run with it yourself and go try to ask those questions. Be skeptical of the information that they gave you. Like, go out and look for yourself. You'll probably have a chance to do that at some point.
Yeah.
So it's going to be up to you to do that. Like, no one's
going to. It does. You might think it doesn't make a difference in your life, but it does. When you finally start realizing that to know the truth about certain things, no matter what it is. I mean, you've been lied to, and then you've learned the truth about any situation. Really, it's really a liberating feeling. It is. It's beneficial. Trust me. To figure out that you've been lied to, and then you don't have to listen to the lies anymore, and then you can process truth rather than lies in your life, and it's an amazing thing to be able to do.
Mm-hmm.
The more and more that I've learned to be able to do that, to process truth rather than the media, the propaganda on the news and all that kind of stuff. You know, that's what I don't have time for anymore. I don't have time for that shit because I'd rather be looking at some truth and learning something that's real in my life. I don't have that much time left.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd hate to go out knowing that everything I believed throughout my entire life was a lie. Holy shit.
Already did. Too late.
Fuck, that's a sickening feeling, bro.
But see, the thing, Cliff, is that none of us, like, we all have those daily things of living that we have to deal with. And that's never going to go away. And no one here is saying that all of a sudden your life is going to be miraculously changed. It might change the way you see the world in such a different way that you're able to do different things that you may never have thought of before, being stuck in the paradigm where, oh, what's the use? Like, it's all a globe. There's no more to discover. Everything's been done. You know, that's not true. That is not true. So that's what you have to gain, is more insight of where you actually live, and you're going to learn more about who you are in that process than you ever did before. Yeah, but don't worry. All they want is your soul. No problem. Your car, your wallet.
Is that guy still here?
Yeah, he's listening, I think. Mm-hmm. Here, let's play this little ditty from ODD. One moment. This kind of sums it all up here.
ODD TV. Your cell phone, your wallet, your time, your ideas. No barcode, no party, no ID, no beers. Your bank card, your license, your thoughts, your fears. No SIM card, no disco, no photo, not here. Your blood, your sweat, your passions, your regrets, your profits, your time off, your fashions, your sex, your pills, your dress, your tits, your ass, your laughs, your balls. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Tell us your habits, your fads, your fears. Give us your address, your shoe size, your years, your digits, your plans, your number, your eyes, your schedule, your desktop, your details, your life. Show us your children, your photos, your home. Here, take credit, take insurance, take a loan. Get a job, get a pension, get a haircut, get a suit. Playing the lottery, play football, play the field, snore some toot. We'll show you drinks, we'll show you spook, we'll buy you drinks, throw away your book. We'll sell you crap, we'll charge you debt. Wanna buy big guns, we'll want that cash. Your soul, your house, your phone. We want your soul. 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 Your emotions, your love, your dreams, your checkbook, your essence, your sweat, your screams, your security, your sobriety, your innocence, your society, yourself, your place, your distance, your space.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here, watch this. Shut up. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
Here's boy bands, here's mackers, here's Here's Britney, here's cola, here's pizza, here's TV, here's some rock, and some roller. Watch commercials, more commercials, watch Jerry, not Oprah. Buy a better life, from the comfort of your sofa. Here's popcorn, here's magazines, here's milkshake, here's blue jeans, here's padded bars, here's armpit wax, here's football shirt, here's baseball cap, here's live talk shows, here's video game, here's cola light, here's thin morning, here's filter tips, here's collagen lips, here's all night ball, here's plastic hips. Your house, your phone, we want your soul. 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 Your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here's American gladiators. Watch this. Shut up. Go back to bed, America. Here is American gladiators. Here is 56 channels of it. Watch these pituitary retards bang their fucking skulls together and congratulate you on living in the land of freedom. Here you go, America. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
We want your soul. We want your soul. We
Damn, that's a
want
fucking
your
bang.
soul. We want your 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 soul. Your house, your phone. 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 We want your soul.
'Cause ignorance was bliss, but now I must adjust. These animals, they operate on jealousy and lust. I'm taking back what was lost, and I will not be denied.
Oh!
Oh, sorry about that.
That's a great song. Is that ODD?
Yeah,
Killer.
that's all. Just your soul. No big deals. Don't worry. Go back to sleep. Watch this. Shut up, America.
Certified hood classic.
Shut up and go back to sleep, America. I love that.
What also is happening, I don't know if they said it, but they get into your subconscious. Once you have your subconscious invaded, your conscious, has a filter. You can say yes or no, but your subconscious, it just accepts everything that is given. So once they tell you certain things, you believe it. Then they can just tell you anything, and you believe it. There's nothing they can say that way you won't believe it. Basically, no matter how ridiculous it is. If you pay attention, you'll see how ridiculous these things are they tell us. Like to say in the first grade, the teacher told me, they showed me a globe and they spun the globe. They told me you live on this thing, but with no proof. I believed it. Then in the second grade, they told me, kids, thank God for gravity. If it wasn't for gravity, we just float off into space. I believe thank God for gravity, but you've never seen something float up into space. So they can't prove what they're saying is not happening by saying it. You have to take away gravity and then see if you float up into space. Otherwise, it's just a story. Zero proof. And then I was just talking to a Glober today. They are telling us now that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. Now, I may have some experience of some of you guys, but Earth was always a sphere, never an oblate spheroid. If you define sphere and look at pics, it's a circle, it's round. You define oblate spheroid and look at pics, it's a warped, misshapen ball, not a sphere. When you look at these NASA pics they show us, guess what? They're spheres, perfect to the pixel, perfectly round spheres. When they get you to your children actually to believe we live in an oblate spheroid, they're contradicting the information they've already given you. So you believe that. That's like a mass confusion. You believe something that's contradictory to what they already tell you. They've made it in your subconscious, and at that point, nothing makes sense. Nothing can be proven. Nothing can be told or defined. It's all nonsense.
Can I get a mic check? One, two.
You're good.
Cool. So I was thinking, I was listening to Godric, and my headphones faded out, which I've never heard him do that before. But I was thinking about how the Globers say, you can't prove things, right? And the reason, they say that is, in science, we don't want any orthodoxy, right? We like to stay incredibly open-minded as to, be sure that we're getting to the actual knowledge and not bias or anything else. So when these people say that, you can't prove anything, that's what they're trying to show the audience, that they're the ones who don't have any orthodoxy and they're completely open-minded, so open-minded that their brain falls out. But it's like I've proved several thousand things in my lifetime. I proved that if you touch a hot wire on the back of a TV at 2 years old, it'll turn your skin black if you get enough voltage. I've
Like a
proven that if
CRT?
you, oh yeah, with a certainty, hot wire on the TV that's plugged into the wall, 2 years old. That's a core memory. Ever since then, I don't like getting shocked by electricity. Yeah, core memory. 2 years, literally two. Okay, so I've also proved that it changed alternators and starters and stuff that could actually fix things that were broken or broken parts.
You're roboting.
Like
And kill.
I've done that. I proved it, right? Because the car starts again. It works, right? So we're the ones that have changed our mind on our cosmology, right? So really, we're the ones that have proved to the world that we're not biased. But some people say you can't prove things. So it's really weird, but our actions show that we're not the biased ones, but their words show that they're not the biased ones. Because they can't prove anything, but yet they proclaim at the mountaintop that the earth is a globe. Well, if you can't prove anything, shut your mouth.
Hell yeah, brother.
By the way, after a few days, I think I got shocked so hard that I couldn't let go, and I think it burnt my skin. I think either a day or so, it turned pink again. A pretty bad burn, and it was very painful. But yeah, core memory. What my parents would think, but baby proofs the house. So I get it. Like, there's no certainty that when I replaced the starter, that it was actually the starter. It could have been the solenoid in the starter, or it could have been the connections, right? Or something like that. Like, I get it's not 100% proof. Like, I get it. But if you were to ask the customer, or whoever's car that I fixed, or the wife, did Larry fix the car? Yeah, can you prove it? Well, yeah. Well, he went out there and he did something, and now it works again, so it's fixed. So I mean, is that proof? I don't know. You decide.
I have two brothers named Daryl.
What's that?
Old joke that you probably don't get. This is my brother Larry and my brother Dale and his other brother Daryl. You never heard that?
Oh.
Anyway.
No, I never heard of
Can you prove that you just said that you can prove things? Can you prove that, Hank?
Yeah, I can go back and listen to the live stream, and within a certain degree of accuracy, I haven't seen any other Hank Hill clone accounts, right? But yeah, there are certain things that you can prove.
Yep,
It's just
I
people don't
agree
like to
with you,
say
though.
proof because
I agree with those guys that come in here. Oh, you can't prove things. They're like the ultimate, like, why are we even talking to you? You know, kind of thing. If you can't prove anything, what's the point? You know. Anyway.
I mean, I get it from like the scientific point of view. Like if you got a theory, it's not really proven. It's just, a scientific theory if it's been validated. Like you can boil water with enough heat. Yeah, that's like something you can prove, right? Because you can demonstrate it. So what is science? Like science is knowledge. And what is knowledge? Like knowledge is like truth, right? Something that's true. So if you can like demonstrate it to be true, then it's knowledge, but not proof.
Maybe evidence.
That makes sense logically, what I said?
No.
Who was responding there? Was that Cliff?
Yeah.
Why are you a Google Earther, Cliff?
I really don't know.
Did you Google something or something?
I would never. I'm a Bing man. I've always
You
used
think
Bing.
you think the Earth is a spinning ball?
No.
No, why not?
Because I need proof.
Well, then we should all be agnostic earthers, then, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Every single one, because you can't prove things, right? Well, what are we left with?
Yeah, I'm an agnostic earther.
There's no one
Two
has
kind of contra. Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, Dave. Go ahead, man.
I was just going to ask Cliff. He's got two contradictory tags: Google Earther and Original Thinker. Those two don't go together.
I was just going to say, no one is ever going to know what Earth is until they can go to and find the entirety of it. I don't believe that's possible for humankind.
That's a fair statement. Some things we may never know. Right? I've accepted that.
But I don't know why the Globers don't use their own people. Like, why don't they use Project Dominic to say, yeah, they mapped something. Like, why don't they get some information from their own experts? I don't get why they don't do that. How come it's we're the only ones using their experts here? What the heck?
That's a good point. We quote the globe experts a lot more than the globe defenders do. You
Yeah,
know?
why don't they piece it together from what, like Antarctic Treaty, the NASA, the timeline? Why don't they use that stuff? Like, oh, Project Dominic, that they should be able to show where they proved the globe. If they were shooting stuff up there, they were probably mapping the waves coming back down, right? Possibly, just a suggestion. Or were they just doing that for fun? Shooting hundreds and hundreds of nukes directly up into the sky, right in the middle of the Cold War. Oh, they happened to release the test ban, the treaty on.
Yeah, but if we leave any frozen poop, we might damage the ecosystem. But they can, nuke the fuck out of Antarctica, right? Is that like a double standard? Like I could nuke Antarctica, but if you leave your poop behind, you're going to be arrested for breaking international law.
Yeah, what a double standard! Wow. Yeah, they turned it all around, upside down. So the corporatocracy are the ones that are polluting the entire Earth, not us. Who made all the garbage to sell back to us? Was that us doing that? No. Why are there mounds and mounds and miles high of freaking trash dumps that they did landfills? Because they had it going so well. My God. There was this place over here where there was this like salt marshes, right? And they used to have railways going across the water for these trolley systems. They had electric trolleys all over the whole city, everywhere, since like about the 20s or 30s. And they destroyed all that to rebuild it again and not even have as good a coverage as they had before, which is just insane. But there used to be this place where people used to be able to go camp down by the marshes and people could duck hunt out there. And then in the 40s and 50s, they used it as a trash dump. Everybody dumped all their junk in the salt marsh. And eventually they dredged it up in the late 50s and turned it into this beautiful resort place. Fiesta Island and ski boarders, jet skis, little boats sailing around, like they made it this resort place. It used to be the dump, the landfill. Most people don't know anything about their own history or where they live right now.
I'd say the place is the dump where rich people go to dump their money.
Is it Boca Raton?
No, it's here in Southern.
I have a question. What do you think the Antarctic Treaty really was about? How do you connect the Antarctic Treaty to Flat Earth?
Well, there really is no connection other than everybody keeps asking us where the perimeter is of the map. And we keep saying, we don't know. We think it's down there where we're not allowed to go. But other than that,
the whole point of the Antarctic Treaty, one of the main articles
Yeah, bro.
within it is freedom of scientific research. Is it not? What did you say? I mean, I just read all the main points of the Antarctic Treaty, and it is mostly about how countries are not allowed to use military force there, how it's supposed to keep everything to scientific research and such. And then some stuff about seals, which I don't think is too relative. So, where is the connection, I may ask?
Did you read the part about how you're not allowed to take fuel down there, and that you have to clean up after yourself?
So because
Go
you
ahead.
can't take fuel, the Earth is flat.
Did I say that?
Oh,
Did
but
you read that part?
You just said fuel. I want to hear,
Well, that's just one of the parts of that. That there's a lot of restrictions on, even if you're able to get down there, the restrictions on what your abilities would be as far as to explore.
Yeah,
And that's just
no internal combustion motors, no gas, fuel of any kind, including to heat your food. Good luck with that. How about no dogs would be cool, right? They'd surely make you pick up the dog poop, but guess what? No dogs allowed either. So you're going to be hiking there in -50 Fahrenheit. Have fun carrying everything you have with you with no assistance.
and they claim the average temperature there is like -50 or something like that. I could be wrong, but it's pretty cold.
Can you see the live stream? I just posted a couple of clips. The first one is the visiting Antarctica. This guide sets out how you can apply for a permit. That's from government.uk. The next one is Admiral Richard E. Byrd, who did a navigation on Antarctica and came out with a whole bunch of interesting things about Antarctica, some lands that we have not even managed to navigate to, and he was talking about navigating to them when he got shut down. The next one is where it goes into Jeranism and talking about the 24-hour sun. There is no 24-hour sun there. The sun actually is kind of manipulated out there
The
when
sun
you watch videos.
is
So
manipulated.
the sun is manipulated out there by man with video. Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's got to be manipulated.
How do they manipulate it though?
So a man is manipulating the sun. And
The video that you watch of the sun going around 24 hours a day is manipulated. It's not the sun going around 24 hours a day. The video is manipulated. So that entails the sun has been manipulated.
Calm down, boy. Calm down. Don't have to get
I just hate speaking to stupid people that want to
Calm
just go out into magical lands. You are going into a magical land that you don't know anything about. You haven't done one research on it. I just proved to you that you have not.
Calm down.
No, I don't have to calm down because you're an idiot.
Yes, because we have to keep it civil. It's a civil discussion.
No, I don't have to keep anything civil here when you're just talking over us. Not even looking at anything in the chat at all.
What's happened to the oil rigs in that Black Swan picture? They've disappeared.
Yeah, you get muted for talking over us. That's what you are doing. It's amazing that you don't want to listen to anything that we have to say. No, you weren't having a civil discussion at all. You were just telling us what you thought. And that's it. What you believe. And that's it. But guess what? I just showed you that what you thought and believe, bullshit.
What was Paz's question there, Justin?
Oh, he can say that you can go and navigate whenever you want and do whatever you want out there.
No, I mean Paz just said something about the oil rigs or something about the Black Swan. Can you repeat that, Paz?
Yeah, in that last picture posted of the Black Swan, the oil rigs have disappeared. What's that all about?
Yeah. So this is so that you don't need the oil rigs at all. You just look at the boat.
They just whited them
Is the
out.
boat refracting?
Because the fucking oil rigs are not.
Hey, don't use the R word around me.
Hold on, Cliff. The oil rigs are not even part of the fucking discussion at all.
That's why
It's
I
about
took them out.
It's about the gosh darn horizon itself. They're only place markers. You people are ridiculous talking about bendy fucking cranes. We're not talking about what's above or below. We're talking about the horizon.
I get it. I get it. I see.
Okay, good, Paz. I'm glad you're starting to get it.
The bendy cranes. Yeah, I get it.
They always
second
say
time.
that. They
A crock
always.
of-
Well, what
a
about the
crock of
case?
I
They're
get it.
shit.
just bending.
Like Benny Crane's a crock of shit for your side. It's a
No, I get it. I get it. You don't.
Yeah,
You don't want the people distracting the conversation with the oil
don't
rigs.
embarrass yourself. Yeah.
I'm not embarrassed myself. I'm asking why you've removed them. That's
Pause up.
all.
Pause up. Where is the mountain behind the towers? Can you see it? That guy is standing at 6 feet. He's not
1
higher than
foot.
6 feet, dude.
No, he's at 1 foot.
No. This right here, this shot is when he's putting it down to the ground. Right here, this shot that I have, the very last one that I put, that's when he putting it down to the ground.
You
He's
ju-
at 6 foot right there.
Justin, I just asked why you taking the oil. Calm down. You cut down on the food additives. Yeah, I just
I'm
asked you
sorry.
one simple question. I just want to know why they disappear. Why they? And I understand that people keep distracting the conversation
You do
with
know
the
now.
oil rigs.
This is what I'm trying. Okay,
Okay,
good.
fine.
Sorry,
Thank you.
I still don't think you get it. But anyway,
Well, I do get it. I do get people keep distracting the conversation about the horizon by talking about the rigs in the picture. I can see it. What you're saying now.
okay, cool.
was all.
Thank you, Ponza. Thank you for that. Thank you
Yeah,
for
thank you.
clarifying
Simple
that.
question. That was all.
Yeah. So, Pausa, did you go to if you go to the original video for the Black Swan and go to 2 minutes and 20 seconds, right about there, you'll see him set up and just move the camera up to the horizon, and you can see the islands that are 29 miles minimum from the observer at 1 foot height. Now, did you see that part?
I'm gonna have a look.
I just posted them right now, so you can see them.
That one there.
Yep.
That BMLS 69, is that the original first?
Yeah,
is it?
27 minutes after that one.
From Google Maps, that's where we took it from. Yes.
Until you see that, when you see it, it's stark in front of your face because the topic is only about the oil rigs. But don't forget, he's done setting the camera's height. He's just moving the camera up to the horizon after pointing straight down to the water, moving it up, rotating it up, and you see the islands at 29, 30 miles. So the Black Swan, the oil rigs are only at 10 miles conservatively, but we can see the islands way off there to the distance. It's a complete globe killer. It's done, over with, right at that point with that one video. It's done.
Well, you can see the. Can you see?
Yeah, you can see he's at 1 foot. You can see the surfer out there. Guess what? The surfer is out further out and higher up. And guess what? The islands are further out and higher up. Impossible on your globe at 30 miles. Can't happen.
When he goes first, when he first goes down on the water's edge, he looks out across. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rigs, can't you? And you can see the mountains, you say, in the island behind.
Those are islands. The mountain is the actual islands. Those are the Channel Islands off of Santa Barbara. He's looking across the Santa Barbara Channel.
Okay, sure. So you can see a big island all to the right of the image, and a tiny one sort of off center left.
Yeah.
And then superimposed on that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7-ish rigs you can see ish.
Right. So when he goes and zooms into those other ones, like that's the Grace rig shots that he's done, he's gone to those other ones. But the one at Anacapa, I believe it's from the same beach, is 31.82 miles at 1.5 foot above the water's edge. You can clearly see the arch at Anacapa. And it's I believe it's only 200 feet high, maybe. It should be under 613 feet of earth bulge.
Now you got to ask the question: where is the horizon supposed to be on the globe Earth model at that height? That's the question. Okay, when we
2 point something miles, 1 point something miles.
Exactly, it's like 3 to 4 miles. I'm giving them 3 to 4 miles. Okay, for any kind of fluctuation that they want. All right. Well, guess what? I'm seeing the boat at around 7 to 8 miles in that picture. You get what I'm saying? So if I can see the boat, the horizon,
It's
it
further
doesn't
up.
matter anymore.
Sure.
It's like,
my
wow.
only contention with that is that this is a rare occurrence that you can see.
No,
that
this is
far.
every day. This is
not
every
that
day.
rare. Paza,
it's
it's
not.
not that rare.
Paza,
bro.
he went out there every day and did it.
Listen, Paza. There's
he didn't.
days I could do this for months on end where
You
I
keep
live.
saying no, he didn't, but yes, he did.
That's how many rare days there are here where I live. There are so many clear days. I could do this probably 7 or 8 times a month, every single month.
Now, wait a minute. Are you saying that one day that it goes to a globe shape, you are going to see 3 to 4 miles? No, you never see the horizon at 3 to 4 miles, ever. Please show me that picture. Please show me that picture, because it's never been shown.
Well, in his original video, he says that's not the original video. The original video hosted, he says.
Can you check out this one right here? Look at this one.
That
that horizon is not 3 to 4 miles. That's still about 5 to 6 miles.
I can't say that, but the point is that that's.
I can because the tower's right there.
Yeah, that we know the distance to that oil rig, 6.
You're not looking. You're not looking.
So
if you can see the towers, that's the curve is not 3 to 4 miles.
Exactly.
You're wrong.
And Justin's actually giving you double of what they actually are saying. We're giving you the benefit of double.
There's nothing you can say about the curve, man. There's nothing you can say about the horizon. There's nothing because it is further than 3.4 miles.
He says the point is he doesn't. You don't make that the black swan observation every day. He starts by saying that.
It is. It's right there.
And he shows.
This was the second picture. That's a second day. That's a second day. It's not 3.4 miles. That's the highest that the water has ever gotten right there is in that second picture I just posted. That's the highest. It never gets higher than that.
He asserts that on most days it's like that. That's what he asserts.
No.
Okay, so
you
Paza,
go do it, Paza. Why are you doing this to us? Go do it.
No, Paza.
Paza, come on.
Yeah, it is pretty lame, dude. You gotta do the thing before you defend the thing. Does that make sense?
Hold on, Paza. So Paza, what are you saying is happening to your geometric horizon if you're telling us that it doesn't happen on every day that you can see to oil rigs habitat? So what are you saying is happening to your horizon?
Either the Earth is changing shape or something else is taking place.
Oh, so what are you going to go with?
So it's not a globe then, right? End of story. Thank you.
No, I didn't say that. Okay.
It's not a globe at 39:59. End of story. Thank you.
Okay. All right. End of story.
Yes, and you have conceded, Paza, because that is the truth. So go ahead and say, I agree.
No, I have not agreed.
No, you're going to do it. You're going to go ahead and say, I agree for the first time ever in your life. How's that sound? No. It's okay. You can agree with the truth. That's what we're telling you.
No. A bit passive aggressive.
No, I could be skeptical my whole life. No, that light isn't red or green. It's yellow all the time. Exactly.
My friend,
I
feel
it turns yellow. It never turns yellow.
It's not me determining one of two colors. Let's not be childish.
It's about the same thing. No, it is really. It's kindergarten logic here.
You are the one being childish here. 3 to 4 miles. 3 to 4 miles. You cannot see the horizon at 3 to 4 miles ever.
No, but you started a minute ago by saying that what you show in your black swan photo is seen every day. That's simply not true.
Well, I didn't say that, so can you find curvature, please?
It is simply always true because you can always see the oil rigs from the fucking ocean seashore. Thank you.
Yo, that's spot on, dude. I thought it was him for a second.
You must be okay. Don't matter.
Pause. You know what you should see every day is your geometric horizon where it's supposed to be. We should see that every day if we're on a globe.
Eye level.
Yes. So something is changing from day to day, isn't it?
Not changing. You just think it is.
Are the oil rig distances changing, Paza, or is your relevance in the world seeming to change day by day?
The position of the oil rigs never change from day to day. The position of those oil rigs never fucking change, not one iota every single day. So
I didn't say that, did I?
Your Earth
did
is
I state
breathing,
the Earth?
Your Earth is breathing, or Earth is exactly as we see it is every time we look it's flat and stationary. That's what's happening here. Yeah, there's no globe. That's the whole deal. It's not a globe. It never was. It never measured. Nobody ever uses it as a globe. And furthermore, no technology, civil engineering, railroad surveyors or canal builders, sailors on the ocean. No one uses anything to do with your fucking fairy tale globe. It's a schoolboy's charm.
And we keep looking, dude, and we can't find it. Where is the curve, dude? Where's it at?
Show me the fucking curve right now.
It's over there.
Mm-hmm.
I demand the curve now.
I'm sure you do.
I demand curve.
Every time we look for a curve, we get flat. What does that tell you, Paza?
It's difficult to determine the curve, or near impossible, looking across the horizon.
So they could have never proved it. Ta-da! Welcome to Flat Earth.
For real.
Hey, can I be heard? Can I get a word in?
Get him.
No.
Thank you. Hey, pause it. You guys, the ballers have been telling us for like 500 years at least, we can prove the Earth is a sphere because boats go over the horizon. Is that right?
But they say that's a naturally observed phenomenon which indicates it might be true.
No. They say you can prove the Earth is a sphere because you can watch boats go over the horizon. Is that true? Yes or no?
Some people do.
Okay, some people do. Maybe not you. Maybe not anybody since the Black Swan came out. But that's what they told.
I've seen a lecturer say that.
Hold on.
It's not conclusive.
Hold on.
It's not conclusive in itself.
Oh, okay. So maybe you got some honest people out there. I'll tip my hat to that. Honesty is a good thing. But if the horizon is all over the place, is this a reliable proof of any kind?
No, not at all.
Not at all. And would you say it's even evidence? Because if you can see the boat, well, the boat's times, that's not really evidence of anything if it only happens sometimes. Right?
No, absolutely. It demonstrates that looking to the horizon to ascertain what the shape of the Earth is an inconclusive and unreliable means of determining things.
Right. So if that's true, then the only thing that you guys have left is if you go to space, that's when the Earth looks like a ball. But none of you guys are ever going to space. So none of you guys have any evidence whatsoever that the Earth is a ball other than pendulums that hypnotize people and computers and TV.
I hate it when Hank robots. He's always a good talker.
You roboted, Hank. Say it again.
So if it's not reliable because the boats don't always go over the horizon.
Oh man, it's really frustrating.
I think you're in a better area.
How about now?
I can hear you now.
Real quick, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, sorry. So if the boats go over the horizon sometimes, and this isn't really proof of anything, and you said that it can't really be measured, right, or figured out, then the only evidence that you guys have is cartoons on TV and magazines. And, if you could go to space, then you could see the Earth as a globe. So you guys don't really have any proof whatsoever for the globe after we debunk the whole radius and boats going over the horizon thing. You guys don't have anything to speak of, do you?
I have to, if to agree with you, I'd have to completely dismiss all of astronomy. Completely agree with you. To have to agree with you, I'd have to completely dismiss all of space exploration as a massive hoax. And to completely agree with you, I'd have to.
Well, you can just agree with the research that you do. That's it. But you haven't done any research. You're just accepting everything NASA is telling you. That's it.
Well, it's not. I'm not a British person. NASA doesn't rule the world.
I
You
know,
know,
but
I'm not an American.
When you say that the Earth is now fluctuating or moving or pulsating or breathing or whatever, because the horizon is not at 3.4 miles or 3 to 4 miles, you say, okay, well, that's just the day that you didn't see it at. Well, I see this every single day that I go and test those two towers. If I can see those two towers at the shoreline and I'm 6 feet, then we do not have a radius at 3959. So you've got to take that into account, that they lied about the radius because you see those two towers constantly. You have to understand, those two towers should be behind the horizon at all times. If the Earth is 3959, please do the math. It's there.
I thought that the nearest, at 1 foot observer height, I thought that it was 29 feet
At
occluded.
6 feet, when I stand, I can see the towers, and you're not supposed to.
Right.
All right, boys, the Earth's flat. Then it's settled.
No. Now, I'm not saying a shape. Did I say shape? Okay. I do not know this shape. No one should be saying shape. Okay. But when someone puts a shape, then we should have a mathematical equation that we can actually do on the ground to make sure that shape fits. So when they give you a standard model of 3959, and then let's even give it to 4,000, that's not even, I mean, that's giving a good amount to 4,000, right? I can even give you a 6,000 if you want. But still.
I can do 750.
But still, those two towers should be behind the horizon at all times when I'm standing at 6 feet. That is in the math equation.
So you're talking about those two oil rigs, though. Effectively, you say two towers. I just want to be clear. You're not talking about another picture. You're talking
The
about those
two oil rigs. The horizon is always past the two oil rigs. Yes. Now, you have weather conditions with water being swelled and water having massive waves that at 10 miles away, those waves can look very high.
So his original video, where he asserts that in most days,
all I'm saying is the towers are not moving. What's moving is the water. Okay, but the water always finds its level. And guess what the level is? Earth.
Okay. If you get on there every day and you measure it, why are you using just here's this little snippet from some guy who actually at the beginning says that on most days the oil rigs appear behind the horizon?
I'm using the globe. I'm using the globe. I post it every time. I use the globe as the math equation. That's what we are given as the math equation. I'm being a robot because you are a nuthead. I'm a robot now because I am speaking like this and I cannot speak any way else because a robot speaks globe.
Yeah.
You keep saying it's our math. You're saying it's our math. This isn't our math.
Z. I didn't say our math.
You Globers in 2015 went from saying that math proves things. Math proves things to now you can't prove anything, but the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, good luck with that. I don't know why you use so many logical fallacies. You realize you're doing that, Pausa? For one, you're saying this logical fallacy over and over again is that because something wasn't done on every day, like that's ridiculous. It's illogical. If it happens at all, your globe is done with. It shouldn't happen not one time. But yet it happens over and over again. So I don't know what you're talking about. I could do this almost every single day where I live.
Fine. What I'm saying is that No one has demonstrated to me that that picture of the black swan is a common occurrence. Even the bloke who did the original video you
Yeah,
used.
it's demonstrated there, 100%.
You're doing it again. Why are you doing that?
Because if you make an observation 50 times and it appears one way, and then on one occasion it appears another way, you don't jump to the conclusion.
But dude,
the one
it's
way
appearing this way every day.
No, it's not.
The horizon is not where it's supposed to be every day.
He clearly states in his original video that the oil rigs appear behind the horizon.
No. You're wrong. You are so wrong.
Yeah, you want Pazza wants to ignore all the other information, like on the videos that BMLSB
Every
does.
day they're visible, dude.
He's got
Every
the
day
actual-
they're visible. Every
he's got
day.
the actual data of how high the waves are that day, and he's at this height. You're ignoring all of that, Pazza.
Pazza, why do you want to believe we're wrong? Why are you trying to make it so that we're wrong?
No, I can't believe you hang everything on that Black Swan video. It's so
I don't.
unreliable.
I don't. I sure don't. They're just using it. They are using it as one piece of evidence.
I can pull out a few more.
Another fallacy, Pazza.
We got hundreds of black swans. That's just one we show every now and then.
I'm just saying, dude. See, I posted the current Guinness Book of World Records longest line of sight photo, and it's 443 kilometers. So what are we doing about? Why are we splitting hairs about 10 miles, dude? Pazza, it's flat. What's wrong with you, bro? I'm serious. And I'm in school for psychology, so if you need someone to talk to, I have no idea what's going on in your head right now. It's flat. That's not a question.
I'm as crazy as every other globe earther.
That's true.
I'm just saying, why can't you agree with reality? I'm not asking you questions. These guys aren't asking you any questions, guy. We're telling you how the world is.
Mm-hmm. And it would be different if you had one little shred of anything empirical that could be proved, tested, repeated, right? Not
so it has to be that you just want to be here, coming against us.
Are you guys done with the discussion? Because I wanna ask.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that. Go ahead.
Okay, so Glad, can you post the picture I sent to you? So basically, the question I have is about the moon and how we view the moon with the flat Earth.
You want to look up instead of looking down. Okay.
Yes. So for the flat Earth theory to work.
No. We don't have a model, so it works in reality. It works 100% on a flat Earth. There is no model of flat Earth.
Yeah.
There is no model of flat Earth. So when you go into that statement, you are wrong. You are wrong. Because in reality, it works. If it's flat Earth, it doesn't fucking change reality. You goddamn fucking fool.
I am not finished with my question.
I don't care. I do not care. It doesn't change reality when it turns into a flat Earth.
Opinion on my question.
So it's not a question. You're not done with your fallacy. Listen, this is what your fallacy is. Okay, so if this, then that, that's not possible. This is the only way that this can happen. So this is the formological affirming the consequent fallacy, right? If the lamp is out, well, it must be the bulb, right? It couldn't be the wire, right? Cut in half. It couldn't be the electricity's out on the whole block. So if this doesn't work, then the Earth is not a globe. It's the same thing. Maybe it doesn't work.
I'm trying to understand
You're comparing a flat Earth model. We do not say that.
What do you say then? The flat Earth.
We don't have a model.
His picture is from Professor Dave, and it excludes actual perspective and how your eyes work. So it divorces reality and has no relation to our arguments.
Yep. Ruled out.
What the fuck? I haven't even asked my question. What the hell?
No model. So when you go into a model,
extremely
you
one-sided.
cannot talk about a model. Shit, dude.
Dude, stop talking about models around me, damn love.
Gabriel, you haven't made the argument because it's not your argument. The picture was made by someone else and has been shown here 1,000 times and ripped to shreds equally many times.
Okay, then
So you
explore.
coming here with the picture does
explain
not validate it.
Then explain it to me, because I watched that video and I understood it. Now I want to
Yeah,
understand
you
your
watched the
view on
video
it.
and you got
Dave's video? Oh my
yes,
god.
yes. He watched Dave's video, incoherent, irrational video which has no logic and is filled with fallacies. He lied to you.
Okay, explain where it went wrong. Because I watched the video and I
A
was like,
model.
yeah.
A model. End the story. A model.
Hey,
If he
Justin.
starts talking about a model,
I know.
it's wrong.
No, Justin. Hold on.
what's wrong with the
Gabriel
model?
Love. What you want us to explain your model to us? That's what you're here to do. Why don't you explain
I'm
it?
here to ask. I am here to ask about the video I watched. I want to
What
hear
are you
your
trying to
view.
ask? What are you trying to ask about it?
So basically, I saw the video. I felt like, yeah,
He-
this sounds reasonable. And now I
let
want
me-
to hear why it
let
isn't
me, let me describe it. Okay, in the little graphic you sent me, there are stick figures on an imaginary plate flying in a vacuum, and they're looking up at a moon as if they don't have a limit to how far they can see due to the diffraction limit or the Rayleigh criterion, which is delusional at best. But then from that delusion, you assume that we accept that delusion, which you apparently do, and then you try to assume from that because you cannot see the moon from everywhere, it must be a globe and cannot be flat. That is patently absurd because we have eyes and that's how we see. We do not see by your imagination and retardism.
Yeah.
Oh
so
wow, dude!
ruled
Talk
out.
about
Ruled out. Gabriel, hold on.
Talk
Ruled
about a
out.
civil argument.
Gabriel, hold on. Ruled out due to you trying to supplant a false model on us. Sorry, ruled out.
Can I at least can you at least explain to me how it
Yeah,
works? So
let me explain.
you don't-
Yeah, let me explain. Yeah, let me explain. So, can you see forever?
No, I want you to explain how you view
Okay,
the
I'm
flat Earth.
trying to ask you a question. Need to establish something. Can you see forever?
What do you mean by that?
Do
No,
your
after
eyes
that I
have
can
limits? Okay, so how big is the moon?
currently I don't know. You want the mass of it, or what do you?
1/4 the size of the Earth, right? How come you can only see the shadow on the Earth is only 100 miles in diameter?
What would you say? I couldn't hear your question. Hank? Hello?
Yeah, so the problem is, how big is the moon?
Okay, how big is the moon?
So Google tells you it's 1/4 the size of the Earth, but the shadow from an eclipse tells you otherwise. So how big is the moon?
He cut his mic just a little too soon. How big is the moon? Yeah. How did I think are you getting to how did they measure the I don't know.
What do you want me to tell you? The radius? Well, what exactly do you want me to tell you?
Listen to what I'm telling you. You're asking Google how big is the moon, and they're going to say 1/4 the size of the Earth, right? But during a solar eclipse, the shadow from the actual moon itself is less than 100 miles across.
How much is 100
So
miles in kilometers?
So
How much is 100 miles in kilometers?
I don't know.
160 kilometers.
Okay.
Okay, so less than 160 kilometers in diameter means across. So if the shadow of the moon is very small, right, and the moon is going tens of thousands of miles away, can you see it forever if it is small and close? Can you see a drone forever when it's small and close? But then the drone starts to fly away into the horizon, just like an airplane or a helicopter. You can't see forever. So, what does this have to do with the shape of the Earth? This is only about the eyes.
Okay.
Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. And that's the thing about you ballers. We're talking about go out and measure the Earth yourself. Don't trust us. Go ask the Earth itself what its measurements are. And you guys come in here with, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the sun, look at the eclipses.
It's
But when
relevant.
I say,
Everything has
it is
work
relevant.
on Earth.
It is. Look at the eclipse. The totality diameter is only 100 miles across. That means if you're not within that 100-mile range, you're going to see the sun poking out from the side of the moon that's supposed to be 1/4 the size of the Earth. If it's 1/4 the size of the Earth, the eclipse should cover the whole North American continent. You should be able to see it from Texas all the way up to Chicago.
Yep. And an object cannot make a shadow smaller than itself. That's the limit. No matter how close you can put it all the way up to the surface, it's not going to make it any. It's always going to get larger as it gets higher and higher up. So it can never be smaller.
No, that's not true.
Object. Cannot be.
Because light bends around
Hey,
objects.
demonstrate
If you
it.
put like a pen,
Light does not
you
bend
can make a
around
really small shadow with
Why are
it.
you coming in with the pseudoscience again, bro?
Let him
Demonstrate
talk,
it.
man. No, let him talk. You guys just cut everything down, please.
Yeah, I'm not like making some shit up. Like you get a pen, right? You can angle the light so that it makes no shadow at all, and then you can pull it like a little farther away and make a little shadow.
Cliff, what is the name of the person who measured the radius?
It's good we're not talking about shadows then.
You said that an object cannot make a shadow smaller than itself.
Cliff, what is the person name of the person
Not
who
like
measured?
you're saying. We're not talking about shadows like you're saying.
Cliff, who is the person who measured the radius? Because he must be very famous. I need to know who it is.
Why would he be famous? The fuck? No, seriously. Well, what are these kinds of questions?
If someone measured the radius, don't you think they get a Nobel Prize?
Who discovered penicillin?
Wouldn't they get a Nobel Prize?
Penicillin? What is penicillin?
Wow.
Wow.
What is
Wasn't it a scientist?
penicillin? Holy crap.
Wasn't it a scientist?
We are in deep trouble here, folks. We got
He was
trouble
in
in
a
River
deep
City.
trap.
Trouble with a capital T and River City with a capital R.
In essence, the YouTuber Professor Dave is not a professor, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't understand how the eyes work or how perspective work. If you look down a hallway that's really long, or like a really long tunnel, you cannot see the end of that tunnel. So there's no possible way that you will be able to see China.
I never asked about China, my friend.
Let's ask Professor
No,
Dave.
but the
who measured the
same
radius.
applies for anything in the sky. Everything
Have
you
I
see
implied that you
converges.
see
Everything
China?
you see converges upon the vanishing point. When the vanishing point is stretched into a horizon, that limits how far you can see. So, at Dave's imaginations about how the world would work in his straw man imaginations have no relation to how the world actually works. So it doesn't debunk anything, it just shows how stupid Dave is.
So are you here to learn anything, or are you just here to argue? Whoa.
Me?
Whoever's talking. Yeah.
I am here to understand, basically.
Okay. Well, all we're trying to do is give you information. We're not trying to convince you of anything.
I mean, I understand some
Can
of
you
your.
can you go ahead and show us? Can you go ahead and show us an object casting a shadow smaller than itself? I'd love to see it. Should be easy, right? You just Google it or YouTube it or whatever. Should be like very available. Like if I type in boat cruise, it's gonna bring up boat cruises, reviews, probably people on cruises, different things like that. Yeah, so just show us this thing. Much appreciated.
Ooh, I got a video for that.
I mean, people are reactionary. You guys just, say things and say things.
Okay,
Most of
Elijah,
the time.
Elijah, let me send you a picture. I have a picture for you.
How about you just give me a video?
I can't send. A picture will be enough.
No, it won't. Send me a video.
Here you
I'll
go.
see your picture and raise you a video. There it
Elijah,
is in the
there you
live stream voice chat.
Just send me a video, bro. Should be able to find it very easily.
I have a picture for you, and it will be
I
more
want
than
a
enough.
video. I don't know if I'm speaking Spanish. I want a
I
video. Send your picture to
It does
somebody else.
not matter to me if you want a video. I have proof through a
Well, then
image.
why would you send me something that I didn't ask for?
Send it. Just send it.
I sent it to Elijah. Elijah, could you send it to the chat?
No.
Why not?
Just send it to me.
Please,
'Cause
come on. Let the people see. You can't just censor my images.
We're not
Send
censoring
yours.
it.
Yeah.
We've probably
Well,
seen it multiple times.
And
But
let
that's
Listen,
like,
listen, bro. I didn't say send me a diagram or an image. Send me a picture of an actual thing casting a shadow smaller than itself.
Yep. That's what we want.
Okay, Justin, I sent you the picture. Could you
No,
please?
It's not a
I know.
picture, it's
Now
a
I know
video.
why
That's not
he's
gonna
say,
cut it.
now I know why he's saying that.
Picture's
Okay,
not
so
gonna cut it.
this is an animation. You have to understand that is an animation.
I'm looking at
Okay.
the debunk.
Why do
An
we have to talk to people
animation
like
is not a picture.
why do we have to because I usually be like, come on, let's not talk to them like this. Bro, you literally giving us a diagram instead of, because I said, well, why don't you just go ahead and show us something casting a smaller shadow than itself? Like anybody, like if I was to say, I don't know, show me somebody doing a 360, a donut in a car. You're gonna give me maybe even a gif of like the dopest donuts. But I asked you to show me what I asked you to show me, and you give a fucking illustration, bro.
Okay, why is it wrong?
Because because it's a diagram that's an illustration that's made up to represent exactly what you already believe. It's not actually a demonstration of the diagram itself.
Because
No,
I believe
listen to what I'm saying. I just want a demonstration of what's in that diagram via an actual object casting a smaller shadow. Should be easy. Go ahead.
Yeah, you guys believe in super refraction. Show us the super refraction with an experiment showing a demonstration of a ball casting a. Hold on, I'm not done. Casting a shadow that is so small it's equivalent to a magnifying glass magnifying the sun. Show us that pinpoint shadow. We would love to see it.
The reverse effect. Oh shit. I'd love to see that. Holy jeez, that would be
so
awesome.
my video shows exactly what happens. Anybody you could try to like prove me wrong. I'd like to see you prove me wrong. I don't know how you're gonna do that, but my video actually shows in action that a shadow cannot ever be smaller than the object making the shadow. Period. End of story.
Yeah,
Is that really part of the orthodoxy here? Because it definitely can. Like you can do it with any.
Oh, really?
You can do it
Then
with a
you have to
flashlight
show
and
proof,
like a
because
ball.
I have a video in the voice text right now disproving what you're saying at this moment. Like, so what do you? Did you see it?
I'm
yet?
about to get a flashlight and do it.
Did you see the video, Cliff?
Yeah,
It's
please
also-
do. And make sure you measure the object and you make sure you measure the thing, right? We want it to be pinpoint, right? We want to see the pinpoint because that's what they're saying, right? What's the difference between a fourth the size of the Earth mathematically and 100 miles in diameter? Sometimes 70. So what is the difference? So see, a quarter of 25. Okay, so that's 5,000. So you got to shrink something 5,000 miles, right, in circumference. That's not a quarter. No, that's not right. My math is wrong because I'm trying to do it in my head. Someone else tell me, what is the correct math? What would they have to shrink it down to? It's going to be like thousands of percent.
The issue here is the light source needs to be bigger, apparently bigger than the object from the position. So the sun would have to be from the face of the moon, or the backside would have to be so large in the sky as to eclipse the entire sky. So that doesn't work. That's not that the perspective doesn't work like that. The sun doesn't become that big at that distance.
No, if this
Can you say that one more time again? Because I'm trying to wrap that around my head.
As you could see in my diagram, in order to get this a pinpoint at
there. Okay.
3 minutes after the hour, when you're playing with light, in order to get any kind of definition and make the darker shadow small, you need a big light, bigger than the object that's casting the shadow, and it needs to be so. Right there, like when you look at our sun, the sun appears tiny, and all the light splaying out from that point. It's not coming from all over the sky straight down. There's not a giant sun filling our entire sky. We have a small point source.
Okay. So you people asked for an example of an object casting a
What do you mean by you people?
shadow, flat earthers. So
No, we are
you
not
asked-
speaking about
you
shadows
asked-
in
you
any
asked
case, but
an
we
example
don't believe
of
in
an
shadows.
object casting
Listen,
a
Cabrillo,
shadow. What do you mean you don't believe in shadows? What are you talking about, my friend? Come on.
look at this. Look at this. The shadow, whatever, gray, white, blue, will not form a curvature in reality. Do you understand that?
Shadows don't
Whatever,
real, bro.
whatever shadow you see, wherever you see the shadows, whatever you want to see, that will not the curve the water. Is that simplest way to say
Curve
it?
the water. What are you talking about, dude?
The shadow
we
will not
know
curve
that
the water. That's the
What
point.
if we know
water?
that if we know that people
Oh my God.
are like 90 seemingly
Becoming a Sideshow Bob show here.
99.9% of people are sheeps, then why is it that we think that we should be talking to everybody? Like, I honestly, God, if we all focused our attention on the people who are supposed to get our critique, thank you, are the people who actually make the claims on a day-to-day basis, whoever that may be, and then the sheep will just have to see the exchanges and see their priests lose, and then maybe they'll come around and learn to parrot what we're saying. But I don't understand how we can talk to people like this.
Okay, so earlier you
So Gabriel,
earlier
to
a lot of you
understand, so Gabriel, to understand flat earthers, we are not pointing about shadow. We are speaking that there is no curvature in reality, there is no rotation in reality, and
this is
and
still
there
relevant.
are what you that is not relevant. The
It's
earth
still
is
relevant.
the earth is sphere. Why is flat?
Huh? What?
The earth is sphere. They are saying, but why it's flat in reality?
The earth is sphere, but why flat in reality?
Yeah, the earth is sphere in on TV, but in reality it's flat. Why is that?
What he's saying is that when you go and you ask the Earth itself, not literally, right? You make observations. The Earth tells you that it's flat, but on TV, it tells you that it's a sphere. What makes
You
you
got me
believe?
there with
Hold
that
on,
argument.
bro. Middle of the sentence. Middle of the sentence. Why are you believing secondary knowledge when you have primary information outside? But you're stuck on the sun, the moon, and the stars. We're saying look at the Earth itself. If you wanted to measure my shoe size because you wanted to gift me custom boots, would you measure my head or would you measure my feet?
That is such a bad analogy. Come on, dude. I'm
Let's
I'm
let's make
trying.
let's make better analogy.
Why?
What is the
Why? No, no, no.
radius
Why?
of the
No.
earth?
That's a good analogy. Why is it a bad analogy? Wouldn't you directly measure the feet if you wanted to know what size they were? Or would you measure the head and calculate, well, if his head is this big, we're going to assume that he doesn't have hydrocephalus. right? And we're going to assume that, you know, maybe he's this tall and this big, and then we're going to assume maybe he's this weight, right? And then we're going to get the right shoes. Would you just measure the feet directly to find out the size? Tell me why it's a bad analogy. I'll wait.
Because the moon, the shadow, is still
But
relevant.
listen
If
again.
you
You're
measure
going to
and
shadow and the moon.
my friend,
This
you
is
asked me a question. Shut the fuck up, man. I'm
yet,
trying to answer the
yes,
question.
please.
You idiot, man. Come on, man. Come on. I'm getting interrupted all the time. Please.
Ask your
Yes, you're not
question
answering the
about
question.
Earth, not
Oh
I
about
my.
hear
the
no
moon.
answers. I hear no answers.
Thank you. Whoever did that, I was just gonna mute him to see if there was anyone else that we could talk to. Shouldn't let people waste that much time unless there's literally nothing else to do.
I was trying to figure out who's the you people anyway.
Wait, say that one more time.
Yeah, he said there a moment ago, you people asked something or another. I'm like trying to figure out who the hell is you people.
Yeah, we're the same people.
Stereotype fallacy.
Elijah
Yeah,
said that. I was
stereotype
like,
fallacy.
The Bluetooth. I'm that. That's me. He's talking about.
Who said Bluetooth?
I'm just messing around.
I just gotta say that is a good clip to take out and put in the numpties because that was great.
Yeah, why would you measure your feet if you're going to get new shoes? That's bad.
That someone has
Everybody knows.
that someone has to pause and not even
You
understand
get.
the correlation between that analogy.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
I agree, Elijah. I'm with you, man. Like really, like what? I don't understand what the purpose is because
You give them an analogy of their argument. You give them some other example that's exactly analogous to what they're proposing, and they're like, but that doesn't make any sense. What I'm saying is, it's like, no, dumbass. Like, what I did was characterize your argument in a nutshell, and you're telling me it doesn't make sense.
right. So what stance are you taking at that point, my man? You're like lost.
I don't know, man.
Yes.
I don't know. I think talking to people like that turns flat earthers into the aggressive flat earthers. So how about we stay from entertaining that so much?
Yep.
I agree.
Because I mean, you can literally what? The grass is fucking green.
Yellow.
No,
But
it's
what
kind of a
about
bluish
the
green.
lemonade stand on the lawn?
It's kind of
Why
bluish
Hold the
green,
fuck!
man.
He
It's got
didn't just mention the lawn when we were talking about the grass. He did not mention the lemonade stand. I'm
Ice.
literally about to cut his head off right now. Like
yeah,
because they might be trolling the shit out of us. They
yeah,
might.
but
We
Elijah,
still don't know.
Elijah.
Well, Dave did, right?
But the roots from the tree underneath the grass is not green.
Yo, exactly. Like, come on now. Are all plants green? What about trees?
Yeah, right.
Hey, Dave.
What about flowers? It's a kind of grass, isn't it? Fucking
Grass.
goodness.
How tall is the grass?
Yeah, we have to measure how tall the grass is before we can
How
say it's
many
green or
are
not.
there? We have to count them now.
Might be a certain
How many minions does Dave have?
has a couple shades
How
of
many
blue in
minions?
there, so it's not green.
How many subscribers does
Probably
Professor Dave have?
A shit ton
Over a
of
lot. Over 1 million.
millions.
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he
So
said 1 million.
where's the rest of them?
And I only
Aren't
think
there
he
more
got him
minions in here?
confused because of that
Matthew
one
Learns has
viral.
like 500,000.
Hey, Dave.
Like,
Yeah, but we destroy Matthew on the daily.
I'm surprised they're not flooding into this Discord.
What's up with Pazza? Like I would like for him to really investigate what he said he was going to investigate, and then have a conversation with Matthew about that, since they both are into math. That would be cool, right? If two Globers could get together and be fucking honest and have an honest conversation that isn't biased between them.
That will be massive.
I don't think it's ever happened.
Look at his
Nah,
comment.
it's happened.
Look at his comment,
It's
guys.
happened.
Yeah, they don't even talk with each other. They just know how to parrot the same information. They don't never heard of each other talking.
Remember what I was saying earlier about understanding? I'm dead serious. I don't know if my spirit is from the same well that their spirit is from. They could literally be Satan's children for all I know. I don't know. I don't know. That's how they act. Like they're fucking born of something else, like born of another mind.
Yeah, like empty vessels.
Hey, brother Elijah, go read the verse that talks about the reprobate mind. If they choose to live in the sin, God will turn them over.
What's crazy is I got a call Gregory today. He would have said the exact same thing, because I always complain to him about psychology of people, and that's exactly what he would have said.
So let me explain how it works. So if they just completely continue to choose in a sin, God loves you so much, right? He wants you to be happy, and He respects your free will. So much, He's not like the type of person to pick up a cat that doesn't want to be held, right? If you don't want nothing to do with him, go on about your business, go on about your bad self, do what you got to do. He loves you so much, He wants you to be happy in your sin, if that's what you want.
Yeah, it's pretty cool of him.
Yeah, because He could be burning us with the moon beam that like magnifies shadow. I don't know what shadow is like, but if you had a magnified shadow, I don't know, man. I might burn you out of existence. Theoretically speaking.
Hank, was that you or Dave talking about getting your head measured?
Well, that was me.
Oh, so now, I thought of a little better one for you. Why would you measure somebody's foot when they're trying to get custom made boots? Why wouldn't you measure the light bulbs in their ceiling?
To see the color of his toenails.
I mean, by measuring the light bulbs in your ceiling, we'll know how big your feet are. We'll know that they're round, just like the light bulbs.
Yeah, it's analogous. Absolutely. Or maybe you can tell how big a man's junk is by the kind of car he drives. Right?
Pretty much.
That one is true.
Not really.
I think it's kind of inverse. I think the bigger the car, the smaller.
There you go. So the one with those big, huge, giant trucks. Smallest.
Well, I drive a 3-cylinder Mitsubishi Mirage sometimes, but I'm not really. Well, never mind.
Stops just in time.
Cliff, can I ask you a question?
Well, you call that junk science? If you wanted to do experiments with that?
No, I'm good. We'll leave that up to ladies' night.
That'd be called the science of the wang. Wang
Junk science. Science of the wang.
Cliff, can I ask a question? What do you think? Why I'm thinking? What do you think? Why I'm thinking that Earth is flat?
I don't know. You're contrarian.
No, what do you think? How I came out that that the Earth is flat? That I'm thinking the Earth is flat. I
He's
think I
saying
find that.
he said that
Yeah.
you disagree. Hold on, bro. He's saying that you like to disagree just on the very basis of disagreeing with someone. You like to disagree. That's why you think the Earth is
Proton.
flat. That's what he said.
You are suproton.
No, I want to know. Do you know the reasons why I know that Earth is flat?
No, I don't know.
Well, how do you want to know?
Yes.
Do you know the radius of the Earth?
The radios?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how much it is?
How much is the radio?
Radius.
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know. I was looking for that and I find out, and it's 3,959 miles, or 6,700 kilometers. And do you know what that means?
It's really big.
6,400. Actually.
Yeah. Do you know what that means?
No.
That Earth has the dimension. That means that on 1 mile you have drop of 8 inch, but squared, everywhere. And with distance, that drop is growing. Do you know that?
I did not.
That it's sphere. That is simple geometry. And now,
Yeah, that makes sense.
now question is this. Okay, that's the sphere. That's this radius. Good. There is a drop. Every observation showing there is no any drop.
You talking about the observations made by you guys?
I'm talking about every observation. I can show you one observation of the guy who is testing the zoom Nikon camera. He's not flat earth, and he's showing 57 miles of distance without any drop.
What about the Guinness Book of World Records for the longest photography? He's not a flat earther, but yet he proved, right? When you do the math, he proved that you shouldn't be able to see that mountain because it should be hidden by a mile, not the bottom of the mountain. The top of the mountain should be hidden by a mile of curvature. So is he a flat earther? No. So what's wrong with that argument that you just made? You're saying that only flat earthers are finding no curvature.
No, I said.
But look at
those
this.
observations made by flat earthers, or no?
This is even better. For example, you are not flat earther, but you can do it the same observation, and look at what you will not find that drop anywhere. You can go in UK, you can go in Peru, you can go in Croatia, you can go in India, and you will not find that drop. And if Earth is not curving anywhere, what that mean then?
You can find it, Sasha, if you go in the closet to Narnia. It might be there.
But that means you can do it, you are not flat earther, but you can try and see, okay, now I will find it, because these flat earthers, they are faking
I'm
the
not
videos.
smart enough.
But listen, these people here, that mean, Elijah, why are you faking videos? Or maybe Elijah is not making. Who is making videos about long observation? I want to ask that person why he is faking that videos, showing Earth flat. Every person, normal person from Earth who wants to show that some distance, long distance, they are faking that long distance. And I don't know how they are doing that and why they are doing that. And I don't have another video where it's showing the drop, the real one, the Glober is making. Look, there is the 10 miles distance. Okay, great. There is 66 foot drop there. But not only there, everywhere. That means India, China, in UK, everywhere where is the sea, there is a drop after 10 miles, 60 sea. And you can say, okay, if it's 60 or 55, more or less because of refraction, but there is that drop every time.
Is
Why we don't
refraction
have
there
that
every
kind?
time?
Yeah, of course. You think that refraction is a global claim? Do you know when you invoke refraction, you said bye bye globe immediately?
I didn't know that.
Good. Because your geometrical horizon
Imagine
is gone.
if the horizon is constantly moving around. So the only way you can see it is if you go to Narnia, I mean space. That's the only way you can see it. Everything else is cartoons. So what has convinced you that your secondary knowledge, right, that you got second-handed is better than your primary knowledge, which if you go outside and observe the earth yourself, the earth will tell you that it's a level surface that you're measuring over.
My secondary knowledge has been reliable for like a lot of things in life.
Really?
But look at this. You will
Does the
appeal
Federal
on.
Reserve have any gold reserve in Fort Knox?
Listen, this you will appeal to authority because they are saying that that water is curving. Of course, okay, great, because authority realized scientists that water is curving. But water itself, like water, water will never curve, and it will never ever curve. But it will still flat and level, in nature. But people will tell you, no, that is not true. What water is doing, water will curve. Now, we need to believe people or water.
Water.
Thank you.
Yeah, the
This
thing
is
is,
only
we're not
one
asking
point.
you to believe us. Sorry, Sasha.
Sorry, Hank.
We're not. No, you're good, bro. We're not asking you to believe us. We're asking you to go look for yourself. And that's the thing about Professor Dave that's so dishonest. He's telling people to look at the moon, look at the sun, look at the stars, right? Why wouldn't you tell them if you're so confident in 2022 that NASA's been to space, Elon Musk, and all these other people? I'm sorry, I don't mean to say Elon Musk. Richard Branson and all these people have been to space. You know, the guy with the lazy eye that owns Amazon. All these people have been to space. Why wouldn't this professor tell you the best way to find out what the geometry of Earth is to directly measure the Earth? Why wouldn't he tell you that? Don't you think that would be like first things first? Measure the surface, measure it over a large body of water. That way the layman can do it. That way it eliminates a lot of factors and variables. So anybody with a good pair of eyes can measure it for themselves and know that every horizon distance measurement is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Wouldn't that be knowable? Wouldn't that be testable,
He probably
repeatable,
thinks it's
falsifiable? So where you at, Dave's Minions? Get in here, Dave's Minions. Let's talk about the Earth, right?
one of Dave's
Or do
minions
you
was
want?
just in here and you guys yelled at him and muted him.
No, his tactics were not proper. So here's the thing: if he would have came
Nah,
in
Hank,
here,
shut your
and
fat American ass up, boy. And Justin, fuck your father, bro. He would be
Whoa,
disappointed in you.
whoa.
You guys, one of Dave's
okay, let him
minions.
go. Let him go. So the thing is that we're telling you to measure the Earth directly, bro. It doesn't matter how fat I am. I'm speaking the truth. Measure the Earth directly. Measure the Earth. And you're saying, nah, bro, why would you do that? That's dumb. Look at the stars. That's how you measure the Earth. I look at the stars when I measure my Earth. You're a fat, dumb American. Nah, bro, that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Measure the water. Don't be a little bitch.
Yeah.
But I don't like banning people. But now I'm for this guy to be banned because if somebody didn't didn't deserve
Who
to
cares?
be attacked like that. That's you, Hank. Really.
Oh
If
no, no,
somebody,
no, no, no,
no,
no, no,
really,
no.
if somebody should come on, man.
He's
If
just in
you,
his feels. He allowed me to troll him. It's all right, bro.
yeah, but you are not some asshole, you know, who is speaking here.
Sure
Even
am.
I
Sure.
was more bad than you million times, you know. That's bullshit.
Hey guys, Baylix is back. If you want to try to talk to them,
Barracks? Did you say? Barracks is back?
Baylix.
Oh,
He's
I
a
would love
global. He's a global believer, aren't you, Baylix?
What's up, Balix? We've had some conversations, haven't we,
What's up,
fellas?
Balix?
What's up,
Globalist?
bro?
The ball
What's up,
has
bro?
entered arena.
So what's up, bro? You got any curvature? Did you find
What's
any
up,
in your
Globy?
travels? Where's that curvature at, bro? Come on,
Come on,
Balix. Don't
Cliff,
be
give
shy,
me a hand.
man.
Give him a hand.
You got your tongue.
What need curvature?
He's
Come on,
BC
Cliff, you give him a
verified.
little hanging.
Come on, guy. Don't be ashamed.
Unless you're like talking, I think it's the same guy.
Ball Leaks is his name, but he doesn't have any balls to speak. Come on, Ball Leaks. You can do it, bro. Muster up the courage. Face your fears.
He has the right to remain silent and the ability, apparently.
Something's going on.
Wait, he says he can't prove it, so put me on fence.
That's not how his attitude was the other night. He must have learned something. Hey, maybe the boy can be taught. Yeah, if you give me the opportunity to debate some dude named Baal, I would love to destroy that dude. Do it for free.
Okay, moving on. We've been joined by Frambier. Have we talked to you, Frambier? Hello.
What kind of name is it? Framberry. Frambier?
Frambier. I don't know how to pronounce that. It's got a flat earth map.
It's from the you stupid American.
Who's a stupid American?
From the
It's a French word? What?
I'm just kidding. I don't know.
He's not talking either. I'm not having any luck. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, guys. Here's the thing. I've had so many rotten tomatoes in my face that at this point it doesn't even like affect me at all. What does piss me off is like blatant stupidity. I have trouble with that. So these people are just it's like they're brainwashed. You know, every single one of them, they're under a spell, right? And it's because they've heard it their whole life, every day, all day long. Earth is a ball, and it's like, what else do they do, right? Their subconscious just draws it in, like someone said, like an hour or two ago, and it's like almost like they have no free will
Here's
because
here's
they've
how
given it
it
up.
is. Every time I try to talk to somebody, a glober, especially anti-flat earther, and they get belligerent and they start, how could you be so stupid? How could it be flat Earth? And you don't believe we went to the moon? And what? Who are you? How could you be alive in this world and think that Earth is flat?
What?
And it's like, wait a second, dude. It's okay if the Earth is flat, and it's no big deal anymore. Like, okay, fine. You think that the color blue has actually been the color yellow your whole life. I'm telling you, it's actually this color that I'm pointing at. That's blue. It's not this other vibrant color yellow. That's yellow. This is blue. I'm just trying to help you out with definitions of facts, help you realize your reality, and not help you dig into what you want to believe about your reality and what you've been fed.
Yeah, facts don't
And
care
just
about
to
your
be
feelings,
clear,
libtard.
yeah, facts don't care about your feelings. Exactly. So yeah, I think that dude may have deserved Cogdis, for 30 minutes or an hour. I don't know what his punishment was, but he'll be back, and maybe he'll formulate a better argument about the shape of the Earth since this is a flat Earth server. Yeah, but anytime you're going to bring the moon into the equation and Hank's around, old Hank gonna set you straight. You want to talk about the moon?
That's
You
true.
want to talk about eclipses? Let's do that.
And if you want to talk about the ground measuring flat, I'll do that. Lots of options here, folks, to learn about your
You want to
reality.
talk about cars? I love cars.
I love Aristotle.
Yeah, we need a car room. We'll banish you to the car room. No, I'm just joking. So if the moon is an Earth's atmosphere, and it's like the least amount of atmosphere possible, what happens when the moon is like in front of the Earth? Well, I guess it would never be in front of the Earth because the sun is shooting through space and the Earth is like going around it, kind of like the Mario shells, but Mario's in a car and not shooting up like a rocket. If Mario had 3 shells and he was shooting up like a rocket, that would be like the Earth. But one of the shells is Earth, right? And it's also got something going around it like a shell in the same elliptic. So the moon will never be in the Earth's atmosphere because the moon will always be in a new, fresh piece of space where the Earth hasn't been yet for it to expand. And because it's moving so gosh darn fast, that wouldn't even work. So Lucy, Luciferian's got some splaining to do.
You actually almost touched upon something that I find really interesting and should be a big problem in the globe model. If the globe was orbiting, there would be pressure differentials based on the orbit. Like as the globe moves in one direction and pushes on the air in that direction, there would be greater pressure there. But on the other side of the globe, there would be less pressure because all of a sudden the giant globe just displaced itself and there's now room for more gas there. So the gas would rush in to fill the space. So there would be less pressure on the backside of it. We don't see any of this. We don't see any effects of motion, curvature, or the vacuum.
Or a tether. Because have you guys ever tried to play tetherball without a tether? Man, it's really difficult, Without that tether,
Yeah, I just call it ball.
tetherball.
Even just something as simple as sound would change drastically if we were orbiting because of the Doppler effect. We would be moving towards the sound on one side and away from it on the other side. Everything would be different on a globe. Reality is not a globe.
Yeah.
So, how big is the moon? Okay, well, we can't measure the moon because we're down here. What would be the next best thing to do if you wanted to know how big the moon was? Well, its shadow is down here. So, if we were to measure the moon's shadow, oh, that's crazy. That's stupid. You're a dumbass. Really? Is that true? So, if you guys were to measure my shadow, right?
Big
Let's say
American
like the
shadow.
noon position. Would you assume that I would be like bigger than my shadow? Because every time I see my shadow, it's usually bigger than me. And you know, if there's an umbra and penumbra because the sun's so gosh darn big, where's my umbra and penumbra? I want my own umbra and penumbra in my shadow. Where's my super tiny shadow? Oh, I'm not the moon. I can't magnify shadow. Sorry, I forgot about that.
And if this graphic was correct, then you would have that type of shadow because the sun would be so big compared to you that just like the moon, the sun would shine around you.
Yeah, I want my tiny shadow. Where's my tiny shadow, Luciferians? I want my tiny shadow. I'd love to see it. Because I'm looking at my shadow right now, and it's like 30 feet tall. I want my tiny shadow back.
Yep, because I'm going to use my shadow to measure how tall I am.
Wait, is that the dark shadow? The one we can't see? Just like the dark horizon? You know, if I wasn't such a religitard, globe zealot, I would say that, we all have psychosis because there's all these dark things that we can't see, but they have to be there. They have to be.
Only by the modular water tank, that stuff is always there. Don't you understand? You're just a silly flat earther, aren't you?
Dave, is the dark shadow with you now? Your tiny dark shadow?
Yeah, it's always there. You just gotta believe. You gotta believe, man. Come on, man.
If you believe in magic.
Franberry, you managed to make a dot. Come on.
Did he magnify a shadow?
Y'all just scared Franberry away. Good job.
Where's Professor Dave's minions? I desire violence, mother.
Professor Dave gives Dave's a bad name. I'm just saying. He's not a professor.
Oh, man.
Hey, were you all talking about Simon Dan earlier?
I don't think so. I don't know why anybody would be, but go ahead.
Somebody sent me a screenshot of his subscribers and how he went from like about 100 to 40,000 overnight.
You can pay money for that.
I remember that.
So let's say that I had a little time on my hands. Well, you can create as many Google accounts as you want. It takes, minutes. Right? Let's say your whole family, right?
You can go to places like Fiverr and you can buy 40,000 likes for probably $50.
That's what I'm saying. If you have 40,000 accounts, all you have to do is set up all those accounts and then set bots and give the bots commands. And then the bot will, like, in a row, ding, 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 do all those things that you tell it to do.
Yeah, have you seen the movie Fake Famous yet?
No.
Yeah, you got to watch that. It's exactly what they talk about in it.
Good time.
I mean, you're right on the money.
Yeah, it wouldn't be hard.
And typically, when you start a Facebook page for a company, to get all the controls, you need 100 likes to get all the controls for the page. They unlock everything for you at 100. So typically, when I'm setting it up, I just buy those 100 likes. I never buy any more. I just buy to get that functionality. And then that's that. And then I let the page grow organically. But yeah, it's there's a very robust market for even like accounts that are breached where there's people still using them. You can get people that don't know that they're liking your stuff to like your stuff.
Cool.
It's really weird. Well, it's not really weird. It's just crazy, I should say.
Yeah, we knew since 2015 that they can manipulate the numbers. Or at least I did.
Yeah.
Because it's real easy. What if I said, hey, everybody, do me a favor, guys. I don't ask much. Go right now to Helio's page and the other page, I forget. I forget who owns it. But yeah, go to their page and hit the like button. It's that easy to manipulate the numbers, right?
Yep,
Get somebody with a little influence. And then you guys be like, you know what? Hank does a pretty good job around here. He doesn't fuck up too much. I'll go hit that like button for Hank. It's like, that's how easy it is. If your followers like you, they might go to another page and hit the like button on that page, and that's how you manipulate the numbers. It's that easy. A little bit of influence.
I was looking at a video from McToons that I'm convinced that all of the all of the comments on the video were purchased comments.
Yeah, I would rather scoop up my eyes than watch more MacToon.
Yeah, I didn't actually watch the video.
You said paid
but you
comments?
can figure out a lot from these people by reading the content, reading the comments.
You mean by bots?
Yeah, because you can see how creative somebody like him is. And
Can you see his analytics? Like, can you see on that particular video that you're talking about, the average watch time? Because it'd be hilarious if the average watch time of most Glover's videos is like fucking 2 minutes. Because we're the only ones actually watching and turning that shit off.
I I wouldn't be surprised because I wouldn't be surprised if that's, if his average watch time is, like you say, 30 seconds or a minute or 2 minutes. Because it's clear to me that he has a bunch of sock puppet accounts. It's very clear to me that when you start watching him, he had one sock puppet account that acted like that was engaging, and then he started engaging me from his.
Are you walking
errors.
around?
Everything was all exactly the same as far as like it was like I was talking to the exact same person.
Do you really think they're going to be very different? You know, like they accuse us of parroting QE or whatever. Like we can't come up with our own arguments. But how many of them say the words refraction? Where'd they learn that from? Like,
Wait,
do they
who's the guy?
actually deserve it?
Who's the guy you
What?
parrot? Who is it?
QE? Quantum Racer? They say
Quantum Racer.
that we parrot. Yeah, you never heard of that guy?
No,
Stick around for 10
I'm new
o'clock.
though.
Okay.
Do you have a
Like it
YouTube
says,
channel?
Quantum Eraser.
Does he have a YouTube channel?
Quantum Eraser.
Motherfucker, I
Yes.
know his name. I'm asking if he has a channel.
That's the
Yes.
channel name.
That's the channel name.
his channel, Davis.
Bloody hell, Cliff.
Channel name is Quantum
It sometimes
Eraser.
is hard,
Hello.
but it's the same thing. Quantum Eraser. Just look that up.
That's all right, bro. So anyway, yeah, they accuse us of parroting Quantum Eraser, right? But I was making that argument about the size of the moon and the shadow before I even met John Huey. So
Projecting their own personal faults onto their opponent.
it's not as good as an argument as quantum arguments are, admit, right? But it's definitely something to think about. How does the moon magnify its own shadow? Or under what mechanism does the moon and the sun magnify the shadow? They say umbra and penumbra, but that's not what it looks like to me. It doesn't look like an umbra and penumbra. It looks like a magnified shadow. Let me go ahead and post what I'm talking about so you guys can see it. Because it looks weird as hell. Here we go. Some of this, some of that. Now remember, the moon is supposed to be 1/4 the size of the Earth. Oh, hi, Bubba. Hey, you cute stuff.
How's it going, folks? Voice from Hank. I
Not bad.
Pass on a couple servers. How y'all doing?
What's up? Who is this?
This is Dryer. Yeah, what's up?
Dryer. What's up, bro?
I guess it would depend on what parameters you use, what geometrical model you use to describe the terra firma we walk upon. up would be very different depending on what model you use.
Like it in model.
Ball leaks. Why don't you get on the voice chat, bro? Why are you being a chat skank? But it doesn't matter. We got someone else in here. Did you say something about a flat Earth model?
We asked what's up, and I that use that as a segue to say it would be different depending on what model you use, whether it's globe model, Dyson model, flat model.
Leave him alone.
Be different in each model. You use different parameters.
Well, is the moon a fourth of the size of the Earth?
Moon, from my observation,
Hi, Papa.
it's hard to really tell because it's at least from my physical observations, it's set in weird ways, going in directions that wouldn't make sense from a globe model. Like setting in the northwest or sometimes even northeast doesn't make sense unless it's some projection.
I don't know how it could set in the northeast.
That's what I was wondering, but then as soon as I noticed it, it started like it shifted that way when it was in the back of my mind, and then all of a sudden, like the model recorrected itself. Didn't look so weird, but I've seen the sun and moon in configuration. They were within probably 30 degrees of each other, and the way the light was, I think it was wax and gibbous moon, and it just didn't line up with where the sun was. Like you would think the Terminator line would be lined up with where the sun was in the sky, and it was completely in a different line. So it really helped me figure out what the model is, but I have doubt as to the globe model being the full story. It might just be one of many parameterizations used to describe a much more complex.
It feels like I'm at a bus stop.
Yeah, you're a little hard to hear. You're kind of far away. Is there any way you could get closer and maybe turn down the reverb a little bit? You're a little echoey.
I'm in an echoey place, but is it better mic-wise? I'll switch to using the phone speaker.
Yeah, that's better. We just want to hear what you got to say, bro. Continue.
All right. Yeah, as I said, it seems to me a much more complex model going on. My working hypothesis is something that might be called Matrix Earth, where it's very conscious sensitive. So maybe they could get a satellite to work if 100 people believe strong enough in that model, but if other people are seeing things that disprove that model, maybe the Earth shifts its configuration to allow that model to work as well. So it's obvious there's some things going on this land we live that make it more complex. And my working idea is something akin to a holodeck, which would line up more closely with the flat Earth model.
What flat Earth model?
That is a cope if I've ever heard one. In the sense that, like, instead of saying, oh my God, it's not a globe, how could I have missed it? Perhaps it was a globe, but then it changed when the rhetoric changed.
Yeah, people didn't believe hard enough.
No, it actually is just based on my
But I feel
observations.
you, brother.
Like if you're having an intense experience in the wilderness, and sometimes you see celestial bodies dance about a little bit, you realize that each movement of your body is also moving part of the cosmos at the same time. Essentially, it's just and their movements are going to be a little more subtle. Sometimes, but also might be wishful thinking. Part of me hopes we're actually living in a Dyson sphere. It's like a reverse hollow Earth model. We're living on the inside of a Dyson sphere, and a Metatron cube projects the celestial bodies.
It just doesn't seem like. Oh, my bad. I'm trying to fucking fill a lighter with butane.
What do you think about
and it's not working, bro.
Metatronic
But anyways,
projection of celestial bodies? What do you think? What do you think about Metatronic projection of celestial bodies as a potential?
Yeah, that's another thing
Metatronic.
that
What's that?
people are listening to me through my feelings.
So Metatron is a sort of a hyperdimensional pyramid type object. Utilizes hyperdimensionality to incorporate sacred geometry and build up stuff around it through projective capacity. As far as my understanding,
Who knows? You know.
yeah, that's one of the best things about the flat Earth community is we're bringing back what science is really built upon, which is having doubt of what authorities tell you and testing it yourself. There's too much scientism out there, man.
Definitely agree with that.
But a lot of the flat earthers I talk to are better at doing science than some of the people who claim to be scientists are just regurgitating stuff they read from a textbook. They actually go out and test it with lasers and question things. Or as Feynman puts it, he asked me if the science is true. We say, no, we don't know what's true.
See, that's the thing. We're kind of doing what so many others have done in the past. This whole flat Earth thing, like we really, what is it, right? It's in a lot of ways like Gandhi, right? Like questioning the authority of the Brits in his homeland, or Jesus, questioning the authority of the Pharisees, right? Or what about Martin Luther? He questioned the authority of the Catholic Church, right? Which one has more authority,
I
the
thought he was in
church?
civil rights.
Who? Who, Gandhi?
Oh, Martin Luther King was Catholic, wasn't he?
Martin Luther King was but
No,
Martin
not
Luther
King.
was the
Martin
guy nailed
Luther,
the
1517.
theses and started.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
But he nailed it on the church door.
Well, the
Right,
99
that's what I'm talking
Theses
about.
was put on a board
Yeah,
where they
this goes
all the
back to
debate topics.
99
So this
theses.
is kind of the Reformation in a lot of ways. This is a scientific Reformation because wasn't the scientific method
Wait a
invented
minute.
by Weishaupt, allegedly, like the founder of the Bavarian Illuminati?
I thought it goes back to Thomas Hobbes. Deductive reasoning through experiment rather than just building it through logic, which was the Greek method. It was actually testing the models. That was the big change because they had a lot of reasoning built from the Greeks. The big change was testing your ideas against against nature, rather than just saying, "Oh, this is logical. It's got to be true."
Well, I may be wrong. I heard that somewhere. But yeah, I kind of think we're in the middle of a reformation because on one hand, you have one group, the anti-flat earthers. They talk about you don't need to manipulate variables. We have observational science. It's like, okay, but at the same time, you can't trust your eyes and you can't know anything. Well, a lot of fun you guys are, right? You don't know anything, but you're the loudest group on the internet.
If you dig into it with gravity, really you have to draw the parameters somewhere. So the idea of vacuum or non-vacuum, or where one body starts or another body starts, is all arbitrary based on what makes the math turn out the best for whatever application you're applying it to. So if you're applying it towards ballistics, you just use the model that makes the bombs land most accurately. But it doesn't mean it's that actually what's going on. You have to draw, like, you got to, even though it's a continuum of atmosphere, you have to draw the line somewhere. So, and between bodies, where one gravitational effect ceases and another starts. It's really a continuum. It's just different results result from different parameterizations.
So the thing about models is, I guess they could be useful, right? Oh shit, that was weird. My
So
car did
some
some weird
people
shit.
confuse. Is your internet hiccuping?
No, my
Some
car's
some
doing some
people
weird shit.
some people confuse models with what's actually going on. But it goes to the whole idea that the map is not the territory. It's just a useful guidepost for whatever you're trying to apply it towards. Yeah, I see some of the most dogmatic religious outlooks actually come from people who claim to have a scientific outlook. They'll just accept what authorities say, which is not science, and claim to be spouting science. It's kind of sad, actually, because it's exactly the opposite of what made science such a powerful tool of discovery, which was a lot of people are so focused on coming up with new publications that they don't even bother to test what other people publish, which is super important in science. So they're, like a lot of the stuff in biology, they're finding, like with the cancer studies, that half of it has to be thrown out because HeLa cells, the first immortal human lines they use for cancer studies, can take over labs to the point where they think they're testing a new liver cancer drug, and they've actually found another cervical cancer drug because that's what HeLa was derived from, because it took over the lines. So something like half of like cancer research has to, if not be thrown out, at least have an asterisk thrown next to it, because a lot of these lines were taken over knowingly by HeLa cells. Yeah, we don't put as much importance as we should to the negative result. Testing something and finding your idea wasn't true is just as important, if not more important. But everyone's trying to get the grant money and show they've found something new instead of remembering the importance of falsification. I can try and look up that study that showed HeLa cells taking over cancer research lines if anyone's interested.
Yeah. Hey, who's Captain Dan? He looks like a really funny dude.
It was Lieutenant Dan. He just got promoted, didn't you, Dan?
Thank you for unmuting me. This is Captain Dan.
Are you Dan the Science Man?
Got your leg.
I'm an associate of Bill Nye, the science guy.
Do you have a degree?
The Earth is a closed system. Nobody's coming in or out. You need to understand. I'm
We
quoting Bill
cannot
Nye.
leave. We cannot leave the earth. That's what he said.
Yeah. One time that guy told the truth.
Someday your children will be digging the trash piles for metals that are precious.
He told the truth, and then he had to like pay recompense for it, and that's when he did that really weird dance video. No, I don't know. I don't know the sequence of that, but man, my car's doing some weird shit. It's like idling low and then high and then low and then high. Maybe it's the air conditioning.
EGR valve.
Hey, I know what I should do. Maybe I should just observe it, right? Instead of manipulating possible causes of my car
Just
acting
look
funny.
around. That's all.
Maybe I should just
look
look at
around.
it.
You'll find it. Just look.
Just turn the radio up and ignore it.
Yeah.
Make sure you have the radio up while you're looking.
Yeah, I'll put some
Just
gas
look,
in it.
look up at the sky, Hank, and just believe that your car is fine. You'll be all right.
Ask everyone around to look for you over top of you, like in the back, so they can see when to observe you doing your observation. Yeah.
Was that you, Cliff, who was interested in a source related to the Gila taking over other cell lines? I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I wanted to hear about all that.
Tahilo?
Maybe it's a fuel pump issue. Because if I let it sit for a second, it starts.
It's saying up to a third of cell lines are misidentified. And dude, not bad. I thought it was only like 10 or 20%. Jeez Louise.
Well, I apologize for the background.
Anyone else interested in that bio research saying how some of our cancer research might not be what we think it is? I can DM you at the secondary source. But it just shows how just relying on experts is a perfect case example that they're so focused on publishing new shit that they don't even check their own results, making sure they're using the right cell line. And
Hard
if
to
they're
keep
doing
up
that in
with all the
biology-
lies. Sorry.
What was it?
I said it's hard to keep up with all the lies, but I interrupted. Go ahead, in the dryer.
I was good. Did you want me to send you that secondary source about Gila? I can DM you it. It's worth that just having in your bookmarks to point out.
You talking to me or Hank?
Was you were talking? What was it? Oh, it was Captain Dan. I thought it was Globe Flat.
Oh, okay.
Every time I try to post a GIF in here, it just has a link instead of
Yeah, you got to get image and link permissions. Somebody might give it to you here in a few minutes. You seem pretty nice. Definitely don't seem like the kind of guy who's going to post anything that we don't like.
No, you'll like it all. You'll love it. The experts, so-called.
The reason I came on was actually just to remind everybody to tell everybody in your lives that you love. Tell them that you love them. Call your mom, call your dad, call your kids, whatever.
If I don't love them.
Just tell people that you love them today.
Even if you have to lie.
That's awesome, man. It's good message.
Thanks.
People just don't hear it enough.
Well,
After they're
I want to hear
dead,
a
then,
lot.
oh boy, everybody loves them. But while they're alive,
I love you all.
that's right.
Love you
I
too,
love
brother.
You all too. You guys are all essential in my book.
We're all
So I gave you the flat Earth roll. You are a flat earther, right?
Who's that? Who's that?
B?
Yeah, you wanted link terms?
Yes, sir.
Are you a flat earther?
I certainly am.
All right, give us your three. But have you done the three best evidences already?
Well, number one is for me is always I'm not moving, nothing's moving. Game over.
Do you still get link terms if you're a hollow earther? I mean, I bounce between items, but that's the strongest one.
No
Inside
flat
out.
water. No curvature. No gravity.
I've seen
He's
gravity.
legit, Hank. His former name is Jocks. You talked to him before. He's legit.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, my working model is a Dyson, essentially. Which would in smaller scales parameterize out to, especially if it was the size of a Dyson sphere and you had bendable scaling. So I've seen instances where I thought like I walked 3 miles and only traveled a couple hundred feet. Other times where I bounced a couple hundred feet and traveled, feel like I only walked a little bit and traveled miles. So I think scales bend just based on my personal experience. So there's a bit of subjectivity thrown in there, but it just seemed too strong of a scale bending effect to be simply subjective.
Any of you guys know Jordan Maxwell? Anybody?
I've heard of him, yeah. Reptilians guy, right?
Well, he teaches about ancient religions and where everything came from and secret societies and occult knowledge he's gained for over 50 years. He passed away a couple days ago. 82 years old. He had a good run.
Darn, I didn't know that.
He worked with Zechariah Sitchin, who supposedly was translating the cuneiform tablets from Sumer, ancient Sumer.
And the result he got is that ancient astronauts basically seeded man on the Earth.
Yes, ancient astronauts.
Oh, I saw that on History Channel.
Right. That guy with
far as
that funny hair sticking up.
So as those said beings are concerned, would you lean to consider what we call aliens more likely to be evolutionary descendant time travelers, or perhaps actual other celestial beings? I guess it depends on how central you
Yeah, since I stopped believing in outer space, that kind of eliminated space aliens.
So more likely time travelers, if at all.
I don't know. I mean, kind of doubt it, but who knows? I haven't looked into it really.
Yeah, I guess if we are able to sustain civilization long enough, they might want to visit every now and then.
Well, now that I know that outer space is a thermodynamics violation, I'm pretty sus of Sitchin.
I mean, that's a better explanation than saying life came from a big bang.
You still need the Big Bang in order to have space or something like it, right?
Cool thing about thermodynamic violations of that sort is that it could explain how we can push towards extropy. And so, in the face of things tending towards disorder, we can still create greater order.
Yeah.
Might not be a flaw. Might be actually the solution to how things work.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any evidence for the outer space vacuum.
One of the neatest things
Postulations that defy the fundamental laws of physics.
So somebody extended thermodynamics to using three-dimensional time. They call it the Carnot cycle at the end of time, and that we're just cycling through constantly ending and beginning time, and it pushes towards order. And that we each experience different relative time. I can send you a link to that. It's 3 hours long and gets into the math.
That makes sense.
It's something that somebody published themselves. He considered it too important to go through the normal hoops of publication. I keep it in one of my archives if anyone's interested in the 3D time. Maybe grab through or whatever you do and enjoy it for a couple hours. And if you have a moment, I can send you a link. Anyone interested? It's one of the coolest science articles I found. But they bury it on YouTube. You can't really search 3D time and find it right away. I even typed in the full title and it was still buried, which means it's at least subtly being suppressed in all likelihood. Yeah, it's called Evolution of Time. Anyone interested? I'll DM you it.
Euler.
Bueller.
I think Euler was an alien, most likely. And if anyone from the 17th century could get on the internet, he could. Or 18th century, sorry. 1700s and 18th century. What to say? But yeah, there was a guy named Euler on one of the servers I was on. I sometimes think he is the real Euler. But yeah, Captain Dan, I sent you the video. Just maybe grab a few brews or whatever else you do. Watch it one day. It is 3 hours though, so
3 hours.
out some
What
time.
what will I be learning about?
3-dimensional time. So how time
goodness.
moves sideways rather
Sideways
than
time?
just forward and back. Yeah. And it talks about how the missing bits of thermodynamics can be solved by reparameterizing quantum physics.
Wow, that
Stuff they
sounds
just throw out.
pretty
They use the gold
mind
coordinate.
blowing.
Yeah, I still don't fully understand it, but basically there's parts of like with the way they parameterize quantum physics. Like if they'll use the imaginary plane standard formulation, they'll throw out like the upper left and bottom left quadrant, and this will use it just to describe it subtly. So he's using stuff they arbitrarily throw out to extend how we understand.
Yeah, I probably don't know enough scientism to understand it all.
It's just, if you know algebra, you'll be able to follow it.
Oh, algebra. Oh, yes. Go back to ninth grade and
You don't have to know the calculus parts of things, but if you have
I knew when I was taking that class, I've said, I am never going to use this in my whole life. And I haven't.
No. Little did you know.
Not even to disprove the globe?
Algebra? Nah, not too much. No.
Yeah, I guess not.
Now, the other side, they love log equations. They fill up the whole chalkboard with crazy equations and say, that's proof. And you go, you're the expert. I got a C in algebra.
Good enough.
And then I forgot everything they tried to tell me.
You can get it back if you ever need it.
Yeah. So far, I haven't needed it much at all, probably. But I guess anything's possible. You know, the most basic tenets of it are useful in everyday life, maybe. Certainly. There's Bill Nye saying Earth is a closed system. Why did he say that? That messes up everything NASA's trying to tell us.
Because he wanted to
It can't be
stress.
possible. I mean, apparently Voyager went past the heliopause, so through our own efforts, it's not closed anymore. If it was based on their own models.
Well, I mean, he's out there to show for the scientism. So why is he getting all serious and
you know how it is with liars; they can't keep their story straight.
It's like every once in a while, even a broken clock is correct, right?
He's speaking about
There's a meme of.
He's speaking about the tyranny of the rocket equation and how inefficient it is to get anything up there even in their delusions. And so because they keep like pushing everything back and all these promises of public space flight always get
Uh-huh.
pushed back extra 10 years, extra 5 years, endlessly.
Uh-huh.
He says this as a means to discourage people. Or that's my
They were going to get past it with a Canadian who was working for Iraq. A certain people didn't like what he was doing, so they assassinated him. He was staying in Netherlands at the time, but he was going to use cannons to make it a lot easier to put stuff into orbit.
Orbit.
Certain group who doesn't adhere to nuclear conventions and whatnot didn't like the idea of them having that space capability, so they assassinated him. This Canadian guy who was working on cannon-based launch systems.
or maybe they just didn't want him to accidentally discover that, oops, you can't just shoot yourself out into outer space.
He's almost saying that there's a dome. He's like, it's all closed. You can't come in or out. He's like, of course everything NASA showed you is fake. We can't leave the Earth. It's Photoshop, but it has to be.
Is that because it doesn't exist?
Didn't they lose the moon landing footage too recently?
Yeah, well, they lost the original tapes, the original telemetry data, and the tech to go back.
All the blueprints for everything.
It was sad because Saturn V was a freaking badass rocket too. I mean, even if it was just making us spin around a dome, it was still getting shit up there.
Yeah, they shoot a rocket off, starts going up, straight up, straight up, straight up. Pretty soon it's leaning. Pretty soon its nose is going down. Pretty soon it's flying horizontal with the ground. Pretty soon it's going on a downward arc. They go, there it goes off into outer space. Lands out in the Bermuda
But maybe
Triangle.
on the other side of the ice wall. Might be going on the other side of the ice wall.
Well, they claim that, oh yes, it's arcing around the globe Earth, so that's why it looks like it's going down into the ocean somewhere where you're not going to see. It's going around the ball Earth. So amazing.
It could be a halo ring that just bends the space so it feels like feels like a flat plane, and then the ice wall holds the waters in, and so they go on the other side. You just exit the ring. That's another model that might work.
I mean, we don't know how far that when you get up the ice wall and you're on the plane. How far out does that shit go? I mean, you heard what?
Technically, all measurements are relative anyway, because you only have a certain degree of accuracy. So every measurement has a degree of error. And the bendability of space means like those instances where I walked 300 feet and traveled 3 miles, or walked 3 miles and only traveled 300 feet. It could actually happen, especially if you're in a heightened state and reality's bending around you.
Well, we've all probably seen that ancient TV interview with old black and white show where they had this Admiral Byrd comes on to talk to these two clowns. And Admiral Byrd's like, oh, yes, just south of Middle America, out onto the plain there. He's going, there's continents that no man has seen before, and this and that.
Yeah. Eventually want to go there.
The amazing thing is the interviewers don't even go, wait a second, what did you just say? They just went right by that statement like it was nothing.
No big deal.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to hack it out in a colony there for a couple of years? I plan on eventually building a Dyson, but not. I mean, building a geodesic dome type system with hydroponic farming, so we could overwinter using either geothermal or a breeder reactor to power it up. And even the breeder reactor could be left on an icebreaker and a microwave power transfer it to it. I'm seeing it get Elon Musk involved, one of the tolerable billionaires let us Cybertrucks for the electricity.
And Admiral Byrd also said, "Oh yeah, there's uranium and all kinds of minerals." He thought that the countries would be scrambling to go up there and start mining, but right after he did that show, every single country just agreed to not let humans go there ever, and they're all in agreement.
Maybe that's where certain groups set up their base, so they can't go there except in covert expeditions.
I think I know why. It's because we didn't go there. What'd you say, Buzz Aldrin? We didn't go to the moon? We didn't go there? That's why we never returned to the moon? Oh.
I thought Russia went there first, secretly. I've read that before. Then America either faked it, or did it publicly, or something. Who knows?
I think all these countries are running the same space agency scam on their people.
Mm.
You know, the ones that
Even
have
if it is
space
taken,
agencies.
Once it all went from film canisters being dropped, it could all be manipulated by the Borg.
Yeah, I want to play that clip of Buzz real quick, 40 seconds.
There's a song that talks about
Why
how the
has
Hubble.
nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen, so in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
Yeah, you see, he let out that truth, and then he started, try to speak and try to fix what he just said with a bunch of rambling nonsense. But I feel that this guy is almost dead. He's old. He's had to prop up this gigantic lie. His whole life has been about a lie. And he just couldn't look at one more little 9-year-old girl and lie to her face. So he's like, well, we didn't go there, and that's what happened. And
The alcohol made some difference.
And the alcohol.
Too. You do know when you're on alcohol, you tend to tell the truth.
He wants to, I know that Neil Armstrong you could just tell he did not want to sit there and lie to the whole world, those giant whopper lies.
You can barely.
I get you on there. I get you on that. But the fact is, he's had a couple of conversations where he's really drunk and he tells the truth.
Yeah, you can tell that it bothers him a little bit, especially when he's talking to the little girl, because he's like, because I want to know. That's my question. And like when he's talking to Conan, you can also hear it.
I remember my parents waking me up, and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
Oh, see? He goes, yeah, we saw you on the moon. He's going, no, you didn't, dumbass. No, you didn't. You saw cartoons, okay?
Yeah, courtesy of Walt Disney.
Yeah, Walt Disney. I was thinking about that, how
I think one of the best ones is when he didn't say one word. It was when Donald Trump was saying the words, and his like reaction to the back of his face is just so priceless.
I know, he's just going, what?
He's like, yeah.
Like Donald Trump's going, I don't know. We couldn't do anything without outer space. And he's like, dumbass. You'd think Donald Trump at least would be smart enough to know NASA's fake. Oh, fuck.
So is Neil Armstrong a flat earther?
Hey, can I send you a flat Earth song? For y'all to play, a song related to flat Earth. I want to see what y'all make of it. Huh?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that Warner von Braun understood that there was a dome and no one's going anywhere.
All right, I'm sending it to you, Cliff. It's a song called Indigo Breeze. Other songs from the Matrix Theory EPs have been suppressed. This one's slightly less suppressed, but yeah, it's a song about the flat Earth. It's laying out how it's scientific fact that the Earth is flat. It goes into
Yeah, let's hear it.
All right.
What they did was they inverted the old system of control for the secret societies. Their secret doctrine was given to the public, and the truth was made the secret doctrine of the secret societies. So at the end of some of the secret societies, you do get this truth. And kind of like the Freemasons, for instance, their cosmology is flat Earth based, but low-ranking Freemasons are not going to know that.
That's right.
All right, Captain, I sent it to you. The song is called Indigo Breeze.
Is it cringe?
No, it's not cringe. It's like
is it cringe? Indigo breeze on the flat Earth.
It's indigo. It's like an R&B hip hopish, little bit of metal thrown in.
I don't see it. Where'd you post it?
Well, I sent it to Cliff. I'll send it to you, Captain Dan.
Oh, why don't you put it on the?
I don't have the permit yet. I don't think I do. I just
ask him. The guy just gave me one.
All right. Can I get a streaming terms? I won't play anything.
You have to call him Daddy. If you call him Daddy, you'll do it.
Say please, Daddy.
I might call you. I say Father. I probably won't go with Daddy though.
Father. Call no man Father. Thou shalt call no man Father, except for the Lord your God.
Yeah.
The Catholics go, you know what? We're going to call our priest Father. What do you think of that, God?
That's a little.
Yeah, what's up with that, actually?
God says, worship me on the Sabbath, Saturday. And the Catholic Church goes, you know what? We're just go ahead and change that to Sunday because we're sun worshipers and that's how we roll.
No, it's because the Jews were keeping the Sabbath and they wanted to get the Gentiles more involved.
Yes.
Huh.
What? That has nothing to do with it at all. You're both wrong.
Cliff or Captain Dan.
That's when the early church met. It happened hundreds of years before the Catholic Church arrived.
They were all Jews.
Yeah.
So why don't y'all play that?
Who made a big deal about the Sabbath all the time.
That's exactly what I said. It's because the Jewish Christians were
the early Christians that were Jews also worshipped on Sunday. That's when they met. They called it the Lord's Day because that was the day they assumed he arose from the dead.
Well, what about the Sabbath, like God said to do?
What about it? The Sunday worship didn't supplant it.
Oh,
they're
so
mutually
they did both.
exclusive.
Okay.
Some of them did, sure.
All right.
It has nothing to do with the Catholic Church.
Well, it is because they officially just changed it.
No,
I mean, it's right there in the old 10 Commandments.
They didn't change anything.
The 10 Commandments. They say God wrote it with his own.
Do you have a girl? Do you have a woman in your life?
No.
Or a car or anything of value?
Hey, women are property,
Let's just assume you have a car. Okay, I'm right on the document. Your car is mine now. Does that mean anything?
Since you have a piece of paper, I have to give you my car.
Must be true, right? Oh, hold on a second. I forgot to say I'm a divine authority and I wrote it on a paper. Therefore, your car is mine now.
Catholics just said, we're the divine authority and we say so. And that's the end of it. You don't like it, chop your friggin' head off, burn you at the stake. How do you like that?
Oh, jeez.
Anyway, the point is the practice of Sunday worship was already well established before the Catholic Church came along and made everyone think that it was their idea.
I have to research that because I've never heard such a thing.
Take Sunday.
The Catholic Church is as old as the church.
Focus on the divine. Although one should spend every day. They spend some time communicating with
Like
with the
God gave Adam and Eve
almost
one
divine.
stinking rule to follow. What do? They do the exact thing he told them not to do.
Based.
I think that sort of got the divine perfection is his allowance for imperfection.
Thought of that because
he didn't want it just robots. He wanted people that
down there to
found
mess
their
with
own
their
path.
mind. Really say?
Yeah, dude, Cliff and Dan, I sent y'all the Indigo Breeze song. So
okay,
God bless.
it is. It's nothing. Like it's all lyrics are clean, so it's something you can throw on, and it's related to our topic.
It's not a
discussion.
pornographic Flat Earth song?
No,
Yeah, I only listen to
I haven't
porno
found one of those
songs.
yet. Yeah, I'll be sure to send you it if I do find a lewd song related to Flat Earth.
Yeah,
there's got to be a rule. What is it? Rule 34 related to Flat Earth.
No, there is. I've seen
it. Probably pretty good too.
You know, we're high-minded truth seekers over here. We don't run the gutter.
Yeah, but yeah, I want to see what y'all make of this song. It has been suppressed for a while. It's part off of the second, I think the third Matrix Theory EP. The same Matrix Theory EPs also predicted COVID a year before it came out and talk about biological diseases are released for strategic reasons.
Like the Illuminati card game.
It wasn't talking about COVID specifically, but it was
a fake, you know, pandemic.
It's a song called talks about that, like all that. And this song here talks about weather manipulation. The Indigo Breeze song. Let me see if maybe I can get perms.
You give you permission, you ought to just go ahead and put it right in the text chat.
Okay, hold on. Which for bot text or just go to Red Pill Music or something?
Just drop it in the voice text chat, and I'll drop it in the bot.
Okay.
Isn't there a flat earther card for the Illuminati game, you guys, or whatever?
No.
Sure, flat Earth. Yep.
yeah, flat Earth.
Draw it. It looks square, but you know.
Yeah, it's a pretty awkward picture, but we'll take what we can get, right, guys?
It's just one of the cards in the deck. It's all part of the game.
Well, yeah.
Be onto something or something.
Okay.
They may know something.
I'm ready to play
Yeah.
I'm ready to play this song. I also have 2 little clips for when I wanna play later, but you wanna listen to it now?
Yes, please.
Hit it, Maestro.
Hell yeah.
Open the scene, humankind panics from a dying planet. Try to understand it. They say thunderbirds fly to preserve our skies, and geoengineers lie. They deserve to die. They deserve to die.
The energy breathe, indigo breeze. Throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You hold the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body.
How could life not be real? Running over the rolling hills, rolling around in lush green fields. It's just a reminder that every day the sun rises. And every new mama Kaba, look into her blue iris. There she is, Delilah, seductive yet so silent. With whispers of inspiration from the valley of the faceless. A gift for all human races. Surface to air, air to ground, across firmament. Wherever my love is allowed. Stand up to command, hate to stand down. Not much left in the sandblast now. I'm just a man, learning not to trust the lies that I'm just beginning to understand. I feel betrayed and I don't know what to say. It all changed when the sky turned gray.
The energy breathe, indigo breeze. Throw a flare and light it.
my chest grabbing. This is madness, follow the white rabbit. Down the hole, can barely hear the sound of my soul. It's so cold, whether the sun goes. Stand atop my Fuji, cannabis. You see me through the crazy chemtrail graffiti.
Some argue the earth is flat. It's a scientific fact. The fake news debates to distract me while we hold our throats, cough and choke. Chemical smoke, we still think chemtrails is a hoax. The human race reduced to cockroaches. They run from Lord Vader as he approaches. They poison our air, land, and oceans with submicronal global aerosols. I told you.
The air that you breathe, indigo breathe, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You're holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let all cries go off around me. Rise up high and fly. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let all cries go off around me. Let it drift around your body.
They took my blue skies away. It's like the whole planet died that day. Humans become breathing semiconductors, weapons of mass respiratory destruction. Sky captain snuffing out the masses through stereolithographics. The atmospheric enabler, biometric vapors cut through your lung tissue like razors. Sharp lightsabers cut through wafers of a deeply satanic nature. It's the will of Lord Vader. Deactivated T-cell receptors, deprivation of clean oxygen is a weapon. Question: how can you live if you can't breathe? And where will you go if they ever succeed? Technology nano, crops can't grow from extreme drought to sandstorms and bad snow. Surface acoustic spray, chemical aggregate saturates every God-given breath we take. I didn't before, but now I can see the evil they put in the air we breathe.
The air that you breathe, indigo breathe, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You're holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let all cries go off around me. Rise up high and fly. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let all cries go off around me.
Heavy stuff there. A lot of information packed in that song.
I was promised no cringe.
I guess if you don't like R&B, yeah, but there's a lot of good information in that song, especially about chemtrails, flat Earth, and the T-cell deprivation. Really, that relates directly with COVID.
Yeah, but we don't talk about that here. Sorry, you're gonna have to.
Sorry, I won't. But yeah, it relates to a lot of other stuff too. Just bio. I wonder what sort of nano stuff can be sprayed though. Is that a topic we'll go into discussion? I mean, trees themselves act as cloud seeders. Like a big enough forest will put terpenes into the sky. That's natural cloud seeding. And actually healthy.
Yeah, I have a quick clip here that I want to play, and it kind of speaks for itself because we have to deal with this a lot.
That didn't load.
Yeah, I know, I'm fixing it. Ah, damn it. I wonder why it doesn't play that. Whatever. I have a different one, which is essentially a response to Why Would They Lie. I wonder if this one plays. Nope. It's like some files work, but some don't.
I have a heavier song that did a lot of prediction of going up.
Edwin Hubble and Stephen Hawking went as far as to say that they reject the geocentric model not based on scientific reasoning, but rather because they find the thought of being at the center of the universe to be emotionally disturbing. Physicist George Ellis stated that you cannot disprove the geocentric model. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds.
Why did it drop?
That was the end of that little clip. It's just, I don't know why, but some of it seems to work, but other things don't play on the bot.
Geocentrism, like I bounce. I sometimes wonder, like the way we, after a certain level of technology, could blow up the whole planet. We started fighting our wars through proxy. Like the Earth is center in that way for larger scales by serving as a proxy and as a whole. And that would sort of explain why it sort of seems to be somewhat or if not completely centered, slightly off center. But I have another song. The only prediction is they got the name of the Democratic candidate in the prediction off, or maybe he's hinting at the person actually controlling strings from the background. But I'll send you another song to put on it. It's off of the Fiat Accompli album, which is a huge concept hip hop album about the New World Order and Illuminati type stuff. The song is called Last Christians. It's pretty heavy stuff.
Hello, all.
But yeah, if I send it in the, if I put the link in the live stream voice text, would you put it on?
So, yeah, maybe. Who said hello?
That was me.
Would you put this next song on if I put the link in here? It's a little long.
Just put the link in there, and people can listen to it on their own. I think Hank wants to talk to the new person.
Okay.
Yeah. Who came in? Say your name.
I'm not new, but Slug. I'm kind of new.
Slug?
I guess like a month.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So, your previous conversations, you want to catch me up on? Have you went over the 3 points?
No, I've heard about that though. I've been actually tuning into a lot of conversations.
So you listen more than you talk, right? You've been
correct.
listening for a while.
Correct.
All right. So what is your?
Yeah, I've been
if you could
listening. I've talked before.
Okay, cool. But
What's
if you could
Sorry.
sum up what what you've kind of heard and learned here so far, or what interests you, what's the things that you want to hear more about?
I just like everything about the compartmentalization of information and how easy it is to pull off, you know.
You're a little laggy on your
I guess
internet
with
there.
Yeah, you're
NASA,
robotic a little bit.
it's like exactly it's everything's
You're
compartmentalized.
roboting, Slug.
You know, there's a manager. Hello,
Slug, did you
and then
step in some salt, bro? You might want to mute yourself. Yeah. Try to work on that connection and come back. We'd love to hear what you got to say. Oh, can you hear me now, Slug? You're roboting a little bit.
hello.
Yeah, you sound good now, but you were roboting there.
Do I sound like a robot?
Not anymore. Would you like to start over?
Yeah, that sounds good now.
All right. So I was talking about, I think his name was B. Carl. I don't know if you know B. Carl.
Yeah, really smart dude. He doesn't talk much, but when he does, everybody should listen.
Yeah. So I happened to catch him one night, and I really liked the conversation he was having about compartmentalization and how easy it is to pull off.
Mm-hmm.
It made a lot of sense. So.
Yeah, it's a very important key element to pulling off these frauds. So the people that work for NASA don't even realize that anything's not real, because they just work on their little section of the project.
Yeah, and then they communicate to the next level person, you know.
Yeah, like those guys you see in the command central sitting in front of computer screens, you know, with the white shirts and the Buddy Holly glasses and stuff. I mean, they're just seeing some data on a screen. It doesn't need to relate to reality.
Right. Yeah, I found that like it made a lot of sense.
Because people say, "Oh, how could they ever keep a secret with you when you have 100,000 employees?" You know, well, that's how it's called compartmentalization.
Right. And it does. It makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I do a lot more listening. I've been here for like a month. Yeah. All right. I've been here for like a month and a half maybe. And I've just really enjoyed, I don't know. I just really enjoyed the conversations. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, sorry, I kind of stepped away for a second. So, yeah, you were talking about B. Carl's. Smart dude, definitely worth listening to. And, you know, a lot of people say that, like, I'm really good at, like, staying chill and calm, but B. Carl's is, like, on another level with his Zen, from my experience. Yeah, so shout out to B. Carl's. For real, wherever he's at. And yeah, there's some pretty interesting conversations on here. You know, it's not hard to compartmentalize when you have dirt on people. So let's say that, you know, there was a sorority, or what do they call it for men? Sorority.
Fraternity.
Fraternity. Yeah, frat. Okay, yeah, I'll remember that. Fraternity, like, and let's say that, you know, they had some dirt on you, right? Let's say that, like, you joined the Skull and Bones fraternity, and, you know, they had a video of you doing something unspeakable in a coffin, right?
They actually do have all that.
You probably wouldn't want to, you know, turn your back on your frat members and, you know,
Right.
talk about
You
things
try to
out of
think about,
church.
snitching on one of them. They're like, "Hey, we got, the videos, dude."
Right, so that's what they publicize. So imagine if you wanted to have real control over your fraternity members and you got them to do something unspeakable, let's say something to do with a minor. This is all hypothetical.
This is how Jeffrey Epstein works. He's out to compromise, important scientists and politicians, and people that they need to blackmail later. Very sophisticated.
Yeah, they tried to recruit my father and tried to use that kind of stuff, tried to get him to do that kind of stuff. He got abused as a child, so that was like a thing that just made him flip out and rob them.
Yeah, they probably start out like, "Hey, you want to bang a hot Dallas Cowboys cheerleader? Cheat on your wife."
They
and
got
then it's
hookers and sex parties, and it sounds good in the beginning, but then they're like, "We have all this dirt on you. You do this thing with us, or we know you're not one of us."
Yeah, you start out with the hooker, and then it's like, okay, you want to do a 14-year-old, and then it's a 9-year-old, and then it's a goat, and then et cetera, et cetera. So you're fully compromised.
Yeah, but you guys get my point, right? They get dirt on you, right? Then they have ultimate control on you, because if they were to release the dirt to the public might say, you know what, fuck the laws. I saw that video. You can't fake that kind of stuff, right? And then, look what happened to R. Kelly, right? Was he, one of their, not Illuminati, but one of their assets, something that they controlled and owned, and then
it actually sounds like they had that dirt on him, but they wanted more, and he didn't comply with what they wanted, because that's what they did to my dad. They tried to butcher him in the news.
Yeah, I understand in the hip hop world that, you want to come along, you're a new rapper, you want a recording contract. It's like you have to do a bunch of gay stuff with, record executives and whatnot. Yes. The casting couch.
Anyway, so you guys get the point. So, it's not very hard to control people. You find out what they want, and, most people like sex. So a honey trap was old when Babylon was young, right? It's the oldest trick in the book, right? The honey trap. I mean,
the good old honey trap works every time.
Yeah. It's almost like, Pooh Bear was being metaphorical. But anyway, so the thing is that it's really easy to see that our country went from being free, like you were free enough to go outside and say, hey, you know what, asshole, me and you, we're going to have a gun down right in front of the sheriff's office. I'll tell you what, we're free
right in the street.
Contract. Yeah, right in the street, right in front of the sheriff. So the sheriff can't do nothing about it because the Constitution said you have the right to contract unlimited. So if you have
the sheriff just watches and waits till it's over,
The sheriff watches and tells people to clear the street so that people don't get accidentally shot. He tells them to stand so you're not aiming at the buildings.
Yeah. People were a lot more polite back in those days.
Yeah, they were.
You don't just call somebody a liar at a card game. He'd be like, "You called me a liar," pull out his gun. That's it right now, you and me in the street.
Yeah, reputation mattered more.
Yeah.
Now they think
you got known as a liar around town. No one would work with you. It could really hurt you,
Yeah, now they think they can just gaslight and lie their way out of everything.
Yeah. I know. Imagine that much, that amount of freedom. Everybody just got guns, and the Constitution said, "Yep, you can have guns, all you want." government can't impede on that. So then it's like, oh, you guys want to have a duel and kill each other? It's your choice. Free country. It's a lot of freedom, right?
Too much, some would say.
Right.
Now they have the opportunity to throw two people in jail, so they'd rather do that than charge them with shooting weapons. Get 5 years each. Part of the system.
Well, the jails help drain the finances from everybody else and justify more tax spending, because we need to take care of all these prisoners that we have imprisoned.
It's called
for me and you to live in, for you and me.
the prison industrial complex, much like how we have
Right.
the military industrial complex. Just, putting forth policies that make sure small skirmishes continue, because if you have a real big war that involves a draft, people stand up against it. But if you have small skirmishes that go on for years and decades and, cost trillions of dollars over those many years, well, it's a slow burn, so the general public doesn't rise up against it. It's just a small vocal minority that ever does so.
Especially if it's not in your neighborhood.
Yeah, they understand our psychology and how we think and how generally people react to things. So it's easy to
absolutely.
manipulate people.
I mean, that mind control is a key element in any of these agendas they're going to try to do. Because it's like basically a handful of people trying to control 7 billion people.
Yeah, even just with getting them into the honey trap, they use foot in the door technique. They use known psychological manipulation techniques to get them to
Well, they
do
come and schmooze you, and hey, you want to go to a party on my yacht? You're like, sure. Oh, it's going to be great. We're going to have, Red Hot Chili Peppers are going to be playing. What? Really? Oh, yeah. It's going to be tons of hookers and coke, and you're like all excited, and then it
they
goes
get
from there.
corrupted slowly but surely, because it's what it's designed to do. It's been designed to do that over decades and millennia.
It takes a real person of super integrity to just see what that is right away. Just no thanks. Not interested in your sinful party boat.
Yeah, but even if you do that, they will work together against you. This is known within, for instance, like the Freemasons. They help each other get ahead, and if there's a non-Freemasonic company, they will work together against it. So raising their prices and stuff like that to put them out of business.
They're scared of people who they can't buy.
Yeah, when it comes to CIA type stuff, they will come and come to a president of Guatemala or something, and hey, listen, you play ball with us, screw over your people. We're going to make you a rich man. What do you think? Most people go, okay. But if you get the occasional one that's like, no, get the fuck out, then they'll come in and agent provocateur you,
Yeah. They do that a
cause
lot.
some fake news story that you're a horrible dictator and everybody's rioting against you. They'll just hire some people to make a fake riot or something and put it in the news, and they'll chip away at you that way. And then the final, thing is just have you whacked and replaced.
Yeah, economic hitmen, they use them a lot.
Right.
What we need actually is total transparency. We need actual people within these positions recording these fuckers and saying, okay, I haven't had enough. We need to have, all of these interactions need to be recorded, and they can just get fucked.
Yeah, well, when somebody comes to your office with briefcases of $100 bills and is just, telling you, hey, it's going to be good for your people, or whatever, and it's pretty hard to say no. Because, if you tell them no, now not only aren't you going to get any money, they're going to, start messing with you.
Yeah, it's true. Most people would fall for that, but what we need is yeah, they also threaten their families, like Karma is telling me, but they threaten them also through more subtle means, like influencing their businesses and like offering them successes. It's all through small baby steps. They hoodwink them into this. Yeah.
Is Karma going to bless us with her presence? If not, shut up, Karma.
And it seems to me like, even all the Republicans, lawmakers, senators, congressmen, governor, it seems like most of them are probably compromised because most of them don't do jack shit in the face of all this tyranny and whatever. There's only a couple of them dare speak out.
Yeah, you can see it by, like, they don't dare put their neck out. They don't dare say
Hang on, a
anything.
lot of them are standing out. Ted Cruz, Candace Owens.
Yeah,
Marjorie
Ted Cruz,
Taylor.
he'll
I like Candace
speak
Owens.
up. Oh yeah, and then Rand Paul, he gets off Fauci and tells him to fucking resign. Call him a liar. You're lying before Congress, you dick.
Yeah, but I kind of like see them as like they're Candace excluded, but like Ted, for instance, is kind of like a turtle. He like pokes his head out and takes a bite, but it always goes back in the shell, and he doesn't stick it far enough out that the other guys can chop it off. Essentially.
Yeah, he's
meanwhile Candace Owens is just
careful.
Candace Owens is just like balls out, just in your face. And they don't like that, so they censor her far
for the
more.
Government, though. Right? She's not a politician. She's just a pundit or whatever you call her. I don't know.
I would actually like Ted Cruz if he wasn't like such a fucking cuckoo bird when it comes to foreign states and backing them rather than backing their own.
Usually when I hear Ted Cruz, I don't have much problem with what he's saying, or kind of agree with what he's saying. It sounds pretty reasonable. What are you saying? He backs foreign countries? What?
Well, everybody kind of has this thing where it's like, make America great again or whatever, like America first. But I don't see any politicians that ever put America first. It's always like, what are you going to do for Israel?
Oh, I know. The amount of money they just throw away at every single country is just so retarded. I can't even believe it.
Yeah, worst thing is they get that just from
billions and
stealing
trillions.
from everybody. Yeah, because as soon as they print all that money, it devalues your currency. So it's just absurd.
Yeah.
It's like they want America to be a third world country.
As far as I can tell, they're working to dismantle it and wreck it and bring it down and collapse it.
What about the guy in Florida who went against all the mandates?
DeSantis is cool.
Oh, that's even worse. No, he's even worse because in Florida, if you get caught saying the wrong things, they got anti-Semitic laws there.
Classic. This is how they operate as well. Like they always give you a little bit of good with a little bit of bad, so that you're stuck choosing between
Shiniest turd.
The shiniest turd, essentially.
Shiniest turd. Somebody piped up from the background. It's the shiniest turd doctrine. They always, whatever, like, if they're doing something it's bad and they don't want you to know what they will have a cover story of why they're doing it that sounds good. Of course, we know this.
Yeah,
they're gonna bomb the shit out of Iraq and kill 1 million innocent people and lie about weapons of mass destruction, but what they're really doing is we're bringing democracy and freedom and stuff to them. We're doing them a big favor, you see.
Yeah, if you read about the Hegelian dialectic, you'll hear that they always have two reasons for everything: the actual reason for it, and then the public excuse that makes it seem acceptable.
Yes, there's the esoteric reason that you don't get to know about, and then there's the exoteric, for the general consumption of the masses. Tell them this.
Same thing with religion. I got to tell you, there's like an inner religion and an outer religion. It seems like in the church, there's definitely two different things going on.
It's kind of like Freemasonry, like in a Mormon church, for example. The new initiates and the very low level, they don't know all the weird stuff and the doctrines and all the crazy stuff that the upper guys know, but they're kind of hiding it from the people. They don't want that shit out. But you know what I mean? It's same with Freemasonry. The farther up you go, they'll start revealing their secrets, you know.
Freemasonry is huge into binaries.
Binaries. That?
No, you were talking about like two reasons for the same thing.
Yes.
They love that.
Yeah, like when you have to believe in God to join the Freemasons. So you think, oh, this must be a godly organization. But, a bunch of degrees up, they'll tell you, guess what? God is Lucifer. You know that one in the Bible? Yeah, that's the real God.
Yeah. It's a way to target people who actually have faith and money, and try in an attempt to convert them to Luciferianism.
I know.
And the funny thing is, a lot of Freemasons think, oh, the Jesuits are the bad guys, and a lot of Jesuits and low-ranking Jesuits think, oh no, the Freemasons are the bad guys. But the Freemasons and Jesuits in the higher degrees actually work together and share the same secret societies. So it's just a joke.
Yeah, it seems like they'd be connected. Jesuits, they just been ever since like 14 something. These people have just been screwing the world over. They infiltrate. They just see a institution and they'll just infiltrate it in order to screw it up later or whatever they want. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, if you read the writings of Ignatius Loyola, the founder of the Jesuits, he basically tells them, do not write anything down of your true intentions. Write it everything down as if you're speaking about God and make it sound extra flowery. Do not write down any of the information. It must be transmitted vocally in person. One versus one, and then he instructs them to get or control the ear of every king or queen, and they went out and did that. For instance, in China, they infiltrated China and through the eunuchs and using the Greek writings, because China at the time considered the more philosophical and educated you are, the more noble you are. So they got the eunuchs to allow them to teach the heirs of the emperor, and then they caused a civil war, incited rebellion within the country. This was when China was still a flat earther country, and then they tried to assassinated the emperor, or the emperor was assassinated, and all of the princes and the princesses were pulled in different directions, and it just so happened that a foreign country also invaded at the same time. By the way, there were also Jesuits with that foreign invasion, and then
they'll be on both sides.
Yeah, and then by miraculous coincidence, it just so happened to have a devastating earthquake that devastated the food supply. So
coincidence.
the Jesuit churches that the emperor had built all over China had the Jesuits preaching to the public that the God was angry with the emperor. He had no favor of the gods. So the public rose up in rebellion as well, all at the same time. And that's how China became global and started believing that they live on a globe.
Oh, you're saying they're flat Earth up until when?
Until the Jesuits came in and destroyed it. It's, if I remember correctly, it's the fall of the Ming Empire.
How do you make a culture old as China give up their cosmology? No, we're on a ball. They'd be going on a ball. Get out of here.
By taking it over. By first, you raise the children incorrectly because you were given the children by the eunuchs. Yes.
Courts.
And then what they did, they destroyed the current control system, alienated all the brothers and the sisters so that they would not unify together. Yeah, and broke China up. And then they continued to indoctrinate their different disciples until they had one they thought they could completely control, implement him into power, and now you have a state under your control.
Yeah, that's the other thing they do. They're in the organization. They're looking for new, fresh blood that they can, create some new agent of deception. Bring the new one into the fold to be their golden boy to, push some evil agenda. Yes.
Yeah, that's also part of due to their occult leanings because. They love having other people do their dirty work so that the impact of what they perceive as karma is not going to come as much to them. It's going to come more to the other guy who misunderstood their doublespeak. So they can claim that in their hearts they were actually good. The other guy just misunderstood because of all the nefarious inclinations that he had been showing him before.
Yeah, it is all that kind of subtle psychology. So they have to live with themselves because they're supposed to be priests of the Lord Jesus doing good, but of course they're the opposite. And they have to not feel bad about themselves. It's for the greater good, you see. So the Pope, rules the whole world. That's a good thing. So if they have to kill a few people, take over some shit in the process, hey, God will forgive me. All I have to do is go to confession and tell some other Jesuit the stuff I did, and he'll say 5 Hail Marys and a couple Our Fathers, and then I'm white as snow again.
Hell yeah. Fuck Papists.
Now that's a religion. You see, God is cut out of that loop. You go out, you do some sins, you start feeling like you built up a bunch of sins, you feel kind of dirty. Hey, what you do is you come on in here. When the church is closed, we'll be in here like a Saturday night. You come in a little closet, you say, hey, listen, it's been 3 months since I last confession. Okay, I did this, and that. And you go, really? How many times? And then he goes, okay, well, go ahead and say, 5 Hail Marys and 10 Our Fathers, and God bless you. Now, he does that and walks out thinking he's precious snow. Think about it. God was never even included in this operation.
Exactly. Think about it. That's the old type of Epstein. That's how they used to control them. Here's a man of moral integrity, the priest, who has always played that role. And oh no, he's breaking his vows and telling us how awful this man is because he feels he has to. But it just gives them the ability to put shade or taint the reputation of other people through their perceived secret knowledge of all truths because they claim the authority of God.
Yeah, because if anybody looks at them, they see, oh, these are some holy men, trying to spread Jesus' stuff, and they're scholars and don't even have criminal records. Nothing could be wrong with them. You know what I mean? It's this a facade of righteousness. I mean, the most evil people are gonna dress up like preachers of the word of God. You know?
Yeah, true evil always cloaks itself in kindness.
Yeah, like these billionaire, eugenicists that want to cull the planet and everything. They're known as philanthropists that give money to charity, and they're just so beloved, and what good people, you see.
Yeah, they give so much money to charity that they own, and the charity is
their
only
own charities.
the charities only further their like sick agendas that the people actually don't want. So,
like a guy like Bono, can't understand that he'll let's collect money for the poor people of, I don't know, Haiti or something. The Clintons did this. We'll have concert for it, blah, blah, blah. When he finally gets all this money and the people sent in for the relief, he gives them like 2%, and 98% goes into Bono's account.
Didn't Jesus say, repent of your sins?
Pretty much. But see, he wouldn't see that as a sin. He would say, now he's more known for, this humanitarian rock star, always looking out for the little people in, Cuba or someplace. What a great guy. So he gets all that adulation. They send him all this money, and he throws them a couple of crumbs and thinks, I just did a good thing. I just threw him some crumbs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, fuck Bono.
And a guy like that, their whole life, everywhere they go, everybody's running around kissing their ass, rolling out red carpets, oh, Mr. Bono, And so it's got to go to your head. Same with, the big politicians and the royalty and all that. They just got people running around kissing their ass all day.
yeah, that's why they do that. It's to make them lose touch with reality, so they become more narcissistic and eventually sociopathic.
Yeah, then they inbreed and stuff to keep all the fortunes within the family. And the evil old grandfather, is maybe the originator of some plot to destroy the country, but the plan's going to go on so long, he's going to be dead before the plan ever gets fulfilled. But they'll just bring in their son, and he's going to carry on his dad's evil shit, because they make like 50-year plans, 75-year plans. Like about 1913, when the Federal Reserve opened up shop and they instituted the income tax on your wages, which we didn't have before. And then they looked around and decided to have a depression. They have the levers of the currency and all that, and they can cause a depression. And then they run around buying everything for pennies on the dollar. And when the depression's over, they own everything. This is how the Rothschilds sort of took over the world in their day. And that's how they roll. They like war. That's one of the biggest money makers for them. They'll foment if they see some kind of a problem between this country and that, they will go to each side and try to sell them arms and get them all in debt.
Of course, it's two birds with one stone. You're you're lowering population, which is their biggest threat, and you're selling all this military weaponry that helps advance your protection, which is the military weaponry. That's why they're focused so much on the military advancements, because to them that's what protects them. It's the military and the police. That's also one of the reasons why they're so pushy with the surveillance state, and they're pivoting into the using the social media corporations and all these different internet things to try to bypass all the laws and the government, essentially, to censor and control all the information. It's really annoying to deal with, but it's just where we're at. But yes, the system is all over the place, and it's pretty obvious when you look at where the wars are waged, and if the country in the wars has a banking system or not, or it has the federal banking system. You can almost always see that there is some connection there, where that country wanted to use the gold standard, or that country didn't use the monetary system that we're all hooked into. So,
not too many don't, like North Korea, Iran are, like, I think, two examples of countries that aren't in their central banking system, and you notice they're just Hitler 2.0, because if you don't play ball with those people, they're going to demonize you, turn you into the next Hitler, and you must be crushed and destroyed. I'm surprised they haven't invaded and bombed Iran, because they really wanted to, and back with Bush and Cheney, they're salivating over bombing Iran for some reason.
What's crazy is back in the 80s, they were selling intercontinental ballistic weapons, without the warheads, right? Allegedly, they were selling it to Iran back in the 80s. Israel was.
Yeah. I mean, we messed with Iran before, like in the 50s. They had this elected President Mossadegh, who was like friendly to the West. He just wore normal business suits, and he worked with the West. Like so many of those guys. Even Saddam Hussein was the same way. He was one of our friendly assets that we did business with. And anyway, they he wanted to, I think he wanted to have the oil there in Iran owned by all the people, so that like citizens would get rebates for the natural resources in the country. And that was completely upsetting to the oil powers that just wanted to
Yeah, no, that would have created freedom in that country and prosperity, and that's just not allowed. You need to have everybody in a same horrible situation, so you will accept the free savior that is democracy and the IMF.
Yeah, see, they just can't allow you to run, your operation outside of their shit. They own like 90% of the world, and you're still got your little thing going that hasn't, got sucked into that yet. So they're going to need to conquer you, get rid of your leader, put their puppet in, and turn it into whatever they need it to be.
Yeah, they really like that they removed all the logic from education so that this appeal to consensus has effect, because it's a very, very popular argument for them and to use so that people actually do the stupid things because they think it's logical. Everybody thinks this, so it must be true. But
I feel
doesn't compute.
they see the talking heads on the late night comedy shows and the Bill Maher's and the those other ones, I forget their name, real smart asses, all libtard talk, and then you get the news, their authority figures telling you how it is, and people in nice suits that make a lot of money are telling you. So you want to believe them. So that's the problem.
Great. What about Bitcoin? Is it safe?
Bitcoin?
I don't know.
Free currency.
I don't know enough about it to speak on it.
I was asking Dre's.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I do not trust it.
I mean, I just see a total digital reboot coming to where forget all your paper money, all your coins, fucking throw it in the trash. We're not using that anymore. It's all digital, and here's your chip, and it's all one system worldwide. All so like paper money won't even exist.
I think there's something to. I think there's something to cryptocurrency. They're gonna be switching to it, but I think Bitcoin itself is a trap, and I think it's been super obviously laid, but people are just so convinced that this Nakamoto character has disappeared and 50% of all the Bitcoins has disappeared. But imagine if those 50% just magically returned in the hands of the CIA, then wouldn't 50% of that value just drop?
Well, I'm always afraid of them just declaring some kind of collapse and just say you had $100,000 in the bank. All of a sudden they're like, well, we can give you 40, it's the best we can do. Sorry. You know what I mean? You got to pull something like that.
No, Dre's, because if it goes down, there'll be buyers. So they'll buy it back up.
Yeah, but the difference is that there would be 50% or 100% more Bitcoin in circulation, and so the value would drop, which would devalue all the people's currency who are now have been hoodwinked into going into Bitcoin, and the government will most likely push forth an alternative, which will seem like the better choice. They always do.
Are you
But
sure
you
it's
don't know
50%? Wait, are you sure it's 50% that was owned by the guy who created the algorithm? Because I'm not an expert on these things, but I'm pretty sure that the way it went was 22 million Bitcoin total were created. You can't create any more. And to the best of my knowledge, 3 million of those 22 million were owned by the man who created the algorithm and are gone and lost with him.
Yeah, I heard it was 50% of the total value, but I don't know. I'm not. Like I said in the beginning, I'm not an expert on this. It feels kind of trappy, like they're gonna get people to come sit on the rug, and then they're going to pull the rug and be like, "Look, you fell in a hole. Here's a better option." They always do that.
3 million divided by 22 million is 13.6%.
Yeah, I
So
just heard
not
50%.
50, half of 25.
The funny thing is even if this is all true, it's still potentially a better investment idea than leaving your money in dollar form in the bank. Because, once that plummets.
I agree. Like I said, I think there's something to cryptocurrency. I just think Bitcoin itself and other specific coins are designed to be traps. So for when they do the switch, a lot of people will lose money, which will help finance their switch.
So, Grace, you don't know if they
You know how they have the
Nakamoto's Bitcoin.
FDIC insurance, right? They say, yeah, you could put your money in our bank. We're FDI. What is the letters? FDI insured. In other words, the
FDIC.
government stands behind us. You can't lose your money in a bank run or a depression or whatever.
Up to 225,000. FDIC.
I mean, up to how much? 225,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but that number is, how much they'll cover you, 225,000. There's another number where it's like the full amount, and there's not enough money in that total amount to cover everybody's money in the bank. So if there's a
if
bank
everybody
run,
needs it at once, they're going to just say, we don't have the money.
They operate off
that's when the
fractional
insurance
reserve.
company goes under.
It's a bubble.
It's already happened before in the 20s.
It's called a bank run, and everybody runs to the bank at once and demands their money, and pretty soon they're like, we don't have your money.
Last time it was artificial. When the Great Depression
I know you
started,
gave us cash, and we told you we put it in a safe, but we don't have your fucking money, okay? We spent it, all right?
And what percentage of money of American dollars is actually in paper form? I'm pretty sure it's less than 10%. More like
Really?
4, 5, or 2.
I think it might be closer to 1%, at least to the best of my knowledge.
No way.
Yeah, it's very low.
Yeah. Most money is already literally made up.
It's just numbers on a computer screen.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why they do want to go to the switch.
Keep in mind well, maybe not the only way, but at least off the top of my mind, the only way I can think of possession of physical gold and silver or other precious metals going wrong.
That's what I've always liked.
As if the possession of it is prohibited in the future. It has in certain places, even in the United States, for a period of time. So, I like gold and silver, but if there's crazy, stupid people around you that are willing to go along with laws making possession of such things illegal, then it could be a hazard to invest your money into it. But other than that, it's probably more of a safe thing than cryptocurrency or cash dollars.
If you have the space, you can always go copper. High-grade copper is always going to be valuable in a technological world.
Yeah. Physical things
Gold
always
kicks
beat
ass.
non-physical things.
Yeah, in 1933, we were so broke. FDR passes a law that all the citizens must hand their gold over to the government. Fuck you.
No, it said all persons. All persons must hand over their gold. Are you a person?
Persons. Oh, is it one of those technicalities?
Yeah, it's a legal definition.
Yeah, that sounds totally illegal to just demand. You know what? Everybody turn in your gold to me. Let's go.
No, every person.
Yeah, that doesn't include men and women.
Right.
Oh, it's
so
just a legal fantasy or whatever, fiction.
Yeah,
legal
fiction.
Oh, you got
it doesn't even exist in reality. It's just on paper. A person, You're like, I'm the natural man or woman, My name isn't spelled in all capital letters like a corporation. I'm a normal human being, alive on the land. You don't own me. I'm not part of your, maritime admiralty laws from Roman canon law. I didn't sign up for this garbage. Most people never ever realize that any of that exists. That's the beauty part.
You know too much. You're ungovernable.
That's an incredible story. I mean, the mother delivers this baby. You're a product. They consider you a part of commerce. She's like the ship. She's giving birth. You come down her water breaks, and you go down the birth canal, and then you manifest like a load off a ship that just pulled in a harbor. Now it's there with all the goods, and now they create a document.
You're docked. You come out of the waters and are received by the doctor at the dock.
Yes, the dock. And it's all this weird word magic, because they want to put you under maritime admiralty law of the seas. So they got to okay, you came out of some water, so you are part of that shipping sea law. Yeah. So ridiculous. And they create a your mother, it says informant where she signs. It doesn't say mother, it says informant, and you're informing the government, I've just I've given birth to this new person. It's 48 inches long, it weighs 9 pounds, blue eyes, and then they before you ever put your foot on the ground, they take a print of your soul before that foot has ever even touched this earth. You know what I mean? The soul. It's almost like they got your soul right there. See, you don't consent to any of this stuff. And then they send that document to the Department of Commerce, where they create this document called a birth certificate, and that is the original document that's going to generate all future documents on you. You are assigned a number, and you are a stock on the New York Stock Exchange.
Yeah, you're bought and traded.
You're given like a estimated worth of so many $1 million. Like, that's how much they figure this guy working all his life, how much is he going to be able to earn in his life, and because you're going to be their tax slave, and you're out there working in the world, and they're going to be taking their cut. And so you're a cattle on a cattle farm. They're going to milk you once in a while on a regular basis. And that's how that works. They call you chattel, which sounds a lot like cattle.
It just occurred to me one advantage in a world where, a warfare is being waged against freedom of economics. So if we lived in a world where possession of gold and silver is illegal, there are certain contraptions that, government agencies or militaries can use to actually look through the walls of your homes to see if you have gold and silver in there, so they can go in and confiscate it. Now, this would be a downside. This would be a scenario where it'd be a downside to have gold and silver. But the upside of Bitcoin, in this sense, or whatever, is you could have it in cold storage somewhere else or on a flash drive. The point is, it won't show up on their sensors if it's on a flash drive or in cold storage. But I'm not saying, they have advantages and disadvantages to both, but I'm just pointing that out.
I mean, I'm going to ask a dumb question.
I want to
say on a disk drive, I was thinking bitcoins were actual like coins. No.
Yeah, I just wanted to add real quick. Even gold, the Vatican and royalty owns a lot of gold that is not accounted for in the total value of gold because it's ornamental, and the
Yeah.
Jesuits teach them to hide their wealth within ornaments.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I mean,
Hey,
the Vatican.
Dan, Captain
They
Dan,
must be
I just wanted
sitting
to
on.
quickly tell you, try not to hot mic so much and try not to interrupt people. Careful with that.
Sorry. Oh, the Vatican's they got so much gold, art treasures. I mean, it's just 2,000 years of theft. I mean.
So another thing they can see with the X-ray machines when they look into your house, they can see if you got guns and ammo.
I guess so, man. They got if Hitler would have had this kind of technology available to him, he probably could have won the war and taken over the world. But Stalin could only salivate over the kind of technology these tyrants have available. I mean, they have plans for you. You're going to be living in a little tiny box in a mega city eating insects, and if they let you live in their new world order, you're going to be given an allegiance to Satan, and maybe they'll let you in.
I think it's worth pointing out that even in the United States, by definition, we don't have property rights in regards to land because it's required here that you pay property taxes for any property that you own, any land that you own. And if you don't pay these property taxes, your property will be seized from you. By definition, this is not ownership.
Yeah. It's because the government actually owns the land. They're letting you live there and pay. But if you don't give them their cut, then you lock you right out and you're done.
If they don't do taxes, then how can they run government, bud?
Well, probably the way they did for how many years?
Well, hold on, buddy.
1913.
I'm not. I hope I didn't say anything that gave you the impression that I'm against taxes altogether. I'm just specifically talking about property taxes. I am absolutely 100% against property taxes, not all taxes. By the way, just so you know, for 4 years back in the 19th century, for just 4 years, but nonetheless 4 long years, the entire United States federal government collected $0 and 0 cents in federal taxes, and it was still fully functional and operational. Where they found the funds to keep running was through tariffs on imports from foreign countries. So just keep in mind, a lot of it has to do with efficiency. If the government's efficient enough, you don't have to pay very many taxes to keep it running. I know it's just another type of tax, but I'm just pointing out the concept of efficiency and how we've come so far from being
they got the money from other countries that wanted to sell their stuff here, and they pulled in enough to run a government.
Yeah, and that helps support the self-sustainability of America itself, because then
it's sucking off the American people like leeches.
Yeah.
Yeah, what services are you thinking are worthwhile paying taxes for, Cliff? What's your top 3?
Medicare, Social Security, roads.
And you think you live on a spinning globe, don't you? What makes you think that, Cliff?
Has anyone ever told you have a lovely voice?
Not today. You're the first one.
Not today yet.
Cliff, did you know that by 2030, if the trend continues, Medicare and social services will basically cost more than the gross, all of the income of the United States? So at that point, United States will be completely bankrupt.
No, because you can deficit spend.
But we're really going to argue this. What was your third one? Medicare and Social Security are just ridiculous. These are things that used to be taken care of by the family or by private charity, which has been completely eradicated by the incredibly bloated machine and corrupt mafia organization known as the United States government. What was your third one?
Roads.
We could build those ourselves.
We'll call that infrastructure.
I'm not building a fucking road unless I get paid.
Well, Battlemut does it for a living, so you just pay him.
See, here's the thing.
He needs an Amish exchange program. Go talk to the Amish for a little while. Tell them all about your Social Security, your Medicare, and your roads. Anyway, go ahead, Hank.
Sorry about that. I mean, I was going to say, yeah, nobody forces a farmer to work, right? And why is that? Like, nobody holds a gun to the farmer and says, plant the seeds, right? It's because you might need a lawyer once or twice in your life, or a doctor once or twice in your life, but you need a farmer 3 times a day, every day for the rest of your life. So do people need to travel when they do commerce?
Captain Dan, you're hot micing a little bit. Try to mute yourself when you're not talking.
So my point is that nobody would have to force someone to pave the road if the government stopped intervening with roads. Because if you look at what they just did, they just spent, what was it, $4 trillion on the infrastructure bill? Are you guys roads, anybody? It's $4 trillion. I mean, it's a lot.
I'll buy you a lot of fucking road.
Plus, I'm pretty sure that our tax dollars, they don't actually go to the roads.
From my understanding is that all the income tax money they pull in every year goes towards the interest on the national debt that we owe to this Federal Reserve foreign offshore owned foreigner owned family owned business called the Federal Reserve. We owe them trillions.
I think the biggest portion of our spending is Medicare and Social Security, but interest on debt is also up there.
I mean, we owe so much that we could never pay it back in I don't know how many generations.
Yeah,
Just
if you
a
think you're
ridiculous
gonna be
number.
paid your Social Security, you're just young and naive. Let me tell you, they're going to add up everything they say that you owe them, and they're going to collect it out of your Social Security that you thought was protected. Sorry, not true.
No, I know. Social Security is a scam.
Yeah, this thing called the national debt. They kind of they don't want to tell you about it, but whatever number that is, divided up between how many people are in America, and everybody owes tens of thousands. They're going to think at some point, they might. You see, they're going to take away all your rights, and then when you bitch too much, they're going to say, I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought on that.
What makes you think you live on a spinning globe, Cliff?
Stuff.
I don't know. I wouldn't have asked you.
I know.
I'm just kind of mostly here to listen. I'm doing homework right now.
Oh, come on. Come on, you can't come up with just one reason. What's your best
I
proof?
got 2 classes that are doing 2 hours.
All right, give the guy a break.
So you can tell me that that my children are supposed to be slaves forever for your little spending programs there. They're entirely unnecessary. That only exist to give an excuse for slush funds, government waste, and their general mafia criminal program, and also to try to tell me that I have to send my sons to their military to defend their little budgets and weapons contracts, and yet you can't give me one reason why you live on a spinning globe. Why should I pay my taxes for your education then?
I pay for my own education.
You're telling me you go to an entirely private school that does not accept government grants, so you go to either Hillsdale College, which is in Hillsdale, Michigan, or there's one other college that does not accept any federal funding. Otherwise, your college is most definitely subsidized by the U.S. government.
Yes, right.
Oh,
Go to
I also pay a
Hillsdale
lot of
College.
money. Are you really trying to guilt me for going to a public school? Like, are you never going to send your kids to public school?
I'm
Like,
trying to
not even a
get you to
public
answer
college?
my question of why you think you live on a spinning globe, which you refuse to answer. That's why I have to harass you.
He doesn't want to
I'm
say.
doing homework, and now you're like attacking me. Just let me do
It'd be
homework.
very easy for you. Isn't that settled science? You can't even come up with one reason? Not even one, Cliff. Sad.
Just
Tell
throw
your
one out
teacher
real
that.
quick. Boom. Just throw it out. I say because he's seen so many pictures of a ball Earth all his whole life, just like we all have.
Yeah, that's why.
Captain Dan, why'd you help him?
I mean, that's immediately
It's
went up
okay.
my.
It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. He needed help, didn't he, Captain Dan? He passed you the answer.
It's because monkey see, monkey do, and you're like a little kindergartner, and they're showing you this ball Earth. And you're just like, ooh.
Captain Dan, I think it's worth pointing out that your avatar picture is why so many grown adults believe in aliens. They saw it on
kind
TV.
of an alien. It's an alien-looking creature. It is. Yeah, since I found a flat Earth, I can't believe in outer space aliens because I don't believe in outer space anymore. You know, there may be
the vacuum
hybrid.
of space.
Yeah, I mean, there may be something that you would call alien here living on the Earth that maybe could be underground or have been here longer than us that we don't know about exactly, but it gets into the mystery areas there that is very subjective.
Well, the way as I see it is as long as there's no direct evidence for it, there's no reason to think that it's true.
Yeah, pretty much. Let me ask you this. Have you ever seen those videos of like they call it shape-shifting? Usually it's people talking on TV and they start just their face starts morphing out and you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've seen those. I don't know what to make of them though.
Yeah. I mean, and you probably seen the ones with just people's with their eyes doing all that weird shit. Like they'll close their eyes and then another set of eyes will appear on the lids and be like they're looking at you with these blue eyes now. And then they open their regular eyes. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I mean, like,
it's so weird, huh?
What does it prove? Is the camera faulty? You know, like you'd have to, get one of these individuals into maybe a courtroom or a room next to a courtroom with a doctor and do a physical on them.
Yeah,
are you going to do that? Is anybody going to do that?
I mean, I think there's something for science to go look into. Try to figure that shit out. I mean,
if there's even anything to find, I mean, it could just be the camera fucking up.
Well, I've seen a lot of them over the years, and is that the morphing and stuff only happens on the people's face, and their clothes are perfect, the set is perfect, picture behind them is perfect.
That's because
remember,
interpolation affects moving objects.
It's not about what you know; it's about what you can prove in a court of law.
I just find it fascinating. I could never really figure out. They talk about holographic failure, like they're saying people, I don't know, have some kind of graphic outer image so they look human, but if it fails, then you see what they really look like. I'm not sure what's going on. As a scientist, get some of those dudes to come down and do a study. You on YouTube, man, you're as friggin' went snake eyes and what's going on with the eyes.
I think if there is, and it's a pretty big if, because I don't think there is, but if there is anything to this that you speak of, the only way in hell that this is ever going to come out to the public and be transparent, if there is anything to be transparent along those lines, is only after most people acknowledge the Earth is flat and stationary. I don't think it happened before that.
Nobody's ready for this kind of information. That's what David Icke, came upon in his studies, running into these people talking about seeing people that usually authority figures get angry, and then they just saw them like for a moment, boom, they took this reptile friggin' face on and everything, and then they pop back to the person again. The stories are from all over the world.
Wasn't Jesus of Nazareth the shapeshifter? Wasn't he walking with them for a while, and they didn't recognize him? And then finally he gave himself away with his speech, and then they finally recognized him. Wouldn't that mean
I know not of what you speak. I have not heard.
Go read it again. It says that after the crucifixion, he was walking with them, and he was talking with them, and they did not recognize him as the Messiah.
Okay, yes, I know that part. On the road to Emmaus.
And then with his speech, he revealed himself as the Messiah.
Right.
But they were walking with him and talking with him. Now, how do you walk with somebody and talk with them that you've been talking with them for years with the ministry and not recognize them? So
yeah, that's a good question. I mean, right at the, Mary saw this. She thought it was the gardener, right? She's like, "Where have you taken his body?" And he's like, maybe he resurrected from the dead, And then she's like, Lord, like, why is he looking so different that people can't even recognize him? They just seen him a couple days ago. It's a good question.
Well, it's kind of one of those things like, did the angels bring him a new avatar, right? Or was he a zombie? So he was either a zombie, a shapeshifter, or an avatar. And I'm not trying to poke fun. Please forgive me. I don't have better words to describe. So if anybody's offended,
how about
it wasn't
he
my
was
intention.
a human being that got miraculously raised from the dead? Yeah, there was a miracle, But yeah, also I wonder, what about all the cuts on him and the bruises and holes, and I mean, when he rose from the dead, was the skin still torn up and all that, or they could have been a little more descriptive on that part.
You just put a filthy joke in my mind. Like, when he rose from the dead, did he smell like a dead body? Hope not.
Well, Thomas was a twin, right?
That's a legit question.
So Thomas was a twin, I've heard, and he knew how easy it was for a mistaken identity, right? So doubting Thomas was like, I'm not going to believe it unless I can put my hand in his side. So
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable
because they're going, he got killed and everything. We all saw it, but he's alive again. You're just like, dude, I need to see that.
You want to take one? Yeah. Yeah. So if he put his hand in the side, then it wasn't a body switch. So he didn't get a new avatar. So
right, he still had the holes in his hands and his side.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But I don't understand how come people didn't recognize him and all that.
So when I say zombie, I don't mean like brains like Hollywood. I mean, like zombie is the worst in Africa. It means living dead. So he was dead, but now he's alive again.
I told you. Guess
Yeah, he did.
what?
He said, you tear down the temple, right, and I'll build it back. 3 days.
I know. The Jews freaked out. They're like, he's threatening our temple. He says he's going to tear down our temple.
I don't like him.
Hey, they're threatening our temple. He must die.
Yeah, I know that I have an unorthodox way of looking at things, but each time I read the New Testament, I try to read it through like a different perspective. So
I think
that's
most
why
of
I have
the modern day churches got it all wrong. Their whole eschatology of end times events and whatnot, they just ignore what Jesus actually said and just want to believe something.
No man shall know the day.
Yeah, how many date setters have we had come and go?
Are there like Muslim flat earthers too?
Yeah, we've got people of all different colors, creeds, nationalities, everything you can imagine. We got them all.
Waiting to be raptured.
It might be funny to say this, but going by my experience handing out these cards that link people to the Discord server, I think there might actually be more Muslim flat earthers than there are Christian flat earthers. But that's just a guess.
There is, because Muslim are more loyal to their religion than Christians. Christians are very lukewarm, most of them. And most Christians embrace evolution and science.
Yeah. I've seen some pastors give sermons against the flat earth and just calling it a satanic lie and don't be deceived, and just they're just so upside down on the issue. The Bible just has tons of verses that say it's motionless and the sun moves. There's a dome. They don't give a crap what's in the Bible. Obviously. And they preach mad. They're mad at this doctrine. I should get a sample video for you here. How do it? Oops, I just posted the wrong thing.
Yeah, it's really a crime when you've got all these churches running around trying to make these people think they have to be conformist to the government agenda. I mean, that's definitely just kind of goes to show that they're kind of a joke. I mean, spiritual organization should be an organization that doesn't pay much attention to these materialist type or institutions and doesn't, shut down just because they said so, and doesn't, believe in the globe just because they said so, going against their own, holy book. It's just bizarre, how they got these people tied down. But it just goes to show, like you said, you got this preacher preaching it, and some people, all it takes is some charismatic person saying something, and they'll just follow them hook, line, and sinker, like the Pied Piper of Hamelin, just follow them right off the cliff.
Yeah,
Not actually investigate it for themselves.
I've seen a couple pastors that teach flat earth, and then I've seen a few that give sermons, just freaking out that anybody believes such nonsense. I think people better draw sides on this thing and better study up before you start yelling at people how stupid we are.
I just heard the Amish teach flat Earth. Has anybody else heard that? Amish.
Well,
that makes sense because they read the Bible so much.
Yeah, I was thinking about asking him when I see them. I go and shop in this Amish grocery store, but they're not real chatty. Like, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know if they would, I'm not sure if they would be interested in having a discussion about it. But
They're probably reluctant to speak to the regular sinners.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't want to be like, okay,
worldly people.
10 questions now about what you think. I don't know. They're perfectly pleasant. They talk about how's your day and all that.
Yeah, I think that'd be a legit question. Just, do you, the Bible says that teaches that the earth is flat, doesn't move, etc. You also agree with that, or do you believe in the round earth? They probably believe in the round earth. That indoctrination is so. Maybe they didn't go to public school, so they might have missed that. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, the one here, they have their own school, but some of them, another place where I used to work that has, in another part of the state that has a lot of Amish, they used to go to the public school until they were in 8th grade, but because there were so many of them there, it was like it was practically an Amish school, except, they had regular public school teachers, but they kind of like accommodated them, you know what I mean? So it's not like they were, they wouldn't have been teaching them exactly the Amish ways or anything, but they avoided stuff that the parents didn't want them to teach and stuff, that kind of thing.
They're probably know enough that NASA is of the devil. They wouldn't be like all teaching them about all that theoretical, nonsense. I don't know.
Yeah, if I'm in a chatty mood next time I go there, maybe I'll try to work into the conversation.
Take a chance.
If I just had a flat Earth T-shirt and wear that, see, that's not the kind. They wouldn't do that. They keep to themselves. Like they would not be like, "Oh, I see a flat Earth T-shirt there, ma'am."
No, they wouldn't.
They would
say
not
nothing
be like that. I would definitely have to bring it up.
I know. I just never see an Amish person where I live. It seems like they don't even go into town that much. I mean, they try not to.
Well, yeah, they got their horse and buggies. I mean, yeah, we got horse and buggies all over the place.
That's only
here.
when they really have to.
Yeah.
So it's just like into town and out of there, like Sodom and Gomorrah, Get back to your acreage, your farm with no lights, no electricity.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I know that Cliff is wrong, that we don't really need the government or taxes because I observed in my whole life, Amish live here among us. You could say, yeah, they take advantage of some of the stuff that's here, like they drive their horse and buggies on the road. You could say that they're driving their horse and buggies on the road, but it wouldn't matter if the whole government collapsed and the road slowly crumbled away. They'd drive their horse and buggy on the remnants of the road, or the dirt road,
Yeah, but don't you like hot showers and shit?
You can have hot showers without paying taxes. I used to have a hot shower with a solar shower when I used to camp in the mountains. You can just take a little,
You
it's a
boil your
5-gallon
water with fire, and then you put it in the bath with soap.
Absolutely. There's many ways to do that. You could hook up your hot water tank to a bicycle generator. Bicycle till you got enough electricity. I mean, come on. Do you want me to keep listing the ways, Cliff?
Most of the infrastructure that we have was actually paid for initially privately by the corporations like Carnegie Steel and Standard Oil and these guys, like during the Industrial Revolution. They needed a means to distribute their goods and services and whatever else, and so they built the railways, the telephone lines that we use. They were actually, what was it called? the where they did the Morse code crap. What is that? Telegraph. Yeah, telegraph wires. That's what we use as our telephone wires still today. The major like roads, highways, or whatever, they were all paid for by the privately by these corporations just to sell their goods, and they were being taxed at like 70% or something like that. And they were still the richest people in the world by far and had nothing to worry about.
I know that millions and millions of dollars back in 1850 is like billions now.
Yeah, it's just, Cliff, you're not aware that who will build the roads. That's like a joke. Like, that's why I just want to know, like, he just came up with that. Are they teaching this to you in school? Like, because it's a popular, like, just kind of running libertarian joke that people say, who the roads? As if, like, people were incapable of building roads, before this.
Yeah, like when do private people build like mass roads? Like, is there any country where all their roads were built private, or a lot of them, or like anywhere in history?
Private roads?
Lou just told you. Did you not? Were you not listening? Do you want him to repeat it?
I'm doing my homework. Wait, can you?
I must have missed something. He was saying that private corporations were putting money into getting the transportation systems up and running because they need them up and running nice so they can run their businesses better.
It works fine on paper, but has it ever happened?
Well, I could see why they would work with the government and kick in some money on doing big projects like that.
But I want to know who put that idea into your head, who will build the roads. I got to know. Where'd you get that idea? Was it from your social studies teacher? Nancy Pelosi? Who was it?
Nancy
He doesn't
Pelosi.
want to tell me. Cliff has a problem with direct questions. Maybe it's my delivery.
He thinks you're
Yeah,
gonna
you're
say
kind of
something
coming
mean to him.
across like aggressive.
Am I being aggressive toward Cliff, guys?
You're scaring him.
Well, here, Cliff.
Just
Let me
ain't
answer
seen
for you.
nothing yet.
It's
But baby, you just ain't seen nothing yet.
it's
Thank you,
something
Hank.
that you heard
Hank
somewhere.
knows. This is like what? This is like on a scale of 1 to 10 on my aggression level. This is like 0.5. I'm sorry, Cliff. You can't handle this. Thank you, Hank. Hank knows. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Cliff, you can just simply say it's something you heard somewhere that tax dollars go building the roads. You never really thought about it very much. And even if it's true, you never really thought about what exact percentage of your tax dollars, federal or state, go to building the roads. What percentage go to other things?
Yeah, I mean, definitely
right?
very
would
little.
that be accurate?
Yeah, very little goes to roads, but still, it's important.
I heard my lottery ticket dollars go to schools.
Yeah, but you do at least acknowledge that it's less than 1% in total as far as the actual federal budget goes. And let's be honest, there's a lot of roads out there. It seems like that should be a bigger than 1%, not less than 1%.
Yeah, but they don't care about us. You get it?
So what I'm trying to point out to you is you got to think about all the extra money that's being taxed and spent on stuff that isn't roads and isn't doing anyone any good.
Well, most of it goes to like Medicaid and Social Security, which helps people.
But does it? I mean, well, we're not. Never mind.
Helps
we're not allowed to go down that road down here. It's kind of, yeah. But whatever, man. All I can say is just think for yourself and do your own research. All I can say is that, and don't be afraid of freedom.
Well, let me try to help this guy out. So you said you're doing homework, right?
Yeah.
And you probably study for tests from time to time.
Yeah.
So what if you studied really hard for your test and you aced it? You got like 100, right? But the other guy that didn't study for the test, those kids in the classroom, they got like 50, right? And the teacher said, you know what? We're going to practice communism today. We're going to have equality of outcome rather than equality of opportunity. Because at first, everybody had the opportunity to pass the test. But we're doing communism, so it's equality of outcome. So everybody gets a passing grade, except you studied and they didn't. Are you going to study next time and put in all that effort?
Sorry, I've been holding this in for like 20 seconds now, but you are such a boomer, dude. That's not what communism is.
Oh, it's not? It's not equality of outcome?
No.
What is it then?
From each according to their ability to each according to their needs.
Each according to their needs. So doesn't everybody need the same thing?
Can you tell us what
Wouldn't
is
that be
happening?
equality of?
Yeah, we
Sorry,
need a lot
if
of
everybody
shit, though.
needs. Hold on, guys. If everybody needs the same thing, wouldn't that be equality of outcome?
Not everyone needs the same thing.
Really? Tell me who doesn't need shelter, water, and food? Who doesn't?
Those are examples of things that everyone needs.
Okay, so who needs more than that?
If someone does a lot of manual labor, they might need more rations.
And beer and porno and let's see. We need a lot of stuff.
No, we don't need all that. So if someone's working harder, they should get more carbs?
If someone needs more carbs, they should get more carbs.
That's not equality of outcome. So I don't think
I'm not an expert on communism, but I know more about it than you.
Oh, you know that, huh? How
Who's
long
the
did you?
expert on
Hold on, hold on,
communism
hold
here?
on, hold on, hold on. How many genocides did you study?
What?
How many genocides? How many communist genocides have you studied?
Like
That
how many
would
am
be
I familiar with?
No, not
yeah.
how
Well,
many you can
so
count. How many did you like spend hours looking into?
Probably 2.
Oh, okay. So you probably know about the Uganda genocide, and you probably know about what, Poland, maybe?
Talking about the
no.
Tutsis and the Hutus, the Rwanda
Tutsis and the
genocide.
Hutus.
You talking about the Rwandan genocide?
Oh yeah, it's
Don't,
Rwanda. Excuse me.
don't
Yeah,
forget
yeah.
the American genocide of the Native Americans.
Well, that wasn't a communist one.
No, I'm thinking about the Khmer Rouge and the Holodomor.
Oh, you know about the Holodomor? Really? I thought the leftist type would like to ignore that one like it never happened.
Why
So
am I a
I'm pretty
leftist?
impressed. I'm pretty impressed that you know about that one. So okay, so what went wrong, right? Because Ukraine is literally the breadbasket of Europe and Russia.
Is
How
this
do
a
they
straw man
starve them?
Discord? I thought this was a flat Earth Discord, but now I'm a communist globe earther when I haven't said either of those things.
Okay, I apologize. I recant. Okay, I just don't like commies. Okay, so I recant. You're not a commie. We're just
Oh,
discussing
yes, he
commies.
is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He
No, I'm
definitely
not a
sounds like
commie.
a
I don't like
commie.
communism.
Have you now or have you ever been associated with a communist group of any kind?
So can you disavow communism?
No.
It's okay to talk about it, We can have a discussion. Doesn't mean we're communists.
Is you is or is you ain't a globetrot?
We tried to get his globe proof. He hasn't given us any yet.
Is you is or is you ain't a globetrot?
You just told us we accused him of being a glober. So you don't think you live on a globe, Cliff? Is that what you're telling us?
I have no strong opinions.
No, he
either
does.
way.
Oh, okay. That's good. Good to hear. He's
I didn't hear what
open-minded.
he said. I didn't hear him.
He had no opinion either way.
What was your answer, Cliff? Do you think you live on a globe?
I'd probably lean toward it, but I'm not sure.
Fair enough.
What makes you
Is you is
unsure?
or is you ain't a waffler?
He definitely is one of those.
He's a flip-flopper.
That is the straightest answer I've gotten out of him yet tonight, QE. Believe it or not.
Starting to get real. Keeping it real.
It was the first question you asked me that didn't come with presuppositions. Because earlier you're asking, like, how do you know you're on a globe? Like, you're assuming I believe that.
You said you lean there, so she was correct.
Just assume since you said, that we can't live without the U.S. government giving us Social Security, Medicare, and roads, that you were a glober. I mean, I don't know. I don't know any flat earther that.
Some of us would die, but some of us would
turns
live.
out I was right. But I did make an assumption there, Cliff. You're absolutely right. You called me out on that. Well done. Well done. So what makes you lean toward the globe?
Because of all the modern technology people make, they have the globe in mind, and most of it works. So I assume,
Most of it.
Like
works.
GPS and stuff like that.
Yeah, GPS is a good example.
It works.
Okay, that's a reasonable answer, I think.
What about the 100 failures before he got the light bulb right? I mean, do all those work?
It works. Really? How does the sextant work?
How does GPS work on the flat Earth?
Hold on. I asked first. How does the sextant work on a globe?
You aim at the
Go back to
star and then you aim
14.
at the horizon or some shit.
Yeah, you do. And then what do you get?
The difference of the angles.
No, you get an elevation angle.
Okay, that would be
Yeah.
the difference between the horizon and the object.
It's not the difference. We're not subtracting anything. So, how do you get an elevation angle with a curved baseline?
Sorry, what? How do I get an elevation angle with a curved what?
Baseline.
I don't know what the baseline is.
Baseline is from you to the horizon, then up to the star. It's a triangle.
Wouldn't that be 2 lines from me to the horizon and then up to the star? That's 2 lines.
Yeah, there's actually 3 lines. You got the hypotenuse, the opposite, the line coming down from the star to the geographical position, and then one from the horizon. So it's a triangle. 3 lines.
I'm not an expert in celestial navigation, I'm going to be honest.
You wouldn't have to be. All you have to do is be an expert in a triangle. How do you have a triangle with a curved baseline and that angle between the hypotenuse and the adjacent?
A triangle consists of 3 straight lines.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh shit, okay, I guess I am a flat earther then.
Have a nice day. Thanks, Trace.
So, since QE's done, back to your communist tendencies. How did they starve to death in the middle of the breadbasket? These Ukrainians.
Yeah, I really don't get how they managed to starve them.
Wait. I wanted to ask him, how do you feel now that you're that you know that you're a flat earther? You feel any different?
Flatter.
Feel like questioning authority?
I feel kind of flat.
Are you going to tell anyone? Do you think anyone around you deserves to know?
I question authority all day, man. That's all I do.
Are you going to tell your mother at least? Your friends?
I don't tell my mother anything.
No, you're not going to tell your parents that the Earth is flat? You know that now.
No.
You don't tell your mother you love her?
Sometimes.
Damn commie. You said you didn't tell your mother anything. So you must not tell, because I love you is anything.
Okay, you got me there. I do say that.
All right, fair enough.
He just lied a little bit.
So back to your pre-latent communist tendencies. I just want to point out that 100 million people died, that's the estimate, in the past 100 years under communism, right? And so they're really good at doing one thing. They're really good at making everybody poor as dirt and working them to death. And anybody who complains about the utopia not being quite utopia as they thought it was, utopian as they thought it was going to be, well, you know.
These countries were all pretty shit before communism, too.
What?
They were crappy before communism as well.
Okay, so Ukraine, the breadbasket, all those self-reliant, self-governing people, they were crappy. I thought they were like flourishing to the point to where, you know, people were like moving into Ukraine because it was a good place to live. How did all those people die if they were like suffering from? Okay, I admit, you know, they did just get out of serfdom, like maybe a few decades before, right? But they were doing pretty good. They actually had employees, right? And every time you kill the farmers, people starve to death. So why would you bite the hand that feeds you? That's rule number one. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. But rule number one of communism is those farmers stole everything from us. Those lazy bastards who've been sitting on our ass. All the money in their pocket, they stole it from us.
Yeah, honestly, I don't remember what happened with the Holodomor, but I feel like you're mixing up with the kulaks and collectivization.
Yeah, I don't like the collectivization. That sucks.
When Stalin got in power, he just ended up killing like 60 million people he didn't care for.
Right, and he was a communist, right?
Sure was. So what happens when the communists get in power? First they confiscate the weapons, and then they start mass murdering people.
But don't you worry about that pudding. We got to get rid of this whole God-given right idea because it's just so archaic. You know, we've really got to do away with this whole concept of men being free and government can't take away their rights because government didn't give it to them. Right? We got to get
Yeah,
rid of that
that's
system.
what I've heard Klaus Schwab actually say.
Yeah, because that's just evil to think that people were born with like God-given rights. It's just wrong.
Yeah, obviously there is no God, and you know, we're chattel, we're animals, and we will be treated as such in their worldview.
So yeah, I hate communism. I think there's a few socialist programs that are okay, but I still don't like the idea of somebody putting me in a cage if I don't pay taxes. So I'm torn. I wish that everybody was smart and like to educate themselves, and we could all live like anarchy, right? Like kind of like they did before, you know, the Russians came and said, "Hey, we're going to need all that food," and they were like, "All of it? Like, what about what the machines drop? Oh yeah, it's a death penalty if you pick that up. Is that really necessary?" It's like if I feed my children like glean from the ground that the machines dropped, like that's the death penalty. It's like, oh yeah, you'll have to die for sure. So yeah, I don't like communism. I think there's certain forms of government that are the best. Obviously, self-governance being number one. Um, I know this might sound crazy, but if a country were to like sell oil and then keep the profits, I don't know. It sounds crazy, right? Instead of like selling like assets for paper, you know, maybe get some gold out of the deal. Anyway, I'm not an expert on governments, but I did do a little research on communism. And
Communist
the Long
China
March.
is the model they like. The New World Order, you know, they like internet censorship and social credit scores and suicide nets, you know, on your factories. And
Yeah. Are they really communists though? I mean,
No.
it looks like they're doing something weird where like they're pretending to be communists, but they're really like capitalists.
So
Yeah,
communism is a
authoritarian.
class. Communism is the belief that capitalism will naturally fall to a classless, stateless society after a workers' revolution. The system of government of the USSR was like socialism or state capitalism, maybe. Communist China is definitely not communist.
I wonder if they have income tax over there and stuff like that. Social Security.
Yeah, I see them more as totalitarian or authoritarianism in China. It's just the government controls everything, and they had before my Sharona, they had a bunch of riots happening all over China, and then people started getting shot in the streets, and all of a sudden we got my Sharona. Yeah, there was a lot of videos coming out around that time out of China, and it wasn't looking good. Even before any of the mainstream media covered anything. But then nothing matched with what the Chinese government pushed out to its people and but everyone else saw coming out of China. So there was a big discrepancy there.
Why does China need to conquer Taiwan so bad?
China is hemmed in by American-aligned countries. It's really hard for them to get off their coast. Almost all of their energy comes through sea. Also, ideologically, Taiwan's a successful capitalist country of Chinese people, and that's bad.
Do they see them as competition or something?
Yeah.
They just say, we got a big enough army, we're just going to come and just take you over. Anybody doesn't like it, we will kill. End of story.
I like this, Glover. He actually has thoughts. Is this what your homework is about, China?
No.
What's your homework about?
Information technology.
What kind of microphone are you using?
Logitech.
I'm sorry, what's your name? The lady that was just speaking?
Oh, I'm using the iPhone standard.
Oh, I mean,
white little earphones that came in the case.
Sounds clear as anything I've ever heard. So crystal clear.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yes, ma'am.
I won't bother getting anything fancy then.
I wouldn't change a thing. They're earbuds with the microphone with the microphone in the wire.
I guess. I mean, they have a wire. Yeah, it's plugged in. I don't like the ones that are plugged in. They make me suspicious.
You mean with the wire you plug it in the
into the phone? Yeah.
You don't like those?
No, I don't like the ones that don't have the wire.
Oh, yeah.
My son has those because my daughter gave them to him for Christmas, and I wasn't too happy about it. I thought he would lose them by now, but he still got them.
Something he hasn't lost yet.
Because I just don't know if it's good for you, because it's like, I don't know, the wireless thing, like right next to your ear.
Oh, nothing's good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything gives you cancer.
Oh, yeah.
You know what's good for you? Lots of fiber, lots of chlorophyll-filled foods.
Of course, there are things that are good for you, but I'm speaking in generalities.
Well, fasting.
The things that are provided to us from our overlords are generally bad for us.
Oh, you're just talking about how they're anti-nature. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, they like to push these agendas, and sure, you're right that on the surface level, what society pushes to us is generally unhealthy and not good for us. But like Hank was saying, there are actually healthy things that we all can do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Celery and broccoli. I remember everybody was talking about broccoli sprouts. Bro, I got terrible timing. I don't mean to keep talking.
I would say people talk about even walking barefoot has its health benefits. connecting with the earth like that.
For sure, yeah. I walked bare for the first time the other day, since the winter. And my feet were so raw because, after you do it all summer, then your feet get pretty tough. But I had some problems. I definitely had to build up my feet skin again after the winter.
When I was a child, I went barefooted so much I could run on the roads.
Right. By the end of the summer, you got a callus on the bottom of that foot.
Mm-hmm.
I used to have signs in stores when I was a kid: no shirt, no shoes, no service.
I still got those.
I guess.
These rules mean nothing to me.
Show me the law. Oh, there is no law. It's just a sign.
Looking up the scenery. Do this, don't do that. Can't you read the signs?
Oh, yes, signs. Ah, yes, the 60s.
Those are the days.
No long-haired freaky people need not apply. So I tucked my hair up under my hat.
That song. Yeah, that's the beginning, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm an old dude.
I haven't heard that song in a long time.
He says he tucks his hair up under the hat, and then the guy's like, wow, you're a fine employee, Then he takes his hat off. I have a long hair. Ah, yes, working for the man.
So where did our communist Glober go?
He's right there, right above you, Cliff. Yeah, see if you can get any.
Doing homework.
See if you can get any glow proof out of him.
He said he hasn't made up his mind. What we need in here is someone
I guess QE talked him into it. That really, he did give us that proposal, which is that nothing that they say they made on a globe could ever have been made if it wasn't actually a globe, since they said it was a globe. You don't see the circular reasoning that you told me that my question was presuppositional earlier, and you can't see the circular reasoning in your number one globe proof, Cliff?
So when you ask me, can you give me a couple reasons that you think the Earth's a globe? That's like saying, do your parents know you're gay? It's like presupposing that I believe it's a globe. So
it's like you're still beating your wife.
Okay, so give me your number one reason why you think it's not a globe then, Cliff. You have to answer one of those questions. You don't want to answer the first one, then answer the second one.
Okay, I haven't observed it being globular.
Globular.
It's like my favorite glober. I don't know. Like, do we have a prize for best glober of the week? A glober who admits he's never seen a globe.
Oh, balloons are falling out of the ceiling. Yeah,
that's very good, Cliff. You never have, because there is no curvature there. Because if we were on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, which is what the mainstream model claimed, then many things would happen, such as objects disappearing from our view at the rate of approximately 8 inches per mile squared as we look off into the distance, and yet we do not see that. We have long-distance observations that are totally impossible on a globe with the dimensions claimed, as well as laser tests.
I mean, you'd have ships,
that are impossible.
on the side of the ball trying to sail around. I mean, you're on the side of a ball.
Okay, Captain. Captain, Dandelion or Mary Mom is making an argument. Let Cliff respond. Do not interrupt.
All right. I get excited.
I didn't even know I was supposed to respond to. She just said, good job saying that.
Yeah, but we don't know where she's going with it. You let her finish her point, so there's actually a conclusion made here, and we're not just jumping around.
I appreciate that, Drace. Absolutely true. Yes, we were talking about long distance observations and laser tests, and then Captain Dan wants to make a point about the ships, but have you heard about the long-distance observations and laser tests that I just mentioned?
Yeah, I try watching them, but they're all like hour-long YouTube videos, and I just can't.
Okay, well, we can find some for you that are not. You don't need an hour. If you're interested in watching a YouTube video, I can find another one for you. It's not an hour long.
The problem is we can just see too far for the model they give us. So did test after test after test.
How long is the Quantum Eraser Explains the Black Swan Argument video? That's not too long, I don't think. I'll see if I can find that one.
Eight inches of curvature per mile squared.
Oh, yeah, look at that one. It's 4 minutes long. Thank you, Nathan. Cliff just put it in the live stream voice text. Do you see it? Are you there, Cliff?
Yeah, you're putting in the live stream voice chat, right?
Yeah. Yeah, let us know what you think of that one.
Sorry, I'm kind of multitasking. Might be hard for me to be
tell.
the center of attention right now because I'm doing homework.
Oh, that's fine. Yep. Maybe just watch that when you get a chance. Let us know what you think about it.
Well, now would be the time to speak.
Yeah,
Yeah, what's up, Captain?
He wants to tell us his. We've got another captain that just came in, Captain Caveman. But now, Captain Dan, did you want to tell us about your ship argument? Or tell Cliff?
Just think about it. If you got this ball with the water on it, ships, as they're going away from the North Pole, pretty soon they'd be on the side of a ball, like going straight down and stuff. I mean, it makes no sense. Same with airplanes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm giving Cliff the intellectually honest tag. I don't think anyone on the server has ever had Globus Hystericus, Google Earther, Complicated Rock. Oh, somebody already gave him Original Thinker. That's nice. Yeah, this is a very unique combination of roles. I think never been seen before.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, I kind of watched the video, so I guess you shouldn't be able to see the oil platform that's that far away.
I'm glad you watched it. Yeah.
I was just looking at that Will Smith punches Chris Rock. I mean, that looks real, doesn't it? Did Chris
Yeah.
Rock?
So what? So he's responding to that. Cliff has watched the Quantum Eraser explain the black swan argument, and Cliff said that, yeah, you shouldn't be able to see those oil platforms based on the geometry of the Earth and the measurements that we're given, because the horizon is clearly behind them, and yet the horizon should be no more than 1.22 miles away. So it's not even close. It's one of them is 9.41, the other one's 6.21.
Yeah, that's weird that you can see it when it's far away, but how come you can't see like even farther away stuff? Like, why can't I see London when I stand in New York? You know? It should just be like a straight shot to the ocean.
Yeah, how high is London?
Probably sea level.
Make a guess. Like, make a
Sea
guess.
level.
Okay, let's say
Well, actually,
something
London's on the
400.
east side, so
Let's
okay,
say
fine.
something
Ireland.
400. Let's say there's something 400 feet high in London, and then let's say there's something 400 feet high in New York City. So all you have to do is take the calculations in feet or fractions of a mile for the height, and then do a calculation. And what you're going to end up is with a decimal point numeral, and it's going to have 0.0000000 something, which is going to be magnitudes below the threshold of human sight.
So what if I use a telescope?
Then it will still reach the threshold of the visual limit of that optical device. There's no way you're going to be able to see beyond that visual range of that optical device. And then you have to throw in, over distance, you have more and more mixtures of gases swirling around, which is going to cause an opaqueness of the atmo.
Yeah.
There could be a thunder squall out in the middle. There could be 2 or 3 of them in line out in the middle of the Atlantic. You think you can see through those thunder squalls, rainstorms?
But if it was like a really clear day, though,
Yeah, all the way across the Atlantic.
it's probably unusual. Maybe like 1 in 1,000 days, there's just no storms between us and
You
Ireland.
still can't see. It's beyond your visual limit.
Yeah, there's also the light itself. Look at this image I just posted. This is taken from a P900, and it's of an island just a few miles away. Look at how much the light from the island has diffused before it hits the camera sensor. How can you think that the light would actually be able to reach you from that far away?
That's on like a shitty day, though, right?
No, it's a pretty decent day. It's just very far away. You can see this whenever you're looking really at long distance photography. The further something is, the more diffused it is, and the further you can look, the more it's gonna be diffused. For instance, I watched a cruise ship from the top of a mountain near where I live, and I watched it with my eyes and my the camera on a phone, and then we had a telescope. So on the phone, the cruise ship just appeared to sail into the horizon and disappear, and then but I looked from the phone and I could still barely see the ship there. So it disappeared from the phone before it disappeared from my eye. And then I watched as it disappear again with my eyes. And then I looked into the telescope and I could still see the ship. And then I continued to watch the ship as it faded into the sky. It became like a white silhouette on the sky.
Yeah, I mean, I've never watched a ship with a telescope, but that sounds like what I expect to see.
The problem is it should be behind Earth curves, not visible. And if you can't see the boat because it's faded into the sky because the light can no longer reach you through all that atmosphere or atmo, then you're not going to be able to see across an ocean. It's just not possible.
Okay, but I can see like an airplane from really far away. Why can't I see a person from like the same distance?
It's too small. The person is so small, it's in the vanishing point.
Okay, then an airplane on the ground.
Yeah, an airplane disappears too. Before it gets to 30,000 feet, you can no longer see it after about 4 miles.
4?
Right. 4 to 5 miles, you're not going to be able to see the freaking airplane anymore.
4 to 5 in elevation?
Your eyes have an angular resolution limit. They can't discern things that are too small to see. Like you cannot see the cells in your hand. They're too small for your eyes to pick up.
I feel like I can see things farther away when they're in the air, such as airplanes.
Yeah, when you rise from a level plane, your angle to the ground increases, and therefore you can see more and further. That's because as the angle opens up, the diffraction limit is greater, because now you can only see the diffraction limit is an arc second. What is it? 0. I forget. It's been a few years since I had all this memorized. But essentially, once you rise, the angle opens up, and so you can see more of the objects, and they no longer are indistinguishable because they're too small to distinguish and are part of the horizon line, which is the vanishing point or the diffraction limit of your eyes or the optics you are using. That's why I can change where the horizon appears to be using optics alone, as I talked about earlier with the boat. So there's always this limit to the optics or the Rayleigh criterion, and as you rise, you open up the angle so that now you can see further, but that doesn't mean that you can see forever. And it is also important to note that as you rise, you're rising up through a gradient, so you're rising above the density, so you're not looking through as dense a layer, and you're looking down into it. So it all plays into it. So there's many factors.
Yeah, so you see the image I posted at 9 minutes after?
Yeah, it looks like an album cover.
The road there? Well, you notice that yellow line? You can't see the end of the road in this picture, but you can see the mountains that are obviously after, further at the very end of wherever this road might turn, but you cannot see the end of this road. Why is that?
Because of low resolution camera.
No, that's not it, man. It's angular resolution. How come you? Well, if it's if it's a quality of image problem, then why can you still see the mountains and clouds beyond the mountains?
Because they're bigger.
That falls short. Don't be ridiculous.
No, I'm not being ridiculous. The end of the road is small. It's like fewer arc seconds. The mountains are more.
Yeah, that's true.
He's correct, yeah.
So the road going off there is disappearing because of the perspective. It's going all rising to a vanishing point there. It's converging in.
I mean, but imagine like the road wasn't there and it was just like one small thing the size of the end of the road. I mean, if it was large enough, you could see it. Or if you had like a sufficient zoom camera, you could see it.
Yeah, but how large would it have to be and how far?
if you had a high magnification telescope, I mean, you can point that at the moon and see detailed.
It's not the same thing, though, and you're not dealing with the same lensing effects, and there could be refractive effects, and there's many things that can play into the horizon or the vanishing point, even though the vanishing point itself, or the horizon line, comes from the diffraction limit. There's things that play into it and can therefore extend or make it appear to go further or be closer. So those are the conditions of the day that play into that.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Like it's too much diffraction and stuff, but I don't get all the vanishing point shit.
Yeah, I mean, you're. It's a common thing that when people are first introduced to the concept, which you're at least intellectually honest enough to be able to take the concept seriously and hear our arguments, which is great. That puts you intellectually way ahead of a lot of the people that we get into here. But the common thing then is like, well, you know, if it's flat, why can't I do this? Why can't I do that? So, and that's fine. I mean, that's normal, but at some point, and sometimes it takes time for it to sink in. I mean, you just realize, yeah, there is not any proved curvature. And like you said yourself, you've never seen the globe. You're relying on these reports from other people. The thing of it is that sometimes those agencies will claim, oh, look, we're up here in the ISS. Look at the curve. And then other times they'll say, if you look at the page about the job of NASA employee data visualizer and designer Robert Simon, he'll tell you that the image you see of the globe, the way he creates that image is on his computer. He wraps flat maps around the globe to match people's expectations of what the Earth looks like from space. So he tells you right there, he's taking a flat map and making a photoshopped CGI image. He has multiple interviews where he said this publicly, doesn't even hide it, right on nasa.gov. And if you dig further, I mean, that's their public page. We can also show you many government documents that show. Drace put the quote and the link there for the Robert Simon page if you're interested. But, if you dig deeper than that, there's government documents that show that they treat, the military treats the Earth as flat and stationary in any situation where lives are at stake and when it matters. And as well as the fact, I'll just refer you to, you might not be able to have time to look at it now, but we have a observation page. Each one of these are impossible on a globe of dimensions claimed. I think that also goes into Marconi telegraph transmission, which would be impossible on a globe. I mean, there's just thing after thing after thing after thing. So you just come to realize there isn't any evidence for this globe. It's just, a story they're putting out there. And if you're a person who's willing to follow the evidence where it leads, then and if you're a person who it sounds like you're able to just intellectually analyze situations without having a lot of emotional tie to them, then you're able to see, oh yeah, I guess this is how it is, and look, I encourage you to keep looking into it. Don't, we kind of were joking about turning you into a flat earther, tonight, which may or may not have actually happened, or maybe you've looked into this more in the past than you first indicated. But, there's no rush. You can look into it on your own time. I just would hope that you would keep looking into it and follow the evidence where it leads without getting emotional about it, because a lot of people just seem to literally not be able to handle the truth. You seem like someone who maybe could.
Thanks.
Yeah. There's another video if you like that quantum eraser one. This one's only 15 minutes long. Dr. John D., PhD, he set out, like most of us did, to disprove flat Earth to show people how it was silly. He did a bunch of laser tests, and in the laser tests, we're not only like measuring the distance and seeing the site. Like, for example, I've seen Chicago across Lake Michigan at a distance of 52 miles, which is an impossibility on the WGS 84 globe model. But in the laser test, they're actually having a laser hit a target at these distances where the target should be obscured. For example, one of them is at 25 miles where the target should be obscured behind over 300 feet of Earth curvature. But anyway, if you want to watch this one later, it's called Black Swan Rising, and it's similar to the one with the oil rigs. I'm pretty sure this one uses buoys, but it's basically, you just look at it and you decide for yourself if the buoys at the horizons behind the buoy, then you don't live on a globe with a radius 3,959 miles. And then you can start to think about, well, where do I live then? Because I definitely don't live on a globe with this set dimensions. And people who are able to look at a mathematical model and say it's failed, so now let's try to figure out where we actually are, that's who we are. You don't have to call yourself a flat earther. You can just be a person who realizes this is a failed model. It's been falsified too many times to count. And so I'm not going to keep clinging to this failed model. Because it's funny because people laugh at flat earthers, but who's laughing is the people who got all these people thinking that they live on this globe when they know full well they don't, which includes many people in the military. Not everyone who works at NASA necessarily has to be smart enough to even understand that they're being hoodwinked on this thing. A lot of them can just be happy that, oh, you're just doing a training video. That's why we put you in a water tank. Oh, yeah, we have to put you in these harnesses. And, some of the people definitely have to know that it's a big fraud, but not all of them have to know because of compartmentalization and so on. They can have a bunch of useful idiots going around and, they can pat them on their head and say, oh, yes, you're so great. You're so wonderful. You're doing this great thing. And for the world, working on the Space Force.
What about the MK Ultra astronaut theory?
Like all astronauts are MK Ultra victims?
I was just talking about.
Like, there's been some stuff specifically about the Apollo mission head asses that are basically just like, yeah, you got MK'd hard.
Well, Don Petit isn't exactly giving anyone confidence in their abilities.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's been enough E-class stuff by this government. Not that we can trust anything that they put out from the U.S. at least, but I feel like there's enough out there to be like, all right, they know they had these skills and they had the ability to basically incept people. They could make them think stuff happened to them that didn't actually happen, or that they did things, or whatever. So
that's super easy. You can use hypnosis to do that.
Like, very, very easy. It's like entry-level bullshit for these CIA fuckers, so they can... I feel like it's not that big of a stretch at all to suggest that, any of the... We'll call them conscientious objectors to whatever, the thing was that they were going to do. I feel like it'd be very, very easy to just ultra those guys into, drinking the tap water and, singing the praise.
Yeah, while I agree, it would be easy. We were talking to Cliff, and to continue that conversation, I'm going to preemptively detonate the counter-argument that you will most likely hear once you bring this up, that we can see beyond the confines of the geometrical sphere they have given us. So they will, most of them, chant refraction, not understanding how refraction works. So I will give you these 4 images to help you understand. In order to have refraction, you can't. It's not enough just to have 2 different mediums. You need the boundary and you need the angle to the boundary. If you're just at the normal straight 90 degrees angle to the boundary, you're not having refraction. So the second aspect is when light gets refracted, it gets refracted based off the wavelength and the difference in the medium and the angle. So different wavelengths get refracted at a different rate. This would mean that if the Globers claim that all light is constantly getting refracted around the curve to hide any potential to see the curve, then that would be evident. We would see evidence of light being refracted, and lasers of different wavelengths would not hit the same target. Yet we have actually Globers trying and accidentally proving that the Earth is 100% flat, because they shot lasers of different wavelengths and they imagined it was getting refracted around the curve because it hit the targets. But both the lasers hit the targets. So that's not possible if they were constantly getting refracted, because they would deviate.
Yeah. Yeah. You familiar with Occam's razor?
Yeah, it's pretty much our position.
Yep, the Earth is flat and stationary, just as it appears. That's the most reasonable position.
Let's
to
hear
hold.
it. Hold on. Let's hear it. What is it?
So, is it more likely that all of modern science is a lie, or
No, that's not Occam's razor.
Okay.
So you don't even know what the heck you're talking about, dude. That's not Occam's razor. Go find Occam's razor. I want a citation, and I want it put into so everyone can see it live stream. And what you're talking about, modern science, that's not science. You don't know what science is either. So let's go one at a time. Occam's razor. Citation, please.
Cliff, what's Occam's razor? You got one?
Is it more likely that everything of modern science is incorrect?
That's not Occam's razor. How many times I got to say this? Put the definition of Occam's razor in live stream voice text. And you don't know what science is or natural science is either. We'll get to that here in a minute.
Bueller.
Yep. Citation, please. I want to know where it comes from, too. Do you know what citation is? I doubt it. This is the level that we're dealing with here. You're just
we just want like
parroting
a general,
word.
just a definition.
Right? And you're just parroting shit from numpty dipshits. But you think it's right, but it's not. You never checked up on it. You don't know what due diligence is. You don't know what surface level scrutiny is. I could tell just by your voice. I could smell you from 500 miles away. Pretender, clown, numpty, dipshit, fraud. And I'm going to prove it right now. Post Occam's razor in there. Yeah. You're going quiet. Bet your ass you have. I would suggest remaining that way until you get some type of clue. Not parroting other numpty dipshits. Yeah? Got me, sunshine. It's going to get worse. If you start pretending to clown more, I'm going to get medieval on your dumb ass.
Yeah, and if QE's not here, I'll be here. Take up the slack.
Nothing pisses me off more than pretender clowns pretending there's something that they're not. I.e., frauds. You're a fraud.
LARPing, stop LARPing.
Not fraud. And it's quite embarrassing, isn't it? Maybe you'll learn your lesson and won't do it anymore. Hopefully.
Was Fat Carrie LARPing while talking about someone else LARPing? What?
No, I was talking shit on that other guy, not at you.
Okay, you're facetious. Okay,
We're still waiting for Occam's razor, by the way.
No one put that in. All right, am I gonna seriously put?
No, nobody put it in there because you claimed it.
Come on, guy. All right, give me a minute.
No.
Jesus
No.
Christ.
No, this person, Cliff, needs to put it in there. Got it, Cliff? Almost there? Hello, Cliff. It's not that difficult, really. No need to get your panties in a twist. Just put the definition Occam's razor in the Livestream voice text. Easily done. Okay?
I'm kind of multitasking here because no one else posted it.
Oh shit!
No one's posted
Do
anything.
you just spell this shit out? Like, does he not know how to spell Occam? Like, what's the issue here?
No, I'm doing homework at the same time.
We can go on to someone else. He's not going to do it. Let's just go on to someone else then.
We'll just leave you on mute while you're doing that. How's that sound?
Captain Caveman's here. Another captain. Have we talked to Captain Caveman before?
I believe he's a flatty, if he's the same person
really?
I'm thinking of.
Yeah, he's got an interesting tool there that he put in the live stream voice text. I don't know what that is. Like a multi-tool of some sort.
Hey, Captain Caveman, can you hear us?
I would think a caveman wouldn't have such a fancy tool. I thought he'd just have a club.
I don't know. A caveman probably knows how to measure elevation angle, though.
Yeah, that's him. He's wait, no, maybe not. Maybe that's not the right one. Captain Caveman, speak up for yourself.
So easy. Okay, you must be busy. Is that right? Can you send us a smoke signal? Something.
Not busy. It's just awful noisy right here. It's hard to hear.
Oh, okay.
Caveman, aren't you a flatty?
Yeah, I'm a flatty.
All right, I think he's old school. Flatty.
Somebody said straight razor. That's too funny. Straight more. It's more like Hanlon's razor. Anyone know what Hanlon's razor is?
Isn't it you're supposed to assume ignorance rather than malice?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Hanlon's razor. Don't attribute to malice what can be completely explained by utter stupidity.
Stupidity. That's a malleable little statement.
Yeah, I still haven't seen Occam's razor in here, by the way. I guess we bypassed that.
I
don't know.
The kid
Now
say
he's
he
deaf
say he was
now,
busy?
so I don't know what's going on.
He just came in to say something for a minute and act like he was about that life, but he's not. He deafened, so he can't even hear us talking shit.
No. This is like predictable behavior, though. Like we see this all the time.
We've got this other person with the name that can't possibly be pronounced.
By the way, before you get to that, Occam's razor is just a heuristic. It doesn't have anything to do with science, natural science, whatsoever. So, forgive me, go on.
Landfair.
Landfair. Unless the two L's are pronounced like llama. Yama.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they can tell us. Welcome to the server, Landfair.
It's been a while since I've been in the server, guys. How's everybody been?
Good, how are you?
Doing well, actually. Just got off a workout, just ate some dinner. Just kind of chilling Sunday night, doing a little prep for work for Monday.
Oh, that the first two things you said was cool. Prep for work that's not cool.
Yeah, I mean, we got to get the money though. That's what it's about.
I hear you. I got you. I'm tracking with you.
But yeah, very not cool. Been just fucking slammed. It's like busy season right now. I just got all this stuff. I'm like, I'm that dude that outworks people and is willing to stay late and do the extra stuff and, you know, spend the extra hours. Everybody's working 40, I'm working 60, you know? But then again, also like I make commission as part of my work as well. So there is a direct payoff to me working more. It's not like I'm just some wage cuck that's working more because they like it.
Good one. I think I've been a wage cuck before. I'll just say that.
Yeah, no, it's a bad look because like you're not actually a manager. You start doing other stuff and taking up extra work. Like basically, you kind of just get beat because then management is going to be like, oh, this guy will do more work for less money than everybody else, so we can dump shit on his lap and he'll take care of it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's
And
exactly
you
what
won't get paid. You're not getting any compensation for that. So, you know, as opposed to in my world, you know, every extra hour I spend directly leads to dollars in my fucking paycheck at the end of the month. So there's a reason why I'm going hard, and not just cause. But
not
yeah,
just a wage cuck.
you do not want to be a wagey. That is not something you want to be, right? You need and it'll define what type of person you are. And management uses psychology, and they're going to look at you and go, well, okay, what type of human is this? Is this somebody who's going to sit down and quietly just do their job? And if they get a promotion, they'll be like, oh, cool. And if they get a demotion, they'll be like, oh, okay, I guess I have to accept this. Like, are they one of those? Or are they the person who comes in at 6 months and goes, hey, when's my performance review? And they go, oh, normally we do those yearly. And I go, okay, that's cool. I do them every 6 months. Let's have a performance review at the end of the week. I want you to have something for me. Like me giving a direction to management, that's immediately going to be like, all right, this is somebody who wants something out of this and isn't just a regular employee who has a plan and an action plan, goals that you're actually working towards, versus somebody who clocks in right when the clock starts and clocks out right when it stops and just works and doesn't, you know, make any waves or do anything. But you don't want to do too much either.
You bet your ass you don't want to do too much, because as a manager, I will notice that and I'll give all the work to you.
Well, that too. But I mean, I meant more in a sense of like making waves. Like you don't want to
that's what Indio does to me. Absolutely. Quantum Eraser. I can relate.
Yeah.
I got to stop working so hard around here.
Like I go hard. Like, so anytime somebody gives me something extra, I go and crush it. Cause like, yeah, like I want the money, and the extra work they're giving me is like extra leads for me. I'm in sales. So it'll be like extra leads to go hit on. Right. Which I'm a lead hoarder. I'm a dragon for fucking leads. I want a vault full of them. So I'll go after all of them all the time and get out to them as fast as humanly possible and do all the crazy shit. And that's a good thing, because then, you know, when everyone's in a bind and busy and stuff's going on and they get a bunch of stuff, they go, oh, I know he'll take care of it. I can give it to him. He'll take care of it. Anytime I give him anything, he goes, on it right now. Done. Took care of it. You know, I'd love to be that guy in sales, because that's just extra money in my blood flow for sure. And you know, I don't know about everybody.
We
I don't
get
want
the picture, man. We got it.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for everybody. I'd love to hear some other stuff, but yeah, I mean, if you're a crazy person who lives in the United States and, you know, is doing that crazy shit, yeah, why else are you here? It's
well,
about
the wage cucks.
I mean, you know, you want to be a consumer. You want to be a consumer. You want to be the statistic. Go ahead, have fun doing that. I want to be a producer. I want to be a creator. I want to be somebody that creates.
We got it, man. We got it. You need to learn when to stop. The shorter and more concise your point is, the more powerful it is.
Yeah, I'm just baked.
No.
That goddamn cat.
No.
He's like, shut up.
Full disclosure.
Yeah, I think he did the right thing by going from enlisted to CO. That was probably a smart move. Like,
the hell are you talking about?
I don't know, man. I'm just rambling. Never mind. Never mind. Like,
He's talking. You're saying that I went from a wage cuck to.
Yeah.
Is that what you're trying to point at?
Another level of wage cut.
Hell.
The wage cuckiness is strong with this one.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. And I never heard it phrased that way. I like it.
I mean, some people are perfectly happy with that, and like that's okay. You know, everybody's allowed to do what they want to do, but I don't know.
Yeah, for some people it's too late.
I mean, I don't want to believe that it's ever too late, but like, ooh, yeah, solid point.
I'm gonna start charging people with that, man.
I'm gonna start selling Coriolis insurance.
Yeah, for me, I was going to start selling Venetian, lunar, and Martian real estate all in a bundle.
Up, Hank, you wage cuck. See, I already started.
The house always wins anyway, so what the hell?
This phone is exploding. Jesus Christ! All right. Oh, anybody just like break and just buy an expensive telescope already, or just nah? Is that just me? Who wants to do that?
No, I just want a P900 so I can bludgeon Paza on the head with like freaking 5 freaking observations that are like black swans a week. I mean,
The classic, the Chad P900 argument.
man, I tell you what, where I live, I can make black swan observations probably in the summer. Holy shit. Way off the coast of Mexico. I can see these islands off the coast of Tijuana. They're offshore about 26 miles from where I'm at.
It's just a mirage.
A mirage that you can see freaking boats pulling in right near the shore 25 miles away. Yeah. Those are the shots, you know? Because if you can get
It's
one of
just
those
a mirage, man.
the shore 25 miles away, zoomed in, and you can see the lights from their mast on the water right next to the boat. Bye-bye, Paul. Bye-bye.
It's just a mirage, man.
It's all a mirage.
What's a mirage?
It's looming up over the curve, and you know
That's
it.
not
Come on.
looming's not a mirage. What's a mirage?
It's where you see further than you're allowed to on a globe.
Nope. Now I'm in their framework. Now I'm inside the boundaries of their numpty dipshittery. What is a mirage?
It's a vehicle that was made by Mitsubishi in the 90s.
No, not that one. What's a mirage?
It's an altered image created by refraction.
Nope.
Mirrored image.
Nope. You didn't get it yet, James. James, you've been out here for how long? You better know what a mirage is.
Come on, I've hit every fucking point they'll argue.
They don't know what a mirage is, even in their own paradigm. So what is a mirage in their paradigm? How about that?
In their paradigm is exactly what I said. That's why I said.
Nope. Of course, they don't know it. No, it's not.
Yeah, it's refraction.
Nope. That's too broad. Yeah, it's very specific definition of mirage.
Yeah, mirage is like it's kind of like a rainbow.
Nope.
You can't triangulate it. As you move, it moves.
Nope, that's not the definition of mirage.
Yeah, it's like
no.
Okay, give it up. Give it up. Give it
up. I was waiting for you to ask me what the hell. It's
Give it to
strictly
me.
their definition of mirage is an object or objects that's more than one object. That means a mirror image of another object, that same object.
So it's what are you emphasizing here? Help me out. Object?
It's that object being mirrored. It's another object
Being mirrored, yeah.
Let me go get the exact definition of it.
So it'll come down to refraction, no matter what, right?
Well, it comes down to in their paradigm refraction, but there's many refractive things in their paradigm. So you got mirages, you have sinking, you have looming, you have stretching, you have shortening. So the saying refraction, that's just too general.
Yeah, those are all based off of refraction.
In their paradigm.
In their paradigm, yeah.
But that's not what it is.
I thought that's what I was saying, but maybe I was off base.
Aren't all of those things just descriptions of the effects that are occurring above and sometimes below the horizon that are what was the word I was looking for? There are properties of this mirror layer. There's a layer, right? A mirror where the mirroring effect occurs.
It's an extra. Here's what it is: an extra image or images, like I was saying, of that object. That's what their definition of a mirage is.
Then it has to be a
refraction, some type of refraction.
It's not. It's refraction, yes, but it's too ambiguous. Yeah, it falls under that category, but it has a specific.
That's all I meant by it. That's all I meant by it, QE. Like that's why the category is so huge in their paradigm.
Yeah, and the whole category is wrong to begin with.
Right.
Yep.
It's perspective, not refraction.
But it's I don't know what it is.
It's a little of both.
I don't know what it is, but I know what it's not. It's not refraction.
So QE, what do you call it when they got the same picture of a star, but it's appearing at two places at once? What do you call that?
The same star appearing two places at once. Superposition.
Right. That's what it would be at the quantum level. But they call that they call it let me get it straight. Gravitational lensing.
They
call it gravitational lensing.
Yeah, gravitational. There is no gravitation. That doesn't exist.
Yeah, I was just going to tell you, if you type in gravitational lensing, you can see what I'm talking about. But I call it refraction.
I wouldn't. No, it's neither. I don't know what it is, but I know it's not any of those two.
Well, the mirror reflection, or whatever they want to call it, right? That would be refraction.
It's objects. It's extra images of that object. That's what it is.
Yeah,
that's how they. Now, that's how it's officially defined. Now, most of the knuckle dragon window lickers we deal with, they don't even know that. In their own paradigm, they don't know it. They'll call anything a mirage. So this is a multi-layered clusterfuck.
Yeah, it's like it's crazy how looking horizontally through air is different than vertically up or vertically down. Like there's a difference. There's an absolute difference. Like it should be documented. It should literally be documented. When you get that heat wave above the earth, whether it's over water, pavement, dirt, when you get that heat wave that gives like it refracts everything. Yeah. It's like
who's saying that? Heat wave.
Me.
No. Who's saying it?
Yeah, it's like it's something that we observe.
Sonny.
It's definitely
who's saying heat wave.
That's James Richard.
James Richard.
No, it wasn't. It was a bunch of chicks.
What? Heat wave? What? Oh, heat
no,
wave.
Like when you're driving down the road and it looks like water, but it's not. You know, you get that heat wave.
Nothing but a heat wave. burning in my
Right.
heart.
What I'm getting
Martha.
at is, for
Somebody.
some
Martha and
reason,
the Vandellas.
It's like a heat wave.
Yeah, that one.
Martha
what I'm
yeah.
trying to get at is when you're closer, the camera or the observer.
Jesus, James, we're trying to figure out who sang that song.
What I'm trying to get at is,
I know you are.
closer-
Just hold off. We're trying to figure out who sang the song.
oh man, the closer you are to the Earth, the
Oh
more
my
your
God.
vision's distorted.
Thanks. Who sang the damn song, Sonny? Martha and the Vandellas?
Vandellas, bingo. I got it.
Thanks.
I said the first name, Martha. I just couldn't remember the second one.
Yeah, the Vandellas. All right, James, go ahead.
Half.
All right, now that you got it. All I was trying to say is, the closer you are to the Earth, the more you have that heat wave. You know, the vision. The closer you are to the Earth.
How close to your girlfriend do you have to be to feel
you
the
have
heat
that-
wave while listening to the song Heat Wave?
Yeah, I don't know, man, what I'm trying to say. I guess I apologize.
Is there a certain distance?
Well, like the closer you are to Earth, the more your vision is distorted. You can look up in the stars. You can go up high in the air and look straight down and not see that heat wave. But if you're parallel with the Earth looking across it, it distorts it way more. And that should be known.
You could be looking at across the street.
That should be known.
oil,
It should be a known fact.
And she might appear like Marilyn Monroe, but it's really olive oil.
Yeah, I guess you got your beer goggles on. Yeah.
Well, what I learned from this conversation if Quantum Eraser asks something you can't answer, you just say, "You tell me." Yeah, the Globers should do that. I never hear them do that, right? I don't know. You tell me. I think the conversation would go much quicker if they would just do that. That worked out really well.
I don't know
Yeah,
what
but
you're
if the
trying to
chopping
say.
block were to fall faster than 9.8 meters a second squared, you know, might go a little too fast.
Do you ever see somebody
do it.
measure that?
Only in a
Has anyone-
vacuum.
Has
No,
anyone
it's
ever
just a
seen-
convention.
Hold on. Has anyone ever seen anyone measure something at 9.8 meters per second squared? I want to see that. Somebody post that in the live stream.
Only in a
Doesn't exist.
vacuum, right?
I never saw
No,
it.
it doesn't exist.
I thought it
No,
was only in a man-made
doesn't
vacuum.
exist. Kind of
Where's a vacuum in nature?
like Aristophanes.
That's what I'm saying. It was only in a man-made vacuum.
Along with
Is
the
that calculated or measured? I want to see that. Where's the meters per second squared instrument at?
Well, the main instrument is the vacuum itself. So
Vacuum.
yeah, it's already a measurement that's not applicable to
Is that
Earth.
a 10-mile long vacuum tube?
I just want to see it as a measurement. I don't really care about the vacuum just yet. I'll deal with that on the back end. I want to see it meters per second squared instrument.
Yeah,
Somebody show me one.
I don't believe there's a specific instrument that refers to actually measuring something in a space for 9.8. That's really just like something you use in math to approximate stuff in physics.
It's calculation. Right?
But I mean, like Mythbusters,
It's only in the math.
it's
Non-observable.
accurate. It's still an approximation. It's really, you would have to get a very precise one of those fucking computer bullshit things with some software you pay $10,000 a year for.
You in the shower, dude?
Yeah,
I'm doing the dishes right now.
Be careful.
But
they actually got high-speed cameras that'll show a bullet break the sound barrier.
That's what I mean. There's stuff
But
that
they don't have any. They don't have a camera that'll show gravity, like literally.
There's nothing to show it like that in physical space, but for math, it definitely works. Like if you take stuff moving and using it as a constant for quote unquote gravity, it's essentially like it's not really gravity. It's kind of like air resistance and all the other stuff. I mean, and It's law of density put into math.
Yeah, that wasn't my point. I was looking for a meters per second squared instrument. That's not
Doesn't
my point.
exist. Does not exist. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. And when they
Yeah.
get done with that one, see if they can find the refractometer. There should be one of those somewhere. I mean,
Well, they
you should
got
be able
like
to
a,
connect that right
they
to the
got like
lens or
a,
something. The refractometer, like, should be able to tell you exactly.
Most
where that-
most ballers have it in their eyes. the refractometer. Because I've asked them many years ago. I said, "You stole that from me."
No, I didn't. I just came up with it independently.
That's bullshit.
but if you make like, but if you make like a tool,
I don't recall.
if a
hearing
person,
it, so it
hold
doesn't-
on a second, guys. If a person makes a tool, right, that measures 9.2 or whatever seconds per meter squared, if they make a tool known as a vacuum, right, and they measure variables that are being dropped in this tool vacuum,
9.8. Don't get
does that apply to the
James.
does that apply to the earth or only the
Vacuum's
tool
not
they're
a tool,
measuring?
man. Vacuum's a medium.
You're getting my point. That's my point. A medium.
Yeah, it's
Like
all kind.
like if you make the tool like the vacuum, the
That's
medium,
not a tool.
it's a tool.
No, it's not. That's a medium.
We-
A tool is like a wrench.
Do you use the vacuum as a tool?
No.
Oh, so you never vacuum your floor?
A vacuum.
Vac-
A household appliance.
That's an equivocation fallacy, dude.
No, it is in the right
That's a
mindset.
That's a woman's
It is in the right
exercise machine.
in the right mindset. It is a equivocation fallacy, but that's the one that they're going to use, right? So it's like, yeah, they're and then when you get them in a certain point in the argument, they'll say it's not a vacuum. It's not like a vacuum. Up
Yeah.
until then, it is a vacuum.
Get that one. They're so stupid.
My whole point is, if you make the tool, or like you're saying, QE, the medium, you make it. It's not in nature. You make it, and then you measure variables within it.
James, look what I posted.
It is not applicable to the Earth. It's not applicable. It's non-applicable. See what I'm getting at? Like,
yep, I agree, James. Look what I posted.
Even if they want to use a vacuum, it's non-applicable to the Earth because it's not a fucking vacuum.
I posted that just for you, James.
Oh shit! I better look at it then. What is it? Live stream. Voice
Voice
box.
text one. Yep.
Oh, voice text one.
Yep.
That's the one I'm in. Oh, there it is.
I'm satisfied with the falsified radios. Like, I don't care about doing the rest of their work for them. That's their job anyway. Let them screw with it. Who cares?
It'd be like a fish having the intelligence of a man and measuring things within its medium. It'd be totally different than man measuring things within its medium. And the only thing that changed is the medium. It's like you're creating an aquarium, measuring things that happen in that aquarium, and holding them applicable to the Earth instead of just doing it in the Earth.
Is Quantum and Razor still here?
Yeah.
Hello. I've been meaning to ask you a question. And yeah, so I thought
How much money you got?
Not a lot. Not a lot.
That's great. That's great.
It's going back to the looming thing.
The what? The looming?
Yeah, it's going back to looming. With their version of it, the extreme looming with the floating ships, the apparent floating ships.
There is no extreme. There's no adjective in front of looming in their paradigm. But go on.
Right. Okay. With their examples of the floating ships, that's looming, right? They call that looming.
They do, but they don't know. If you ask them to define looming, they don't know what it is. When I say they, I'm saying, the average skank and file baltard, they don't know what it is. But go on.
All right. Okay. So obviously we're seeing a reflection of sky on water.
Yeah, it's an inferior mirage of the sky. Yeah, I went over it plenty of times with the Black Swan presentations. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Where's the reflection of the ship or the boat?
It's not. There is no other reflection of the ship or boat.
Right. Okay. Because that just kind of confuses me a bit. Like, shouldn't there be a reflection of the
No,
ship or
here
the
you
boat?
can see the same effect happening over a road with cars.
Right.
Sometimes you can see the reverse image of the upside down ship.
Yeah, that's a mirage. That's not looming, though.
Right.
In their paradigm. Let's not get confused now. We're talking inside the boat. There you go, helioskeptic. Thank you.
Well,
that's looming.
Yeah.
Right? The sky is being inferior mirage underneath the boat. However, you can see the actual horizon with Helio's circle right there.
Right. So in the one above that Drace posted of the road, so the road is still underneath those cars, right?
Yep. Otherwise, they would be floating in the air.
Right. But
That's
wouldn't that mean that the road is acting like a mirror?
Yeah, inferior miraging the sky, yes.
Yeah.
Then how come it's not showing a reverse image of the cars?
Because it's not a mirage.
Because that image is not getting reflected to your eyes.
The objects, the vehicles, isn't the one being mirrored. The sky is being mirrored underneath the objects.
Right.
Now, to change that, just raise your elevation, change your angle, and that'll disappear.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking of like a mirror on, if I got a big mirror and laid it on my lounge room floor and I set an object on it, well, I'd see the reflection of it.
Yeah, that's you have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. It's the sky being mirrored, not the object.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Would there be a way to actually like demonstrate that in an example,
demonstrate what?
These effects, but on a smaller scale, like in your lounge room, like with a mirror on the floor, to show the roof reflecting, but not the object.
I guess you could probably do it.
Yeah.
I've never.
I'd be willing to bet you could do it.
I've got more important things to do.
Fair enough.
Not really.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Trying to figure out how to fletch my own damn arrows the right way. That's more important than that shit.
That's all on where you're aiming the bow.
What?
Your arrow's in the wrong direction. It's all in.
I'm fletching arrows. That has nothing to do with the bow. Yeah.
My bad. God.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing at the end of this week. I'm trying to figure. I'm going to do it for the first time myself. I'm going to fuck it all up.
Who was that? Who was that was asking about the Mirage tie me kangaroo down spot? Who was the Aussie that was? Who was that?
What the hell are you mumbling about down
Twad
there?
Me, Twad Wopper.
There's a pretty good video I just put in the live stream at 1 minute after. Now it is over water, but it's analyzing some of the effects you were talking about.
I better
Okay,
pick
cool,
this
thank
up conversation up, man. Nah, yeah, I'm going to get the Arizona Easy Fletch. I'm not going to use the other thumpy jigs. Says who? That's more important, Sonny. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right.
I didn't want to print it out, man. I don't feel like typing. So, yes, that is a jig, though. It's called the Arizona Easy Mini Fletch. Yeah. It puts like a 5-degree helical on the vanes. And since I clocked my arrows naturally spin counterclockwise out of my bow. So counterclockwise is left, so I'm going to fletch my vanes to the left. Follow that?
To make it not spin as much?
No. So spin immediately to the left. Rather than if you watch slow motion camera of arrows coming out of compound bows, if your arrow naturally spins to the left coming out of the bow and you fletch to the right, that fucking arrow will come out a knuckleball and then start to spin the way of the fletchings instead of natural just spinning the way the bow naturally shoots that arrow. So how you do that is you take all the fletchings off your arrow and you mark the nock. You don't really have to mark the nock. You get about 3 feet away of the target and you shoot it, and then you see which way it's clocking.
Without the feathers.
Yes, without any vanes or feathers, yes.
Gotcha.
So I did all 25 of my arrows. I took all the fletchings off, clocked them all. At about 15, I'm like, I'm a fucking numpty. But I had to
awesome, man.
Yeah, I have to be thorough, so I did them all.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah,
You're putting
cool.
that much fucking time and effort into it. That's great.
Yeah, I love it.
That's awesome.
I'll go get that video, man. You can check it out of the slow motion photography of vanes, the way they spin. It's pretty cool. That's more important than the ball tart, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, these 5-year-old arguments are getting boring.
Check it out.
You mean you don't have to adjust for the Coriolis?
No.
No, you don't take that into the math?
Fuck no.
Oh, that's weird.
No, it's not. It's reality. It's going slow. Where'd you go?
No Coriolis in your archery.
I watched a lot of videos today. Where'd you go? I'll get it, Sonny.
So what it's like 50 yards, you want to get, if you're going elk hunting.
I don't kill Bambis.
I'm not talking about Bambis. I'm talking about elk.
I'm not. It's a metaphor. I don't kill living things except for trans panda rats.
Well, I don't care if you do kill living things. It's what you do with them, as long as you salvage everything you can from them.
How about a barbecue?
That's a deeper conversation. That's more philosophical. I don't kill living
It
things.
is philosophical, yeah. Well, what are you talking about? You eat food, right?
Yeah, but I'm an archer. So don't mix the topics up. Yeah, I do eat food and do archery. They're two separate things.
You eat meat, right?
Yes, I do.
But
Yeah, that's
it's only one of
the
those
only
things
way you can eat meat is if
that
somebody's hunting.
No.
Yeah. It's either livestock or hunting.
Man,
Either way, livestock comes from hunting.
I don't think ranchers call it hunting.
That's called livestock. Ranchers. Comes from hunting.
Damn, there it is, Sonny. I got it. Just take your time pulling up YouTube, you fucking piece of shit.
You don't pay for tags and go for an elk?
Is there something? Did you have a problem understanding what I fucking said?
I guess I did. I meant no disrespect from it, but I
know
guess
that.
I did.
I know that, but I don't fucking hunt.
Right. Well, I will admit this. America's like the only country that goes hunting on a full stomach.
No, I ain't prejudiced against hunters. It's just that I ain't hunting with my bow.
Right, because you got to get like. Would you be honest?
I'm
you would have to
always
get like
honest,
50.
for fuck's sake.
You'd have to get like 50 yards, right? You'd have to get that close.
Doesn't have to be 50 yards. You could kill something at 10 yards.
Well, I'm saying at the minimum 50.
Hey, Sonny, there it is, man.
Before you'd even pull the string.
Yeah, I'm looking
What's
at
it? Stop trying to ruin my damn clocking stuff with your picture.
My bad. I'll be quiet.
Not you,
Go on.
James. What's it? Posting wedding photos, trying to trump my friggin' clocking of my arrows.
Yeah, let him.
Oh.
So check that slow motion footage out, man.
Oh, did somebody get their feelings hurt?
Oh, look at that.
I was looking at the wedding picture. Oh.
Shit, I gotta mute. My bad. I gotta
Magical,
mute.
man. Gee whiz. I can't believe those two met.
So, Sonny, don't get distracted for fuck's sake. 7 minutes after the hour. Right offset versus left offset. Go ahead and watch that.
Okay. I was looking at the fob. Mm-hmm.
They got a nice flat horizon behind them there. I like that.
Fun video today. A couple weeks ago, we were making a video about determining which.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. See, says who? Most of his deer kills have been within 20 yards. There you go, James.
Yeah, you want like that's what makes because I've been rifle hunting. And you ain't got to get that close. And I've only been archery hunting once, and you got to get close, man. Like you got to sneak up on these. It's crazy. It's crazy. Even bear hunt. People hunt bears with with arrows, man. Like
they hunt everything.
And a lot of people think that's stupid, but most guns won't go through a bucket of sand. Almost every arrow will. You know, it's like
it depends on a lot
people
of
don't know. The stopping power of an arrow is fucking huge, man.
Yeah, tell
Like,
that to my
it'll-
bag target out in the yard.
Yeah, it'll drop a fucking elk right like a rock. Like if you hit it in the heart, it just falls straight down. It's dead. Like a butcher. If you ever seen a cow get butchered, I've seen a cow get butchered. They just feed it some grain with the left hand, and with a 22, there's this little opening in a cow's skull. They just pop a 22 bullet right in their head while they're feeding it.
Thanks, James.
Well, people, I mean, it's true, man. Like
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not lying. It's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah,
So
but we
is
didn't want the
afterbirth.
visuals.
So is afterbirth, but I'm not going to sit here and explain it to everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like the arrow. Like I'm sorry. I'm not trying to boost your ego. I just think it's fascinating. They're good with
I think it's. I just love it.
a
There's
bow and
something.
arrow.
It's just something righteous about it, man.
Yeah, there is, man.
Why would you try to boost QE's ego?
Yeah, why would you try to boost that some
That's
bitch?
impossible, man. What are you talking about?
No, I just think it's awesome that he knows how to fucking use a bow.
I know
That's
I'm kind
dope.
of jelly now.
That's awesome.
I might have to try that, man. One of these times. One of these days.
It's once you if you do. Yeah, I can't explain it.
I think I really like it. I think I would enjoy it.
You guys think you could use that bow on a spinning globe? I don't think so.
They're
No, you
silent
think-
too, man. They're
I could use
silent
it on
too.
trans panda rats.
If you had to use it on a human, they are silent. Nobody will even know it happened.
Yeah, that's not relevant. Karma did practice archery, and I used to have a compound bow when I was younger.
Oh, really? Cool.
Now I'm realizing.
I'm saying like a world war, that would be relevant.
Good, Sonny. Did you check that
I
out
was
yet?
gonna say, yeah, I would. I mean, it's funny because I used to have just a regular bow as a kid, but I would do that with my hands with the feathers. You could kind of mold them a little bit just to get it to shoot a little bit straighter. So it's like the old way.
I'm not talking about trailer park fletching arrows here.
Shut the
Okay.
hell up! I'm gonna come to your yard and no, I'm only kidding. Yeah.
Oh
It's all
boy.
right, man.
So QE at 20 yards, could you hit like the size of a human head? Like that was
I
the
can hit a
bullseye?
quarter at 20 yards right now.
Right. And I've seen people do it, so I'm not saying you can, but I could imagine it.
Now, when I first started, I could hit it every once in a while, but now that I'm starting to get my sea legs, I'm pretty. If the wind's not blowing real hard, I'm in there. But after you shoot 2,500 arrows, a damn monkey could figure it out.
Right. Then it's laughable.
Yeah, it's not that I just go out there half stepping. I mean, I've worked up to this. To this point, I bought my first bow December 14th.
Yeah, I had a good friend that got into archery competition, man, and he took second place, and
yeah,
I could dox myself, but yeah, in the city that I'm in, he took second place.
Second place in what? Let's get specific.
It was a 1999 archery bucket, Grand Junction, Colorado, tournament.
A tournament of what?
And it was like some of it was outdoors, but most of it was indoors.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. You either firing 3D or indoor target or something.
No, they were all real bows.
No,
But
I'm
like
not
they did
talking
the
about
competition.
I'm not talking about they weren't real bows. Are you drinking
Oh,
tonight?
They did the competition indoors and outdoors, if that helps you.
Yeah, that's no, it doesn't, because that doesn't make any sense.
It wasn't all indoors.
I would smoke you. I hit bottle cap 20 yards, second shot. Yeah. Well, sun shines on a dog's ass every now and again. Come on, actually visit me out here. What's it? We'll see how good you are.
I'm not good at archery at all,
I'll
dude.
train you. You couldn't train a soup sandwich.
Right. My bad.
No, I'm not talking to you, James. I'm talking to Witsit. He's talking trash in chat.
Oh. I just pay attention to one chat, not two.
I'll tighten your whisker biscuit. Shit. thought you were going to come visit me, by the way. Didn't you say that to me one time? I thought you were on like a... thought he was on like a tour or something. Remember you promised me you were going to come see me? I've been waiting. A Witsit biscuit, says who. That is fucking classic, man.
I don't know, man. I've seen one guy stick 3 arrows in the back of each arrow.
Fair enough, Witsit. I got you, man.
Robin Hood and Little John running through the forest. Do a lot of live, a lot of do, a lot of day.
They did call it a Robin Hood.
Got a bunch of archers in the house. What?
We do. There's a few of them out there, man. It's really cool, man. More power to them.
Yep.
So I heard a story of what the middle finger come from. You know, the gesture, the nice gesture that all the gentlemen use when they're driving. So apparently back in the day, it was illegal if you were Irish to have your middle finger, right? So if an Irishman saw an Englishman, he'd flip him off like, fuck you, I can still shoot an arrow at you. And they would cut off the middle finger. You can't shoot a bow and arrow without your middle finger.
That's too funny, man. Well, you could these days. You could use a trigger release. So
The reason I give bow and arrow so much respect is because if it wasn't for Hollywood, people would know that you're not that fucking accurate with a gun. But for some reason, motherfuckers are accurate with bows and arrows. Like some people can ride a horse and fucking hit the target while they're riding a horse.
crazy
With a
stuff
bow
right
and
there,
arrow.
man. Yep, they can. I've seen it.
Like if you're somebody
That takes a
breaks
lot of
into your
training, though,
house. Yeah, if somebody breaks into your house and you know you got the, I'll say the comfort of a gun, you're still gonna have an adrenaline rush. Your heart's gonna be beating. It's not gonna be like these Hollywood movies. You're gonna fucking fire and probably miss. That's why I appreciate the bow and arrow, even in modern day warfare, especially guerrilla warfare, because it's silent. You could kill somebody and nobody know it. Nobody know it.
So I think it was Genghis Khan or Attila the Hun. I couldn't remember.
By the time you got that together, Drace, it'll be all over. I'm going to smoke your ass.
Yeah,
gunfighting. That's how they rode, like on horseback.
Battle Mod doesn't even know what a bow is.
Yeah, these motherfuckers are crazy, dude.
Can you hear Hank talking?
Say again? Are you talking to me?
Yeah, can you hear Hank talking?
Nope.
Mic check. Mic check.
Here, let me pop out.
Might have just had his, I don't know.
It's a common bug.
All right, go ahead.
Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
I got you now, Hank.
Thanks. Yeah, I was talking about the Genghis Khan. I can't remember if it was him or Attila the Hun. I think it was Genghis Khan. I think he was one of the Black Tartars. And that's how they rolled out on horses, just flinging arrows at everybody and just getting them from a distance. And you talk about psychological warfare. You see people on horses.
The archers were the Scythians.
Yeah, well, this is like same place, same time.
Yeah,
frame,
you're right. That
Genghis
was
Khan did the same Caucasus thing. Mountains. The steps in the
Genghis
Caucasus Mountains
Khan and the Scythians are not the same thing.
Well, he did attack the outskirts of the castle first.
Oh my God.
Genghis Khan. He would pile the bodies up to get over the castle walls.
We weren't.
The guy was crazy, man.
I was talking about the archers from the steps of this area over here. It would have been, a bunch of people, right, would have saw it and tried to do it, but there was a certain group of people that were exceptionally good at it, and I don't doubt for a second that the Scythians would do it. They were highly skilled in a lot of different areas. And a lot of people say that this is like the progenitors of the Europeans, the so-called Proto-Indo-Europeans. Made up bullshit. They're just, Aryans.
That son of a bitch would also use catapults to sling dead bodies, hoping to cast disease over castle walls. Genghis Khan. I mean, if what's written about him is true, it's pretty ruthless.
Yeah, what if all that is made up stories that you read in history books?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said if what's written about him is true. Because I agree with you there. I'm not going to hold it as truth.
It's interesting, but it's hard to trust anything past 50 or 60
It is,
years
man.
at this point.
How do you pile up how do you pile up bodies to get over a castle wall? And wouldn't that be harder than fucking ladders? Like, if what's written about him is true, it's like,
who's going to do that work, right?
you see what I'm saying? Yeah, it's like there's so many things like
some of the things that have come through in history were actually psyops for the other side, like to
That's what I'm
scare the
saying. It's
enemy.
like,
They would put out these stories of what these people did. Some of that stuff filtered through, so it's like just blended in after hundreds and hundreds of years. You know what I mean?
and it becomes more clear that it's fucking false after more and more years go by, I'm definitely not holding it as truth, guys, but that's what's written about this guy.
Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello, we hear you. Are you new?
Oh, hey.
Slug's been here before. You got a question or something?
No, I'm just stopping by. Say hello. I enjoy listening to the conversations.
All right. If you got anything on your mind, you got questions, just speak up.
I will.
All right, so what do you think? Should I go with the Bitzenberger jig or should I go with the Arizona Easy Mini Fudge?
Arizona Mini Fudge.
Yeah.
I say Arizona.
I'd say
I'd go with the Texas Titty Twister. Get a pretty good reaction out of it.
Either way, it's like cooking popcorn.
Sonny, did you watch that video?
Yeah, I did.
Isn't it cool? Did you see the arrow stop in mid-flight and knuckleball?
I do. That's a trip, man. So
Isn't it a trip? Yeah, I thought you'd like
do yours? Do you make them have that pause, or you want it to fly? You want it to start spinning immediately after leaving, or are
Yeah.
you countering
Yeah.
some of that?
Yeah, I want to spin it immediately the way it wants to go. So mine is going to be like the white Fletch
That
that he
first
was
one.
finding.
Yeah, that's pretty cool stuff, man.
Not that there's been no testing to say that one is better than the other, but it's just sort of self-evident. If it's spinning naturally one way, why wouldn't you just go that way?
Yeah, like I wonder. Probably there's people that have done that where they may have reduced that spin to see how it affects the flight character.
Not reduced. It's not. We're not talking about the speed of spin. We're talking about the direction.
Yeah, I know. But you could go the opposite direction. That wouldn't. What would that do?
That would stop the arrow in mid-flight from spinning its natural direction, and then the vanes would take over and spin it the other way.
Right, like the first one did. Yeah, I saw
Yep.
that.
Yep.
That's pretty cool stuff, man.
Yep. So you get a little knuckleball action going on. I don't need that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, like I said, results. There's never been anyone to actually test the accuracy. It's very difficult to do that. But I just figured I don't need fucking mountains of evidence to figure this one out. I figure it's pretty self-evident. If it's spinning, won't just spin the same direction it wants to fucking go.
Less resistance, right? Like, why would you want to stop it? So I wonder if anybody has. Like, I'd be curious to see. Well, this guy did, obviously.
Yeah, a lot of pros, they were startled at it. They didn't know what was going on. Like there was interviews at the end of that video with pros saying that, well, never thought about that.
Well, what would it do if you made it spin faster?
Yeah, now you're talking about spin faster. Okay, let's get to it now. For fuck's sake. So, the more degree helical that you got, the more it'll spin fast. Now, there's been an old fucking myth that says that if you have it spinning faster and at a distance, it's going to slow down and sort of parachute. But that's cockamamie horse pocky, because I got tests, actual physical tests that say that that's horse shit.
Huh.
Yeah. I'll give it to you right now.
What's your independent variable quantum?
We'll take a look at it.
There's actually a range. There's actually a range right up here in the park I could go to.
I wish I had one close to me.
It looks pretty cool, man.
I don't have one real close. The one's closing up shop. Okay, where'd I put this son bitch? Where'd you... Okay, here we go. There we go. Now let's take a look at this. So on the top of the chart, to the far left-hand side, you got a right heel. These are all helicals. So 1 degree, 3 degree, 5 degree. So it's a lot of helical, the 3 and 5. And you got the left. That's what I'm going to do. Because my bow clock left, or my arrows clock left, I'm going to go with a 5 degree left helical. So let's check this out. So V0 hit with his bow. We're benchmarking his bow. This isn't mine. So you got 286 feet per second. At 10 yards, it's down to 282. That's not much difference. 30 yards, 275. 50 yards, 268. 65 yards, 264. 80 yards, 262. So, look at the 1 degree, the lesser of the helicals. It's 261, so I'm still faster. Follow?
Are you done with your presentation? I wanted to post something, but I wanted to wait for you to get done.
Yeah,
Crazy,
I
man.
see that.
And it also has kinetic energy. Yeah, hold off, Hank. It also has kinetic energy over. It says KE010. It has. I'm not concerned with that. That's kill power, and I don't shoot fucking Bambis. The V65, and that's velocity at 80 yards and 65 and 50. Comparisons between all these different helicals.
That's
so
awesome, man.
It seems like the more or the higher degree helicals, the left or the 3 and 5 degrees, not only maintain their speed, they're faster than the lesser degrees. So that's the moral of the story.
Yeah, I should just go up to that range and just talk to some of the guys up there.
Yeah, they'll fill you full of horse shit. Go ahead, Hank.
Doesn't matter, dude. At least he's giving you fucking data.
I don't care. I just want to. They'll probably let me use their bow, or maybe not. People don't let people use their bow.
Let you use their bow. That's
Fuck
like
no.
it's like somebody touching your woman.
That's like me allowing you to use my pool stick, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
That's just fucking straight up wrong.
Or play my guitar.
Yeah, you can't fucking use that shit.
God, Hank.
I just wanted to point out that I didn't see the independent variable being manipulated, and
The
you didn't say
independent
experiment.
variable is what we change. Yeah, there was one, even though this isn't a natural cause and effect relationship. However, if we were to put it in there, yeah, the thing that we change the cause is the amount of helical.
Yeah, I was trying to give you a hard time like you do everybody else.
You,
I
you,
even
you
posted the
wanted to
GIF
sound like you were fucking on top of this shit, but I got you by the fucking short hairs.
as usual.
So for it to be a natural phenomenon, would you have to see those little maple things, those little wing things with the seeds that like
Yeah,
float and spin around, and then you
yeah,
can twist them and see. Now let's see what it does when we twist it more.
that's
Spin
it.
faster.
Yeah, you got it.
Does it change direction?
Yep. Does it parachute?
You manipulated the independent variable, correct?
Yeah. Good, Hank. Or was
Yeah,
that
you're
it?
good. No, that was it. I also wanted to say something else. Earlier, I was having car trouble, and I was saying, "Well, what do you think, guys? Should I use the baller science? Should I just look at it? Should I start manipulating shit? Figure out what's wrong with my car?"
Now, just because it's not natural science, it's a cause and effect relationship. You can figure shit out with that, right?
Yep, I'm rolling again, making money.
Yep, you're
So
following.
I
So
figured it out.
it still works. You just can't classify it as natural science, but it still works. It's still the quality at the end is, or the qualitative aspect is still right on.
So what was wrong with your car, Hank?
I'd rather not say. It didn't have no gas in it.
You run out of gas?
He
Seriously?
put diesel in it.
No, I'd rather not say. But it was a cheap fix.
Well, that's a good thing.
All right,
I
guys.
did
It's
have
getting
to
around
wiggle
the
a
time.
few
It was a lot of fun tonight. So hang in there, man.
Yes,
We'll
sir.
catch you on the flip side.
Later, I gotta go to bed too. Later,
Have a
you.
good
you.
Later, guys.
Later, you old man.
Bye
Ladies and
bye.
gentlemen, later.
Have a good night.
The hell on.
Yeah, you too.
Junior Boomer leaves the building.
For a minute.
I like fucking
I'm
with
Gets it,
5 years
gets it. I
behind you,
love that.
Tony, my junior boomer.
Yeah, because I'm senior to QE.
I'm 5 years behind you. Am I a junior boomer too?
Yeah, no, you're a fully fledged boomer.
Okay.
That guy called me, that communist called me a boomer, didn't he?
I saw the moon landing on TV when I was 6 years old, so it makes me a boomer to me.
I never heard of a 40-something-year-old boomer.
I'm still 39.
There's only one OG older than me, and that's Hank.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember when you showed up, James.
Yeah,
You was
Hank
in
goes
every
back
debate
a
after
long
that.
time.
You were in every one after that. You were there all day, every day.
Right? Much as that could be.
So let's at least try to do a shout out to anybody that's listening if they want to come in here and discuss the shape of the object that they think they live on. We would be glad to entertain you. Go ahead, guys.
Hey, Mary Mom, it's good to see you. I don't usually see you here on Sunday night. Do we?
Yeah, I haven't been around much lately, except for on Ladies' Night. I listen on YouTube more than I come in here, but just decided to come in and see what was happening. So I'm glad I did. It was a good conversation.
That's cool. It's good to hear you. Yeah, because I usually don't hear you on here unless it is Ladies' Night, so it's nice to hear you.
That's how it's been lately. I don't know, but yeah, maybe I'll have to change it. I've just been very busy, but It's actually going to get better now. I'll actually have more time because I just got done. My son just got done with driver's ed, so I had to drive him every night for like a month. It was a big pain.
What's all talking about? Wait a minute. What's this meme? What's that first one at 32 minutes? What is that one? What is that? Hold on. What am I? I don't get the fight me part.
So I might be a little deeper than most people, but wouldn't ladies' night be a type of segregation?
No.
No, you're actually 2 years behind the times on that argument. If you wanted to fight about that, you should have been here in April 2020.
But like, shouldn't ladies be welcome every night? Like, why would
They
see what
are. No, yeah, you're just wrong. They are. Like
if you
Dandelion
just
was
look,
speaking just now. They are. Men are not banned from showing up at ladies' night. We support the ladies on ladies' night.
but isn't that a type of segregation, like black night?
No,
You can
it's
only talk if you're
supporting
black.
it's supporting other people who want to create an event, and we're just facilitating
Shouldn't that
that. We
be
have
every
other
night?
events.
Shouldn't it be every night? It's just my opinion.
Hold on, buddy. Hold on.
Just
It's
my
not
opinion.
segregation. Hold on. Let me ask you: are Glober men allowed to talk at ladies' night?
Or what? Why wouldn't we all
The,
be?
the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is yes, Glober men are allowed to talk during ladies' night. So you calling it segregation doesn't make any sense.
And also new flat earthers can speak to the ladies whether they're men or not.
I'm just saying whether it's willfully or unwillfully, the title of it is segregation.
No, it's not. That's just your faulty
Very
opinion.
title.
That's just your faulty opinion.
Yeah, why would you take on this justice
Don't
warrior?
interrupt this important discussion to greet a new person.
Every
Ostrich.
night should be everybody's
No.
night.
Can you
It
hear me,
shouldn't be
James?
limited to a night. That's
James,
all
can
I'm
you
saying.
hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Go ahead, shoot.
Yeah, I hear you, Dave. A
We
little
have
low.
Ostrich here. If they want to go after the VC verified, then y'all can finish this. I'll go up there and verify 'em. Sorry, go ahead.
No, please do.
He left. Never mind. Continue arguing about pointless
No, he
shit.
went up there. He went up there. He's waiting for you.
Okay, I'll be back.
Yep. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get on anybody's bad side, man. But there should be like every night should be accepted to everyone.
That's how it is. So your delusions about it not being that way are just absurd. So stop it.
So why use the title? Is it like a
Because
clickbait?
that's just the name of the event that they created. They decided upon that name. So stop being so. I'm not gonna even go into it. Just
My
stop
bad,
it.
man. My bad. Like I said, I wasn't trying to get on anybody's bad side.
Yeah. Hear ye, hear ye. We'll now change the name of ladies' nights to not men's night.
Well, it's a segregation, if you think about it.
Oh shit, dude.
It isn't.
So
You're
I
just
think it was.
repeating. Sorry, I'm just going to say real quick. It isn't. You're just repeating yourself. That's an appeal to repetition. Please stop this fallacious argument.
Yeah, well, we once thought the Earth was a globe, right?
Oh my god.
Like, if you really
That's a
pay
red herring.
attention to it,
If
you really pay attention to what you're doing, it's
James.
not
I
good.
don't know. I hate to be the one to break to you. You're sounding a lot like Glober's sound.
Yeah, sure I am.
Everyone can be fallacious from time to time. It's just about a matter of correcting it when it happens.
Or the person's definition of fallacious.
No, you just don't know what logic is, apparently.
That's the only thing I'm using.
No, you were appealing to repetition, which is a fallacy, as how that is defined. So calling that not fallacious is just showing your lack of logic.
Like I think in America, I think it's February. They call it Black Month.
Non sequitur, also fallacious.
Well, it's a type of
Hey,
segregation.
James. I just not sober 100% of the time myself, but I think you might be drinking tonight, and we should just try to find some better subjects to yak on about amongst the people in here.
Well, I did want to say one thing. Yeah, there's no segregation. I've spoken up on ladies' night. I'm not gender confused. I have no dysphoria anytime. And I did hear Karma earlier, and I invited her, on, right? Even though it's men's night. And she's a busy woman, works a lot, got a lot to do. So, but you know what? Mary Mom stepped in for her, which I appreciated. So yeah, there's no segregation here. Everybody can come here, as far as I know, and join the conversation. There's no segregation. It doesn't matter if you're red, yellow, black, or white. No segregation.
The way he
you
was,
have to have the internet.
oh, go ahead, Karma. What were you going to
I was
say?
just gonna say, as a lady, I totally approve of his message, and that guy actually annoyed me enough to jump into VC. I wasn't gonna.
Thank you,
It's late. I
James.
was just getting ready for bed. What the hell?
You better be careful then.
Yeah, keep going, and you might get more of us in here. No, originally when we discussed it, I guess, yeah. So you've heard of ladies' night in the bar? Do you call that segregation? Have you ever been to a ladies' night at a bar?
Yes.
Are you going to call that segregation?
Yes, because typically on ladies' night, more ladies show up.
They get cheaper
Yeah,
drinks.
Yeah, that's what happens here.
I think the issue here is he doesn't understand what the word segregation means. Just similar, like he doesn't understand the logic.
I'm just looking at it as psychological warfare. So it's
really?
like,
Did you tell those
yeah,
ladies at the bar that that's what they were doing?
well, on ladies' night,
Yeah.
if you're a single man, you go out on ladies' night,
I
right?
know. So
'Cause there's
Yep,
more
and
ladies.
that's what happens here. We get
So
way more
Okay.
traffic in the server when the ladies are around.
So did
So,
you?
Yeah, it's
yep.
not like,
And if you were here, we would mute ya. And if anybody
yeah,
unmuted you, I'd mute you again, and more people would show up. Okay, I better shut up now.
yeah.
So
So
James,
by using psychological warfare, they're
He's not going to
getting
get this.
women.
I'm going to go. So you guys take care of it. I'll catch y'all later. It's quite late here. Good night.
They're getting women.
you ran Mary.
Yeah,
They're getting
no,
women to
dude,
turn
dude,
out
dude,
on a
dude,
certain night.
dude. Your definition of segregation doesn't work. Like if you're segregating black people from white people,
my argument?
that does not mean that there are more black people with the white people. That's the opposite of segregation. So you don't understand the word
We
you're
gotta get
using.
back to flat Earth, but you're not even understanding my argument. Like your whole
You're using the
foundation.
wrong words. Do you know what? How would you define segregation, my friend?
Well, listen to me real quick. Just hear me out
If you
real
answer my
quick.
question, sure, I'll listen.
30 seconds, all right? If they call it ladies' night, and most of the time,
That's not answering my question. Can you answer my question, or are you just gonna waffle in a different direction?
I am answering
Can you
it.
answer my question? What is your definition of
Give
segregation?
me 30 seconds. 30
If
seconds.
you answer my question, otherwise you're just being plain rude and ignoring me. At which point,
So
why should I listen to you?
30 seconds is not allowed.
Well, why should I allow you that when you've been waffling for ages?
Even if
The only
even
time
if
in
you
here
don't
is because you've
agree,
been talking bullshit for
even
a
if you
while and
don't
saying
agree
nothing
with
doesn't
me,
make sense. And now you can't even
even if
define the words you're using. Come on, man.
even if you don't agree with me, how could you not allow me 30
Is that a
seconds?
question of agreeing with you or disagreeing with you? Don't mind read me. What the hell is that? I never said whether I agreed with you or disagreed
Oh,
with you.
let's
I was
just.
saying that you need to
Right.
define the term you're using. So either
Okay,
define
okay,
segregation.
Give me 30 seconds, please.
No, you define the word the lady asked you to define, or you shut the fuck up or I mute you.
So I'm the only one that can't talk. That's
Answer the questions. You've been talking over people left and right. You've been blathering on about things that aren't related to the subject.
You're
You've been
talking
making
about
the
the
whole
very
conversation
thing that I
worse
brought up.
to the point where I'm jumping in when it's almost 5 o'clock and I should be going to sleep. So I ask you to either define the terms you're using or stop using them.
Yeah, and that was a straw man on your part. I was just simply asking you to follow the rules of the server. If you do not, you will get moderated.
Okay, I'll just be quiet.
You got to keep it moderated. Anyway, Ostrich is a flat earther. I'm sorry to disappoint y'all, but Ostrich thinks it's flat. He's against the globe, aren't you, Ostrich?
Yep.
So,
Wow.
30 people are just disappointed that you're not a globe. So,
oh man,
That is true, but I sure am glad James was here because I got to hear Karma. Karma came on, and I'm not trying to make this weird or anything, but I love it when people are like really shy and then they come out of their shell, right? So Karma's a little butterfly, like coming out of her shell, like a little fireball. I love it when people like really get. It's like passion, right? It's like most people are like, hi, hello, what's the weather, blah, blah. And a lot of people are just missing passion.
Exactly,
Really.
Hank Hill. Absolutely. We actually have people with personalities around here. Yeah. And so I actually did come back because I'm not going to be able to sleep because Mr. James Richard agitated me so much. So I'm just going to tell him exactly what I think of him, because
Yes.
the reason we have ladies' night is because of people like you. Is that what you want to hear? The truth? Because you think you're some kind of brilliant secret king there, though. He knows that, that the world tries to divide people, black and white, male and female. And he knows that Black History Month is not, is politically correct. And he's so unpolitically correct that he's going to come in here and tell us how ladies' night's bad. No, ladies' night's here because a bunch of clueless guys around here can't shut up and let the women talk and don't realize that they're not God's gift to mankind. So one night a week for a few hours, we get to talk. That's why we got it. It's not segregation. It's not politically correct. It's not SJW. It's not affirmative action. All right?
God, I fucking love you, Mary Mom.
mic drop.
Thank you, Karma.
So I just have to sit and listen to it and can't respond, right?
Yeah, just like I had to do and have had to do and listen to you for probably a total of 25 to 30, maybe 40 hours droning on. Yet you got to sit and listen to us. Enjoy it or don't. Don't show up if you don't like it, James. A lot of people like it. It's our most popular night. Why do you think that is?
But you never got the point I was trying to make, yet you're arguing as if you did.
That's right, Mr. Dunning-Kruger. I'm too dumb to get your point. Absolutely. Go to bed with that thought. Put it on a sticky note by your pillow.
Well, you're arguing on a.
Victimhood doesn't work really well here, so I don't recommend it.
Okay. I'll just mute again.
That's a great idea. You're actually better than you used to be. You actually do occasionally listen to other
Hold on
people.
a second here. Give me a second.
You
here.
probably don't even know who I am. That's what's funny. And I got your number, guy. I had it since day one.
So the argument.
Notice how you twice now broken your word. You claimed you were going to go
I
on
haven't
mute.
broken
Stop
anything.
your
You
nonsense.
guys won't even let me
Twice
speak.
you have broken your word. So
You're
you're
still
also
not
a
letting me
liar.
speak. You're not even letting me speak, man.
Did we
You
ever
guys are
get Ostrich to talk? The guest Dave Hinkle went to the trouble to verify him. So why don't you guys just try to talk to him? If James talks again, I'll just mute him.
Ostrich is a flat earther, Mary Mom, but he can talk if he wants to.
Well, I don't know what I would talk about.
Someone beat you to it, Mary Mom.
I might think of something, but I just kind of came here to listen right now. Thanks, guys, though.
Fair enough. You got any questions? Anything bugging you? Let us know.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate you coming by. Anyone else new on here got anything to say? That's about flat Earth or the shape of the Earth or something like that. We need one
I'm
shred
new.
of go ahead.
So, so I was, trying not to make it weird, right? And I was talking about passion. Usually, when people think about passion, right, they think about, like two lovers or something like that. That's not really what I was talking about. I think it was pretty clear, but just to be clear, like, it's two Greek words, I think. So it's like compassion, like with passion, right? Like con queso, like with queso, right? So it's one of those things to where a lot of people aren't passionate anymore. Like they're just like little robots, like no emotion. And I don't show my emotion because that's for, me to know, not for you to know, right? But I'm actually very emotional. That's why I hide it so well. So, when I see people, like filled with passion and making arguments, like I really enjoy to see it because it's like everywhere else in the world I look, people are just gray, like the Trolls movie, like that one little gray troll. Um, what's his name? Uses it as his avatar. What's that troll guy from Texas? Branch? Yeah, Branch, that little troll. Like everybody's like that little troll, right? Just no passion whatsoever, no emotion. And so when I see people getting passionate, I'm like, liking it because it's not the norm. I think it used to be, but it's not anymore.
I know what you're talking about, Hank. There's way too many people in our society that are afraid to express their passion. I agree with you.
It's also attractive in people when they're passionate about something interesting or something like truth or, I don't know, something you're interested in, something that appeals to your core values.
And that was good karma, pun intended. You have good passion, karma.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think I was never in favor of ladies' night. That's why I said if James really wanted to argue this, he should have argued it 2 years ago because many of the things that people were talking about, I totally agreed with, as well as the fact that when we started out with the ladies' night, there were some people, and it had to do with some of the ladies that we had in the server at the time, were using it like an anti-man thing. That is not what's happening these days, and it's actually been an opportunity because one of the reasons I was never a huge fan of it is because it's extremely stressful. People seem to like have a lot of disagreements and little things, and they're DMing me like, this person said this and you said that and blah 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 blah. But the point of it being that I have seen the beauty of it. In fact, Karma, I was almost going to post, but like I can't make a post, without, like I just said, people whining about it. So I didn't even want to make a written post, but I'll say it now since we're here. I actually am starting to get sold on Ladies' Night. It only took me 2 years. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I think it's a cool thing because I thought, that women should be able to talk anytime. I don't really like the idea of like muting the men, just for being men or whatever. I'm not a big thing of that, but it's supposed to be a showcase thing. And like I tried to explain using the analogy of the ladies' night bar is it's a time where we're trying to appreciate women and, welcome them and appreciate their strengths, which are different than the strengths of men. So, in fact, our society in the past used to be more segregated. I guess James wouldn't have liked it, when they had men's clubs and then they had, women's, little garden clubs or whatever, which they still have. They didn't let girls into the Cub Scouts. They didn't let boys into the Girl Scouts. I guess that was too segregated for you, right, James? Sorry, I know you can't talk back now, but I don't even feel bad. So, anywho, the point is that in the past, when people recognized that men obviously had very different characteristics, very different needs, very different interests than women, and it was okay for us to have a little space where, at the men's club, you didn't have to worry if you had kind of a raunchy joke. I assume I never actually, went to any of these. I'm not talking about men's clubs like strip clubs. I'm talking about I'm envisioning like a club in London, like you'd see on Sherlock Holmes or something, where the guys are sitting there smoking their pipes and talking about politics, and they can make a raunchy joke and wouldn't have to worry about it. And then same with the ladies, they can talk among themselves and probably get along better because they don't have to worry about impressing some guy.
no, I don't want to interrupt you. Is there something going on with your microphone? I mean, does it sound like that to everyone else? Your mic is a little crackly.
Is it crackly?
There's something weird going on with your microphone.
I heard everything you said.
I heard everything, but it's just
I don't know. Maybe I'll try plugging it in, out and in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe reset or something, or unplug, plug back in. But yeah, I heard everything she said. Yeah, no, I totally
Is that
agree.
any better?
No.
Oh, really? I'll try.
It sounds. It's got like a little weird
Indigo, you're such an audiophile, bro.
Wait. The reason is because people are listening to this. I just want Mary Mom to sound the best she can be.
Is that any better?
No, it doesn't.
Really?
It sounds the same. Yeah, it sounds the same.
Gosh, I'll try a different.
Could just be
I'll tell you what, though.
The other guys think
just a second, Helio, try to unplug your speakers and plug them back
maybe
in.
it's me. Maybe it's me. All right, cool. Fuck.
Well, I don't know. Does it sound correctly to the other guys? Okay.
You sound fine, Mary Mom. If you
Okay.
Oh,
I kind of feel bad about going off on James. I kind of do. I'm sorry, James.
No. James deserves that shit sometimes because he can be a dick. But anyway.
Okay, thank you, Helio. Thank you for your support.
That was me. That was
He's
me.
forgiven after
Totally. This. Yeah, James has been in this game for a long time, and Hank knows, So
I know.
So it's
I'm appreciative of James.
He just gets out of control sometimes. And I still love James, everything.
Yes. So the point is, it's not supposed to be affirmative action. It's like the opposite. But I get why men feel like we've gone through this with Ladies' Night, where they feel like they're kind of like not appreciated, or like, oh, like this is just for ladies and we're left out. But it's just kind of, in this server, it's just absurd for anyone to say that when clearly the men dominate like all the time. I mean, everyone knows that in Flat Earth there's hardly any women. So it's like, oh, we're going to let them talk for 3 hours. What? Men's rights? What's going on here? We're oppressed.
And that's never what it was about.
It's kind of ridiculous. I mean, there are situations where, I agree that there's, that men are not appreciated in their strengths. And obviously, men do have wonderful strengths.
Well, I mean, you see what happens when the men just go, everybody just really turns into freaking psychopaths. And in certain discussions, and so
but the masculine energy of the world is wonderful and needed. I mean, the fact of it is, this world. I mean, it's funny. Even though you guys are the SJWs of the world are like all hate all white males and so on, but overall, I mean the whole control system is a very masculine energy. I mean, the feminine earth energy that kind of goes with the flow and lets things happen and stays in the present moment. That is not appreciated at all. I mean, Flat Earth.
Well, let's pretend we're all let's pretend we're all asexual, and then we won't have a problem anymore.
But the good thing about the masculine energy, which is often the logic, is part of it, setting boundaries, defining things, and so on. I mean, this server is very good at that, and I think not that is abandoned on Ladies' Night, because we have many very balanced women that are able to bring in both sides, and we have men that do the same thing at other times. So yeah, I just think it it's just the fact that there are I don't know, you guys aren't women, so you don't understand why it is helpful for ladies to have this evening, because a lot of women don't feel confident coming in here when there's a bunch of guys in here and trying to best their way in to get a word in. I mean, we just aren't about that. I mean, a lot of women are not. I guess you guys might accuse me of being like that sometimes, but I wasn't even like that until I came here, mostly because I guess, I mean, kind of in teaching, I have had to be that way for my job. So I guess I had learned to be that way, but it's not like the way I want to be or like to be. I only be that way to try to actually get the job done here. When we got, sometimes
You're homeschooler. You're a homeschooler, right, Mary Mom?
Yeah.
But I
So
relate to it.
you are a teacher. You are a teacher of
Oh no, I
boys
still
and
teach. I just
girls
teach
and
online, so
men
I don't
and
have to be
women.
as assertive to people. When I teach online, it's like they're a captive audience. I don't have to. It's not the same as being in the classroom when you have to be like very. These days, you have to be like almost militaristic to get anything done at all. It shouldn't be that way, but that's the way it is.
Yeah, me and Karma can relate to that super hard. I like to be super soft because I was raised in a narcissistic home. So to deal with that, that's just how you break. Either you break and become a narcissist, or you run away, or you become codependent and soft. And so I learned the softness of the feminine through my mom, and the interactions of all this stuff. But coming here and having to actually help people see the truth, you have to actually be more specific and address things more completely than normally.
You mean more direct?
Yeah, that's something
Yes,
I wasn't used to doing.
Yeah, some of these deep questions really can, and affect your spirituality and your understanding of what you've experienced through life. I mean, this.
Yeah, and I guess, I mean, if I have to be like I was thinking about that earlier because it's like, oh, this person that keeps getting muted for being like outrageously drunk and embarrassing themselves on the live stream. And I guess, it's like I keep waiting for someone who knows this person better. Like, is no one going to talk to this person? Like, even though it's been put in text, like 100 different places I've seen, like, are they just pretending not to know? Do I have to come in and be the bad guy and like sit here and be like, here's the reason? You're an embarrassing drunk. You're embarrassing yourself and the server. We're trying to have a mission here. Hey, Leo, I'm going to finish my sentence or I'm going to mute you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about someone else. And then it happened that I had to do that with James, who seemed to also be drunk. I mean, it's like, okay, so I have to be, it's fine though. I can be the villain, like, it's fine because that is a role in the world that, is apparently I am the only one willing to do it. I guess I'll just do it and then just keep taking the arrows because apparently that's what I'm meant to do in this world. I mean, I don't mind. It's not that I mind doing it as long as you guys are going to back me up when then they all start, freaking out.
Well, the only reason I was trying to interrupt, I've known James for a long time. That's the only reason I was stepping.
Yeah, because we have a serious problem, Helio, with alcoholism, and I don't. In my real life, I don't know a lot of alcoholics. Like that's why I don't feel like I'd be the best person to deal with it because, like should we mute someone because they're embarrassing themselves because they're a sloppy drunk, as well as coming in on ladies' night and wrecking. I mean, I'm just saying something all you hear, have seen and heard and commented on 100 times. It was commented again on a silver meeting. Today we're not supposed to be running this live stream when we're, being in this live stream trying to communicate with people when we're drunk. That's just one of the rules here. So I guess I'll announce it now. It's March 28th. They're supposed to be cracking down on stuff like we got to stop doing that, and we got to stop. We just got to, because it's embarrassing for yourself. So I'll be the bad guy. That's perfectly fine. I'll go DM the person right now. That's apparently still no one's told because still they're in here today saying, why am I muted? So I'll just go ahead and DM them right now. That's fine.
Oh, my general, you just need to tell me to do it, and I will gladly take any hit for you.
Okay. Yeah, because that's what we're we're either trying to get something done here, or we're not. So, yeah.
Yeah, cool. I mean, hey, they're, as far as the moderation goes, Mary Mom, we're on your side. All that stuff. You've never offended me in any way. So, yeah, I'm on your side.
So, Mary Mom, I got to tell you, I'm such a weird person that I have trouble muting people, even if they are belligerent. I do have trouble muting people because everybody has the right to speak, but you also have the right to govern yourself.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. But you know what's happened in this world is that people like us have gone too long. I just told you that's why I blew up at James Richard, because I've sat here night after night. Not even so much now, like in the past. I'm like, oh my God, this is our live stream. Like, seriously? For 3 hours, I have to listen to this, but it's because I don't speak up. But it's what you just said, because you like the Hunger Games, right? They cut off the tongues of the rebels, right? We don't want to be muting people. We don't want to end up like them. I mean, I think that's exactly what I talked to them about in the silver meeting today, because they're asking like, oh, you say this is the rule, but this person, that person gets away with it, and this person doesn't. It's like, okay, so I like we're going to become like totalitarian regime where it's like we're just going to start, like you're not following these rules, then
James has been muted and banned several times from this server. He's been muted and banned.
Okay, so I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. I guess I just have
he
to
has
start
been
doing
muted
it.
and
That's just how
banned
it's gonna
several
be.
times.
I don't think he needs to be banned. I think he just needs a little time.
He just needs.
Okay, so I'm just here to make a public service announcement. Make a recording of it if you want. If you're drunk on the live stream, or and embarrassing yourself, yeah, I'm just going to mute you. If you want to talk about it, go ahead. I don't know. Like, I don't understand how you could be an alcoholic, embarrass yourself day after day, and then not understand why people are muting you. I don't understand it. I just don't understand this. Like, I'll sometimes have just like one glass of wine. I'll be like, I don't even want to be on here. I'm going to go do something else. Like, if somebody like muted me, I'd be like, oh yeah, it's probably because I had a glass of wine. You know what I'm talking about? Like, but then if I had a whole bottle,
because
I
I'm
definitely would wonder,
a fellow alcoholic.
if they muted me, it must be because I just drank a bottle of vodka, even though I've never done that in my entire life. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I don't know what it's like to be an alcoholic. So I don't know. Maybe I could run an AA meeting here and people could tell me.
Let's not
we
do
could
that.
do that in one of the chill chats.
Well, if you want to, but if you don't know what it's like to be an alcoholic, you couldn't be a sponsor, anyway. So that wouldn't be.
I know, that's why I'm saying I feel like I should be the person to be talking to these people, because I'd just be like, you're making a fool of yourself. I'm going to mute you.
I just also want to say
no, sure. I mean, James frustrated when he gets in.
Do you hear the lady?
Okay, hang on. It's okay. Trace mute him for me. I was just gonna say, Mary Mom, for instance, with ladies' night especially, because that's usually when I'm on. Especially if someone's being drunk, I'll step up from here on out, and I'll be more vocal about these types of things because I'm used to dealing with drunks, and we do need to keep the discipline here. Just like whether you're running a house or you're running a business, or like my job where you have over 100 kids, you gotta keep the discipline. Otherwise, everything goes to shit, and nobody feels good. You got to keep order and structure.
Yes, and then the worst people are dominate, and we had, and that's the thing. This is changing here. I mean, it's obviously changed, over recent times where people are getting demoted, and behavior is not being tolerated. So yeah, I mean that's basically was my thoughts today. Like, are we going to run this as a business or not? And then we're going to listen to all these people whining and talking about how they're persecuted, discriminated against, and there's segregation and all this stuff. And then if we have enough of us that understand we're trying to get the mission here of the empirical data about flat Earth, and some of this other nonsense might happen on the side, because like Hank said, we're not going to be just a totalitarian dictatorship, but we are going to just understand that that's what we're doing. People don't like it. They are not forced to participate. No one is forced to participate here.
I think I understand.
Can I say something really quickly? So, I found this Discord server about a year ago, and back then, I even had maybe one moment at least. I remember that I accidentally spoke on Ladies' Night. I was muted because I forgot the rules. Like, oh right, flat earthers, men don't speak on Ladies' Night. And someone explained to me, I think a week or two after that, that the main reason, at least what they said, that they had Ladies' Night to begin with, is because just simply the average man would speak over more often the average woman on Discord. in any kind of debate forum for the most part, or discussion forum. And so basically they had ladies' night just so that, at least on that night, any lady that would be spoken over would be by at least another woman.
Yeah, we're born assholes. That's why.
I mean, it's
No,
part of it's a
matter
natural
of
thing. Yeah, go ahead, Karma.
Oh, I was just gonna say I think it's a matter of assertiveness, and because when it comes to social interactions, women go a lot of social cues that are unspoken, body language, facial expression, and tonality, and that often also tells you when you're gonna talk and when you're gonna cut in. And when you don't have that on Discord, for instance, I found it much more difficult to find when I'm gonna talk in and often I just lose the chance because the subject has moved on. And since I have the floor, I'm going to use the chance to also mention Mary Mom. I'm thinking I want to host the meetings for Ladies' Night, and I would love if you would join me so we could talk about exactly this and also the whole there's going to be rules like no man hating and all this nonsense and all the things we talked about earlier.
Great. Sounds good to me. Yeah, let me know. Yeah, I would like to be there. Yeah, I think what Orion said is true, that and I men just have a natural more aggression, obviously, more testosterone, obviously, deeper voice, obviously. It's easier for them to dominate the conversations in this forum, obviously. So yeah, there's a place where women are given a little bit more space to talk. So I think I'm going to try to finish my train of thought because it was something to do with what Orion said. Oh yeah, I know what it is. I know what it was. It's just like it's a function thing. So like, for example, on Precious Metals Takeover, the mods don't talk. I love that. I actually show up more often for that than like any other thing because I can sit there for 2 hours, just listen. Nobody's going to make me talk. Nobody's going to, expect me to save them. Nobody's going to, whatever. They're just going to do their thing. And I actually don't have to talk. I could just listen to it like a show. I usually listen on YouTube, so I don't have to talk all the time. So I don't have to feel like I have to rescue situations or people expect me to rescue the situation or whatever. So anybody who is coming for Ladies' Night, which used to only be 2 or 3 hours, sometimes it's longer now, and really doesn't enjoy it, don't listen. There's a lot of men who do come, which I assume means they enjoy listening to it and they don't feel like they have to be the ones to always. I mean, come on, let's just be honest here. It's because we all get in our mind and it has happened to me too. Like if I'm listening to YouTube, I'm like, oh, I would say this and I would say that. You think your perfect thing is going to fix this person. Come on. The people have been around here long enough. No. A person's either they have the will to get to this, to follow the road where it leads, or they don't. And once they get here, I mean, some people are chased off by personal preferences or whatever, something repels them. I don't doubt that. Or someone shouts at them too much, and whatever, no doubt. But in terms of if someone's trying to present a flat earth argument to them, and just because you don't think it's the perfect one, and especially because that's what we've dealt with. That's the thing. And it's too bad James Richard isn't here. I guess he doesn't care enough to even listen. He just wanted to tell us what he thought when he was muted, and I'm trying to tell him my point of view, why he frustrated me so much. He's gone. So that tells you enough right there. He doesn't really care, does he? Doesn't care about Ladies' Night. Doesn't care if it's segregation. He just doesn't want one night where he can't talk if he feels like it. So anyway, the point I was trying to make is that if you are feeling like you have to let other people, even if they aren't perfect, or just have a different approach than you would have, just let them go. And sometimes you might even be surprised that it might turn out to work, and also because we've had to deal with people heckling us. We've had to deal with month after month, year after year of the guys heckling us in the chat, tell them this, tell them that, tag, say this, say that, say this. You're not doing it right. Oh, I can't stand this. This is driving me crazy. I wish I could come in there. He better stick around till Ladies' Night so I can have my piece of him. All right. So then what happens is what happened after last ladies' night, which was, after ladies' night, the two guys we had in there, one of them got chased away, left the server, and told me in DMs he'll never come back because he was attacked by one of the guys here. That after we'd had a really nice conversation, and the other one was okay. I stayed around feeling like, gosh, I gotta make sure this guy doesn't get thrown to the wolves because you guys, I'm sorry, but
Well,
that guy, James, just exposed his cluelessness. And that's why I was frustrated because him saying that is why we have ladies' night. And he is the perfect example of why we have it. So, and
Yeah,
I told him that
but
to his
James
face.
doesn't
So I don't
represent all the men. I mean, come on, man.
Oh, no, I know,
We're all
Helio.
here.
I know, Helio. I know that there are wonderful men on the server who are very supportive. So I thank you for bringing that up. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you for telling me that, Helio, because no, absolutely. A few rotten apples can ruin the whole barrel and make it so that,
Ladies' Night was
definitely.
my idea in the first place.
It's everyone's idea. I know. Yes.
No,
yes.
it was my idea in the
Yes.
first place.
Okay.
It was my idea.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I love you ladies. And I love to hear you talk. And I thought the men were being fucking...
Wait, you love the ladies, Helio? I'd never heard that before.
What?
I said,
you know what? I noticed
I didn't know
some
you loved the ladies.
I love the ladies.
And y'all know I love the
we know the
ladies. I try to hold back. I
and
try
we
to
know the
hold back,
difference. Yes. And Karma, how some men they compete with women, and that's what really the problem is here. Those are the men who don't like ladies' night. I'm sorry. I'm not even going to go further into that, but people who
that's
know
exactly right.
people
though.
who know that resent
if
that
you
think.
know,
I mean, that's why we have the world we have in where it's you think it's because of feminists. Who started feminism? Bunch of men. They didn't like it that we're treating them nicely. We're opening doors for them. Gamma males probably created feminism. I'm sure if you went back and figured it out, because they don't have to work as hard as we do. They don't have to go to war. We have to open doors for them and be kind to them. So now we got the world we have today, where women are not treasured, cherished, and then they are going out in the workplace and competing with you guys, and then you guys are mad at that because you think women want it to be this way. No. But the world no longer cherishes femininity. Femininity is not cherished. Motherhood's not cherished, not considered to be a valid job. And so now you wonder why women are the way they are, because they've been made this way.
Which is sometimes totally bitches. I just felt like you had to really say that out loud.
Which was what did you say, Karma? What?
I was saying sometimes in those situations that you just described, when the women aren't, being feminine and all this stuff, they end up being complete twats. That's maybe a nice way to say it.
Yes, absolutely.
What did you say?
All right, so men are dicks and women are twats. That's pretty much where we're at right now.
Yeah, gosh, that's we're way ahead of the rest of the world if we understand that. That's very deep, Helio, very deep. Yeah, go ahead, Hank.
Really deep. Yeah, that's good stuff.
I just want to say that when Women's Night first started, I couldn't handle it. I was one of those guys that was just, foaming at the mouth, wanting to get in there. And then after a while, I started to enjoy it, right? And then I couldn't control myself and I keep butting in. So I'd be like, okay, I got to control myself. And it's like this part of me that I've never had to control before because I'm used to speaking my mouth because, I'm 6'3", 300 pounds. What is somebody going to do? Come on. I mean, I'm going to speak my mouth and nobody's going to do anything about it. So in Ladies' Night, I have to hold my tongue. And I had to learn to do that. And I'm still learning. God knows I try. I still butt in, right? But it's like when I really look at Ladies' Night for what it is, it's like their opportunity to speak freely without getting trampled on by a whole bunch of, filthy mongrels,
Stags. I think of all the men as stags. I don't know.
But
it's
I
every
gotta say,
time it's stags. That's what I have in my mind. Is stags.
I was thinking dogs, but yeah, it's like when I watch Ladies' Night now, I realize that this ain't my show, but it's like I'm still foaming at the mouth because I'm a dog. I'm wanting to get in there because I've played sports and everything, and I was used to getting into confrontations, and boys will be boys, and it's all that stuff. But I gotta say, like, I really enjoy ladies' night now. It's just I gotta like mature a little bit more so that I can learn to butt out.
I don't think you need to butt out because honestly, I like when you actually come in. Because when you do have something to say, you ask very politely, "Hey, can I answer this?" You get permission, you're allowed to speak, nobody has any issue. Like, how could anybody complain about that? And then when you do speak, it's completely on point, like Dre says. It's always something that just sums it up neatly in a bow, in a nice way, where it often even diffuses the glober, because sometimes they do get triggered by the fact that they can't win an argument against a woman.
But yeah, if anybody's a bird enthusiast, it's me. And all you birds, you're all my birds. And I hope that I'm not making it weird because it's not like that. I'm usually not the type of guy to talk to a woman any kind of way because I've been married for so long. I'm used to not flirting and all that stuff. So it's strictly platonic if that's possible for people to comprehend. But yeah, I really like hearing the ladies argue. Strictly platonic, yeah, strictly platonic, right?
Well,
Isn't that the right word?
that's the most interesting thing about the women and men on this server. Our platonic conversations here. I mean, it's really because you're not going to meet very many women out in the quote unquote real world that have any that will be able to have a conversation like this with us. So yeah, I love the platonic relationship here. It's freaking awesome.
Yeah, the server always feels always has a family vibe going. And platonic relationships can sometimes be the absolute best. And I'm biased in saying this because I've never had a romantic one. But like, I adopted a grandpa in the fish store, and he will give me like half a kilo of fish and the weird brown bread that goes with it for like $5. And I make him stuff meat for him.
No, he's got a thing for he gives you a deal. Come on.
No, it's an old man. I know
I'm
his
just
wife. I have knitted hats for his wife.
No, I mean that's a platonic relationship, but it's genuine. But it's
He's
really
already agreed to be my grandfather. It's fine. It's official
I'm
between
just
us. We're
yeah, that's the way it roll. Yeah, if
It's just
you're
weird when somebody applies
but
that
you're
about
a
your grandfather.
customer, but also a friend. You're a customer, but also a friend.
No, I'm also his granddaughter now.
Okay, well that works out.
Yeah, essentially his store has always been in our neighborhood, and we've always gone to this fish store. So he's basically seen her grow up, and now that they have spoken over the course of the years, it slowly developed into this friendship where she then like adopted him as her adoptive grandfather, like our mom taught us to do.
Yeah, I mean, I have brothers that aren't my physical brothers, but they're my brothers.
It's like that. It's like that because I've known him for more than a decade now.
My brothers from 30 years that I grew up with,
Brothers from other mothers.
Brothers from other mothers. That's the way it goes. Sisters from another mister. Or
Oh my gosh, James Richard, you made a video about ladies' night. Oh my goodness, I unmuted you.
Did he really?
He just posted it. Can you summarize it for us, James? What did you say? Are you there? Now he's not going to talk to me. I can understand why. I wouldn't want to talk to me if I was him either.
What's the video? Did he actually make a video about ladies' night?
I just want to say I appreciate James because I wanted to hear what Kama had to say tonight, and he got her on the mic, which is what I wanted, right? Because I like Karma just as much as I like Drace. I hear Drace all the time. I don't hear Karma, and yeah. Also, I've also been a fan of Mary Mom, and from time to time, I try not to overdo it. I'll be like, Mary Mom, I like it when you go off on people. It's like, because dudes always do it, right? And women are usually mousy. So I don't know. I just like feisty women.
I
and
used
it's
to
not
do
really
it more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, do you want me? You want me to play
No, I
James's
stopped doing
video?
it because you know what you know why I stopped doing it, Hank Hill, is because there's an element of caring to actually like you talked about what like people that passion in the world. It's like there's an element of caring to tell people what you actually think, and Mickey used to say that about me. He said, "Oh, you just say the things that everybody else is thinking." And it's like, yeah, that's convenient for you guys who hide behind me while I take all the arrows, but it's true. I mean, not necessarily in this situation, but other situations. I mean, that's just become my role. I mean, and they don't even pretend that it's not. It's like, okay, why don't you go out there and attack this person, attack that person, because we don't feel like dealing with it. Okay, that's fine. So, I mean, but it's not, I'm not even trying, I'm not even trying half the time to attack. I'm trying to tell them, this is how this is how the world's viewing you. I mean, this is what everybody's saying. Like, I don't know. That's why I said, do I need to DM that other person? Because people are putting it right in the text chat, while it's happening. So if you're not reading what people are saying about you, then
I
I
was
don't know
going to
what,
ask
like,
you, do you want
I
me to
don't
go
know.
ahead and play what James said? Do you want to go ahead and play it?
Yeah, I'd like to hear it. Yeah, go
All
ahead.
right, cool. I'll just play it. Go live stream voice text, copy link. He has something to say which he can't say because he was muted and he wanted to post it in here. So we're gonna listen to what he has to say. I haven't listened to it yet, so let's see what we got going on here.
Well, that's not a.
Oh, this is like real live TV.
Oh,
You're doing the
God
interview.
dang
You
it!
don't know what the person's
The
going to
bot
say.
won't play. The bot won't play it. Hold on.
Hopefully, it won't have a costume malfunction. What's it called? Wardrobe malfunction. Yeah.
Well, there's a bot malfunction. Hold on. Let me see if I can play it.
All right. Well, while you're getting it together, I wanted to say something. What I said about not liking to mute people, I do understand that the people that refuse to govern themselves from within must be governed from without. So, yeah, sometimes people need to be muted. Maybe even me, because I think sometimes I get a little mic hog.
Shit, I've been muted 100 times. I think on server muted 100 times.
I've muted you several times, Helios.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you're always good about it. That's the thing. You know what? The thing about it that makes you different, Helio, though, is that you don't freak out about it. I mean, at least not when I do it. Maybe you do and other people do, but you're like, yeah, I get it. Whatever.
Yeah, it's usually against guys. I never really trip on them, ladies. But I mean, but at the same time, people say, "Hey, well, you're a drunk." Well, fuck it. Yeah, I am a drunk sometimes, or whatever. But anyway, let's listen to what James has to say. If I can.
So you're using ladies' night for a bar created by men for profit.
Can you guys hear it? I'll turn it up.
You're saying that's not segregation
I'll have to
and
mute
laughing
myself.
at me?
I'll have to mute myself. Oh my gosh, I'm still laughing too. Now he's going to
Yeah,
make another video. I better be quiet.
Hold on, I'm gonna back it up. All right, here we go.
So you're using ladies' night for a bar created by men for profit. You're saying that's not segregation and laughing at me? Yeah, okay.
That was dumb. James,
James,
get yourself together, man. That's so
Let me
dumb.
respond, please. Yeah, I'm not allowed to laugh. Yes, I will stop laughing. James, you're absolutely right. Thank you for enlightening us. I will petition to end ladies' night. It's segregation, very evil. We should have unity and just sail right into the New World Order. Everyone's the same, never recognize differences, no segregation, no special nights. Yes, absolutely. You've enlightened me now. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with me. I'm sorry that I was so ignorant, and I apologize for laughing at you and yelling at you.
Yeah,
I
ladies'
don't
night was created by men. Ladies'
I don't
night was
apologize.
created by
I
men.
still laugh at you.
Hey,
I thought that was hilarious.
James, ladies' night was my idea. What do you
That's
have
right.
against it?
Helio, you're the great oppressor. How dare you
Well, if
segregate
you
us?
remember,
How dare you?
Known for
How
nothing.
dare you? Helio, create ladies' night, oppressing us, telling us we can only talk once a week. James is here to liberate us.
I'm not here to
And
liberate
remember, he
anyone.
defined segregation as for profit. So, like, everything's segregation, really.
James, why
No,
do
that's
why do you
not.
even want to
That's
be here when you after like you'll talk for a while and then you just like turn into a you start saying shit that doesn't make any sense after and you can talk and start making sense and then you just want to kind of dominate the conversation and then turn it into nonsense.
no. What I'm getting at is like, out of 7 days of the week, there's one night that's ladies' night.
Yeah,
It's
we're
like,
not allowed to talk any other time. I know we should be fine, Karma. We should
no,
be
listen
fine
to
for
what I'm
speaking
saying.
tonight.
If you
Absolutely. This
would,
is not ladies' night.
listen to what
This
I'm
is
trying
not
to
our
say.
time. We'll probably get taxed for this.
Yeah, is that why James is always talking over you guys? Because he thinks it's not ladies' night, so you're not allowed to speak?
Is he identifying as a lady right now?
Look, all you guys are on the same team, so it's like 100 against 1, right?
Hey, you
But
guys,
I'll be there.
I thought you were a flat earther and you want to participate here and actually help us take down this stupid globe nonsense.
It's not our fault that we have to be the minority. If Earth were a globe, we wouldn't even be here. As it stands, Globers and anti-flat earthers don't even have the balls to come in and try to give us a posit for globe evidence.
There's a time that I can talk. Let me know when I can.
You're working on about 0 right now. We're just letting you talk now. We've been here for a very long time, and you've been an asshole the entire time you've joined this server.
Look, here's the deal. I'm going to be honest as I possibly can, James. It's not you. It's not me. It's not Helio or Mary Mom. It's the spirit. It's the alcohol. I think they think you're drinking. I don't know if you're drinking.
It
But they
doesn't
think
matter,
you're drinking,
man.
and it's causing you to. Let me just finish, bro. I'll let you talk, or I'll hopefully they'll let you talk. But yeah, for me, like you do interrupt people, right? I've noticed it. I interrupt people. It happens. We're all not perfect. But for me, when I get high, I can't talk like shit. If you ever hear me like stuttering and mumbling and my lips sticking together and I'm over there like making noises like that, it's because I'm fucking burnt. I'm toasted. I try not to get on the mic when I'm burnt, but that's just me.
As long as the words are coming across where you can understand them, then the message is being delivered.
Yeah, but what did you say, bro? The first thing that you said tonight. What was the first word you said tonight? Do you remember?
Well, like I got attacked on this ladies' night thing, even
No,
though ladies' night.
the first thing that you said, you repeated it 4 or 5 times. What was it? What was the word that you said?
You're the one you're the one that's telling the story. If it was repeated 4 or 5 times, why would you need me to refine your memory?
If you don't remember it, I'll tell you. Ladies' night is segregation.
It is.
It's not. You don't understand. You don't understand the word
every night is-
segregation. No, don't speak over me. You don't understand the
Every
word
night is ladies'
segregation.
night,
No,
man.
that is not an opportunity for you to speak over me. You do not understand the word segregation. You're using it incorrectly. You did not name this ladies' night, and your imaginations about why it's named ladies' night have no relevance here.
6 people talk.
I muted him so Drace could finish his sentence. I assume I won't be able to talk either, but then we'll let you respond. I won't be able to talk unless you're muted, so I'll just speak and then you can respond. The only thing I wanted to say is it's fine that you expressed your views, and you said you feel like, you're attacked or everybody's against you or whatever. There's other people who agree. They just might not be here. They might not be saying anything. There's other people who don't like ladies' night. You're not the only one, so don't worry about that. Not everyone has to like everything that happens on the server, so Ladies' Night is not an event that you support. That's perfectly fine. It's just a small portion of the week. You don't have to be here at that time. If you are somehow think that you're speaking up for the ladies, like you're defending the ladies, I can't quite see what it is you think you're accomplishing here. Like you don't like it. I get that, but it's very unlikely that you're going to get rid of it you by yourself. I can't even get rid of it, and I'm a mod here, and they make me be in charge of it. I don't even want to do it. I already told you I don't particularly like it. Although I said to Karma while you were gone, maybe that they've kind of won me over on it. I kind of see the purpose of it after 2 years. But you're not going to get rid of it because it brings people into the server. Bringing people into the server makes more people hear the message of Flat Earth. So whether they hear it from the ladies that night or they're brought into the server because it's a popular evening, because there's, it's more interesting. It's kind of more, we get a lot of new people in that night. We often have the biggest, VC of the week that night. And so it's not going anywhere. So it doesn't, you can not like it all you want. That's perfectly fine. We're not running a utopia here. We don't have satisfaction guaranteed. We're here to spread the empirical evidence of Flat Earth, to disseminate that in the best and most efficient way possible. Ladies' Night has turned out to be a good vehicle for that. Not only, if you don't even think that it's I guess you didn't understand my Ladies' Night at a bar analogy, that's perfectly fine. You're not required to understand my analogies. But the point of it is we're trying to get people in here so we can talk about Flat Earth. That night happened to get people in here. So we're going to keep doing it. You don't have to like it. That's perfectly fine. I'll unmute you now if you want to respond. See, seriously, he couldn't even stay long. Seriously, during what part of that speech did he leave? That really grinds my gears.
He essentially just doesn't want to listen or understand how he has an error in his thinking.
Oh my gosh. I know some people might think like we discussed this ad nauseum, but I'm actually glad we brought it to this conclusion here because, my goodness, my goodness. Go ahead, Hank Hill.
I just gotta say that I hate muting people, but I love the fact that I got a mute button because if you guys remember 2015, James was only one flat earther on my side. I also had what was her name? The white girl with the Mexican last name. That's all she ever said. She never made one single solitary argument in a year. She's repeated the same thing over and over again and told everybody that she's going to sell her house and go all over the world in a Winnebago, telling people, not one argument.
I remember her.
Who remembers her?
I just remember her saying she was going to sell everything.
Yeah. What was her name?
I cannot, dude. That's 7 years ago, man.
So yeah, I really hate meeting people, but thank God I got to.
What's her name? Fuck.
Was it?
Yeah, sometimes it's necessary.
It's all right. I love the passion,
There's a threshold that we generally don't let people go above. Sometimes we slip. Sometimes we kick them. We can kick them out too early. But the thing is, the more they stay here, the more they obviate themselves, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but that's one of the reasons why I'm always advocating you want the best foot to step forward and you want the softest hand to catch them so that they don't crash and go into cognitive dissonance. But if they start spinning in sophistry, you want a bad cop to come in and actually correct it so that they can fall again into the pillow of the soft hand or the soft approach.
They just involve emotions way too much. That's it. You're right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's what the bad cop is for. He's there to get them off that feeling-based craziness so they can actually listen to the soft approach.
Oh, I can bad cop.
Disciplinarian and comforter. Parents often do this role where the father is most often disciplinarian and the mother is the comforter, although when the dynamic is reversed, sometimes it's the mom.
Right. I never used to play bad cop until I came to the server, and I just started it because people weren't doing it. No one was shutting down the fallacies, or when they. So I had to do it, but normally it would happen. People would shut down the fallacies, and then the conversation would continue. But so I felt the need to actually step up and try to do that, even though that doesn't come naturally to me.
No, you're absolutely right. It is needed. You're absolutely right. Yeah, and I do it sometimes. Miggy and Jedi used to be really good at the good cop, bad cop routine, and sometimes they would switch around. Not very often, but sometimes Miggy would actually become the bad cop, and especially like down in the arena. I don't know if you remember that, but yeah, I mean, it is effective because sometimes people need to be jolted and woken up. I mean, that's the thing. If people are just going along in their delusion, it doesn't matter if they're flat earth, or not. People, I mean, obviously we can still and do have delusions. I'm getting rid of misconceptions all the time. I mean, it never ends, the process of just kind of, awakening from the fog and, and so we can help each other with that for sure, because like I think Hank said earlier, that's the problem in the world. It's like everybody's just gray. Like they're not super kind, they're not super mean. So it's easy to just stay in the slumber, right? Because nobody's reacting. They get upset. The one time they do get upset, the zombies, is if you are, right, a reactor, if you're actually like reacting to anything, even like in the most mild way, do anything that's outside of the program, then they turn into, they're like the Borg when the, Starfleet entered the ship. They're like, wow.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah, exactly. Can I ask a question really quick?
Oh yeah, please do.
How many people here that are that are participating in this whatever we're doing were apt to go ahead and speak live on a YouTube channel? Was that your purpose from the beginning, or to make an event out of whatever we're doing? Was that something you thought you would be doing 6-7 years ago?
No,
me either.
No.
And I was the first time I jumped on one of the live streams, I was really nervous. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's comfortable for me now, but it wasn't when I first started.
Yeah, I never had trouble speaking in front of audiences.
I always had
being
trouble
in the audience.
I played live music for almost 20 years, and I still get stage fright. Like it's a thing.
Well, that's different. Like I could perform on stage like nobody's business, but that's really like that's an act. It's a performance. So that's where that's where I feel comfortable.
Yeah.
But as far as talking in the public, I mean, I'm more comfortable with it now, but I'm still like, I can't listen to myself talk. Like if I go back and listen to myself on live stream, it's just
horrible.
It makes me want to. I'm cringing every time I hear myself talk.
Helio, I can listen to you talk all night, bro.
No, well, okay, thanks.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
you can't fix that shit inside me, because when I hear myself talk,
You're like,
I hate it.
Helio just said, "You can't fix that shit inside me." Sorry, go ahead.
Anyway, is anyone else like that?
Responding to what Karma said.
Totally.
Karma said
right.
in the. I remember when Karma, you used to speak through Drace's mic in the first ladies' night. I remember that.
Oh, it was even worse than that, because long before I joined this, everyone has always thought I was a girl with love, wisdom, harmony as my nick.
Right.
And because I'm always trying to mediate and I'm too soft.
You're a great guy.
They're like, yeah, you're a girl. I'm like, no.
Yeah, I didn't help with that.
You wouldn't want to be a girl for a day, my friend.
Well, now I'm probably, I've probably got another enemy now in James. So maybe you guys can tell him, if you know him, since you've known him for so long, that I do mean well, believe it or not.
He's fine.
Are you talking about James?
Yeah.
He's all right. I mean, yeah. I mean, this has been happening to him the whole time.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
like
don't worry
it
about
happens,
that.
like every time he comes in here.
Yeah, I mean he's been
He
a
was
dick.
feeling strong, right?
He's been a dick forever.
Forever, man. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, he did start it, and and then he's not even willing to hear
You
what we have to
finished
say
it,
about
baby.
it. So
You
I don't know what to
finished
tell
it,
you.
though. I was here for the finish, man.
Yeah, don't worry about that, dude. James has been around for a long time. Yeah, Flat Earth dude knows. I mean, I was surprised to see him here tonight, to be honest, because last time he was here, I was just like, I can't fucking believe you're back again.
I probably should just not be around when he's here. That's probably the best plan.
Some
don't
people
get
get
triggered.
right to the
Don't get
to the
triggered.
just the threshold, the finish line, and they say, "Well, you know what? I'm not going to say that I'm a flat earther, even though deep down I know it's flat. I'll just toe the line for the rest of my existence. Hope that works out."
Well, we had that guy earlier. What was his name that you put the clip of, Helio? Who was that guy that Quantum Eraser was talking to, and a bunch of us talked to him?
Oh, the video I shared earlier.
Cliff.
I'm
Yeah,
working.
Cliff.
I'm working
That's
on.
his name, Cliff.
Yeah, Cliff. That.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
I feel like there's
working
hope
on
for
trying
Cliff.
to
People seem to think
capture
there wasn't, but
shorts.
I feel like there is.
I'm working on trying to capture short clips, so we can get some more traffic here to meet some more people.
And if you go back the other night when that noob guy was here, the guy that we this noob book on, I had a really good. We all had a good conversation with that guy, like earlier this week. If you go back and find that about this time of night, way back earlier this week, that was a really good conversation.
Well, it's just what I was noticing. Like these short, I mean, in your YouTube feed, you see the shorts, right? And they're like 500,000 views, and they're only like 40 seconds long, or some shit.
That's it, man. Yeah.
And so I'm trying to figure out how to capture these clips and make it, just clips from our videos.
Put them on TikTok.
What I just found out is that
Put them on TikTok.
yeah, you have to capture them in portrait, which for it to actually work, and I just found that out. You have to have portrait, and I can't do that, by downloading videos from the feed here. I have to actually convert them to portrait,
just use your phone,
and then
bro.
upload
Shoot it
them.
with your phone, man. Just shoot it with your phone.
What? Just take a picture of my computer screen?
Just do like crank up the speakers and just hold your phone to like your computer screen.
Yeah, I can do that.
That's easy enough.
Yeah, because I have the shorts option on my YouTube channel. So yeah, fuck it. That's what I'm going to do, because it doesn't work as a short unless it's portrait mode.
Yep, it's got to be portrait.
Yep.
Damn portraits, fuckers.
Oh well.
I'm a landscape guy myself.
Yeah, me too. It's like, why would you?
Yeah, I got people.
Why would
for
you
that.
capture anything in portrait mode?
You go on like a hangout or Zoom call, a portrait. It's fucking like, dude, really?
I mean, you could enjoy.
Why is your
something.
head so big? What's wrong with
You can enjoy something like for a short time in portrait, but you can't watch all freaking 2-hour video in portrait.
Hey,
to all my homies out there, the users and abusers, man, it's okay to come on the show. Come on the show, man. It's not a big deal. You got to maintain your composure, right? That's what it's all about.
Let's see if you can do better than your homie James Richard.
Who do we
if I were to drink, I wouldn't be like on the mic.
Oh, he's back.
I get
Yeah, he's in the chat now. Server
He's
muted.
He's in there server muted. But hey, check
I'm
this
trying
out.
to say something. Trying to say something to James, right? Come in here, bro. But you got to handle your alcohol. You gotta know when to be quiet and hold the mic down, and you got to know when to it's like when people are drunk, it's like their inhibitions go like out the window. So you got to maintain the inhibitions. It's okay to have a few drinks, have a few laughs. Kenny is he's the man.
I'm pro.
I know Kenny's in here drinking, but you know what?
Guaranteed.
I've only seen him borderline belligerent once.
Right.
He
Out
might
of
have had a rough day. Out of 100.
Yeah.
I as a fellow drinker,
and I got muted.
I don't think it's because of the alcohol. I think he's just
fuck off.
I love.
Yeah,
All
that's
right,
what you're saying.
all right. I'm gonna unmute James, and I'm gonna say, hey, it's not the alcohol. He's just born asshole.
BA, man.
And I just unmuted James. If you want to talk,
James, we want to hear what you got to say.
I don't think it's alcohol at all, to be honest, because I've heard him talk for a very long time.
I'm just thankful that somebody unmuted me. I'll just say that.
All right, cool. So, do you like being
and
here
James?
talking?
No, hold on. I wasn't going to say anything to him, but I told you I was going to unmute you when I was done talking. You couldn't even be chivalrous enough to listen to what I had to say when you come in here insulting ladies night. I was going to unmute you when I was done talking. You were talking through Drace, which is why I muted you. I told you I knew from the way you treated him and me previously that I would not be able to speak without muting you. You couldn't even finish listening to what I had to say without leaving, and I guess going to make another video. And then you wonder why you're not getting along with people. I mean, seriously, guy. Seriously.
Yeah, I don't much worry about getting along with people. That's
So
been
why
out the
are you
window.
here?
Yeah, that's obvious. That's obvious.
Well, it's been out the window for a few years now, you know.
Out
Well,
the window.
why
What
don't
do
you
you mean
want
by
to,
that?
James? You need people in this world. Why would you not want to try to get along with people? Why would you not want to?
But to go along is to get along, right?
Well, teamwork is the dream work, though, partner.
Yeah,
I'd rather be the guy
we are the people against the machine here. We are the people who are trying to bring in a new world here. We're not your enemy, but you are trying to make yourself our enemy, I guess. I don't even know what you're trying to do.
I'm not trying to bring in a new world.
Okay, you like this old world, then that's perfectly fine. Makes sense to me. I can see why you're the way that you are. Yep, you're doing it right then. You're doing it right. You're going to keep it the way it is. Absolutely. With this current tactic, nothing will change for you or for anyone around you. You will stay exactly the same. So enjoy it.
They're trying to bring in a new world order, man. Maybe you guys heard about it. I don't know.
I heard something about it about
Yeah, I don't
20
want the
years
new world
ago.
order. I want a world where people aren't robots, where people can
Wasn't that
live
a
a life.
professional wrestling group
Yeah,
there?
you're using robots.
Oh my gosh. Okay, whatever.
I
What
think
did you want to
James.
say?
I think
You're
James's
unmuted.
problem. I think James's problem is he has some type of pride that he really can't
I
defend.
don't have any pride, guys.
All right, so
what?
Okay, let's let him say
why are you
whatever he
so
wanted to say.
obstinate? Why are you so
Go
obstinate?
ahead and say it. Go ahead and say it. Whatever you were going to say when I just explained to you how rude you were by leaving and then claiming you're a victim for being muted. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
What are you asking me to say?
Oh, you don't have to say anything. You were just starting to speak, and you said you were glad you were unmuted, as if you were being oppressed by being muted, when you're the one whose bad behavior got you muted and your inability to have a civil conversation. That's why you have to go to YouTube, make your videos, and now I'm giving you the chance to say it to us, and you got nothing to say?
No, you're saying that I had bad behavior.
That is correct.
Like I'm a child getting spanked.
Oh my gosh. I can't speak to this man. Somebody else
I know
speak to him.
he's no. Well, see, I told you.
Let Helio handle it. Shit, man. He knows how to handle it. Fucking.
No, I mean, there's no reason to handle anything, James. If you don't want to have a civil conversation with the people in this room, why the fuck are you here?
I don't understand why
Why are
getting
you
that.
here, man? Why are you here? That's the question. Why are you here?
Give me the answer of why I'm getting that reputation.
Dude, I've listened to you talk for several years. I know exactly what happens in conversations with people. Doesn't matter if globe or flat. I've heard you talk to globies and flatties for years, bro. Why can't you have a civil discussion?
James, real quick, are you a flat earther or a glober?
Give me the definition of a civil discussion.
What? Are you a glober?
It's a back and forth conversation
Somebody's
where
asking
you
me.
give a little and you get a little.
Somebody's asking me why I cannot have a civil conversation.
Yeah,
What
your
I'm
mom.
asking.
Go
What
ask
I'm
your
asking.
mom. Go ask your mom if she.
It's just going to keep distracting. It's off topic.
Yeah, it's just like James, man. You're
I don't get it, guys. Like, give me a break. At least give me a break.
all
Dude,
right.
I asked
I'm
you a
going to give
question
you
you
a
didn't
break.
answer.
Go ahead.
Hang on a sec,
Yeah.
Helio. James, I gave you a question you didn't answer. That's rude.
Dude, I've gotten like 5 questions since I've been able to talk again.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a simple one. Is the Earth a globe or not? Yes or no?
The Earth is as flat as measurable and practically used.
Okay. Well.
Oh, so
All right.
you are.
So
well, there you go.
you agree with
Wow.
us in that vein. Now,
Is he just treating people like shit? I'm sorry, I just joined like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's been claiming to be a flat earther for years. Yeah, that's. I mean, I think that he is. I'm not saying claiming like doubting it. No, that is. Yeah, I mean, this is just a great demonstration of how. Yeah, flat earthers. I mean, yeah, we don't have to agree on everything, but it would be nice. Yeah, if we didn't have. I mean, we've discussed this, which is basically a server issue, which we have said we don't want to have server issues in the live stream. But that's kind of interesting because Ladies' Night's a public show, so I don't have a problem with discussing it. But yeah, I mean, basically, you have a complaint about how the servers run. You don't like a particular event that we run on Ladies' Night. So, but he is still a flat earther. So I tried to explain while you left. I guess you missed that part where Ladies' Night is one of the biggest nights. We bring in a lot of people. It helps to spread the message of flat Earth. It furthers the mission of this server, which is to to spread the empirical message that the Earth measures flat and stationary. So James, I guess you don't think that it furthers the mission. I mean, at this point, I know you're not going to be able to.
I could see where it comes off.
So, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they only get one day of the week, brother.
What's your issue with Ladies' Night?
3 hours a week, dude. That's it. That's all. 3 hours a week. That's it.
Yeah,
well, it
what's
can
your
go as long
issue
as they
with
want.
that?
But listen, it's like an Adult Swim thing. It's special because us guys are. Hold on.
The ladies are special all day long.
Should have Ladies'
Night. What is
every
James'
night.
problem with Ladies' Night?
I was just going to say, what does Ladies' Night have to do with the Earth measuring flat?
Ladies'
James.
Night should be every night. That's
Yeah,
all
no,
I'm saying.
James, you're not the arbiter of that. The ladies decide when they have their night, and it extends beyond. Shut up! It extends beyond 3 hours many times. Yet you can close your mouth when other people are talking. That is basic decorum.
Well, as long as you're telling the ladies when their night should be, I don't know why I'm the bad guy.
Ladies can speak anytime on here, and they know that. Come on,
He thinks he's advocating for us. He seriously does think that.
That's adorable. Are you a feminist?
He said we should be able to talk anytime. So he does. I don't understand because I've been like talking to you and you don't like hearing me. You keep leaving every time I'm talking, and yet you want more ladies.
Like
I don't understand.
You're doing the same thing of what's being done.
Okay, I don't understand.
Wow, mind blowing.
I think he doesn't understand that he doesn't
like they
understand.
Say that
all of us understand. Hold on, James. We all understand what's going on here. You don't. So I don't think we should spend much more time on this.
Yeah.
No, let me just help you out.
We probably should move on.
No, I'm not going to let you help me out, bro. I'm not going to let you help me out, James.
James, your worst thing right now is your
fuck off.
your hubris. Sorry, your hubris is what's getting you in trouble, James. So
it's over. It's over. I muted him. James, you can stick around. It's total nonsense. We have something going on here. I don't know what your problem with it is, James, but it's not. It's not what you're not involved in this. So
Take it up in the complaint department. He left.
Yeah.
He left.
Yeah, get the fuck out.
if he's a flat earther, he's not doing it right.
Do we have
He's not doing it right. Exactly.
So here's the thing. I was there when James first started. Sorry.
Do we have a complaint VC? Can we go to complaint VC? Yeah, go over there.
I think there's a chart you can fill out for.
All right.
give me just a few minutes to say this. Like when James first started coming around, right? There was very few like flat earthers debating, and I didn't know who was on my side, who was like controlled opposition, you know, who was an agent provocateur, any of that stuff. And for a long time, I thought James was a Glober pretending to be a flatty, and I thought Tiffany was too. I
Yeah,
think
I
it's the first time
definitely
I've ever
thought
said
that.
it.
It was
I thought that a
Tiffany.
long
Yeah, I
time ago,
remember
for sure, no
Tiffany. Yeah,
question.
that was the name. Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember.
that was
I
her
mean, I
name.
just assumed that, Hank. I mean, that just like, what else would he be doing if he's not obfuscating? But Ostrich wants to talk about Magellan when you're done. So I just want, Ostrich came back, so I wanted to say, like, when you're done, Hank Hill, can you clear the floor
Yeah,
for
as far
Ostrich
as
to
far
talk
as
about Magellan? Hank, or Haley, Hank's going to talk about, finish this thought, and then Ostrich is going
right.
to bring up the topic of Magellan.
Yeah,
It's going
let's
to be
get
great. Can't wait.
back to modernity. Let's get
Yeah,
back to
Hank wasn't
modernity.
done, though.
I
Go
know.
ahead,
Yeah,
Hank.
I'll be super quick. So I eventually found out that he is a flat earther, and me and him have a lot of the same spiritual beliefs. They almost line up identically. I think there's been a few things that he said that I disagreed with or didn't understand, but the point is that his personality clashes with people when he's not sober. I think because when he's sober, I don't think it's as big of a problem. But when he's a little bit tipsy, there's this little bit of decorum that he doesn't have.
I
That's,
disagree.
yeah.
James has
Okay.
always been
Well, you said it
but
a
I
few
try
seconds
to
ago that he doesn't have decorum.
Yeah,
But
and
okay.
Hank, you
doesn't
tried to
have
tell him that, and that
decorum.
was kind of you to try to get through to him, and just wasn't going to get through. All right. So, Ostrich, what were you going to say about Magellan?
I'm just thinking about why Ferdinand Magellan circumnavigating the globe, or saying that he is so widespread and why it's so important to learn. Kind of similar to how Christopher Columbus discovering the Americas is such an important thing when it's not really necessarily very true. But specifically, I'm wondering why the size of the circle, which they call a globe, is the size that it is, right? So he would have circumnavigated, and they would have used that to confirm the radius or the circumference of the globe. So
Wow,
why did they pick
that's
that
right.
number?
You don't
That's
Why did they pick?
understand. He didn't travel in a straight line. Go ahead, Julio. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Were you there
no,
for
no.
it? Did you see?
I'm just really. I want you guys to
no, I
answer
don't
that.
believe
That's
he
really
did.
deep.
I
You
was
know,
just
I'm
going
just
to say,
thinking
the
about
way he
why they
asked
picked
that
the
question
number.
is really deep.
you're appealing to somebody else's work. That's a problem.
I am, and I'm trying to find the motive because everyone grows up with it in America for the most part. That goes to
But
public
does
school.
motive equal science?
No, it doesn't. It's not legitimate, but I'm trying to figure
All
out
right.
why they chose this illegitimate number. They could have chosen any other number. Why did they choose 24,901 miles? Or whatever that converts to into other metrics. But,
Metrics of what? What observation?
so
What
they,
science?
okay, so when he went in giant circle, and which is what they decided to
It
call the
wasn't a circle.
circumference of the
It
Earth.
wasn't a circle.
He went in the circle around the Earth.
Who did?
Circumnavigators, right?
Ferdinand Magellan. They say that he did,
Okay,
right?
he didn't go in a circle. He circumnavigated the Earth, right? There was stuff in the way, continents that he had to go around,
Okay, yeah.
right? If I say I want to walk around my neighborhood, well, there's
It
cars
was very
sometimes on the
unstraight
side
line.
of the road, and I have to circumnavigate the cars too,
Yep.
right? So it's not a perfect square when I walk around my block, right?
He was used as like a great achievement, like
That's
a
not what he
verification.
was asking.
Hold on.
I'm just trying to use him to usher in the topic.
Hold on. You said something about Greenwich, right?
Greenwich?
Greenwich.
No.
That's in England. I thought somebody said Greenwich.
What were you going to say, Get Biget? Did you have an answer for him, Get Biget?
Yeah. About they teach us about Magellan, so like it's so important and so real, so true.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah, that's pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. You were not actually standing up for what they claim that Magellan did, like circumnavigating the
Absolutely
world.
not. I don't believe that it's true.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find out why they choose him and why they choose the numbers
Yeah.
that he supposedly did.
Yeah, because even before Magellan, there are so many other people who actually owned ships and they did very long journeys, even before him.
Probably longer
That's
than
a
him
very
even.
funny thing why they chose him. True.
So since we don't know the extent of the plane of the Earth, or what is like plane-ish of the Earth, why did they? Because the circumference that they chose decides how large the world is. Why did they choose the size that they chose to describe the world?
The largesse. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, the largeness. Like they chose roughly 24,000 miles as the circumference of the globe.
I don't know.
So
Yeah, they were thinking
You're gonna have to ask them.
if they were thinking ahead,
kind
they
of
really
important
should have made it bigger. It might have taken longer to figure it out. Yeah.
And it doesn't matter because the
got an
Earth
answer.
measures flat. Who cares?
Well, the thing is that their opinion obviously does matter because they have
No.
convinced so many people. Because they've convinced so many people, their opinion obviously does have some merit to some extent.
So, do you think
Not
there's
that
a
they're right.
reason that they've tried to convince people that
Well,
it does have a certain largesse,
yeah,
like a certain size, Earth, third rock from the sun,
I would assume so.
in a solar system, in a galaxy? Come
Because
on,
they put
man.
so
Well, they
much
had to pick
effort
something.
into defending it. There obviously is a reason for them defending this.
Okay, well, what do you
I may
think
have
the
an
reason
idea now that
is?
I better
I want to
understand the
infer the
question.
motive.
It fits the Rayleigh criteria. So if you think about what the distance is to the horizon, 1.2 right times the square root. Well, what's the Rayleigh criteria? It lines up. It's 1.2. So maybe that's why they chose it to hijack perspective.
That's very interesting.
It is, isn't it? It's very interesting. All right, so if
Shout
the
out to
Earth,
Flat Earth Data, a brilliant man who often gets muted and booted and kicked the fuck out of here. So he's not the only one.
So, any other questions?
That's all I was thinking about.
no, he was asking you about the largesse of just absence of any physical reality. He was really kind of bringing that shit up, right? Just like it could be almost anything. If if it could possibly be something, maybe then it could be this. It's like, who are you talking to, and where do you live?
What do you mean?
Wouldn't you rather know for yourself?
Ostrich is a flat earther, right? Isn't that what Dave told us when he checked you?
Yes. I'm looking
How
at it
long
from
have
a
you?
perspective.
Yeah. How
For
long
like
have you
3 years.
understood that? Okay.
Yeah.
What led you to that understanding?
Being here. About 3 years ago, being here, yeah.
Oh, being
Just
here in the
talking with
server.
people. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you were here before, and then you just came back.
Yep.
Oh, great. Oh, great. Did
That's
you have a
awesome.
different name before? Or were you always Ostrich?
It was Aten 4.
Aten.
Yep.
Yeah. Good. Well, we're glad you came back. What inspired you to come back?
That question, the Ferdinand Magellan question. I was really thinking about, just why, if people were deciding to choose a number and then teach everyone in their reach that they can that is the correct number, why did they choose that number for the circumference of what they call the Earth?
But what do you
So
think
that's
about
about
my
it.
postulation? That's actually Flat Earth Data's postulation.
I don't know if I completely understand it, but
Okay, so if you take a look at what they claim, right, every horizon distance must be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So with the Rayleigh criterion, it's the same equation, right? How far can you see based on your eyes, your own optics that are built in your head? So you can see about 1.22 miles, right? It's the exact same equation. So what they did is they took the equation for perspective and they built it into their model. And they say, see, you can only see so far because there were no optometrists in those days, right? So in the 1500s, that would have worked. It would have convinced some people for sure.
Yeah. I'm not saying that there's like a definite answer that I think I know. That pretty much the smartest thing I've heard to explain it.
Well, some of them loudmouth Canadians are pretty smart.
Well, the elites are very into numbers. Yeah, they chose it for a reason. I don't know the reason, but
like some kind of sacred geometry is what I was.
There's something there. I'm not smart enough to fucking know it all, but you can talk to Marty Leeds. He knows it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's got it. He can figure it out help you, at least give you some understanding of that they love their numbers, man. These cocks. Oh fuck. Love their numbers. Anyway, fool me once.
Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me.
We got fooled, man. We went and checked it out. Measures flat. What else you got? You got something?
We won't get fooled again.
Bring it, man. No. Floor's open, man. What do you got, man? There's a bunch
one of my favorite songs.
super fucking people here, and the VC check-in's empty, man. So jump on in, man. Jump on in there, Miss Terry. Come on in.
The new
we got something here that's something has just VC verified role. Did you have any questions or just want to say hi? Something, or anybody else that has something to say? Feel free to speak up or question.
I'm all out of questions.
Right. Well, yeah, we're here, man, 24/7. We love to talk about Earth, the shape, the size, the dimensions, the pressures. Yeah, man, we got it all covered here. So if you're interested in, growing vegetables, there's some people in here that know how to do that, whatever. But mostly we're talking about Earth, the shape, the size, how fast it's moving or not moving.
The garlic I planted in the fall's coming up along with the tulips. It's exciting. I went and checked
Beautiful,
it, even though there's snow on the ground.
You gotta love some springtime weather. You gotta love it. It's here. Enjoy it. Spring is the new year, man. Enjoy the new year.
The spring is the best.
It's the best. I love summer because I like to swim, but that's.
I can't stand the heat.
Yeah, that's why you go swimming. Dumb.
Yeah, if you got water around.
You're supposed to sit in the lake or the river or somewhere. It's fun and it's warm and you don't need much clothing. I like that. Shorts, shirt, maybe.
Last summer was pretty brutal. I was in this Southern California town. It's just in this old building with metal roof.
Ugh.
And a little crappy air conditioner that didn't do anything.
Ugh.
It was like
drink lots of water, man. Drink lots of water.
Uh-huh.
But I saw on TV that California people have pools.
I do. I have a swimming pool. I am one of the guilty parties of the what do they call it? The carbon taxer. I'm going to be carbon taxed for that bitch. So
you better be.
Really?
Why?
Having all that luxury.
Dude, they're going to fucking start charging us for gravity. I don't know if you guys figured this out yet.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about this shit for decades. At some point, they're going to say, you got a piano? It's going to cost you an extra $20 a month to keep the piano. Why?
Hey,
you're pushing too much.
That's not to pay rent. You guys know that? You look at the applications to fill out for rent. It's like $35 a month for your pet. Like what? It's like a pet charge for rent per month.
Gravity.
Shit, yeah, that little bastard ain't gonna live for free.
When I was growing up, bro, I was so poor that I'd see the other kids going outside playing with their curvature. Me and my brothers, we had to carve out that curvature ourselves. The other little kids were playing with their curvature. You know what I mean? I know what it's like being poor, homie.
I
You know
love
what I mean?
late
We
night
couldn't afford
flat earth humor. It's
we
so
couldn't
fun.
afford that Johnson. You know what I mean? My mom had to crush up aspirin and put it in a turkey baster while the other kids were going around. You know, they got theirs. We didn't get ours because we were poor. You know what I mean?
All you had is flat Earth.
All we had was flat earth, man. We had to dig our own curve.
You didn't have a
I used to have to walk
bitchin' globe.
911 miles barefoot in the snow.
We're going to talk about some dark curvature.
Black poles lives matter.
Dark curvature. That was my new term.
What is Big Bang?
Big Bang. That's a good one, man. I was thinking about that today, man.
It's me and your mother.
They came up with this Big Bang thing, man. It's kind of like, whoa, man. Get your head around that one. Good luck. I don't know. A bunch of nothing exploded into nothing and created everything. Cool.
Yeah, so what was before that?
Right. There was
nothing. You're not listening. There was nothing.
There was nothing.
You can't
man.
have
Exploded
nothing.
into nothing, bro. Come on.
If listen.
When they say
If somebody goes
when
into
they say
a
it
huge
was
airplane
nothing.
hangar, well, anyway, I'm not going to
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
This thought is amazing. You know, there can't be nothing.
Exactly. Okay, you go into a big airline hangar and there's nothing in there. Well, no, there's walls.
There's
and I
stuff
guarantee
in
you there's
there.
dust and shit in there too.
Volume.
You can't have nothing. Does that make sense?
And volume.
Yeah, it does make sense.
And you can't have volume without a container. Oh, that one
You
hurts.
can't have incredible volume without energy.
I mean, whatever
Dude,
was
that
here
one's a
before a
bitch.
Big Bang, it was something.
They couldn't have called it the Big Boom. They had to make it kind of weird with a bang. Come on.
Yeah, that's right. Big Boom. They thought they tossed that around, but yeah, it went with Bang.
And they made a TV show about it.
Why don't we call it the Big Smash?
The what?
Yeah.
The Big
You know what the
Smash.
kids are calling it these days. You know, Netflix and chill so that everybody can smash. You know,
The Big Smash.
the Big Smash.
Yeah, the Big Crush.
The Big Kaboom.
Yeah.
What about a kaboom?
Did you guys
Kaboom?
learn in school that the sun is a perpetual nuclear fusion
Yeah.
of hydrogen and helium?
And oxygen. It has to have oxygen too. Last time
I
I
would
checked.
love to see the demonstration of that.
Well,
And it's a
Neil
star.
deGrasse Tyson said it's not that. It's actually
Thank
a
you, Neil, for
process
straightening these things
where
out for us.
there is matter and antimatter
Antimatter.
annihilating each other, and the end
Antimatter.
result is pure energy, and that energy then transforms back into matter.
Oh, for God's sake.
So because they know the tokamak reactor is failed
Must be
experiment.
what was before the Big Bang is antimatter. Exact opposite of matter.
Can I do something? If I have an apple and then somebody asks me for 2 apples. Huh? What's that?
You can't give 2 apples.
Oh, sorry. I thought, yeah, you can't have negative something, right? I only had the 1 apple. You're asking for 2.
Yeah.
I'm only going to give you the 1. I can't have negative apple and then give that to you.
It's
to owe you an apple.
Who's an anti-curvaturist here? Anybody?
What?
An anti-curvaturist.
I don't think there's curvature on the Earth.
What's the curvaturist?
I'm an anti-curvaturist. I just decided.
Helioskeptic curvaturist.
I'm not against any curvature. It's just that we don't see any.
Right.
If there was some, I'd go ahead and say so.
I'm an anti-curver. I'm not a flat earther. Anti-curver.
I'm a heretic. I'm not against.
Exactly right. Shall be dealt with.
I'll say I'm anti NASA. It's fun ripping on those guys.
Dude,
I'm
nothing
so
better.
anti NASA.
I'm pro NASA. I think we should double their budget.
Oh,
their
Matthew.
budget.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Matthew, join the show.
Oh, shit.
Welcome
Here we
to
go.
the show,
Here's my
Matthew.
buddy. Here's my
The
buddy.
Earth
What's up, Matt?
identifies as spherical. How dare you assume
I'm
it's
sorry.
shaped?
I thought we were sharing our opinions about NASA, so I shared mine.
Yes, no problem with that, Matthew.
Just making up new. I'm
Matthew,
making
I
up
have a question for
new
you.
science here. I'm making up new science. That's all I'm doing.
Part of the big reset.
Yep.
I like to ask
New
Matthew a
science,
question.
history.
Go ahead, man. Ask Matthew a question.
Yeah. In your childhood, have you been to the circus?
Yeah, I remember going.
Yeah. Did you like it?
Yeah, I don't remember it super well, but I thought it was cool.
That ice cream, the frozen ice or the square ice cream bricks that they give you, space ice cream. I loved those. Yeah, and anyway, go ahead.
Are you talking about the dehydrated stuff?
So did you guys feel bad for the elephants? Was I like the only one like watching
Oh
the
yeah,
elephants? Like,
I do. I would pet them when
Dude,
they're in the holding place. And, they're so nice.
Elephants.
Wait. So Get, were you comparing NASA to the circus?
Yeah.
I think I can understand that.
Wait. They're two different things?
No.
I didn't even know they were mutually exclusive. I thought
bunch
they were
of
the
clowns.
same thing here.
All a bunch of clowns.
Yeah.
Well,
Clowns hanging on strings.
You guys seen the movie Killer Clowns from Outer Space? Anybody remember that?
That was a NASA documentary, right?
History of the ISS.
So they're going to lie to us and say monsters are coming from outer space, but really they're probably underground waiting to do the thing, like in War of the Worlds, right? All these movies put together, they're telling us what's going to happen next. We just have to put it together like a puzzle.
So, yeah,
Make bread tonight.
the ones on television, the ones on the NASA people that are on TV selling this stuff are not very good actors, and anybody can disagree with me, but they're just not good actors. They're just not
good.
Dude,
on Netflix just came out with season 2 of Space Force. You guys got to watch that. They're making fun of just the whole thing. They're making fun of us flat earthers, the globe believers, everyone. And, it's regarding this topic.
We need to watch the whole.
Good.
It is so hilarious.
Bro, I am watching
Everybody should get
Space
clowned
Force,
on.
bro. It is too funny.
I agree.
Hilarious.
And we all take ourselves way too seriously. Seriously, I think I agree. We need more laughter around here. People are way too sensitive about, the silliest things. I don't know. I have to say.
I try to bring it. You guys can back me up. I try to bring a lot of fun and laugh, and let's laugh about this stuff because it is laughable.
I think that's a good idea.
We can learn stuff and laugh at the same time. It doesn't hurt.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's only a few things that are considered illegal to say, I guess.
Yeah, and you can Cocoa Puff that, if you need to.
Yeah, speaking of, I was wondering if they're going to do that with Flat Earth, like if anybody says Flat Earth. I listened to one guy, and he says Flat Turf, or Splat Turf. That's right, Splat Turf, because he doesn't want to get his channel revoked from YouTube.
I'm a flat arf. 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 Spell it out. Arf. Splat arf. I have a channel called Flat Arf on YouTube.
Do they actually? A lot of people have flat Earth channels. They don't get taken off, do they? For just the flat Earth stuff, don't they usually get taken off for some other reason?
It's the algorithms. They get shadow banned.
No, it's just
If you want to,
is that
trick?
Yeah, sorry. I'll mute.
No, bro, you ain't got to mute us. I was glad to hear you. Was that you with that funky ringtone? That's screwed tonight.
Oh yeah, no, that was my bad. Yeah, that was me.
He's cool, man. You're good,
Trunks
man.
New Groove.
So, for those who want to
Birdman.
avoid the YouTube algorithm, I propose to use the term globe heretic.
Yeah, perfect. That
Oh,
explains.
I see. So then you don't get that little flat Earth explanation, their disclaimer, and then they don't shadow ban it
Yeah.
as much. Is that what you're saying?
Or
Okay.
you could say recovering.
And by using this term, you are directly implying that heliocentrism is a pure belief religion.
Yeah, I like it. Get
anti-
globe heretic. I like it.
I'm
It's
a
cool.
recovering
Thank you.
heliocentrist. Recovering. Thank you.
Yeah.
And my name's Kenny, if you want. Hi,
That's
Ken.
a good one too. Recovering heliocentrist. I like all of these. We should come up with all
I'm
these.
a
These are
recovering
great.
heliocentrist.
Yeah.
My name's Kenny. And you guys are all going to say, hi, Kenny.
Hi, Kenny.
I got sucked into the globe when I was young. It started, I think I was 5. And they brought this ball out and they said, you live here. And I was like, what? I'm going to go play on my bicycle. I'll be back later. And anyway, started there. And ever since, 2015, I was believing the ball.
Oh my God! You're kidding! You bastard!
You broke up, Hank. I lost you, man.
So you've been globe sober for 6 years?
Correct. And I drink more than ever. Damn. It's just horrible. Maybe I should go back to spinning. Anyway, you guys, come on. I'm just playing.
Well, you got to get over all those shattered dreams of going to the vacuum of space. Being a space
Going to
cadet.
the moon, man. Dude, I got a book here. It's from like 1974. Just like they're gonna have the fucking moon colonies and shit by 1980. I'm like,
yeah,
fuck off. Like you gotta be kidding. I look at that shit now. I'm like, oh man, I was such a sucker. I bought
and they've
it.
had since 1978 up until now to put anything on the moon and go back and forth with it. They're like, you know what? We said we went that few times. We said we went that few times, so that's going to be good enough for you. Moving on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were there in 72.
I think they went there like 6 times or something crazy.
No, because in 78, I'm talking about the newspaper clip. NASA says moon bases on at 1978.
Mm-hmm.
NASA says a lot of things.
Right.
Huh.
They just keep kicking that moon can down the road. I call it. They just kick. Oh no! Well, we can't go this year. We don't have the right spacesuits.
Imagine how scrutinized they would be if they tried to fake another moon landing.
Oh yeah, we would
the
be
world
all
be
over.
going. That's so fake. That's fake. That's fake.
They could totally like make the movie like Gravity. Totally. Go, hey man, we're on the moon. Check it out. And you're like, oh shit, that looks.
They don't even put that much effort into it.
That looks
Gravity
really
tried real hard to make everything look as real as they could.
But yeah, the movie Gravity was a mind blower for space, man. Mind blower.
That's great.
We landed on the moon!
Astronauts on the moon.
Hey, Coneheads, man. Coneheads. Yeah. That was funny. Matthew used to watch it Saturday Night Live.
Astronauts on the moon. What a joke. New.
Matthew, did you watch Saturday Night Live?
No, I mean, I've seen a few episodes.
No way.
Regularly.
What?
That's great.
We landed on the moon!
No, stop it. Stop.
Anyway,
No way.
You can't touch me there. Stop.
Okay.
That's a little creepy. All right.
You don't remember that dude? What's his
Yeah,
name?
what was that weird dude's name?
Sounds creepy, man.
It's like
No, he was saying some weird shit, bro. He was saying stuff like that because of his mom. She was
a
like,
man child. Like,
yeah, bro. He was stop. No,
I don't like it when you treat me this way.
like,
got it.
Look what
Stop
I can
it.
do. Some weird pose.
That's not what I wanted to do.
I'm sorry.
That reminds me of the Globers when they say, "That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about."
Right.
You just don't understand.
That's not refraction.
I don't care.
It's a mirage. Stop it.
What you're seeing is a mirage.
What you're seeing is a garage.
Yeah. That's not the Chicago skyline.
You just make that
That's
up.
too far. There's too much curvature of the earth. It's a mirage, you idiots.
Hey,
You're not manipulating the light correctly.
I
Stop
gotta
it.
answer Matthew's question, man. Well, what proof would you require, man, to know that you live on a ball, man? And Robert Bassano, in his last broadcast, put it quite frankly, man. Put my ass in a rocket. Send me up there. Let me see this bitch for myself.
Oh, I go to the moon in a nanosecond.
You know, that's what's going to
we destroyed
take,
that technology.
Man. It's going to
credible eyewitness testimony
launching
or
me in a
credible
rocket.
photos would work.
What's that? Photos? No, that's not
credible eyewitness testimony or believable photos.
Credible eyewitness testimony. We need to break that down.
Yeah, that's what
credible
the Bible
is
says.
Subjective.
Yeah, it's called
credible
astronauts go
testimony.
wild.
That's what the Bible says.
There's a whole day's conversation. Credible. The word credible. You know, what's credible? Well, if I can boil water, it's pretty credible, right? You guys would agree. Hey, man, hot, friction, gas.
Wait a minute. That's actually not what the Bible says. It says that 2 or 3 witnesses are required to establish truth. Right? Of course, one has to be a third-party impartial witness.
Ah, damn.
Dang.
That's stipulations, I'll tell you, Hank.
So they sent up the teacher, right? Fuck, they blew her up. Gosh.
They blew her teacher. Oh, my goodness.
Her name was Sally Ride.
Matthew.
Sally Ride.
They shoved televisions in every classroom and said, hey, watch this. One of your teachers just blew up. Here you go. Watch this. Watch this. They played it fucking 20 million times a day for fucking a week.
It's a good thing it wasn't a cop. If it would have been a cop instead of a teacher, oh, fuck. All hell would have broke loose. Cops would have fucking stormed NASA and brutalized the fuck out of them.
Yeah, would have been bad.
In the heliocentric model,
you get all the kids all in front of the TV to watch their favorite teacher go into space.
Oh, and she's dead.
I'm sorry, kids.
Do you guys know what cops do to cop killers? It ain't pretty.
Well, I'm sure it ain't, man. That ain't gonna work out well.
Sorry, your teacher's dead. They're all dead. That's over. Let's go to recess.
Guess what a flat earther would do to a flat earth killer? I'm coming after whoever kills you. I'm coming.
There's that guy, Stewart.
My team's coming.
Look what I can do.
It's a strange world, man. The way information is spread and disseminated, it's out there in the world. It's on TV. It's all over the internet now. But growing up just with the television and newspapers, man. But yeah, they blew up a teacher on live television. And they played it over and over and over and over. It was like the fucking president got shot. Same thing.
I have a question for both Globers and Flat Earthers. How can the sun stop in the sky in the heliocentric model?
I've never seen it. Well,
it cannot.
It cannot. But we have stories about such events.
It's a record. It's a recorded event. So it's a record. It's a historical record.
Supernatural cause.
Supernatural cause, like what?
God decided to do that.
Yeah, but how does that happen in a heliocentric?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
How is God doing that in the heliocentric model? Because the heliocentric model excludes God.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, it does not.
Well, hold on. It doesn't. But you don't need to worry about the excluding God part. It does exclude the sun stopping, though, because if the Earth stopped in the heliocentric model, you know damn well what would happen. Yeah. So yeah, it's not compatible with that. What's your rebuttal to that?
Well,
in the heliocentric model, if you slow down the Earth with 1 meter per second, yeah, just slightly slow it down, it will start fall into the sun. It will lose its orbit.
Right. So in both models,
and if you would accelerate it, it will start departing from the sun.
This is your theory?
Yeah, it loses the orbit, but we have historical records and also ancient mythological stories, which actually those stories, they are not stories like we like to believe that they are tooth fairy. Those people in those times, that was their method to transmit knowledge and wisdom.
Right.
Through stories and poems and music.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at ancient text, basically what you're looking at is a text message from the past. Like they sent it thousands of years or however long into the future because they wanted to share the information that they were writing down. So when you're reading like the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita's, the Bible, the Testament, this sort of thing, this is like an ancient text message. Some say these messages are inspired by the creator. So you get like the Holy Bible or the Holy Quran, right? And they think that, these are ancient text messages from God.
So I'm not interested about how true they are, but I'm interested how can something like that actually happen, And the sun stood in the sky until it should have been nighttime and the moon came, and then the moon also stopped.
Then the moon bashed into the sun. It's like, hey, get going.
Actually, they say in this story that that was the first moment in history when the sun and the moon met in the sky. So, yeah. And ever since we have this meeting between sun and the moon, and yeah, sometimes we have solar eclipses. Yeah, that's when the sun and the moon meet in the sky, and we actually see this still going on.
That's the one part of flat Earth that I don't understand yet, is how eclipses work on a flat Earth.
They don't. The typical answer is stop looking in the sky.
They don't work on the globe.
No. The very simple answer is
they definitely work.
We're not making any claims. So if anybody makes any claim of what's going on, that claim has to be backed up by evidence. If that claim is not backed up by evidence, that extraordinary claim can be dismissed.
I gotta take this head on. Oh, sir, go ahead, Bruce.
I also want to add, like, Matthew, do not try to speak for us. It was explained as Rahu and Ketu by the ancients who created the solar cycle, which NASA still uses.
Right.
Yeah, I've heard of this Rahu, the black sun or something. Another body that we don't realize is there or something.
I don't really like getting all that.
The model doesn't explain invisible eclipses, for example.
Right.
Would you guys mind if I hijack the conversation just real fast? So, how big is the Earth, Matthew? I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. How big is the moon?
The moon's about 2,000 miles in diameter, I think. Something.
No, how big is it?
That's how big it is. You're asking how big it looks in the sky?
No, how big is it?
Its size is 2,000. It's a spherical shaped object with about 2,100 diameter miles.
So, the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth.
About.
That's what they tell us.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Right. So, turn down my own microphone. Hopefully, it's not too much. All right. So, had you directly measured it? Did you go up there and measure the refractive horizon? How did you get that number?
Oh, I was taught that number by scientists
right.
who
Taught it in
who have
school, man.
I mean, you were told.
calculated it. Yes.
Okay, so you were told. So what if I said that I actually indirectly measured the moon?
Indirectly.
Weird, right?
Indirectly.
Yeah, no,
That'd
I
be
mean
weird.
that'd be cool. I mean,
That's
measuring the
cool.
moon is a cool thing.
So I indirectly measured it because the shadow of the moon kisses the Earth. And guess what?
Shadow of the solar eclipse is supposed to be caused by the moon, which is 2,000 miles in circumference, right?
Diameter.
Diameter? Diameter.
Right.
That changed.
2,000 miles in diameter. So, Matthew, why is it that the shadow...
Why is it 4,000 miles? Shadows are bigger. That's why.
Whoa. Shadows are bigger. Bigger than
the object.
Wait, what shadow is 4,000 miles?
Oh, so the shadow of the moon during the 2017 Great American Eclipse was like 2,000 miles wide. That was the penumbra. I mean, the totality right in the middle of that was only about 70 miles wide, but that's not the shadow. That's just where the shadow.
Okay, so my penumbra is about 6'3", right?
Right.
Where's my umbra?
Depends on how far you are from the light source and how far the shadow is.
Oh, so there's a huge difference between 93 million miles and 93,750,000. 93,750,000. That's a big difference?
Yeah.
Oh, astronomical terms. That's a big number, huh?
Right.
I just want to know, what mechanism causes the moon to magnify its own shadow? Because the shadow we see that touches the Earth, it's only about 70 miles in diameter. Go ahead.
No, that's just the totality. That's not the whole shadow. It's just the.
Well, like I said, where's my umbra? Because I see my shadow all the time, and there's no Big Larry and Little Larry. How come I don't magnify shadows?
Well, if you have a point source light, so it's dark at night and you stand outside and you have a point source light, your shadow will be magnified on a wall.
Can you speak up a little bit?
So the sun is a point source light, Matthew?
It's not. That's why it works slightly different.
Okay, it's midday, the sun is up in the sky. It's not a point source light.
That's right.
But I hold my hand in the air, yeah, and I can see the shadow on the ground.
Right, but you can also see
shadow,
the fuzzy.
Is the shadow the same thickness as my hand,
No,
or
it's slightly
is it
smaller?
The shadow is slightly smaller
So
than.
there's the umbra and penumbra. If you hold a basketball like 6 feet above the ground in sunlight, and you look at the darkest part of the shadow, that'll be slightly smaller. If you look at the fuzzy part of the shadow, that'll be slightly larger.
Wait a minute. We're talking about, what would you say the diameter of the moon was? 4,000 miles?
It's about 2,000, I think.
2,000 miles? That don't sound right. So the Earth is 25,000. What's 1/4 of that?
I don't know.
20. Let's see, should be like closer to 5,000.
It's also a bad analogy because you have light reflecting off all the other surfaces into that shadowed area in your example.
So you're saying I should measure the big shadow and ignore the little shadow, but how come?
No, you should measure both.
All right, so when I stand outside, where's both of my shadows? Because I only see one outside.
No, you have two. If you look closely, your shadow is fuzzy because the sun is not a point source.
No, it actually is, and then
Not a
light
point source.
reflects off other surfaces into the shadowed area.
Yeah, it refracts, and this is what you are ignoring, Matthew, because you claim that this umbra and penumbra is created by the sun of this, by the size of the sun.
Right. Has nothing to do with the
And
atmosphere and refraction.
yeah, it's actually not, because you need collimated light.
No, you can do
for
it in a
that to
vacuum.
happen. For that to happen, you need collimated light. The
No, it can
sun to
be
be a
it can be
collimated
it's
light
any
source.
light that's not a point source. It's simple geometry.
I didn't say point source. I said collimated light source.
So where's this point source light that you keep talking about, Matthew?
It doesn't really exist in nature, but if you have like a LED light, like a tiny little LED light, and you're outside in your garage or something somewhere dark, you can sort of see how it works.
So if I play with my LED light flashlight, you're saying I can go make two shadows of myself.
No, I'm saying if you have a point source, then you only have one shadow. It's when you have a light that's not a point source where you have the differences in shadows.
How big is the sun up here in the sky?
It's about half a degree.
Half a degree. So what would a point source be like? An infinitely small?
Yeah, it's infinitely small or small enough that it doesn't really matter for the measurement.
Something like a very small star in the night sky.
I apologize for all the pauses. I'm at work.
So penumbra is just the part of the shadow where the light source is only partially blocked. Yeah, Joyce posted a good image.
Well, I have a candle in front of a Red Bull can, and I see the shadow casted on the wall, and there is that diffusion haze, yeah. But because my candle light is not a static light source, and it's moving, yeah, according to the airflow in the room, that shadow of the Red Bull can is also moving on the wall, but I can see it. Sometimes it goes fuzzy and sometimes it gets smoother. So you're saying this is caused by the size of the candle? But obviously the shadow on the wall of the Red Bull can, the shadow is like 5 times bigger than the Red Bull can.
Right.
So
yeah, I love that he likes the graphic because the globe model actually claims all three at once.
yeah, that haziness, that fuzziness is like 5 millimeters
No,
in
we claim the
size,
last one on the right. Large light source.
on the shadow edge, but the shadow itself, it's really 5 times bigger than the Red Bull can.
Yeah, Matthew, they actually claim that the sun is so far away that only the left is true for
No.
Aristophanes' seasons and day and night. However, in reality, we see the light as a small light source in the sky, and that's where all the light's coming from. And,
No, the globe
and
model only
even more worse is to try to explain eclipses, you must use the image on the right.
The one on the right is the only one that is correct in the globe model.
Yeah, well, then you don't have seasons, you don't have night and day. Well, and you threw at Aristophanes, which means it proves flat Earth. Good job.
Yeah, another thing, when I move the Red Bull can closer to the wall, the shadow gets smaller and less fuzzier. But when I bring the Red Bull can right in front of the candle, that's when the shadow grows exponentially bigger, and the fuzziness on the edges also is bigger, but it's still not more than 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 1.5 centimeters. That's the fuzziness edge of the shadow. So the Earth and the Moon are very, very far away from the light source. And the Moon shadow should be very, very well defined. It should not be able to have that umbra and penumbra gradient.
Yet it does because it's not a point source.
Yeah, the candlelight is also not a point source.
Right, and neither is the sun.
Yeah,
So Matthew,
it's very
sorry,
much the same kind of light source, the candlelight and the sun.
I was going to say that I was awake when the sun came up, and I saw it come over the horizon. And as I was pumping gas, and I watch it, go from the horizon to above the what do you call it, power lines and everything. Yeah, I need my shit in a second. So yeah, as I was watching it, I'm thinking, that sun looks really small. It looks really, really small, but you guys claim that it's like over 100 times larger than the Earth, right?
Right, exactly.
And I'm curious, I'm talking about measuring the shadow, right? You're saying, well, you got to measure both shadows. Okay, well, how do we know which shadow is actually the correct size? Because if you say that there's a shadow that's smaller, when I look outside, I've seen my shadow like plenty of times. I've never seen like the little shadow in the middle, the super small shadow.
Yeah,
I've never seen it.
Yeah, here's a picture. If you have a light source, it's not a point source, then the penumbra is larger than the object.
Yeah.
The umbra is smaller.
The problem here is, Matthew, you're right. When you use the physics definition of point source, that's not what I'm doing when I used it that way. I had never read this version of that definition. I'm not saying the sun is can be regarded as having negligible dimensions. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's local and small.
Okay, and I'm just pointing out the definition, pure geometry of what penumbra and umbra mean.
Well, you're not actually pointing out the definition. You're just contradicting what I'm saying with a different definition without clarifying it, which is why I clarified it for the audience.
Okay, do you see my picture of the bowling ball? I mean, sorry, the bowling pin.
A bowling pin. Yeah, I see it.
I don't bowl that much. That shows, it's sort of cut off there, but the darkest part is called the umbra. The sort of half shadow is the penumbra. The penumbra is part of the shadow where the light source is only partially blocked. So that's all. Those are just simple definition.
But it's still not smaller than the actual object, man. There's no way.
The umbra is smaller. The penumbra is larger.
No, I don't see it. I think that's fucking bullshit. I want to see that in real life.
I mean, you could do.
I've tried this shit in my driveway. I've tried it, man. I could not make that shit smaller than the fuck object. The shadow cannot be smaller than the object.
Way smaller. It's like 100 miles in diameter.
Can't be
so
smaller.
that's like
Fucking
what
tried
percentage is that smaller than 2,000 miles?
It's
So
only
it's the
like,
diameter.
like
Go ahead.
5%, or it's only like 5%.
So from 2,000 miles to 100 miles or less, that's 5%.
Oh yeah.
Shouldn't that be like more than 5%? You're the
Well, I
math
mean,
guy.
those are round numbers, but it's close enough.
Right, round numbers, but yeah. So my point is that when I showed this, right, and it's going to take me a second to get to it, but I posted it earlier. But yeah, I'll scroll down for a second.
I think, Hank, I think what he's saying is there's 95% missing, essentially,
Yeah.
if it's only 5%.
In fact, sometimes it's 100% missing. Sometimes the shadow completely disappears, and you're only left with the penumbra and not the umbra at all.
When does that happen? I've always seen a totality.
If
with
there's
an
an
eclipse.
airplane flying 30,000 feet above, you don't see the umbra on the ground.
So it comes this. That's an accurate one on this. So get a bowling ball or a bowling pin and show me this. Show me the magnification of the shadow. That's what I want to see. Like at the video at the bottom. Like it's like a magnifying glass.
Okay, I like the picture you showed, Hank. The second one you showed shows the dark black line is the umbra, and the light shadows are the penumbra.
Okay. So where's my shadow outside? Where's my umbra?
You're in Texas.
Doesn't pan mean many?
No, PEN, penumbra.
Oh, penumbra. Okay.
Hank, during the 2017 eclipse, solar totality eclipse, did you see the eclipse at all? Did you in Texas? In Texas?
No, I don't think I saw that one. I think the last solar eclipse I saw was the annular eclipse, the ring eclipse, the ring of fire. Oh man, that must have been like 2011, 2012.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Yeah, I haven't seen a solar eclipse in a while. But every time I get a chance.
One.
I went to the 2017. Stood right there.
Where were you?
Dead center line in Madras, Oregon.
Oh yeah, I was in Madras also. Madras.
Yeah, I was right there in Madras. Totally, I got video. Yeah, a fascinating phenomenon. Damn fascinating. Damn, what a cool thing. If you ever have a chance to experience one, I would recommend it.
Okay, so
when I'm looking 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Right, 2024.
When I'm looking,
there's a couple of partial ones this year, but no totality. Totality in Texas, right where Hank is, 2024. They're gonna have a complete, brand new, total solar eclipse in Dallas, near Dallas, Texas.
Okay, so when I look up at the sun during an eclipse, right, what I see is some sort of dark body, roughly the size of the sun and moon, that comes across and engulfs it. And at that point, it completely blocks out the sun except for the corona, which is where the crown, right, around the sun. That's how we discovered electromagnetism as humans, I'm imagining. Right? So this corona around the sun, right? It's completely blocked out, right? But everywhere else, right, it's like partially blocked out. So the totality shadow is the only spot where the thing is completely blocked out And that makes the most sense that I'm going to measure that shadow, because we all seen objects cast larger shadows, but we've never seen objects cast smaller shadows.
That's right.
So when I'm looking at the totality, right, I'm in the totality zone. I got like one or two, maybe even three goggles on my face, and I'm staring at the sun. I'm getting a real good look at it, and I see the moon completely block out the sun. And at that moment, in totality, it's only about, 50 miles to the left, 50 miles to the right, 50 miles in front of me, and 50 miles behind me. It's roughly, right? Sometimes more, sometimes less, depending on the angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is that would be the shadow of the moon.
Yes, you're
Because
measuring the
I'm
umbra
watching.
in that case.
No.
What we'd call that the total object. Is being
the umbra is the innermost and darkest part of the shadow where the light source is completely blocked.
So why
Okay.
60,
You're
why
right. You're right.
62 miles or why 62 miles? We get the total only fucking 62 miles across if this thing's 2,000 miles across, right? Come on.
Yeah, Matthew, if it were actually happening the way you say it is, then we would have a poison bright spot interference of diffracted light rays at the center of that black spot.
Huh, I haven't heard of that.
That's interesting. Yeah, because you would be able to see where the light patterns are interfering with each other.
Yep.
Okay, so explain where the umbra and penumbra are. It's just simple geometry. Umbra is where the light is completely blocked out, and penumbra is where it's not completely blocked out.
He said he has a picture. Look at the picture and point at the different umbras that you're imagining.
I can't tell what's going on in that picture. What's
candle? See the shadow on the wall?
Candle?
See the shadow on the wall is what we're looking at. We got this big shadow. We got this little shadow.
Yeah, and the big shadow, it's like partially eclipsed.
It's still bigger than the object, whatever that is.
So in the top the top image, the umbra is the darkest part of the shadow. The penumbra is only a tiny little bit bigger. It's where you see how the shadow is fuzzy. It's not a straight line. It's a little fuzzy. That's the
umbra is the total shadow of the moon.
Right.
Right. That's where the totality part is.
Right.
The penumbra is where it's an exaggerated shadow or bigger, because we all seen bigger shadows.
Yeah, it's the bigger part where it's partially blocked.
Right.
Right. And then I've never heard of the antenumbra. What is the antenumbra? Let me click on that. I can't see it. My eyes are bad. Antenumbra.
Antenumbra?
That's the first time I saw that one. But yeah, I think that's what Drace posted. So there's three of them there. Okay, so umbra is the full blocked out shadow. It's the same size as the object casting it. So I've measured the moon.
It could be. It might be smaller.
I don't think it can be
larger,
smaller.
depending on the geometry.
Nah, show that to me on my fucking workbench.
Okay. So suspend a basketball like 12 feet above the ground, and then go
tomorrow.
Go draw the dark part of the shadow on a piece of paper, and then see how big it is. That's all.
All right.
You got to take into consideration light scattering.
The actual object.
There's light scattering that's going to infiltrate that shadow.
At that distance, there's not going to be a lot, because the air isn't going to make a big difference at that distance. So you can ignore that.
All right. I got to go to bed, but tomorrow I'm going to take my basketball out and make the shadow smaller than the actual basketball.
Yeah, so trace both the shadow, which is the umbra, the complete shadow, and then also trace the penumbra, where it's kind of the fuzzy part. And the fuzzy part will be bigger, and the dark part will be smaller.
Huh. That
heavy. Matthew learns. My question to you, bro. I like you, man. But my question is to you is that why is it that you come in here and try to teach people your denialism?
Because I'm a teacher at heart.
a teacher of denialism.
I think it's teacher of truth. I mean, I would obviously I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, don't go there, Enoch. Okay, Matthew. Before I posted the pictures with the Red Bull can and the candlelight, you posted a CGI representation.
Yes, the bowling pin to illustrate the difference.
Can you show me? Yeah, there's a lot of explanation about Umbra and Penumbra in that CGI representation,
right,
which is not reality, of course.
Right, of course.
And can you show me where is that happening in the pictures that I posted?
Sure, it's the candle, the first one, the candle and the can. The fuzzy part of the shadow is the penumbra, and the darkest part of the shadow is the
Well, in my case, the fuzzy part is like 3-4 millimeters, yeah,
right.
and in your representation is like 5 centimeters.
Yeah, it depends on the geometry, how far things are apart, how big the light source is, how far the wall is, all that.
You can see that the light source and the Red Bull can and the wall, yeah, I just put them on a table, footstool of 40 centimeters, yeah, square.
Yeah, so it depends on all three of those distances, how big the light source is, how far it is from the object, and then how far the object is from the
It's
wall.
an ordinary small candlelight.
Yeah.
And the Red Bull can, yeah.
Then do the same thing with your cell phone flashlight, which is closer to a point source because it's so small, and you can see how defined the shadow is. The shadow will be like really sharp. See,
So
these
you're
are good
comparing,
things. This is how
yeah.
people do their
Well,
own
when I
research.
use my phone flashlight, yeah, the shadow edge is much better defined.
Right, because it's so small. It's
Smoother.
almost like a point source in that case.
But it also depends the distance that the light source is from the object.
Right.
Yeah.
So with the point
So
source, there's hardly any
affects
difference between umbra and penumbra.
How far is the moon from the sun?
93 million miles.
Yeah. How far is the Earth from the sun?
93 million miles, about a little bit more or less than the moon, depending on what
can you now compare? Make a ratio, yeah. In regards to my images that I posted, like when the Red Bull can was close to the wall, and when the Red Bull can was close to the light source.
Yeah. So when it's close to the wall,
yeah,
the ratio is more like the moon to the Earth.
Yeah, you cannot show me a an example where the moon is like 20 million miles away from the sun. Yeah, so it can cast aura and penumbra on the Earth.
Oh, I mean, I see. If you're trying to reproduce the type of thing that happens with the sun, moon, and Earth, you would need the moon or the object casting the shadow, blocking the light to be smaller than the light itself.
Well, you're saying that the sun in the sky is bigger than the moon?
Yes, not in the sky, but in reality.
I'm not talking about reality. I'm talking
Yeah, I
about
know
what
that.
you see in the sky. That's reality. Not imaginary reality.
Yeah, so do the same thing that
Reality is when you go out and you look at the sky. That is reality. When you see both the sun and the moon in the sky, how big and small is one or the other?
they're both about half a degree.
Yeah, so They are about the same size, correct?
Yeah, sometimes the moon is bigger,
Yeah,
sometimes it's
so
smaller.
now one of them is the sun, the light source. Yeah.
Yes.
And you're saying it's bigger than the moon when
Yes.
it's actually not.
You're aware that things appear different sizes based on their distance?
I'm not talking about imagination, what it appears. I'm talking about what we see.
Yes, the sun and the moon appear the same size.
Have you been to the sun?
So why do you make the claim that the sun light source is bigger than the moon and it's casting a shadow of the moon which is smaller than the size of the moon?
Because I'm saying the sun is bigger than the moon.
Because
even
in
though
the
they appear the
sky
same
they
size.
are not.
You're talking about appearances. I'm talking about the geometry.
Yeah, but when it comes to geometry, you can't even seem to measure the Earth properly. So now
Yeah.
you want to tell us what the sun's dimensions are?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's stupid. You can't even measure a geometric horizon of the Earth. You can't even give us a proper radius measurement of the Earth. And now you want to tell us what the radius of the fucking sun is. You're
Yeah,
crazy,
no, you know
dude.
what? That's a wise strategy to be dismissive and call me stupid. Because
No, but that's just asinine. Like, you can't even measure the radius of the thing that you're standing on, and now you want to go to the celestial body that you can't actually go to and tell us what the size of that thing is? Why? It's ludicrous.
Well, somebody in here is ludicrous.
So when it comes to the sun, right, the dimensions of it that you claim are dependent on the heliocentric model, right?
Right.
You're going to need a globe for that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, okay, so start there. Like, why are we wasting our time? It's just stories on top of stories.
Yeah, that's what I say about you guys, but there we go.
Yeah, but we have measurements to back the things that we say. You don't. You have excuses to counter those measurements with, and it doesn't work.
Well, don't take it like that, because Matthew is not from yesterday here in the server. He knows all our arguments, and it's not a bad thing to debate him, to talk with him about these things. It's an opportunity for us to expose, to bring forward the information and knowledge that we have.
I agree.
And yeah, how we deal with their arguments, you know. So
True.
yeah.
I just find it really funny. It's just laughable that we can't get a proper radius measurement of the Earth because it obviously isn't the globe, and then they start trying to claim radius measurements of celestial bodies. Like,
Yeah, well, they cannot explain how the Airbus 3D printer works on a globe. It cannot work, that machine. We have linear encoders today, like with a precision grade of I mean, these are available in the market. 65 nanometers margin of error in 200 meters length. That's mind-blowing precision accuracy. And you can actually improve that all the way to a couple of picometers. If you add to this linear encoder a piezoelectric measuring device which enhances your resolution. So if we technologically wanted to, yeah, we can do like perfect measurements. We technologically achieve that. Like we can measure the size of those little beads that make up stuff, molecules and crystals.
Sorry, did I kill the
And
room?
then, no, and I was talking about measuring like a difference of about 7.8 millimeters on a distance of 200 meters. And we are measuring with a precision grade of with a margin of error of 65 nanometers. So in every millimeter, yeah, there is a million nanometers. And
Wait, can you start this over? Sorry, I missed the opening bit there.
yeah, so when this is technological stuff that we have today, linear encoders, 200 meters long, and the margin of error is 65 nanometers. So
okay, gotcha.
when I'm traveling 50 meters or 100 meters, I will know exactly, precisely, if I traveled 101 millimeters. My margin of error will be 65 nanometers. So, yeah, in 1 millimeter, there are 1 million nanometers. And I can tell if I traveled 1 millimeter, yeah, I count all those million nanometers, and my margin of error is 65 nanometers. I will have plus or minus 32 nanometers. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
gotcha.
maybe 30 nanometers more, of far away or closer. Yeah.
Close
And
enough for my means, for my needs.
yeah. I mean, that's a precision which it's mind blowing, and we can even improve this to picometers. So there is 1 billion picometers in 1 millimeter. And then you will precisely know, like, yeah, if we had a angle, yeah, between plumb tools, we can very, very precisely measure that. If that angle, if those lines would be, the difference between top and bottom will be like 1 millimeter, we can tell if it's 1.000005 millimeters, longer or smaller. And guess what? plumb tools are found that they are perfectly parallel to each other.
But we cannot measure 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. Yes, we can
Yeah.
get within nanometers, but we can't measure that.
Yeah. We have to rely on, 2,000-year-old ancient guy who didn't even had a ruler. Like, his ruler was a chopstick, yeah, from the tree, a branch, which he assumed it's this size. And he was measuring with that the length of a shadow, yeah, and then the angles.
Well, that's
which,
perfect. That's perfect for their needs because they need to use some sort of a workaround like that where they don't actually directly
Yeah.
measure something and they can be deceptive and say, "Oh, here it is." And so I guess that's the best parlor trick like that they have in all these years.
It's okay to do calculations if measurements don't or are impossible to do.
No,
Well,
you
wait,
can't do
wait. Are the
calculations.
measurements impossible?
Look,
Yes, same as measuring the height of Mount Everest. It's impossible to do.
I think it's impossible the same way that demonstrating that Santa Claus delivers presents on Christmas Eve is impossible.
So will you discount the height of Mount Everest because nobody's ever directly measured it?
No.
Matthew.
So that measurement's okay. Just that measurements that disagree with your pet theory.
Well, actually, I don't actually know what. I mean, yeah, it's
Yeah, there
supposed
you
to be
go.
30,000 feet, right? I mean, I know that it's a mountain. Sure, I'll give it that. It exists. But does
Listen,
curvature of the
Matthew.
Earth exist?
So I prefer
Has
to
anybody
have-
ever can we can see pictures of Mount Everest? Can you show us a picture of a geometric horizon or Earth curve drop off or any of that? No, we can never see it at all. We can only take your word for it that it must exist and use these workaround methods to show us that it can exist. But all of those methods also equally apply to a flat surface and other conditions too. So it's always circular. It's always begging the question. It always starts with the assumption that it is a ball. Then you work off of that to make it happen somehow. But you never just directly measure the damn curvature. But you do. McToon claims that he can measure 1.25 inches or something like that of drop over half of a mile. But when it comes to 66 feet at 10 miles, no, sorry, forget it. Can't do that. Can give you this little itsy bit of a quarter, 1.25 inches at a half a mile. But anything further than that, sorry, refraction takes care of anything further than that. Yeah, bullshit.
I guess I'm less skeptical than you are. That's all.
Well, I just need to see a measurement of it. I mean,
I know. I'm happy saying Mount Everest is 29,000 feet high, even if I never measure it. I'm happy.
Yeah, I never measured that either. So maybe that's.
I'm just saying I'm happy to trust calculations.
Yeah, but calculations in this case based on what? What are your Earth curvature calculations based on, and why do you trust them?
So Eratosthenes did a famous one, and I think that was good.
Works on a flat surface. Next.
Yeah,
No, of course,
wait, Matthew, you claim Eratosthenes did measurements, so
he did calculations,
how did they,
not measurements. He measured.
Oh, what?
He measured.
Eratosthenes did measurements.
He measured
So you
an
don't
angle
know what
and then calculated the radius.
No, listen, wait, let me finish. So you do not know what Eratosthenes measured,
Yes,
correct?
I do. He measured the angle.
No.
Yes.
He measured the distance between Alexandria and Syene.
Right. And then he used that plus the measurement.
Right. Do you know how? How did he measure that distance?
Nobody knows how.
I don't know. He didn't write anything down. It all came from Cleomedes. It could have just been a story he made up. I don't know.
Right. It could have been a story.
By
Nobody
walking on a camel. That's how he measured.
Sure,
that's high tech shit. I bet he can get within nanometers by using that technique.
Yeah.
No, all measurements have an error value, like
yeah, of nanometers. Yeah, sure, no problem. I mean, walking on a camel, that should get you within the nearest nanometer.
No, it's probably way off. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like 10 or 20% off.
Of course, I'm joking, but
Well, Matthew, can you tell the difference between 1 micron and 3 microns when you rub your finger on a surface?
I don't know. I know our fingers are very sensitive. I don't know the exact numbers, but if that sounds about right. I don't know.
Well, yeah, everyone can tell the difference when you have like 1/10 or 300ths of a millimeter, like 0.03. That's easy. Everybody can feel that.
So
But we can also feel the difference between 1 and 3 microns. Do you have that feeling accuracy?
I don't know what the
To
actual
have
number is.
to
I don't
have
know.
this, you literally need to actually do this metal working, and to actually really touch the surface of that metal, measure it, yeah, and you see the numbers, and then you get to know the metal surface by just touching it or rubbing your nail on it, yeah, or with a pen ball, yeah, a pencil, yeah. When you draw a line, you can feel if it's going zigzag or it goes smooth.
So
well, this is something I'm doing. I'm a machinist, and I can tell you that I make cones, yeah, which are wider or smaller with 1 micron on the base, yeah, diameter, and that affects my cone angle.
Well,
you know, that cone actually has to go inside the conic hole, because this is how tool holders are designed. Yeah, and if that cone is smaller at the base, then you do not have a perfect match with the hole, the conical hole, and it will wobble inside it, and your tool will be bouncing left and right, so you cannot achieve a precision grade. You actually cut metals or whatever, stones, etc.
I just want to ask him.
Yeah.
Can you observe Mount Everest?
Yes, you can.
Can you observe physical Earth curvature?
Yes, you can.
Okay, where? When? Where? Let's see it.
Oh, every time you see the bottom of the buildings cut off.
That's begging the question. You don't know that that's caused by Earth curvature, especially when you don't have a geometric horizon to show us.
Oh yeah, you can never see the geometric horizon.
Okay, so now you're saying you can't see Earth curvature.
But you can't see it very accurately because squinting at the horizon doesn't give you very good accuracy.
Yeah,
in Chicago, there's no bottom of the building because it was built in a swamp. So just because you can't see the bottom of the building,
lower than the swamp is lower than the lake.
Well, if you want to go ahead and say that Earth curvature is the thing that cuts off the bottom of buildings, you're going to need a geometric horizon to go along with that, so that we can see that the Earth is actually doing this curvature thing that you say that it's doing, right?
Well, you need an apparent horizon. That's all you can see.
No. You need a geometric physical horizon where the Earth curves too far for you to see any more of it before it curves out of your line of view, right? That's what you're going to need.
No.
Yeah.
You can't see the geometric horizon. No.
So it's not a physical thing. It's an apparent thing.
Right. There you go.
Okay, so nobody's ever seen the Earth curve then.
Yeah, it sounds like it doesn't matter.
He wanted to compare Earth curvature to Mount Everest. I can go out and observe Mount Everest. Many people have done this.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever observed the surface of the Earth curving? He said, yeah. Then he went and begged the question and said, well, the bottoms of buildings getting cut off. Well, how do you know that's being caused by Earth curvature?
You see the building cut off from the
Don't.
middle, but most of the days of the year, you don't get to see Chicago.
Yeah, so squinting at the horizon isn't going to be very useful.
So what's happening?
Yeah, but why are?
Because you are invoking that when you see the buildings are being like cut from the middle, yeah, you invoke that's the Earth's curvature, Matthew.
So he's the thing is he's saying
vast
to
majority of the days of the year you don't see at all.
He's
the
saying
Chicago.
he's saying two contradictory things. He's double speaking. He says that he
Yeah.
sees Earth curvature, and then he tells us, no, we don't see a geometric Earth curve horizon. All we see is the apparent horizon, the only horizon you would see on a plane where you can see as far as you can until, you know, the resolution power of the observer terminates, basically.
Yeah.
So no geometry, no physical Earth curvature involved.
Yeah.
So it's just double speaky.
No, it's not
stuff.
double speak. It's saying that the curve is there. It's just hard to measure because it varies so much. Have you ever seen the Skunk Bay video where
Yes.
it's sort of bouncing all over the place? Well, how are you going to
Yeah.
measure anything useful out of that?
It's the dark curvature.
Matthew, if I
The dark
take
horizon.
Matthew, if I take a 4-meter tall pole, yeah, and I align it perpendicularly with the ground and vertically aligned with the down vector, yeah. Now I move this pole on the surface of the world 100 meters away from that location, holding its vertical position steady. Yeah. When I get to the new location, will this pole be perfectly aligned with the down vector?
No, because the down vector is different in every place on Earth.
Okay. Good. Then you're saying that the Airbus 3D printing machine is actually running on a curved surface and not on a flat surface table.
I suspect that if they're making something to that kind of specification, that they would make the floor perfectly flat.
Yeah, that's engineering.
Yeah, what do you mean flat? What do you mean flat? Because you gave us a definition of flat last time you were in here, where you said that it means actually perfectly curved at 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, fair enough. I meant a straight line. In that building.
Okay, so you're double speaking again. Sometimes when you say flat, it actually means what it means. Other times when you say flat, it means exactly the opposite of what it means.
There are two definitions of flat. People use them differently.
Yeah, that's why I said you're double speaking.
How is having two definitions double?
Two contradictory, opposite definitions of the same word. That's double speaking.
Ambiguity
Yes.
fallacy. That's what it's technically called. But double speaking is what the layman's call it. It's like saying it's a false equivalency fallacy, and you say it to a layman as you're comparing apples to oranges.
Yeah, so we need to be sure to be clear about the way we speak. That's true.
Well, it seemed like you were being very intentional when you said that flat means perfectly curved.
Right.
And so now it seems like you're being quite intentional when you say that it means what it actually means. So
yeah, so I need to clarify which word I'm using, which version of the flat.
You need to wash that brain a little better next time, Matthew.
Yeah. How am I going to bend terms and definitions this time to fit with my
I don't know. You're
Orwellian paradigm.
You're bending numbers to manufacture 666 and all our numbers.
I'm not. You guys did that. Those are your numbers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I mistaken to claim that
Yes,
you
are.
claim in your globe model that there should be 66 feet of Earth curve drop off at 10 miles?
Matthew, wait. He's saying we are manufacturing those numbers, but actually,
yeah,
what did
it's a
Jesus
lie.
said? Didn't Jesus said to calculate the number?
Yes, he said it's the
Yeah.
number of a man.
Well, why don't you do it?
But
Hey,
you
so
know what?
what's 90 minus 23.4?
Okay, so nobody does that. 23.4. Who cares about that number?
That's the tilt of
Yes,
the axis of the Earth.
0.6, yeah.
What's 90 minus 23.4, mathematician?
It's 66.6.
Yeah.
Is that the number that I
Is that the
built
number
into
of
the
the
globe
beast?
model?
No. It's about 1/10 of the number of the beast.
It's about 1/10, right?
It's
So
10%.
I didn't put that number in there, right? And there's no points in ancient Hebrew, is there? There's no periods, no points. That's a mathematical concept, right?
Yeah, right.
So
Okay.
what about 66,000 miles an hour around the sun? Is that like a constant speed?
No, the real number we use is 29.9 kilometers per second up to 30.29
Okay.
kilometers per second.
Here you go again.
Yeah,
You're using weasel language here. You're putting it into other terms where it sounds like it's not the thing. It's the same thing we just said. Yeah, so what does that work out to on a miles per hour scale?
It slows down, it speeds up. I mean,
Yeah, but on average, it's around 66,000 miles per hour, right?
so if you take an average and then you chop off a couple of digits and munge it into just right, then yeah, you can get 666 out of it. Sure, but my question is, why are you?
I didn't get that. I got that out of Google. I got that at
Yeah,
NASA.
it's 29.9 kilometers per second to 30.29 kilometers per second.
So it's not me manufacturing this anyway. It's not us. That's your model.
And there's more. I just can't remember them all. There's so many of them that if you were to ask me to like memorize all of the sixes in the heliocentric model, I couldn't do it.
What about all threes? Does that bother you? I mean, 1/3 comes out to 0.333 and 2/3 comes to 0.666. So you're not bothered by all the 1/3s.
Okay.
But
Well, now you're moving the goalposts. First, you said that we manufactured the 666 thing. Now you're saying, well, hey, what's wrong with that? What about this other number?
first, I'm saying what's wrong with it. Second, I'm saying, isn't it odd that you have to like do all these machinations to kind of come up with it to be 666?
I didn't. Miles per hour is not a machination.
Sure, it is. Nobody in astronomy uses miles per hour.
Wait a minute. I disagree. I've typed in how fast does the Earth spin at the equator, and it says 1,038 miles an hour. And then I heard someone say 1,037, and I went and looked again, and it's like 1,037 point something.
Nobody that lives on the equator uses miles.
Wow. Space.com uses miles per hour. NASA uses miles per hour. So I don't know. Tell them they're not astronomers. I guess I would probably agree. So Live Science uses miles per hour, but again, I'd probably agree with you that they're not really astronomers.
Which measuring system is older, the imperial or the metric?
The Sumerians came. Oh, you're asking Matthew. Sorry.
The imperial system. Okay, so I put in the chat the axial tilt of the Earth 23.4364. Now, how are you going to get 666 out of that?
Well, we round. Mathematician.
So how you get 23.43, 23.436?
Yeah, you know how to round to the nearest tenth, right?
Why tenth? I mean, we have the precise number.
So we're not the ones that rounded. We're not the ones that rounded, right? We're looking up information about your model.
Your
perfect timing, bro.
666. You wanted
perfect
to round it to that. And it's
yeah, but even if we take your number, though, if we still round it to the nearest tenth, we're going to get the same result that we just talked about.
Okay, then you subtract from 180 to the South Pole instead of the North Pole, or?
There is no South Pole, so I don't know.
Oh, you want to like
You're going to
somehow
need a globe for that.
you want to somehow subtract from like see 70, 80, 90, 100. Oh wait, 90 works. Okay, there's how you get 666. You just randomly subtract 90 from it. You see what I'm saying? You were the ones that sort of manufactured the 666.
Yeah,
No,
because
man.
when you are actually talking about locating your position in the world, yeah, in the northern hemisphere, you are talking about 90 degrees. Ranges between 90 degrees. 90 is North Pole, yeah, and the equator will be 0. So when you go from the equator towards the North Pole, yeah, you just count the degrees.
Yeah, that's the latitude, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well.
So you're asking us why do we subtract from that? Because that's how it's used.
No,
The North Pole is supposed to be what? It's displaced by 23.4 degrees, right? With the tilt.
That's right. And so
Yeah.
Tropic of Cancer is 23.436.
Okay, well, I didn't manufacture it then. Your globe model did with the latitudes and the tilt that they claim.
Yeah, but who subtracts it from 90? That's what I'm trying to see. I don't think anybody ever does. Like the Tropic of Cancer is 23.4364 above the equator.
Yeah.
Tropic of Cancer, Capricorn is 23.4
Yeah,
below.
23.4, less the 90-degree latitude of the North Pole, I guess.
Well, but nobody measures latitude that way. You go from the equator up.
Yeah, I guess you could kind of say that they're like encoded numbers.
Oh,
I'm not the
hiding the truth
superstitious
in plain
type.
sight. Is that it?
Yeah, that is one of their rules. Yeah, I'm not really the superstitious type. I couldn't really
So
care
if
less about the whole.
if NASA gets something wrong, then they're lying. If they get something right, they're hiding the truth in plain sight.
You said that, not us.
No, you guys say that all the time.
Well,
so if you lie, isn't that going to rack up some bad karma, Matthew? Even in your religion?
No, I don't think karma exists.
Oh, so you're not going to be judged. You can just go about sinning all willy-nilly, and you're just not going to have to pay any consequences in the afterlife.
No, karma is the idea that you pay for for past lives and reincarnation.
Oh, that's why you don't care that you're lying all the time.
No, that's been added to it. Okay, the original concept of karma, right? And people have speculated that, well, I've been good. Why am I getting all this bad stuff happen to me, right? Well, they're thinking, oh, well, you must have done something wrong in your past life, right? But in reality, karma just it's cause and effect. You reap what you sow. So if you plant apples, right, you're going to get apples, right? So basically, you can't just go around lying to people without telling them the truth, or you're going to stack up a whole bunch of bad karma. So that's why it's called the revelation of the method. So if I tell you I'm gonna take your truck and I'm gonna go mudding, and you don't say anything, right? And I break your axle, that's on you because you didn't stop me, right? Told you what I was doing. That's how they're avoiding the karma, right? So that's when they say that they're telling the truth in plain sight. That's literally what's going on. They have to, or they're going to reap a whole bunch of bad karma. Anyway, I'm done talking. Peace.
So they're covering their asses better than you are, Matthew.
Yeah, I don't believe in reincarnation, though.
Lucky. Well, I better hope you're right. I guess we'll all find out. Well, what else? Found in the Earth curvature in the last few moments here.
So I had a question. I always wondered, how do large bodies of water bend and stick onto a spinning ball? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like,
they're going to tell you gravity.
Well, which type though?
They're probably going to start by trying to claim Newtonian gravity, and then when you call them on that, they'll move to space-time curvature and somehow try to use that to reify the spinning ball with sticky water.
So, theory tells and excuses.
Always.
Pseudoscience.
Well, first of all, measure the